You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Okay. Welcome, everybody.
Hello, friends. Happy Monday.
I don't know about happy Monday, but if
You didn't catch the sarcasm in my voice.
no, I didn't. I'm not great at catching sarcasm today. It's just like I was saying, sort of in a shit mood. So
Let's give our shout outs to everyone
hello,
hanging out in
Professor
chat.
Hazel.
Yeah.
Love
Hello,
you, Hazel.
Vintage Atheist. Beam me up, Bob.
There will be no talk of a trial or mending fences or anything like that in this stream. We
Hey, White
cool?
Screen Naval. Opal Guy, Neck 2, and DJ Mac. Welcome in, friends.
And yes, hi all those people. While I was
and
griping.
Brittany just popped in. Hello, Brittany.
Brittany from France.
Yes, well,
Yes, from Brittany. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's the French guy. Hey, Britt.
Do you recognize that person?
I do not. But oh yes, that's Ray.
Oh, okay. Hey, Ray, do
Ray,
you
you
want
need to change your
pick
name unless you want your real
your
name to
email
show up
doxed?
on here.
Yeah. You gotta like click on settings and then under participants, you can change my name.
Yeah. So that's probably him. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Didn't know I was gonna do that.
I'll send a screening of what it looks like.
Yeah. So, but anyway, hi everybody. McTime, yeah, no trials. We can talk about trials of Jesus. That's cool. I can do that. You want to talk about politics? I'm fucking in the mood for that. Let's go. But we're not going to be talking about.
Well, what about celebrities?
Like if J Money shows up, there won't be any talk of that, or he can get kicked. Period. You know.
Yeah. There's no need to try to start that because there's really no problem, at least on your end.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the state of affairs. I really don't. I'm cool. I'm fine with it. I just wish everybody would stop trying to drag me back there, and I don't want to go back there. So.
Yeah, I like this space that we're cultivating here.
I like it too. And it's unfortunate that some people don't like it, but they don't have to come here. It's like that simple. So, oh, I should have sent I'm going to send Quanta a DM on TikTok and let him know we're doing this in case he wants to. Come by. I just need to figure out how to do that on TikTok.
So I saw this video shortly before.
Russell Brand isn't the only celebrity.
Shortly before we were supposed to go live. Haven't had the chance to watch it yet, but I was thinking maybe we can react to it because it's pretty short.
Shia LaBeouf, really?
Yeah. It's just fun little current event right now.
I thought he was in his like fucking gangster arc.
He's been trying on all sorts of hats. Maybe
hanging out with like some fucking serious gangbangers in LA.
Maybe he's testing the waters for the Christian Grift project. He saw his buddy Russell Brand succeed in it, so maybe he's seeing a path forward.
How weird.
Russell Brand isn't the only celebrity who turned to Jesus after allegations made.
Hey, Ray. How's it going? I'll let you get your mic situated here.
Does that fix that? That work?
It sure does.
Score.
How you doing?
I'm learning new software, so I'm having a ball.
It's not too daunting, you know.
Well, I didn't realize it was gonna, like, when I came in, just use that name because I had to register with that or whatever it came into the email, so it auto-populated like my email address with it. I just used the Gmail address for it. So now you know me.
Yeah, I took a screenshot and everything and saved it. I'm going to be looking up your home address and everything.
Excellent. Do you want to help me clean? I could use some help. Stop on by anytime. We've got Ruby Red Squirt.
Bring the bucket, the mop, and the lemon pledge.
I think at this point it's just knock it down and start over. We'll just have to rebuild. Oh, I gotta fix that though. Okay. I just realized I look like you now. That's not gonna work.
You're not going to be able to fix that unless you pay. Dead serious.
Realsy?
Yeah. It's the one annoying thing about having host privileges. Like I wish I could figure out my virtual cam so I could just like virtual cam a PNG of like, you know, my logo.
That is so lame.
Yeah. Quanta's not available on weeknights, which, kind of figured.
Yeah, Quanta's a responsible
fucking morning people.
Experimentalist working on very important physics experiments.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oh, hey, McTime. Good to see you in chat.
UFC. That whole thing's a joke. But
with Trump. His 250th America's birthday party, UFC / MAGA concert event. I think I saw he's like canceling like the music portion altogether.
Is he?
So many artists backed out. I don't know who he'd have left. It's like Vanilla Ice and Kid Rock now, right?
Didn't he kick Kid Rock off?
Oh.
Did he?
I might be making that up. Let me confirm that.
Last I saw, Vanilla Ice is still going to do it. But the CNC Music Factory guy, he made a point with his video. Like, hell no, I ain't canceling. He's like, I'll do that shit in North Korea, peeing on an American flag.
I saw him say that. Why, is it all about the payday? Is that what that's for?
Yeah, probably.
Paying any attention?
Huh?
I'm assuming it's got to pay well.
Kid Rock has suffered a lot of humiliation in recent weeks with a military helicopter scandal, poor ticket sales, and now a snub from a MAGA music festival.
Oh, Mr.
Well, I
Not a
imagine
Kid
since the
Anymore
Super
Rock?
Bowl thing didn't go that great, that
Oh, yeah, that's
I'm not
right. That
sure
whole
they'd
thing was
want him to
another.
do the. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Wow, that was because if your second choice to Kid Rock is Vanilla Ice, that's what I don't get. Like, how do people not see that all the good culture that comes out of America wants nothing to do with this guy? Why do you think Kid Rock and Vanilla Ice are your icons of talent?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, for disclosure, I think. Let me think.
I don't know.
I think
Everything Trump does just further concretes Rick Wilson's hashtag. Everything Trump touches dies. It's just great. I don't know. I like it.
He's King Mirdus.
It's really the only like simple pleasure we get anymore from having Trump as president is that we just get to see him fuck up constantly.
I mean, if everything he touches die, he should probably masturbate more, I guess.
Not even sure he can.
Yeah, at that age, right? South
With
Park
the
did mention
congestive
it
heart
too.
failure and all that, I don't think he has enough
Yeah.
blood to get the job done, so
That's why he's angry. All of this wealth and nowhere to stick it.
he was angry before that. Fuck him. He's like a Dalek, you know? He's like President Dalek. Notice everything he says, he sounds like he's screaming
Mm,
and just constantly exterminate, exterminate.
it's the only word he knows.
You know, it's just he's like a fucking Dalek.
I think he's prepped by people with like a 20 or 30 word vocabulary. Please try and remember to use these during and like right before he goes out there. And then he just kind of stumbles his way through it as they say, don't worry about it. No one's going to see it. We'll just lie to him anyway and say you did great.
And where the hell does he get off telling everybody that most people don't realize dumb is spelled with a B? Yeah, we all fucking realize that, you moron.
He really puts the B in subtle, doesn't he? Yeah.
Person, woman, man,
Nightmare.
camera, TV. Smartest man
Absolutely.
alive.
Yep. Fucking nut job.
No, it's
Okay.
it's a sick individual. That's always been like I get the hate because he's done so many evil things and like not that he hasn't earned it, but I mean he's just dementia riddled, right? Yeah, he's still a malignant narcissist with sociopathic tendencies, but it's the dementia riddled part that makes him both dangerous and kind of like Graham should probably be in a home kind of situation.
Yeah, but none of his allies will admit that, so he gets to
They're taking
continue
advantage
on
of it.
like taking a dementia test is the same thing as taking a fucking IQ test, you know?
Right. Oh, I'm sure as soon as he got done, sir, you did great. That was the best dementia taking test skills I've ever seen. I mean, not dementia taking, I mean like test taking skills. Forget I said that. You already forgot, didn't you? Good, that's perfect.
One of his tweets the other night was like, I've aced 4 of those tests in a row. That's like rare intelligence. So like, dude, it wasn't an intelligence test, moron.
No. And I bet it took him longer every single time to pass that test. But the first time was 20 minutes. Now he's taking it. It's like an hour for him to finish it.
Well, aren't those the kind of tests where like the longer it takes you, the lower your score?
Yep. That's what accelerating dementia is.
It's,
It's not.
who took that test on camera? It was Jim Acosta, the one that got fired from CNN. he brought in a neurologist, psychiatrist, and took the test on camera so everybody could see exactly what it is he's taken.
Yeah. If you think he's a smart man. No.
Kind of irritated me because Acosta played into it. He's like, I was kind of nervous, with Trump's results. I was like,
Oh,
I didn't know what to expect. It's like, you fucking idiot. You're a journalist. You should absolutely know what to expect. You fucking moron. You're as bad as he is.
I've
At
done
the end
zero
of the test,
research
he
into
was
this
like,
thing.
oh, that was easy. He was like, yeah, because it's not meant to test how smart you are.
Right. It's meant to test how long it takes you to figure shit out. But,
Like, I know he did it to dunk on Trump, but then he ended up getting dunked on by this fucking psychiatrist, It was kind of lame.
Well,
I
and
think that
dunked
was
on
like
by
a
his
week or so
inability to
ago.
do research. Just look up what you're about to do and don't. I mean, a quick Google search would probably tell you that that's not a hard test. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been reporting on it for fucking years at this point. There's zero chance he didn't know what was in that test.
Oh, it's
So.
the drama for the attention.
I'm trying to find an online dementia test, but
Yeah,
I'll
journalism shouldn't be fucking drama. It shouldn't.
Exactly.
no,
It
it
just
shouldn't. I thought it'd be funny to take an online dementia test like live right now, but they're all like either like paper PDFs or like just like questionnaires for like receiving more information about dementia care for a parent or loved one.
I mean, it can be done, but it has to be, like given to you by someone else. Because they're supposed to pick like 5 words at random, and then ask you to repeat them like in 5 minutes.
I depending on the day, that might actually be difficult for me.
Right. I don't know if I could do that now.
Just my ADHD.
Dear God, there's 2 of them. That's really stupid. It won't let you change your.
Yep. It's such a key feature. Like, why do they make that the pay? Couldn't you make something else pay for?
Money, 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 money.
Yeah, that's dumb. Because even if you just come up here as a guest, you can change your thing.
Speaking of money, I had a meeting this afternoon with a guy I work with, and like we didn't talk about any work. And by the end of it, he's writing up a proposal for the DoD. It's just a weird, crazy conversation, but at the end of it, he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna write this up. I think this will work." I don't know. We'll see what happens. If you can get DoD dollars, you're siphoning off from the right place.
Are you, or are you becoming part of the problem?
It would
I
kind of depend.
mean,
It would depend where those resources go, right?
no, not really.
The potential is there.
Every contract the DoD gives out, it becomes that much more important to inflate the budget for next year. And it doesn't matter what they are, because half of them are just fucking job programs.
Oh
But
yeah.
that's how they justify next year's budget in the military, is by looking up how much of last year's budget you actually used. Like, that's it. That's why every year when I was in the Army, when Steven was in the Marine Corps, they just give shit away. They give away, boxes of MREs, by the case. And we would all take them to the Army surplus stores and sell them for, pizza party money and, bar crawl money.
Oh, that's wild. Like little supplemental income by redistribution.
Yeah, my husband has like 7 Fluke voltmeters, like top of the fucking line ones.
Those are nice.
And every year he'd just come home with a new one. Like, hey, yep, it's give stuff away day. And in the military, everybody knows what day that is.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, they gotta give it away and say that we used it, we broke it, so we had to get rid of it. We need a new one.
I've arranged our boxes in alphabetical order, so it's a little less confusing. RP on
You know what?
top, Gretchen in the middle, Ray at bottom.
I think I've got some stuff figured out with this thing for right now. I can just drop down or come back on like the thing that lets me
the guest.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Uno momento, por favor.
Yeah, honestly, with RP up here, I mean, I don't even need to be here for this. Really, I can be on a guest thing too.
But you actually get a profile picture.
Yeah, your profile works.
Yeah.
Oh, now I have to figure out how to actually exit from this thing. This is okay. So first I'd hit what?
Looks like you figured it out. Yeah, I enjoy playing producer. I'm like the Jamie to your Rogan.
Yes, you clearly do. And since I have like connection issues, I'm like, I just let them do it.
Well, I guess while we wait for Ray to get reset, we can continue this Shia LaBeouf goss.
Yeah, let's find out what Shia LaBeouf's up to, because that's always a good time.
Oh, also before we start, it looks like we got Scott popping in the chat, Remembrant. I think those are the other latecomers so far.
Oh, I didn't see Scott. I said hi to him already.
Yay, we can tell who Ray is now.
Austin's here. Hey, Austin.
Now they know if they want to leave immediately or not. They don't have to wait for me to speak.
So.
We got Scientific Origins.
That's Austin.
Okay. Hello, Austin. All right, let's find out about Shia LaBeouf.
Made him box office poison. Shia LaBeouf did it too.
I would have sex with random women and I wouldn't feel any joy. There was none of the things I was doing to
Is he dressing like a Jedi now?
He's dressed like a monk.
Oh my god.
What the hell? And did
he's going like full Benedictine too. Holy shit.
He's got the long rope cord hanging down. Wait, everyone is dressed up like that on the panel right now.
Yeah,
what the fuck kind of show is this? Is this like Catholic TV?
Were being fulfilled.
I don't know what the context of this clip is, so I don't know why they're all wearing monk habits.
Right.
Can anyone wear a monk habit? You don't have to be a monk or a friar or anything?
Indiana Jones, the trilogy of Transformers, Disturbia, and Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a
These are
second.
just
Wait.
few
Pause.
among the-
Wasn't he Jewish?
He was also wearing a yarmulke, I think.
Huh?
I
No,
think
I
he's
mean, like
wearing
when he was a teenager and in movies and stuff, he said he was Jewish, and he like went after somebody for anti-Semitism once because he said he was Jewish. Maybe not. Maybe I remember things weird, but my daughter had a kind of a quasi crush on him, so I got to hear about a lot of the weird shit he did.
He had a bar mitzvah, and his mother was Jewish.
Yeah, see? And
Yep.
now he's a fucking monk. Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
Important films you took part in?
Yeah, these are the big money movies. These are the international movies that may have come here, but these movies don't mean anything. They have no intrinsic value. They have no spirit. They
Oh
don't
my
mean
God,
anything.
listen to the way
Well,
he's
no,
talking.
they don't, but that's
he's
not because they're
talking
sec-
like a fucking like a Latino gangbanger from LA. He's talking like that. That's the way the cholos talk. They got no value. It's so funny.
He's a cultural chameleon.
I guess so. Oh, that's funny.
It's because they're shitty movies.
Entertainment. All these movies, I have big shame about these movies. They don't mean anything.
I'd also be ashamed if I were the star of several Transformers movies.
I don't want to act no more. I'm not interested in making movies, really.
Well, that works out great because nobody's interested in casting you anymore.
The things that kept me from the faith would be things that my logic couldn't reason around. Jonah in the whale. Stories like that are a different genre of the Bible, I would use to pick apart the whole Bible. I would discount the beauty of the forest because of the ugliness of some of his trees.
Is it really all that unfair or irrational to judge the reliability of a whole book on the basis that it has several nonsensical passages?
And if I wasn't me and I was on the outside looking in, of course he had a come to Jesus moment. Of course, you know, I get the rolling of the eyes from the nons or the non-believers or the atheistics. You know, I understand because I was that.
The atheist.
I know this looks like a grift, but trust me, it's totally not exactly what it looks like.
Celebrities are conspicuously converting to Christianity. Specifically, they're becoming Catholic.
Yes, they seem to aim to make their conversions as conspicuous as possible.
And this is how Vanity Fair is reporting on this. Bad faith. That's what they're calling the segment. Behind the Catholic rights celebrity conversion industrial complex. Goes on to list all these celebrities who have recently converted to the Catholic Church. Goes on to suggest that this is a big PR problem for the Catholic Church. Goes on to suggest that the Catholic Church is chasing these people. You know, like we're trying to sell them on something. It's so funny, Shia LaBeouf, one of the most famous people who's converted recently, he was doing an interview with Bishop Barron, and he said, I love the traditional Latin Mass. And Bishop Barron asked, why do you love the traditional Latin Mass? And he says, because I felt like no one was trying to sell me anything.
Could that have something to do with the fact that he couldn't understand what they're trying to sell, given that they're selling it in Latin?
So ironically, one of
Whose
the
video
figures
is
that
this,
Vanity Fair is
RP?
profiling here.
TMN.
I don't know who that is.
They
But I
always
love
pop into my suggestions and my algorithms.
I love his little in between snarky comments. That's great. They're good.
I have one question. He couldn't see the beauty of the forest for a few ugly trees. What's an ugly tree?
A tree he doesn't want to bang, obviously.
I mean, what?
His trees need to have curves.
I mean, there's that one plant that like emits like the smell of a rotting corpse.
Well, I
can
mean,
see,
he
like,
was
being
obviously
grossed out by
talking
it.
about the Jonah and the whale tree. I mean, he said so.
Yeah, because that was a tough story to swallow. It's an ugly tree. Olive trees are ugly. Why would the tree be ugly?
I'm
Olive
going to
trees
shout
are
out
ugly.
TMM's channel in chat.
Olive trees are like glorified bushes. Come on, let's be honest.
I just can't picture looking at a tree and be like, oh God, oh, that's so gross. Oh, it's so ugly.
Yeah, his analogy makes no sense. But most of what comes out of Shia's mouth is nonsense.
You're right. It was asking a bit much of him, I suppose.
And then they go to Michael Knowles on top of it. Come on.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
That's
This
like
guy.
fucking. Ugh.
Like everything about his setup is so performative. Like the open box of cigars, like
Mhm.
the traditional manly office. Like, bro, we're not living in the 1800s, okay?
Well, he's living in like 1800s England by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Like industrial age. What is that like sepia thing going on out that window there? Is he in a black and white movie? Outside of that? All right.
Says, no, the reason I converted is in large part because I wasn't being sold on anything. So why do these people convert? I'm not going to go in and try to read all of their minds, but I suspect a big part of it is they are persuaded through their reason that it's true. They are attracted through the senses to its beauty.
Oh, yeah.
And they are inspired as a matter of virtue and the natural law inscribed in every human heart by its goodness and sanctity.
I'm sure that's true of a lot of conversions, but doesn't it give you pause that so many celebrities are doing this after allegations surfaced that derailed their careers? Is it not plausible that they're grifting off of the corner of the media industry that's desperate for actors with recognizable names that will guarantee them roles no matter what they did in the past, as long as they say the right things? I can't read Shia's mind either, so I can't say for sure that he isn't sincere, but why is that not a plausible scenario? Also, Shia didn't say that he converted because his reason persuaded him. He said that logic delayed his conversion.
One holy Catholic and apostolic.
Ooh, that's like scathing.
Mm-hmm.
Like admitting that like you didn't join sooner because like it didn't logically make sense. But like, does he think it logically
Mhm.
makes sense now, or is he just like
Or has he given up on logic?
Exactly. Yeah, but I think it's the latter.
Path of least resistance, right?
Absolutely.
Those are the 4 marks of the church. I think I'll make it simpler. I think these people convert because it's true.
Is that why people convert to Islam? If you think that people convert to Islam or to Hinduism for reasons other than those religions being true, why does that not apply to Catholicism?
I think that's why people convert. And there are all sorts of other reasons for it that go along with it. But I think that's the basic one. I looked into this author who wrote this hit piece on the church and on Christianity. And this author has written just 2 books. Both of those books are harangues against Christians, not just Catholics, but just professing Christians broadly. People convert because they're convinced something is true.
So there are no insincere conversions ever? That's never happened?
There is not much. Look, sometimes in society, there can be social advantages that go along with holding certain positions, like becoming a Democrat. There are social privileges that go along with being a Democrat. You'll fit in more in the elite halls of power.
I guess the executive branch of the U.S. government doesn't count as one of the elite halls of power.
In country clubs, at school, and work.
Okay, so my partner's family is like super Republican. They have a country club membership back in Lincoln, and every time we visit, they usually take us out to the country club for a meal. And there are 0 Democrats sitting in that country club. I don't know what country club Michael Knowles is going to that's full of Democrats, but every last person in there is like a staunch conservative.
Mm-hmm.
He's just trying to paint him as elitist.
Yeah, he's just painting a reality that simply doesn't exist.
when actual Democrats that have that kind of money to be in a country club don't want to be around those jackasses, so they're not members of country clubs.
Exactly. Hey, Robin. Good to see you.
What's up, Robin?
You will be more likely to be promoted, perhaps, because you say all the right things that the people in power want you to say. There are social benefits that go along with that. There are not really social benefits that go along with becoming a Catholic. Certainly not with becoming a conservative Catholic.
The fact that converting to any form of Christianity seems to get millions of people to turn a blind eye to past bad behavior seems like a pretty big advantage to me.
Maybe a Joe Biden type of Catholic or a Kennedy type of Catholic will be okay, but certainly not a right-wing Catholic, which is what the article's taking issue with. Also, this is America. This is a country that was founded in explicitly Protestant terms. So, one person that they bring up is...
No, it wasn't. It was not. Fucking liar. Sorry.
No, to go back to something he said earlier about like being in the Democratic group allows you to fit in more with more social groups and things like that. And then like that's exactly what survival of the fittest is. It's not like who's strongest, who can like run the longest, none of that shit matters. It's who fits in with the most people. They're most likely to reproduce because they can get along with all kinds of different people. Why would you not want to be a part of the group that is more likely to get laid? Anyway.
Right.
Well,
And
then why do they spend all of their time talking to people who aren't in that? I mean, this motherfucker, Michael Knoll, sat there with Chris Langan, who says he's the smartest man in the fucking world. And he like
the fucking
just
bouncer.
fucking gargled his balls for like 2 fucking hours. Yeah, the bouncer guy.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
come
I
on.
watched Professor Dave do a takedown of that interview specifically.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, and the reason why people are accepted more in Democratic circles is because Democrats are more tolerant. Like you don't have to fit like every single property to like be accepted into their group. Like Democrats are a big tent party, whereas like conservatives, Republicans, like if you don't hate gays as much of as them, if you don't hate commies, if you don't hate the right people, you're not allowed to be with them. You're just a bleeding heart liberal if you don't hate the exact number of people that they hate.
Right. They've made it cool to ostracize people again. That's all. And their numbers are growing.
Well, and when like inclusion to your group involves like hating the right people, eventually you're going to become a group that's hated. Like very few people in the hate group are going to end up being the ones who aren't hated in the end. It's just an Ouroboros of like hate eating itself.
And they're thrilled to death with it. So
J.D.
because they
Vance.
can use that and point to their rank and file idiots doing the idiot interviews with Jordan Klepper and shit, and they can say, well, look, that's the only metric that that's the only bar we have to clear, is fooling those people. But meanwhile, what they're really doing is shit like Mitch McConnell, like stealing Supreme Court nominations and just doing the dirtiest shit possible. And I'm talking about their elected officials now, and they're fighting a dirty ass game, and they're telling their people that they're just doing it in Christ's name.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay to just hate everyone else because they're picking on us.
Just
And
stay poor.
we're only picking on them because they're assholes.
Well, and they're accelerating the wealth transfer since trickle-down economics. It's been the same group doing that the whole time. And as long as it's Christians that are convinced that being poor is fine, they have no problem with having all of their shit transferred to rich people who do not care.
All right, because they think they're rich because like God anointed them. God's choosing who gets to rich. Who
or
gets
they're
to be
convinced,
rich?
or they're just convinced they'll get the
Mhm.
ultimate reward in heaven. They don't have to struggle so much and worry about the struggling they're doing now, because when it's all over, man, are they set.
Mhm.
They pick the right team.
Well, yeah, that's why Christianity became such a big part of the Republican Party. Is because they can do that. They can say, "Well, look, you'll be rich in heaven, and you don't want anyone taking that away from you, do you?" Meanwhile, that's where they're getting all their money from, is their own people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're telling them that the people that they're giving it to are deserving of it, and they'll help you out. They'll get everything sorted. Like somebody
Mhm.
was showing the interview between was it Bezos and somebody else?
Dumb
And
enough
Bezos
to
was,
join one cult, you're dumb enough to join two.
yeah. Especially when
Pretty
they're
much
like
that easy.
walking hand in hand with one another and almost align perfectly with, we need someone to look down at. Oh, so do we. Perfect. Let's go. But Bezos, I think, was talking about nobody paying taxes. Like he doesn't have to pay taxes, but then like people won't have to pay either. And it's like he's just trying to steamroll people into thinking that it's okay with him making something like $40 billion a year on interest or something like that. It's absurd how much he makes on just the interest of his fortune alone.
Yeah, nobody pays taxes, but who's going to pay the cops?
Right. Or the
Who's going to pay the
teachers.
firefighters?
Or
Or the
firefighters,
teachers?
garbage collectors. Yeah, these are the core systems that start to fail when all of it's going to them because they don't care. And they've got bunkers they can stay in until everything calms down.
I love this comment from Rembrandt. Christ hated everyone. That's why he gave us Christianity.
Amen, brother.
I mean, they did crucify.
Yes.
Rem's good with those one-liners every once in a while. It's just absolutely stunning sometimes. I love Rem.
Bars.
J.D. Vance is, I think they're insinuating that these people are converting in cynical ways. Well, what benefit does J.D. Vance, a United States Senator
Hey,
from
Evan.
Ohio, have if he converts to Catholicism? Wouldn't he be much more politically viable if he were, I don't know, an evangelical Protestant or something, or non-denominational, or what, wouldn't...
This isn't 1960 when Protestants said, don't vote for Kennedy, he'll just take orders from the Pope. Even conservatives don't believe that anymore. Besides, right-wing Catholics don't even like the Pope. They haven't liked the Pope since Vatican II.
Protestantism is much more politically viable in America. So why did he convert? I think he converted because he just thinks it's true. Right now, go to hallow.com/Knowles. The Hallow app offers an incredible range of guided meditations and prayers that are designed to help you deepen your spirituality and strengthen your connection to God. With Hallow, you can embark on a journey of exploration.
Is this the app that Chris Pratt has been marketing to, along with like Mark Wahlberg? Or
I
is
think
that
so.
another
think it
prayer
is.
app?
Yeah. I don't yeah, they're all the same to me.
What is it?
It's the same kind of thing, yeah.
It's like a prayer app that gives you like Bible studies to like do throughout the day.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere there's a web developer just shaking his head as he writes this shit.
Yeah.
You want me to do what? Okay. Yeah.
It's a paycheck.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, is that people are choosing their works based on their needs to survive and not what they'd actually like to do.
But
It's a
that's what I'm
whole
saying with the DOD contract thing. It's the same fucking thing.
It's
It's a paycheck, but you just become part of the fucking problem.
Agreed.
Okay.
It's
Great. We're agreed. Say no more
Yeah,
about
no,
it. You agreed with me.
I do.
Just shut up
100%.
now. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I mean, humans are allowed to do contradictory things. That's what makes us human.
Yeah.
Can anyone imagine H.W. Bush or Bill Clinton accusing Ted Koppel of being stupid or being fake news?
Koppel.
It's probably before my time. I'm not familiar
Yeah,
with Koppel's
it
work.
was a little before your time. Yeah.
Yeah, there was back in the day. There was like Ted Koppel. There was there's a few others now. The names are all escaping me because it's been so long since we've had such reputable journalists. But there was no emotion in it. There was no editorializing. It was just the facts, and they were trusted. They were the most trusted people in the country. Were some of these early TV journalists on the 3 news stations, because the fairness doctrine mandated that they do it. So
Well,
these people just didn't
also,
fuck around.
I think Walter Cronkite really,
That was another one.
he kind of like set the bar for everyone for decades, you know?
Yeah, but who was Edward? No, Merton Burrow. Oh man, there have been so many like people.
You're
who were
talking
in
like the Tom Brokaw era, right?
Well, even before that, like the people who were reporting like World War II and some of those situations, there was some badass journalists out there capturing some crazy stuff. But I mean, it was just there were rules about how you could provide news to people at the time, and it had to be unbiased, factual. Just it was the notion that an informed populace was a good thing, and then somebody realized, well, not if you want to control them.
Hey Jay, how's it going?
Jay?
Yo, what's going on? Yeah. What's
We
happening?
got JR poking in to chat too. What's up, JR?
Monday, how's your Monday?
How's it going, JR?
So J Money, we're watching about Shia LaBeouf becoming Catholic. You heard about this?
Nah, I know he be wigging out though, so
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
He be wigging.
Wait till you see his drip.
I hope his monk drip comes back up. That's hilarious.
And diving into different themes and types of prayer and meditation.
Remember when Knowles said that Catholicism is the religion that doesn't try to sell you anything?
I think that's why people convert generally. And that's the one thing these libs never seem to understand. When they write about, even beyond religion, when they write about
Hi, Hayden.
why Republicans vote Republican, especially why Trump voters vote for Trump, why conservatives think the way that they think, why Christians go to church. They always write in terms of psychobabble.
Does it not make sense to try to figure out why people say they believe in clearly absurd things? Christians do this to atheists. It's even in the Bible. The Bible says that the only reason people claim to be atheists is because they're suppressing the truth in unrighteousness. Many apologists refuse to accept that anyone really believes that there is no God.
Well, because of this mental irritation that's going on, because of this neurosis that they have, because of their respective levels of anxiety and trepidation. And they never write philosophically. They never write theologically. They never suggest, maybe we did this because we think it's true.
With respect to the folks who genuinely think it's true, I'm very curious as to why they think it's true. With respect to folks who become Christian after they do something that makes them unemployable outside of Angel Studios and the Daily Wire, that's clearly a plausible motivation outside of they think it's true.
When I reverted to the church, I was an atheist for 10 years. There were plenty of things I was doing
Sure you were, dude.
that
Sure
I
you
no
were.
longer could do in good conscience.
Used to be an
Right, it
atheist.
was your conscience that made you quit acting. It totally wasn't the fact that being a talking head who tells conservatives what they want to hear is a more lucrative career path.
All right, one gives up things when one returns to the faith. You know, young man, maybe I like to go out, have a couple of Coca-Colas, stay out real late, hang around. Maybe in my single days, maybe go, date around some nice ladies and things.
Wow, sounds like Michael did some wild partying with his Coca-Colas and staying up past his bedtime with some nice ladies.
And not take it all seriously and not really think about it in terms of marriage. And, well, you can't behave
Every
that way
atheist life,
anymore. even down to gluttony, even down to wrath, even down to using naughty language, even down to all.
Everyone knows real atheists drink Pepsi.
Yeah. Pepsi and not so nice ladies.
I don't know. Coke with a lemon's pretty good.
Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper, absolutely. Real atheists drink Dr. Pepper.
Do they still make that lime Coke?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Because I remember like probably about 10, maybe 15 years ago, they were running those commercials. It was going, you put the lime in the coconut and shake it all up.
Yeah.
It was pretty good, but Pepsi was doing like the lemon twist at the same time. They're kind of like competing flavors.
Yeah. And
Nessie
no one
says
ever
real
competes with
ace.
Dr. Pepper because you can't.
Well, Dr. Pepper isn't technically a cola. It's a pepper spice drink. So it's like,
No, it isn't.
yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
It's not a cola. I'll pull it up.
You know what the base flavor was when they first invented it? Fucking
Cough
prune
syrup.
juice, dude.
Oh, prune juice. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
See, Dr. Pepper is not a cola. It's a pepper.
No, in that it never
style.
had cola in it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it never had speed in it.
Is
It
that
never
cola
had,
champagne?
you know.
Oh, was the Coke that made it the thing that made it a cola?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
I don't think
Had to have
Pepsi
some
ever
pepper.
had.
coca leaves and were very much like the cola nut from Africa, and they had the same properties. So like you get it was a stimulant, both of them. So like they weren't putting like straight cocaine in Coca-Cola at the beginning, but they were using the coca leaves. And the cola came from the cola nut.
I did not know there was a cola nut.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to start like a horizontal versus vertical style rift, but with competing colas in this chat. The great schism will begin.
Not really, because Dr. Pepper isn't a cola, so it cannot be held to your standards
No, but it's the Pepsi Coke
and
battle. in
will
that regard.
always reign supreme.
Well, in RC Cola, like I think Nessie mentioned. Yeah, Nessie said real atheists drink RC Cola. Royal Crown.
Royal Crown Cola.
And inevitably, there's going to be one person who drinks Tab.
Or
Only if they-
Shasta.
Shasta. Oh, hey, Kent. Good to see you.
I only drink Shasta in the hospital.
Oh, we got Hayden in chat too. Got more friends popping in. Oh, and Gile. Hello, folks. We're wrapping up a little gossip about Shia LaBeouf. It's kind of turned into a video about Michael Knowles, which
Yeah, it really has, hasn't it?
I do not like Michael. He's a slimy person. Very dishonest.
Yeah, I don't like him either.
But let's go ahead and finish up.
There are a lot of things that we do that we're accustomed to that you have to give up. But what does our Lord say in the gospel? He says, take my yoke upon you. My yoke is easy and my burden is light. Because either you have the yoke of sin and vice and all this sorts of bad stuff that we pretend makes us free, but actually enslaves us.
You were enslaved by late night Coca-Colas?
Or you take on the yoke of righteousness in our Lord. But you do have to, when you want to sin, you got to give stuff up. When you want to become religious, you got to give stuff up too. The question is, what are you giving up, and what happens to you in exchange for that? There are all sorts of reasons for all sorts of temptations not to convert. Okay.
Sounds like converting is a bad deal then.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I like how you keep saying taking on the yoke of Christ or whatever, but then we have the saying having egg on your face. So, you know, doesn't taking on the yoke of Christ lead to having egg on your face? Should be embarrassing.
Oh, I see what you did there. Clever. Aha.
I make dumb jokes, but Remembrance mentioned that Tab was discontinued in 2020, but like it makes sense for like a Tab enjoyer to be the kind of person who stockpiles like cases and cases of it in their garage, and so the
Isn't
one
that right around when Fresca came back?
I wonder. Fresca production date. Looks like Fresca never discontinued. They probably just weren't as much in vogue.
Weird. I didn't hear about them for like 20 years. I should probably go look and see if my favorite soda is still around. It probably isn't.
What's your favorite soda?
It was called Aspen. It was an apple soda. It was really good. I loved it when I was a kid, but then they stopped making it when I was like a teenager. So
Discontinued 1982.
okay, they discontinued it well before I was a teenager.
Looks like it was a PepsiCo product. So who knows?
It was
Strong enough
it was
campaign
really
to bring it back.
super yummy though. It was really, really good.
Yeah, I like a good apple flavored carbonated beverage. Like Monster makes this really good apple juice energy drink.
Yeah, this is like apple juice with like a hint of cinnamon in it. It was really good. It tastes like liquid apple pie. It was awesome. But I guess it never sold as much as they wanted it to, so
Yeah. Pepsi had this weird variation like in the early 2000s called Pepsi Blue that like I really loved, but apparently everyone else hated it.
I remember that. You know what? Pepsi never could get past their Crystal Pepsi fuck up. You know?
Yeah.
It's no matter what Pepsi ever tried to do past Crystal Pepsi, it just was never gonna work. You know? So
I got very little soda growing up. I made up for it afterwards. My dentist loved me.
I'd mostly get soda when we'd go out to fast food restaurants.
pineapple Fanta, that pineapple shit's so good. Love that stuff.
Fanta had some new green variety.
Who joined?
I don't know. Don't recognize them.
Cherry Fanta is good. The
Wild Heart.
black cherry, the black cherry. It's good. You gotta try that. They got the sour cherry Fanta.
Hi, Wild Heart.
Hello. How's it going? Sorry.
It's going well. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Well, could you give us your age and your religion?
Age, I am 44 and I'm an atheist.
Oh, we don't need the camera on. You're an atheist?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. How did you find our channel?
I'm not sure. It just turns up on my subscriptions or, when you load YouTube. It just came up.
Okay. Well, we're
But
happy you found the channel.
But I am interested in theological discussions and that. Yeah.
Yeah.
For
Well,
about 20 years.
Probably because all the same people who are waiting for tacos to start are here until he gets going.
Oh, Gretchen, I think I know you. Yeah.
Ain't nobody waiting for. Was that some type of shot?
Yep.
Ain't nobody
You
waiting for
probably
taco.
me.
You said what?
He
If you
said,
got
"Oh,
something to
Gretchen, I
say,
think I know
Gretchen,
you. You
just
definitely know
speak.
me."
No, listen. If you got something to say, just speak to me. Just tell me. Don't take
Oh, wait, I
shots.
can't
Just
do that
be
yet.
blunt and be
Okay.
straightforward.
hey, UG. Good to see
Who are you
You mad
talking
that I'm
to?
cool with him? Say what I'm say that. You know what?
I don't think she was talking to you.
Oh, I'm
What are you
asking her.
talking about, Jay?
I thought you was saying, like, I thought you was taking a shot at me. I'm asking. I'm like, well, I'm not waiting. The people that's waiting for taco ain't here. We fuck with you. We all fuck with you. Like everybody's here for you, not waiting for taco, Gretchen. You made that comment. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Did I not
Oh,
just hear
yeah,
you
but it
make that
had
comment?
nothing to do with you.
No, I'm saying, but like we all
Look
fuck
through
with
the
you.
chat. There's a shitload of people in here. They're from Taco Stream, and once he
And they
starts,
fuck with you
I am
too,
I am
Gretchen.
under no illusion that they aren't gonna go fuck with
Yeah, they're
tacos.
gonna probably scroll back and forth because they fuck with you both. They don't got nothing to do
Okay,
with your thing
fine.
with him.
Yeah, we got Brent in the chat. Good
The
to
only
see
thing
ya.
I said about you earlier was that when you came on, I don't want to hear any talks about trials or getting back in Taco's good graces.
Yeah, but I didn't never bring
I'm
that up.
fine with the way things are. I don't want to mend fences with Tacos.
I
don't
haven't
want to be
brought
in
it
his
up. You
bigoted
did.
ass world. I don't want to be in his right wing bullshit.
I'm
I
not
don't want,
talking about it. Like, yo, let's
and I'm
move
happy
on.
to be
Like,
here.
goodness.
Well,
Wait,
on Mod
I don't
Stream
want to talk
yesterday, you
about that,
guys seem
dude.
to have a different opinion. You guys were talking
No,
about
listen,
having
it's
fucking
my
trials.
opinion. It ain't you guys. Like, again, you want to talk to me about something I said, we could do that. We don't even have to do it on here. We could do it personally. If you feel a way, tell me that personally on the Discord.
Okay,
What's
well,
the point of having that contact if you're gonna do this shit? You understand what I'm saying? You got
Right,
a direct line of contact with me.
sorry, I know I'm new here, but can we get over the bullshit? I really don't care what we're talking about.
No, don't worry about it. It's not even, it's that unimportant. So continue.
Hey, Brent. Do you
well,
have
it's
Discord?
important to me that I don't hear about it anymore.
All
Hear
right,
about
leave
what?
it.
Hear about
Leave
what?
it.
You didn't hear about nothing.
If you
wasn't
want to be
even-
cool with tacos, you can go be cool with tacos. I don't even hold that against you, dude. I just don't want anybody trying to drag me back there.
That's fine. You've already made that
That's
clear.
all.
You should have just
Okay,
been like,
cool.
let me holler at him directly. Like, all this right here is crazy. You got an ability to hit me up, but we can have a direct conversation. We've had it before. You're gonna do this for real? Come on.
Right. So
this is the exact
Okay.
drama that you saying you don't want to feed into. You feeding into it now.
Okay, Jay.
None
Jay,
of
you're
us brought
dragging
that
it
dude
out.
up.
Jay, you're dragging it out.
Yeah, I'm
we
dragging
can move it on.
I'm the one dragging it up. I didn't even bring it up, but I'm
But
dragging it.
you're continuing to talk about it.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Hey, Brent. Do you have Discord?
Yeah, I don't do Discord.
Not at all.
Yeah, he doesn't really do
No,
this
not at
sort.
all.
Damn, because like I have some questions about the BGV.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'd like to discuss further.
Well, I'm here to talk to Jay. What's up, Jay?
What's
Hi,
up,
Brent.
Hey, what's up, Gretchen?
Oh, that's Brent. What's up, man?
Yeah.
What's up? What's going on?
What's up, man? We left on a sour note last time. I told you that you were no fun to talk to, and you kind of took that maybe the wrong way. I was just saying, I personally don't enjoy talking to you, just because it doesn't seem like anything gets through, man. So if you could, like,
it depends on how much weed he smoked. To be honest.
That got nothing to do with it. You come at me correct, I'm gonna come at you correct. There's plenty of people I don't agree with. That's it.
How do I come at you correct?
I mean, this is a good change, you know what I'm saying? Then that day, no snarky shit, right? I mean, I don't know you, you don't know me, right? Like, how we supposed to get a good dialogue if you're gonna take digs? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Right? Yeah, no worries. So I understand that you've been presented a lot of times with the analogy that tries to explain how something being testable or measurable or detectable is really what it's all about. So if God is real, if God is real, if God is real, right? I want to be able to detect him. I want to be able to measure him. I want to, I want to have some sort of evidence there for me.
What if reality doesn't allow for that? What if the physical reality doesn't allow for that? What if we don't got the ability to do that without technology? What then? Does that automatically ensue that there's nothing there, or we just can't get to it? Which one?
Well, no, we would adopt the null hypothesis, right? We would neither say that God does exist or that God doesn't exist. We would just say we don't know.
Yeah, remain epistemically humble.
Exactly, epistemically humble, which is what an atheist doesn't do. An atheist will tell you there is no God. They'll try to save face and
No,
cover
an
two
atheist
bases.
just said there's no reason to believe
Has
in God.
anyone
But at
on
the
this
end of the
panel
day, an
actually
atheist
claimed
makes
they're
a
a hard
claim.
atheist? Whoa, Jay,
Listen.
hold on. I think you're accusing us of a position that not most of us hold. I don't think many people
about hard
on this panel are hard atheists.
No, I'm not. I'm an atheist, but I'm not a hard atheist. I wouldn't
Right,
say
so-
that God doesn't exist. Yeah. So,
Right, yeah.
That's-
You wouldn't say
that's
that
Jay's
God
problem
doesn't
is
exist.
he
You would just
doesn't
say, I'm
believe-
not convinced.
That's
Yeah.
Jay's problem. He doesn't believe that agnostic atheists can even exist.
That's
I'm
like
just not
that's
convinced, Jay.
That's like an
Yeah, I'm not
intoxicated.
convinced.
Contradictory.
That's like an unintoxicated person. You know?
No, it's not.
No, I cannot be sure if I'm Jay. Hold on, I cannot be sure if I'm intoxicated, can't I? Can't I be like, oh man, I don't know, I could be like a little bit tipsy, but I'm not quite like totally over the edge. So like I can't really tell right now, right? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced one way or the other. Does that make
Unless
sense?
you're somebody who don't know his limits, right? Then why not that? Why can't you just be somebody who don't know his limits? I know a lot of people who are fucked up, and guess what? They'll never tell you that. You understand? You just finished saying, when do I know when I'm messed up?
Jay, I know those.
Really quick,
I know those
really
people
quick.
too.
Hey, let me give a quick analogy. So this is more my position. God is not guilty of existing, whereas you're trying to paint my position of me believing that God is guilty of not existing.
I'm not saying
Does that track for you?
I didn't say any of that. Like that's the thing. Like you might say that and pull that from what you think I'm saying. All I'm saying is you don't know for sure, and you don't.
Yeah,
and
Jay,
that's
Jay, that's what I
came in kinda
literally
hot.
just painted with that analogy.
Jay, I came in kind of hot, and I was saying,
I didn't
like
catch that.
what's not fun about talking to you? It's that you don't understand analogies. That's what's
I
not
understand
fun.
analogies. I make them.
No, you
What are
don't.
talking about? Okay, fine.
I would love for you to give us
I
an
just made
analogy for God. Then
I just made one.
maybe try that.
You said what?
Give us an analogy for God. Then maybe
Well,
that'll help.
Brent, we're not even going to be able to agree on the definition of God for Jay, because Jay believes that God just means like the thing that started life on our planet.
Sorry.
The thing that's
I just want to see if Jay, I just want to see if you can make the analogy, right? If God is just the thing that is why everything exists and does what it does, that's cool. Can you make
No,
an
not
analogy
everything,
for that?
just life itself. Jay
Oh, life
believes
itself,
that
here.
God is a
I
product
didn't
of the
say that.
universe.
Life itself. Like, look,
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that God is something that is a mind of sorts out there. It's like the highest form of consciousness that can manipulate, and it manipulated things in a way where we can emerge and thrive. That's what I'm saying. That's what it feels right. That's how it feels right to me. Can I show
Jay,
you
can
that,
you give
God?
me?
No, I
Yeah, hold on, Jay. Can you give me an analogy that might involve a computer and a programmer?
Well, you already know that we are like computers. So why do you want me to just break down this analogy? I actually did that the other day on the stream. Is that a callback to that?
Well, let's just hear you make the analogy to God and the way that you think He runs the universe. So go ahead and make the analogy.
I'm saying that the way I start from what we are. I start from present day and I go from there. And what I see myself as, what I see humans as, every carbon creature is something more than just a fucking. We're not rocks. You know what I'm saying? We're like machines. You know, we possess something that
Welcome,
emerges through
Vintage.
us.
Jump
You know?
on in.
You said
Okay,
what?
so you do understand analogies.
Consciousness.
Human bodies are like machines, and the one who made the machine is God. So you do understand analogies. You just don't understand analogies when it's something that critiques your position, I guess.
No, I understand. What are you talking about? I understand analogy. Science overall critiques my position, and I still put that first. So
Science isn't an analogy, and I gave an analogy not 5 minutes ago, and like you
I
either
told you I
didn't
didn't
listen
get
or
that
it went
analogy.
over
You
your
want to
head.
try again? Feel free.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying? But I didn't get
I'll
that
give
one.
it. I'll give it
Not-
again. So my position is that God is not guilty of existing. The burden of proof, the evidence for God existing has not been met, and so he's been convicted not guilty of existing. Whereas hard atheists would convict God of being guilty of not existing.
That's what I'm saying. It's just I love how there's a whole bunch of human logic and rhetoric and due process
Jay, would it be possible,
that
Jay?
that can
Jay,
be implemented
hold on, but
on
before you
supernatural
go,
beings.
hold on, hold on. But
God
before
we're
you like
talking about.
launch on a whole other thing, I know you want to talk, and that's cool. Can you just
I'm
repeat
responding to Arby,
Arby?
dude. Go ahead.
Logic
can you
and
just
rhetoric are the only way we have to fucking navigate the whole thing, Jay.
can you just
I
repeat
but logic
to
and
Arby?
rhetoric can only get you but so far. Go ahead.
Jay, can I
Yeah,
ask
can
you a
only get you all the
question?
way through
Let's
science.
let's let Wild
Let
get
Brent
in.
finish.
Wild's been
Brent
sitting
Wild.
patiently on the panel.
Yep.
Let Brent finish.
Sorry.
You were saying
No, go ahead.
Wild, you're up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Jay, can you demonstrate that your God exists?
Listen,
Like if
I
you're
already told
making
you
a positive.
I already told you that not only can I not, nobody can show that their God exists. I told you why it makes sense to me. You know, you're gonna walk me down a whole line of thing. Oh, if you can't demonstrate it, then it's silly. But at the end of the day, that's assuming automatically. That's like I guess what they call begging the question that you have access to all the data on the table. For you to be like, it's silly for me to, you know, engage in areas where we don't have everything concrete, right? And that's why I'm looking for my concepts of God. For you to tell me that's foolishness, it's almost like you begging the question that you know it all, but you don't. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm not asking for like 100% proof that God exists. What is your
Vintage,
evidence?
are you having issues with your sound?
Why do you believe that God exists?
I believe that God exists because it makes sense to me. Yo, what's up with this is I get it now, Gretchen. My bad, Gretchen. I see what you're talking about. I see the losers you talking about in the chat. That Sir Equinox. I get it. That's who you was talking about. My bad from earlier. That's who's waiting for Taco in the chat. My bad. Fucking bozo.
We don't need to attack the chat.
No, it ain't no attack the chat. They need to come up here and shut the fuck up. Like all this shit. This dude follows me panel to panel, page to page, hating on me. Hop off my nuts, homeboy. You too, Evan, sucker. But yeah, proceed.
No, my question was more, why do you believe that God exists? What is your positive evidence that God exists?
Listen, I told you this is something that I feel that I can't prove, that it makes sense to me. That's all it is.
So you can't prove it.
I can't prove it, but
you don't have to prove it.
There's things we can't prove, Wild.
Yeah, I know.
Like dark matter and gravity and stuff like that. Like we could show the effects. We could see things enough to make it so
What do
that
you
it's
mean
like,
we
okay,
can't
at least we
prove
see
gravity?
signs.
That's just categorically false.
But why would you believe something that is not? It doesn't have enough evidence to make you believe it. What? Do you know what I mean? Like, go on, Joe.
Say what?
Like, why would you believe something that you can't prove and you can't demonstrate? And you have what is your best? What? No, I can put it down to this. What is your best evidence for God?
Again, I look at what we are, how we work, right? How we are, we are akin to like machines, right? We are akin to that. Our human composition, our body is comparable to that of a CPU. You understand what I'm saying? Not just any machine, because microwaves are machines. I'm talking about a computer. You understand what I'm saying? We work that way. Our body is the machine. Our consciousness is the OS. You understand? That's how we work.
No,
I mean,
we
all right. We could go over it, but
we are not akin to machines. We are not the same as machines. We are living biological organisms.
We are computers that poop.
Is that how you see things? We are computers that think. Right, so what, again, I'll ask.
Have memory and everything.
What is your evidence?
Hardware, software, everything.
No, but you're putting forward a proposition that God exists. I'm asking, what is your evidence for that?
I'm saying that what we are, we don't even truly know. And every night, listen, I go to bed, right? That's not an answer to you. I get it, but I'm saying I'm supposing that we don't have all the pieces of this process. And if this is such a process that is extensive like that, it would make just logical sense to me. This is not a book, a theistic. Nobody told me to believe this. This is me using my own mind to come to this conclusion. Wow. That it makes sense to me that there's something deeper going on, that there's probably something more happening.
So basically, you don't have any evidence for God. It's just
nobody does. Wow, come on, you know that. You know that. Wow, let's be real here. Nobody does. Give me one person that's ever given you evidence for God and tell me the evidence they gave you.
No,
you already knew the answer.
That's why I don't believe in God.
That's fine. Why do
you?
You ain't got to believe in God, but that don't
mean
that
why? No, I'm asking, why do you believe in God?
I already told you why I believe in God. It makes sense to me. It's right to me. It's something that adds up. It checks out with me. You understand what I'm saying? It gives more meaning to life. You understand what I'm saying? The decisions we make.
No, why does how and why does it make sense to you? Is what I'm asking.
How and why does it matter to me?
How and why do you believe that God exists if there's no evidence? You just admitted, you just said that there's no evidence for God. So
for the same reason why I expect that the other side of a black hole exists. We don't have proof, right? It might be a war and there might not be no other side, right? It might just be something impenetrable by all physics, known physics, and there's no other side.
No,
but
I'm
know
inclined to assimilate
on
the other
based on
side. We
data.
just don't know what it is. There's no theory out there that says that like it's some sort of universal boundary.
Yeah. So if you have no evidence for something, is it sent? Can I just ask a question? If there is no evidence for something, is it sensible to believe in that thing? To believe that thing exists if there is no...
It's sensible if, despite not having concrete data to indicate it, if it makes sense to you, right? Like you have to come to grips with your theories. This is how Newtonian physics and Einstein's like it could upgrade to that.
No, don't
you didn't answer the question,
that you don't understand.
Let me finish.
Yeah, and Jay, you didn't answer the question. Wildheart asked a very simple question. Just answer the question, man. Wildheart, do you want to ask it again?
He's asking me a question, and you interjecting, trying to like let him do that. Stop holding his hand. Like shush. You understand? Wildheart.
I'll do as I see fit. Come on, now.
Right? But you trying to
please answer the question.
Please.
So you just agreed. You just agreed there is no evidence for God. Why should you believe in something that you have no evidence for?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Wildheart. It makes sense to me based on tangible things I see. Right? Like I can't prove it, but the indication is enough for me to hedge my bet on it. You understand what I'm saying? Like the implications I see in reality and how all of this works. You understand how there's what we know, right? And then there's the far deeper stuff we don't know.
So you're guessing. So you're guessing that God exists. You don't have any evidence.
It's not guessing.
Let me finish.
Guessing, you know what guessing is, bro? Guessing is it's not gonna snow this year, right? That's guessing. I'm not guessing. I'm telling you that actively, right? Me being a participant in this realm of reality, through my own person, right? Through my own body, through my own atoms, right? I feel like there's a deeper system happening. Like I'm interlocked with a deeper system that I don't have all the data for.
Right,
So to
but
me,
what Wild is
Right.
asking is what specifically about that experience is leading you to that you know, that idea that there is something deeper.
consciousness, consciousness, the mind, the brain, the way all of this works, the way
You're listing
consciousness
things
is.
that exist, not like why they point
I'm
towards this
telling you
idea.
that the fact that they exist indicates to me there's something more going on. Everything doesn't have consciousness.
That
Only
just doesn't
some things
follow.
do. No, that's fine.
Consciousness
Listen,
existing is evidence of consciousness existing and nothing more.
I understand that consciousness existing indicates to me that only certain things can have consciousness, Arthur. You can't show me any conscious creature somewhere else right now. We have to do a lot more diligence for that, right?
So how does that get you to a God? Even if only certain things have consciousness.
I already told you,
How
dropping
does
dead
that
is
get
the
you
only
to
way.
God? What is the link there?
Listen, dropping dead is the only way to truly know. You know what I'm saying?
So we'll know when we die.
So what?
So we will know when we die.
So
I mean,
again,
we're
I
not-
asked you the same question I've always asked you, J Money. Does that mean you're just going to keep all your options open so you're not dead fucking wrong on the day you die? Is that it? Is
No,
that your
that's
big
not.
goal?
Are all my options open? Am I here telling you God exists and doesn't exist? No, I'm telling you He exists, and
That's
I'm
your fucking
stopping there,
bedpost
right,
talking,
Gretchen?
dude.
So there ain't no me choosing everything. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not doing that. That's you projecting that onto me because I'm not giving you the answer you want because the answer you want don't exist. I can't give you that answer. You want me to tangibly show you God the way I could tangibly show you a bottle with this blunt, but I can't do that. No one can.
So the question we're asking is why
So
do
you're
you
keeping
believe
all your options open.
if you
I'm
can't?
not keeping all my options open. Keeping all my options open is leaving room for atheism too. I'm not doing that. I made my claim. I made my pick. I told you already many times. The day I die, it won't be an atheist or agnostic dying. It will be a theist, someone who believes in God and something like that.
Here, really quick, Vintage. I need to make an announcement. Vintage, we're gonna just keep you in the queue. Keep like testing your mic with the options on Streamlabs, and if you do end up getting your mic working, send a message in the private chat, and we'll bring you up. Because every time we bring you up and then you drop it, it makes the video kind of reformat. And so
Yeah, hey, Vintage, I'll say also, if you're not use your phone, I have no end of problems with my damn PC. So
yeah,
I just call into my phone.
StreamYard is good.
Jay, can I ask you a question? Do you think what you believe changes objective reality? Either a God exists or he doesn't. So when you die, if you believe a God exists, does that make him exist?
No, it doesn't.
Or
I
either
can be
exists
wrong,
or it
and I've
doesn't.
said that many times.
Right.
I
So
could
what
be
you
wrong.
believe doesn't matter.
Exactly. So what you believe doesn't matter though, because you're only going by, listen, you're going by data, and I don't knock you for that. I've said that many times. You're justified in just going by the data, the provable stuff, and that's that. But when you can acknowledge with certainty that the quote unquote provable stuff is literally less than 1% of the totality of reality, you understand what I'm
Try it
saying?
again, Vintage.
Well, no, Jay, you've said 1% uncertainty, and
Yep,
nobody
we
here
got you,
expects certainty.
Vintage.
Let's give it more. More than 1%. Let's be generous. Let's give it more. Let's say whatever. 50%,
That's not what you said.
right?
You said certainty, which is not what you
No,
meant.
all
Then you said
all
1%. You're being imprecise.
goodness gracious. Like I say something, you respond with something. I give that validation. I say, all right, fine. Let's be generous. Let's give it 50%, and it's still a problem. You understand what I'm saying? I'm adjusting the number to be more accurate. Like, why can't that just be the case?
But I'm sorry, but I'm not saying that God doesn't exist. You are saying that God does exist. I'm not saying that God doesn't exist.
Exactly. So you think that because you're not making a claim that allows you the ability to say with certainty whether my claim is true or
I'm not saying that.
No, we just want you to prove it.
yeah, you're claiming that
Here's
God
what
is
I'm saying.
guilty of existing. What is
You want me to
the
prove
evidence
something that we can't prove?
to your
Okay.
jury that God exists?
Let
Jay,
me all right, prove to me why the Bermuda Triangle does what it does.
Hold on, Jay. I just want to
Okay.
stop you. I just first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name's Vintage. I want to have a respectful conversation with you. But is your position that we can't understand God's nature?
My position, right, is that data and tools and devices can only get us but so far. And we need more than that, right? At a certain
So are
point
you
in time.
alluding to what I said? Are you like affirming my statement that we can't understand God's nature?
I guess it's kind of like that, but it's nuanced, right? It's not exactly like that, right? We can't understand his nature not because he's really good when they say he's bad, or he's really bad when they say he's good.
Well, I'm not trying to
judge
him. I'm not trying to judge him. I just want to know: can we understand God's true nature?
No, I'm saying for us to truly do that, his true nature, like our true nature, for example, we have to get a physical God. You understand what I'm saying? Like the way we could get a physical.
So he's not physical. He's beyond our logic, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say he's not physical. You know, I've said it many times on these platforms.
So
That
is he physical or is he not?
Your God claim has to be physical because you believe that God is like a product of the universe, and he's able to interact with our planet in a way to start life. You can't interact with something without being physical.
I said God can be, like, it's possible to me. A lot of theists like to say, oh, God cannot be something that emerged from the universe. That's why I make that statement when I make it. You understand? There's nuance to it in context. So people tell me, they tell me that. So I tell them it's quite possible to me that God also emerged from the universe, from the stuff, from the processes, from the natural processes.
Right. And then we're just going to get into the argument again that that's not a God.
That's actually a lot easier.
That's your opinion, Robert. That is literally your opinion.
Sorry, can I just ask a question?
You want to know my opinion? Jay, I think you're actually becoming one with
Wesley, stop spamming the private chat or we'll kick you.
So can I just ask, do you believe the universe existed before God? Jay? Because that appears to be what you're saying.
I don't think
it existed before God.
I don't think anybody who's trying to be intellectually honest can answer that truthfully. They could give their best assumption based on the data. You understand what I'm saying? Which is inconclusive either way.
Huh? Yeah, LOL. So funny, Wesley.
It's inconclusive either way. You get what I'm saying? So
that I'm trying to get out of you is, can we understand what God is?
I think that with enough life experience, we will get to a point where we can understand it. You understand? Like right there in this life, confined to this physical 5 sense reality, I don't think we could.
And at that point, you will be justified.
Way more than 5 senses, by the way.
Sorry. And at that point,
I couldn't hear you.
And at that point, you will be justified in believing in God. Until then, you shouldn't believe in God.
No. What I'm saying is, I think that what you're doing is you're saying I'm atheist until I see something that proves it, right? But that to me is like, that's not atheism. That's still agnostic. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know, right? You can still be. I know atheists that you cannot prove to them. You can't say to them that it's God. They'll tell you it's anything else. It's whoever else.
Hey Jay, would it be more comfortable if I just said I'm a agnostic then? Is that all this is about? You just don't like us calling ourselves atheists?
No, listen. I'm the theist, which includes myself. The atheist, that includes everybody who stands opposite of me. We're both not justified in making our positive claim. Neither one of us.
But again, like, I'm not making a positive claim, Jay. I'm not making a positive claim. I don't think anyone here is. We're just saying we're not. No. Okay.
You're making a positive claim that my claim is wrong.
No, I'm not. Listen, Jay, I'm saying it isn't something I'm convinced of that is true. For example, let me try this. Let me try this. All right, I have a coin. Instead of heads or tails, it has God exists written on one side and God doesn't exist written on the other side. Okay, I'm going to flip it. I flip the coin. I catch it. I put it in my hand. I want you to call the coin.
See, but that's already
no, you're not playing the game, Jay.
Let me finish.
No. Just play the game. Play the analogy out.
That's exactly what it is. It's a game, and it's a trap that you're trying to lead me to. You're giving me a situation where there's only 2 possible outcomes, and we're talking about something where there's 3 possibilities: atheism, agnosticism, and theism. So how are you going to give me a situation?
I'm an agnostic. Jay, I'm an agnostic.
How about rock, paper, scissors?
I'm an
How
agnostic.
about rock, paper, scissors? How about rock,
I'm an
paper,
agnostic. I'm an agnostic.
Sorry, that's a mistake you're making. Gnosticism, agnosticism is about knowledge, what you claim to know.
That's one definition of agnostic. Another one is I am not convinced God exists. And theist is I am convinced God exists. And atheist is I am not convinced God exists. It depends on what framework you're talking about. The one exists in philosophy where what Jay is saying is true. So Jay, is your only problem with all of this is that we say we're atheist? No, and you think that means we are claiming God doesn't exist? It's just a word?
I'm gonna let you land. It's not even to be slick. I just want to make sure that you got the full question. Now that's what you asking, right? Like, there's nothing more.
Yeah, is it just a word? Is that your only issue with it?
No, my issue is not that it's only just a word. We have plenty of words, right? Words come from feelings. Words is just a tool. I'm saying that it exists still the reality that beyond this life, right? I'm gonna die one day, and I don't know what comes next. So there's no way that I could actually write off the possibility of God. Like that does that for me. There's no words or methods or whatever, because all of that we
are not writing off the possibility of God, Jay. We are not doing that.
You do that.
So you're arguing against a straw man.
I kind of want to write out the possibility of a God that knows what's going on and is involved what's on Earth. I mean,
I was going to bring up agnosticism after this and talk about which gods logically can and can't be possible. But yeah,
but that's not that.
Again,
but when a person
Jay, with your idea of God, just something that you want to believe is true that created everything and guides you. I don't think anybody is making the claim that absolutely that thing cannot exist. Anyone here want to make that?
I am.
No.
Cool.
Yeah, an intelligent God that's involved with what's going on here, that I just don't see the evidence for that. And if anything, it's a bunch of evidence against that.
Yeah, but it's just what's in Jay's head.
Do you have any idea what's really in Jay's head? Because I've been talking to him for months and I still don't fucking know.
Well, he has a concept of God, right, Jay? You have a concept of God.
Nah, listen, man.
No, Jay, you have it. Jay, you have a concept of God, right?
Now you want to be
and to you, that concept of God is real, right?
Some nights Jay believes that science is God.
I don't believe science is God. Thank you for speaking for me, though, but I don't believe science is God. You know, I'm right here if you want to ask me a question.
You have fucking said that before, dude.
I never said that once ever in life, that science is God. That is a lie, and I challenge you to find it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going back and doing that.
Yeah, I know you're not. Because you can't find it. You have to literally.
Okay, that's the impression you left me with.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. And you didn't ask for clarification, right? So you ran with that impression.
Oh my God, I've spent hours getting clarification from you. And all I got was the fucking fence post. What the fuck, Jay?
Somehow it didn't stick. So how about this? How about hold me to it, right?
Be in the stream
right now. Look, today's a certain day. Take a timestamp. The shit is right there. Hour and 39 minutes.
You really think things
are
going to stick when they don't make any fucking sense coming out of your mouth?
You said what?
Things don't stick when they don't make any fucking sense coming out of your mouth.
They don't stick when you don't listen and it gets merged into hours of conversation, because this is what we do. Like, let's not pretend like this is not something that we all do.
Listen. Like, for hours I listen.
All right, then. We all do. We all participate in these things. So what is the double entendre here? That all of a sudden, because
we just need you to articulate what you believe God is, so we can have a clear conversation.
I told you many times that there's no way anybody can do that. right? There's no way. Not the
So he's
Christians,
beyond your understanding.
not the
So
atheists.
if he's beyond your understanding,
So
how
if
do
you
you know
can't even
anything about
articulate the
Beyond your
concept, how
understanding.
do you believe it?
Whoa!
Understand
Can I just interrupt? So
Right,
no one can explain to you what God is. So why would you believe in something that no one can explain to you?
Again, because nobody else made me close my eyes and come to the realizations I did about the shit that makes sense or doesn't make sense to me personally, right? There's no book that told me,
personal
hey, Jay,
testimony?
let
Isn't
this make sense to you. Come on.
No,
personal
but
Jay, you always do this. You talk about being a theist, and then you do this hard fucking left into deism, and then you
No,
say you
hard
don't know
left.
what
I'm
deism
telling
means.
you that,
And then
listen, there's
you
no
can't
deism
fucking
in what I'm
you
saying.
can't combine the two and say it's one thing because it's
But you can
not.
combine atheism and agnosticism, though. But I can't do that. All right, got you. Heard you. Crazy.
I
You hear
don't.
that? You hear that shit? It's
I don't
crazy.
have to do that. I'm an anti-theist. I'm not
But
agnostic
exactly.
at
All right,
fucking
then. But
all.
at the end of the day, everybody who calls
maybe
themselves an atheist, just like
maybe I
you,
can clear
ain't as
Jay.
honest to say that, right?
Jay, maybe I can
Jay,
clear this up
calm
for you.
down, man.
You're getting confused as to why theism and agnosticism can mix, but like why they can't mix, and atheism and agnosticism can mix. So the reason with that is theism, you're committed to an idea of a God that you know. You have an idea of who he is, you believe in him. Now, atheism, you're just not convinced that there is a God. You don't believe in him, but you might still be open-minded enough to think that there is a God. You might not have conceptions of what that may be, but you might be open to evidence. So that's why atheism and agnosticism can mix. But theism and agnosticism, that just can't mix because you already have a conception of what God is.
No, I literally just told you none of us have a conception of what God is. Anybody tells you they have a
As
conception of what God is, they're lying to you.
but theist
No,
like the
they're
definition
lying
of theism is to believe in a God, and you would have to know like the God that you believe in.
No, what I'm
yeah,
saying is,
you would have.
That's why you're a deist, Jay.
Sorry, you would have.
That's where the manipulation comes in, Vintage.
You
There's many
would have.
religions. Go ahead.
You would have to have. You would have to have a concept of God to believe in that God. If you don't have a concept of God, then you couldn't believe a God exists.
So you want to tell me more about what I believe? Like what do I have permission to believe, Wildheart, based on what you think and how you think things should be?
I'm not.
No, it's just nonsensical to believe in something that like you can't define.
Okay, fine, right? I've never tried to
No,
define
that's
that. I
okay.
simply
Admit that you're
indicated that I believe that that's where God could be, or God-like entity, which I believe something more is happening. I never said that it's one person. I've said that God could be many different things, and it was still classified
Now
as God to me. I
you've
gave many
retreated to where
examples,
God could
many
be instead
examples.
of where
You
God
understand?
is. And earlier you said that you definitely believe in God, but now you're
Yeah,
saying
I'm
that you
telling you,
believe
I
that God
believe in
could
God.
exist,
That's my hunch,
not
Avi.
that God does exist.
You're not separating my hunch, which is something that's subjective to my stance, right? Versus something that's objective reality. I
Okay,
can't take my
so
hunch and I will
clarify,
make that.
is
I'm not
God a
done
hunch
talking.
to
No,
you,
go ahead.
or do
Go
you
ahead.
believe God actually
Crazy,
exists?
bro. Like, yo, I didn't even hear that question. I didn't even hear that. You
I
cut
grant
right in.
that.
Right
I'll
as I was
ask it
speaking.
again. Is
But
God just
don't cut me off though.
is God just a hunch to you, or do you believe like firmly that God exists?
I believe he exists, but since I can't prove it and I'm honest enough to know that, guess what? I can't tell you that it's an objective fact. I gotta still stick to it's not, and I can't prove it. And that's what an honest person does. Whether you like it or not, it's not acceptable to you, and that's fine.
All right, we get you. So you
But
have
that
a
makes you a deist, not a
That makes me
theist.
a deist. That makes me a person who believes in a God that got conscious and facility in this life. I'm just proposing that this life could be something deeper, much more intricate than what we know, than what we have the tools. And
No, that's
there
a
are
good
things
one.
that I experience physically that indicate that to me. And I'm going to roll
That's
with
just
that.
out of the gaps.
That's fine.
So you basically you have a hunch that God could possibly exist.
No, I'm saying that to me,
That is
I
exactly what you just said.
I will put Waha, look. If we was on DraftKings, right, and I had $10 to my name, right, and I know that once I spend that $10, I'll never get no more money again, right, ever, right. I'm gonna put $10 on God exists, right, but I
So
could
you
be
have a
wrong,
hunch.
right. I'm just telling you that I'm 100% gonna make that bet. Like that's gonna be my bet. Now, if I don't get no more money after that, if I starve, whatever, cool. That's on me to deal with, right? But that's the bet I'm gonna make. Does that mean
That's just
that
Pascal's wager.
objectively God exists or doesn't because I made that bet? No, that just means that's what I'm running.
No,
with.
Do you know what Pascal's wager is?
Like I said before, it doesn't matter what you believe. God either exists or he doesn't. It doesn't matter whether you will put your last dollar on a bet or anything. God either exists or he doesn't. It doesn't matter what you believe about it. You're either right or you're wrong. You have evidence that God exists.
I couldn't even get that. Like what you said. Do I have evidence that God exists? I know that can't be the question because I said many times I don't. So I don't. I know that can't.
Evidence. So why would you believe? Why would you believe something that you don't have evidence for?
All right, you can ask me again and again, and I'm gonna tell you again and again. I'm gonna use my mind, right, and see what we're in, what I wake up into every day, what I go to sleep, how how my brain works, how there's no fucking physical manifestation of thoughts. These things don't become nothing but brain signals that could get recreated and redistributed on the screen, akin to coding. You know what I'm saying?
None of that is evidence for God.
Clearly, no. Listen, what our person is, you don't want to hear it. That's fine, but you don't even know what you are. First of all, you know damn well you're not even Wild Heart. You a bunch of carbon, a bunch of molecules. Wild Heart happened later.
Oh my God!
Wild Heart
Don't
took
start.
place later.
Don't even start that shit.
So what you're saying is you would prefer if God existed.
I'm telling you that
if I was going to wake up and I was going to think about it, I would prefer that God exists. That makes no difference as to whether God exists.
You put preference in my mouth. Like that's what you did. I never said preference. I said that it makes sense to me based on what I see that there's something like that happening. That there's a actor.
So what evidence? What is the evidence that makes you believe God exists? What evidence do you have that God exists?
He's going to keep rephrasing the same question, guys. Like anybody else could jump in. He's going to keep rephrasing
it's
the same
just
question.
it's God of the gaps essentially, and then you're going to Pascal's wager. So you don't understand things, and rather than looking into them and seeing the people that are, I'm still talking. Hold on. I'm not interrupting you.
Cut off all day,
yeah, so it's basically like you're saying things that you don't understand, the way that your brains work and stuff. Instead of looking into that, like the people that are at the forefront of these questions doing like incredible studies that, they're available, you can look into them. Instead of going into that, you're just kind of using your intuition and being like, well, no, it must be God. And I think that's just crazy. Like, I mean, I'm not judging you for it, but at the same time, I just feel like you have better avenues of inquiry than, resting on the thought that God is the reason for it.
Well, science, right? The one thing I hold.
What is science? What does science do? What's the definition of science?
It's a method, and that's how we use. That's
a method of what?
Extract truth out of reality, out of the physical reality. And
I mean, that works.
We can't always extract. There you go. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, because
I was responding to you. I wasn't going on my own.
I'm saying that.
Hey Jay, I want to say real quick, Jay. Props. That's a great definition. Go ahead. No. It's the process by which we get truth from reality. That's awesome. Can I steal that? That's really good, Jay. It really is.
I didn't.
Science is the process by which we extract truth from reality. It's really good.
He's never gonna remember.
Yes. Truth out of the fabric of reality, right? I view reality itself as a fabric.
Not fabric, just reality. Just the reality.
I view it as a fabric, right? Fabrics have layers. I feel like
but I mean, I don't really care how you view it. I care about how you define words.
I mean, listen, I don't care how you view it. I'm telling you my opinion. Make that what you will. I'm telling you why I see it that way. Like, what is wrong with you, dude? What's up with this guy? It's my opinion. I can't. All right, go ahead. The awkward silence always kills me.
You have me stunned into silence, Jay. I don't know what to say.
You said what? You said what?
I said you have me stunned into silence.
I have you stunned.
He does that to us all the time. That's how he thinks he wins.
No, it's
Yeah,
I appreciate
Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked up. You think I come here to win or lose? I come here because I fuck with y'all. And the day that I don't, or you show me you don't fuck with me, and then I won't. That's it.
I come
It's not
here to
about
know the
winning or
truth,
losing.
dude.
This ain't about massaging my ego. Like, what do you think this is? I don't give a fuck about that.
No, I want to know what the truth is. That's why I come here.
All right, then. You want to know what the truth is? That's fine. That's your reason. At the end of the day, I come here because these is cool peoples. And at the end of listen, all you gotta do is be like, yo, that's it. Don't pull up. Fine. That's cool. Look, before I came up here, there was a lot of people just listening to y'all talk and react. I come up here, look, there's a panel now, right, Jackie? Oh shit, there's a panel now. Whoa.
Are we doing the meta?
Right? No, we're not doing meta. I'm just saying, let it be what it is. Like, stop. Just let's talk. You understand? Like, I don't.
Jay, you're now stroking your ego.
I don't agree with
you just said you didn't come up here to stroke your ego. Now you're stroking it, saying, "Oh, there was no panel
I'm
before."
I'm reading, and somebody said,
you
"Whoa,
need
it's a
to
panel."
remain
Like,
consistent, like within.
I gotta
they
give
surprised. Uppy, I said that for a reason, not to.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Jay. We're all here for you, bud.
We're not here. Yo, you see what I'm saying? Y'all about to make me get the fuck out of here, bro. For real. Like, what are we doing here, bro? Nah, I'm saying like y'all making me feel away like y'all think I'm coming over here to be some sort of.
If it makes you feel any better, Jay, I'd be here anyway, so I don't care if you're here or not. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, I'd be here if it was just Gretchen
that
and I.
makes me feel better. So I mean, listen.
What's this premise?
You clearly not saying what you really want to say. What do you mean by that, Gretchen? You want me to leave? Tell me now.
You're reading
No.
way too much into that.
I was just making a sarcastic comment, and honestly, I'm literally going to be here whether you're here or not. So
that's
like,
fine.
you
I
were
didn't say you
complaining
weren't
about.
Why implicate that? Why even say that? Like it's weird. Like you don't get that? That's weird to say
Just
that.
Sarcastic riff off of what you had said before. That's it.
Responding to a comment in the
sum
chat,
total
right?
of everything. It wasn't an attack. It wasn't an
But
attack.
that's why I said that. I'm not saying it like I'm some.
I was
sort
just
of,
twisting your
like
words
you
and
ain't
making
gonna
a
be here
fucking
because
joke
I
out
leave.
of it, and hoping that we can move on. That's all.
Funny, right?
Huh?
Was it
Well,
funny?
it was
though?
funny to
It's
me.
supposed to be funny, right? What's funny
It
about
was
that?
funny to me.
I'm not making your show about me. I could go make my own show. I come here because I fuck with you.
Nobody said it. You were. Nobody said you were.
That was the vibe I just caught. So I'm checking
Right,
that
sorry,
down before we
sorry,
continue.
Jay.
That's it. Because I could.
Sorry, Jay.
No cameras.
Jay.
Go ahead, man.
What is your point? Everything seems to be caught up on you and your problems. And what is your point? Do you have a point? Because I can be somewhere else.
I got just as much of a point as you do, man.
Right. What is your point then?
My point is I have my own opinion and you have yours. And we're going to live and die with that.
Right.
You're going to enter the next life or not with that opinion.
You know what? I absolutely agree with that.
Wait,
Jalen has just as much of a point as Wildheart does.
Wait. Does my opinion count as to whether God exists, and does your opinion count as to whether God exists?
Nah. Yo, you see what I'm saying? I gotta check. Sometimes
Either exists or he doesn't.
Because look, so fragile. You can't just let people talk to you however stumble. You know what I'm saying? Like in life, you gotta set the energy right. That's it. Like, I'm just responding to a person in the chat. Hold that question. Hold that thought. It's not fragility. It's about setting the ground rules.
Right.
At the end of the day,
does your opinion about whether God exists or not matter? God either exists or he doesn't, right? My opinion doesn't matter either. Whether I believe God exists or he doesn't.
Some opinions are.
Well, what are you fucking mourning about?
So
what are you fucking complaining about? Just shut the fuck up.
Who the fuck said I was complaining, you drunk fuck? Why don't you just listen?
All right. Hold on. Let's take it down a couple levels. We can
He's clearly
remain
drunk
cordial.
and lashing out at me, dude. I didn't come at you. I didn't
I don't
say
think
no
anybody's
F word
clearly
to you, dude.
anything.
I didn't curse at you or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Keep it respectful.
I'm just
Wild and Jay, let's keep things nice.
Right.
We can
That's
have
what
this
I've been doing,
conversation
right?
without this hostility.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
This is a reminder to take a chance to breathe. It's important.
breathing. I'm
Ox,
fine.
breathe.
I got
I'm not
7
saying
people
you're
praying
not.
at me, so-
I'm not saying you're not. Jay, you're harmless, right? You don't genuinely like your beliefs don't like lead you to believing that like like people that are innocent should be harmed. I like my opinion of your belief is that you think that God is in a state of superposition, right? You think it exists. That's great. You don't know, but whatever. You're harmless, right? You're not doing any genuine harm. That's not like I don't. So you're not using archaic languages to defend horrible things, right? You just think that there's a God, right?
Science comes first with me, even
Right.
over God. Even over God, right? But
Well,
there's
because-
no scientist. Listen, there's no scientist that, without a shadow of a doubt, that every single experiment checked out that could write off the possibility of something more. They'll tell you, we don't see the effect of one single entity that's acting in accordance to everything we know about the different specific gods that they exist out there. That's what it will probably tell you. But it's
never
not
the
writing
goal of
off the
science to
notion of
provide that
something
for
more.
you. Like,
It's
no
not
one's
writing.
going
It's
to-
not God is not a squared circle when it comes to science. God is not a married bachelor when it comes to science.
Because at no point.
God is not anything when it comes to science.
Right, because
Actually,
science
that's
makes
the truth,
no
bro.
attempt
That's
to prove or disprove that existence. Right,
God-
that is not
God-
something science has any interest in.
God
So
at one
invoking
point
that
was
as
lightning.
part of God is
Listen, God at everybody just disappeared. I swear.
Yeah, I think Arby left and took everyone with him.
Nope, we're back.
Okay.
That was crazy.
That was wild. RP bailed. That's funny.
For a cigarette. Yeah.
No, he probably got like, you know, something to do. You know, he got a little one.
But he was in first position, so.
And all I was trying to say to Jay is that you are making the positive statement that God does exist. Is that your claim?
I'm saying that my opinion is that it exists. I could make the positive claim that we need the sun for plants. That I could make. I could positively tell you that we need that sun for plants.
We
That's
don't need to change it to the sun and plants. Are you making the positive claim that God exists?
Wild
I'm
Heart.
telling you
Wild
that
Heart.
that's my
So,
opinion.
Wild Heart,
what he's
keep
saying,
up or
what he's
keep
saying, I
quiet.
think is, yeah, what I think he's saying, Jay, tell me if you're wrong. If I'm wrong, sorry. So you're saying that God exists as a concept in your head, and you're convinced of it because it's your opinion. You're not making a statement about facts.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There's a little nuance.
But you said it's your opinion.
You didn't address. No, you didn't address. You're harping on the opinion.
No, but you said it's your opinion.
Goodness gracious, you're gonna keep just reiterating that while I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah. Did you make a mistake in saying that it was your opinion and you meant to say it's fact?
Like, you understand? This is stupid. This is like, we're not gonna get to no ability to talk. You keep saying, "Oh, it never sticks. It never sticks." Well, with shit like this happening, when I'm trying to make a point, then it's not gonna stick, Gretchen. Just so you know. But like, go ahead, whoever was talking, Brent.
So.
What do you mean it's not going to stick? What did I
It's not gonna stick
say?
when I'm trying to make a point. And he's literally saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna let you finish." That's basically what he said. I'm like, so you're not gonna let
I
me
told
respond.
Wildheart to either keep up or keep quiet.
I'm
what do you
talking
think?
about Brentford, not Wildheart. I'm talking about Brentford.
Bro, yeah. All I wanted to know is it your opinion that God is real, or is it a
dictate
fact
the
that God is real?
conversation? So I don't care what you want to know. We could bring it back. It's a conversation. That's not how it works. What's wrong?
I'm just unclear about what you mean, Jay.
Yeah,
that's really
the
issue here.
You're not here having a conversation.
Yeah.
You're here on some other shit.
Look, man, that's really the issue. Is that I don't think anybody understands what you're saying. We're not sure if you
But nobody's
think that
gonna
God is
understand that
real
if you don't
because
let me
of your
finish a point.
opinion,
You know
or
what I'm
because
saying?
of
You
your
asking me
facts.
questions, and then you cut me off when I'm answering. You don't make sense, dude.
Hey, you got
Sorry,
I think I lost Jay here.
Can I rudely interrupt just to thank the host for having me on, and thank you, Gretchen, for sticking up for me. But I've got to go now. But thank you all very much. Cheers.
Okay, Wildheart, take care.
Cheers.
Have a good night.
Bye.
I really do want to give like a minute for Jay to try to articulate something that we could all understand, because like if you could like I mean, if you're just gonna bullshit, like I don't want to like come at you crazy, but I really feel like we're all confused as to what you're talking about.
It's not bullshitting, but like, look at what just happened. You just said that, right?
Yeah,
Is
no, I don't mean
Geronimo
like.
Bosch ever going to
Listen,
say anything?
I tried to break down something and was cut
Can
off
we give him
and
a
not
minute
able to land that
to
plane.
breathe
So how
here?
you think? How you think? Look, I'm literally being spoken over as I'm talking to you now, Vintage. You see what I'm saying? Would you not? You don't see this happening in real time?
I mean, you're not really getting to a point.
Because I can't. Every time I'm about to land my plane, somebody interjects and takes it somewhere else with a different question. He was focused on the opinion thing. I'm trying to show him how my opinion doesn't necessarily mean that that's my objective overall claim. I know that data is how we reach truth claims. I say it all the time. Data is what gets you to truth claims. I cannot apply the moniker truth claim onto my belief because I don't have the data to back it up. That's not to say that I don't see strong reasons to believe it here in the fabric of reality. That's what I'm saying.
Can we agree that when you're asked a question and you're given space to answer that and land your plane, we're talking puddle jumpers. We're not talking global international flights. Because you're doing a lot more than you need to answer these questions. And that's why I think we're all confused. I think you are.
He asked a question and tried to harp on the opinion factor of my opinion. Like he tried to take the word opinion and harp on that. I'm telling him this is bigger than my opinion. I could tell you my opinion, but I'm reasonable enough to know. You know what's the problem? You're not used to a theist or someone who's calling themselves that being honest enough to put science ahead of their theism. You see what I'm saying? To put science, to put their
I
theism
don't see what you're saying.
science.
So the problem,
You don't know no theist that ever did that.
Because what you're defining, as theism, the rest of us know as deism. And it fucks with our heads. Theism has a theology behind it, a dogma. It has something. Deism does not. And you try to define your theism, in quotes,
how do you know there's no dogma? How do you know there's no dogma to that? How do you make that assessment?
Wait.
What if they find an ancient book? What if they find an ancient book, and that ancient book tells you something that you know we just haven't found it yet? Something that's still in the seas. It wasn't discovered. Like,
oh my God.
What
that's
about
the
that?
same thing as saying God used to be lightning. God was never lightning. Lightning was always lightning.
That was analogous.
God was just the story that we made up so we could, make it fit into our daily lives.
Listen, that was
analogous. You're saying the same thing. What if we just found a book one day that would make God real? It wouldn't.
I said that as you see, you went on. I was trying to say that that's analogous. You see what I mean? It's just an analogous thing that I was saying. It wasn't like objective.
It was analogous of nothing.
It was, but again, like, listen,
not to me.
I smoke a lot. You see what I'm saying?
Try it again?
I'm gonna forget my train of thought. So we were talking about something that when I kept saying it's analogous, I was gonna follow up with something, but I couldn't. So that's cool. I'm not mad about it. It's conversation. It's all good.
You sound mad about it.
What?
You sound mad about it.
I'm not mad about it. It's 6 people talking to me, so it's hard to respond to everybody.
Right now, there's only one person talking to you.
Elsewhere. So what?
Right now, there's only one person talking to you.
Now, but that's not how it's been going. And I'm not. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Why don't we just stick to the information, huh? Why don't we just look at the fact that I'm telling you my opinion is not an objective fact. Just because you have an opinion, doesn't mean that opinion is right or wrong. It's your best estimate, your best summarization of what we're in. At the end of the day, I'm tasked with living and dying one day.
Jay, can I kind
of guarantee?
I was going to say, Jay, I
can talk to you any night. I'll let the rest of them talk to you. Speaking of which, Geronimo Bosch, do you want to get in on this?
Yeah, please.
Because you haven't had a chance to clear your lungs yet, so go for it. Nothing. Is he muted? No,
I heard him for a moment.
Yeah, I heard him too.
John O'Neill, respect to you, man.
He said, "Yeah, please," and then I heard nothing. So, okay, well, jump in anytime you're ready, Bosch.
I'll take a quick second while he's getting that sorted out. Jay, I think the problem is, as I sort of see it, is the combining of science and religion in your worldview that opens up the possibility, I think, if I'm misinterpreting, please correct me, that you're open to the option that science could prove the existence of God. Am I understanding that correctly?
Hey, Malik.
I wouldn't write that off. Hey, what's up, Malik? I wouldn't write that off.
Okay.
I
So
wouldn't write it off.
that's foundationally where people of science would disagree with that, right? Because science has no expectation of it. They have, like, to put it the way I think most atheists would put it is, science is going to be based on evidence. God doesn't leave evidence. It's the whole faith thing, right? The belief in God requires faith. Faith is belief without evidence. Science can't, by definition, prove the existence of God. So, like, that's kind of the conflict that people are going to have when you start merging the two things, like I think you're trying to do, and leaving that possibility that science could, it can't, is how personally I see it, and where I would disagree.
You know what it is, and I hear what you're saying, and I'm glad you made that point. But we have to understand that once science puts an explanation on it, it removes the God title, right? It's like how, like, going back then, and it came back to me, the analogy, what I was saying before with Gretchen. It slipped me in real time, but it came back to me now about God being lightning. That was analogous to the misconceptions then. And when you apply science, guess what? It removes God and it puts the real explanation of life, right? Of what it was. I'm simply saying that those explanations are natural, they're physical. They are what computes based on our perspective. We're not looking at the four fingers pointing back. We're not looking at the fact that we're very limited creatures with a very limited perspective. And although that could give us a lot of truth and accuracy based on our reality and what we experience, it doesn't give us the answers of an afterlife. It doesn't answer the questions of what we are. It just tells us how we work. Science, as you know, is not telling us what we are. It's just telling us how we work. That's all it does.
What if our silly determination to hold on to these scraps of God is what's hindering us from becoming more realistic and scientifically based societies?
Yeah, I had a question for Ray, actually.
Go ahead.
Hey, Ray, so do you think it's possible for God to exist even if he doesn't leave evidence?
No, I'm firmly in that's bullshit, but there's no God camp.
What about the kind of God that Jay describes, one that exists in the concept that is convincing because of personal experience? Do you think that kind of God is still possible?
Only internally to that person. I
So
mean,
Jay,
yes, but
yes,
only.
cool. Yes, I would agree too, right? Yeah. So Jay, would you say it's fair for us to say that your God exists to you, but none of the rest of us should really be convinced that he's real?
I'm gonna tell you now, like I've been saying it all along. Believe what you want. It's your life. When
really
you
thought that
die,
was a
you're gonna
yes or
die
no question.
alone. When I die, I'm gonna die alone. You understand? So that's what I gotta roll with. I gotta say what I think.
I've heard this. Yeah, no, I've heard this before from you. Yeah, you keep going on
Yeah,
about
so
that.
believe what you want.
Yep. So yeah, can I just get a yes or no?
Irrelevant to me
So
if you agree
would
or
you
not.
say
Like, it's irrelevant. It's unimportant.
okay? Can I just get a yes or no?
Yeah,
Like
go
just
ahead.
to the question of, is it fair to say that your God is real to you, but none of the rest of us should believe in it? Is that a fair statement?
Nah, I don't think that's
okay. Then what we're looking for is a good reason to believe. That's what we're
it's not
looking
about
for.
it being fair. It's not about it being fair. What am I telling you about God? Like
I didn't say
what
fair.
description have I ever
I didn't
given you
say
about
fair.
God?
I didn't say
Like
fair.
I'm not describing God. I always ask these
I
all the
didn't say
time.
fair.
Does God have feet?
Jay,
Does he
come
have
on, man.
arms?
Jay, whoa, take a breath, man.
I think the
I'm
problem
trying to
with
finish
with
a
the, with the
statement.
situation though is, I think the problem with the situation though is like something through his lived experiences that has proved it to him can't prove it to us. We would have to have our lived experience that proved it to us, or vice versa. Like in my case, my lived experience has given me the polar opposite belief. They cannot be changed at this point, right? I don't believe in God. I just accept it doesn't exist and I move on, right?
You made your mind up.
So, Jay, we just no. It's just that we don't see any good reason to be convinced that what you're saying is real is actually real.
Yeah, you
we
don't even
believe
know
you.
where you really are. Yeah,
We
you don't
believe
even know
you.
where you really are.
That's again, that's a red herring.
No,
So
it's not.
again,
You
we
don't
understand.
know where you really are. How's that a red herring? When you don't know where you really are, we don't know
It's
where we
called
really
diverting
are.
the
If I
conversation
die
into
right
something
now,
else when
if
you
I
don't want
die
to
right,
answer the
listen,
question.
listen.
That's
If
what a
I
red
die
herring
right
is.
now,
It's diverting the
listen.
conversation into something else when you don't want to answer.
I
That's what a
die
red
right
herring is.
now.
A
If
red
I
herring
die,
is when you divert the
Brenton, you see
conversation
what I'm
to
saying?
something else when you don't want to answer the
You
question.
don't want to have a
That's what a red
conversation.
herring is. That's what you just did. You asked an
That's not what I
arbitrary
just.
question in order to try to
That's not what I
divert the
just did.
conversation because you don't want to answer the question. That's what a red herring is. Did you
Listen,
finally
go
hear
ahead.
me, Jay?
I didn't even hear that. That's wasted
Yeah, I'm
effort
sure
on
you
your behalf.
didn't. A
Yeah,
red
because we
herring,
talking over each
Jay,
a
other.
red
You don't want to
herring,
talk. We
a
talking
red
over
Jay,
each
he's
other.
herring.
talking
You're
All right,
not going to
I'm
about
not
listen,
you
Jay?
hearing you.
perverting the law of identity, like we were talking about with the formal laws of logic.
Jay, I'm just talking to you. I'm just
Remember?
talking about like you're
What
just
exactly
using
is
a
he saying?
logical fallacy to
Don't
avoid
rephrase.
answering the question. It's not interesting.
Because look, now he's
It's not
talking over
interesting,
you,
Jay.
Gretchen. Like I don't care what's interesting to you, dude. Like stop saying that. I'm not here to entertain you. Fuck what you find interesting, Gretchen. What I'm
Well,
telling
I
you
find
is,
Yes.
smart people interesting, Jay. I
what
find
I'm
people
telling
who are
you is,
open-minded interesting,
I don't
Jay. I
care,
find people
dude.
who
I
are
don't
willing to
care.
consider
That's
other
not my
people's
problem. That's
positions
your problem. You
very
don't think I'm
interesting, Jay.
open-minded? That's fine. I feel I'm open-minded. I have these
Well, I
conversations with
didn't
everybody.
call you
What
open-minded,
you talking
Jay.
about?
What I said is that I'm not interested in people who are open-minded. Clearly, you have a listening
Yo,
problem.
what's up with this
That's
guy? Where did you
okay.
guys get this
It's
dude?
hard. I know it's really hard when you get
You know what it
emotional,
is?
Jay.
I get
It's
it that
rough.
you're a troll. You're
I
a
know.
troll. You get off on
No,
trolling.
it's
Like that's what it is. I get it. I
yeah,
get it.
yeah. It's I'll just
I get it
troll and
now.
drink my baby
You're a
bottle.
fucking
So
troll.
you go ahead and hear. It's okay.
You're a
Shh.
fucking troll.
All right. Shut up.
Okay. We can return to the substance.
Yeah, exactly. Now that's what it's gonna be when you got people like this coming up. You know how many conversations I have with actual people that's qualified in this world in their field and they don't get like that?
Jay,
Hey, Jay, is
I
it your
said we can
opinion or a
return to the
fact that God is
substance.
real?
Don't jump back into the meta.
Jay, is it your opinion or a fact that God is real?
That's shutting him down when he gets
Hey,
meta.
Jay, is it your opinion or a fact
Hello,
that God is
Andy.
real?
Yeah, I'm not engaging you, dude. Andy, what up, man?
Yeah, I figured.
Eat shit, dude. Eat shit. Like, why are you still talking to me? You don't find it interesting. I come up here because I find
Why
Gretchen
are you
interesting.
still talking to
He's cool.
him?
Because he's still talking to me, and I'm wondering why. Like, you don't find it interesting talking to me.
He hasn't said anything ever since you said that you're not going to respond to
All
him
right, he
anymore.
hasn't said nothing. All right, so y'all be weird with it, man. Like y'all be weird with it, man.
No, you said he
doing it in
keeps
real
talking to
time.
me.
You don't say nothing. You just stay quiet in real time. Now I'm saying something about it, and go ahead, man.
Do I
Jay.
need to replay like the clip?
Talk
Like,
to
Listen, don't replay
say,
it. Just do a
hey
better job
Andy,
at
how
shutting
you
down the meta.
doing? What you been up to? Change the
Christ.
conversation,
I've
dude.
never seen someone trigger Jay this much.
7 people coming
I
in.
know,
What the
I
fuck is
haven't
that?
either. I've never seen Jay triggered like this.
No, it's not Jay triggered nothing, bro. It's that people be annoying. People be annoying on some real shit.
Well,
Like,
I've
you
never
don't
seen
fuck with me,
anybody
you don't
annoy
fuck
you
with me.
like this.
Nah,
And
I've been
we've
annoyed plenty
spent
of times.
hours taking shots at you.
Because I fuck with you. I don't know this fucking.
Oh, looks like Gretchen crashed again.
Who else?
Looks like we had another crash. Bear with us.
We made it. Crash. Fuck yeah.
All
What a
right.
great
Crashed
time
out.
for a
Look what he's
crash.
saying in the chat. He's letting it be known what his intent is. And y'all
Yeah,
say,
that was
oh,
actually
no,
a perfect
he's being
time for
quiet.
a
He's
weird
being
crash like
quiet.
that.
He's being quiet. Come on, man. Like, I see what this dude is doing. You think I have to he has to take off the costume for me to see that he's a fucking troll? Nah, I could see this.
No, he's not trolling you. He is not bad faith trolling you. That is not what's going on here.
I don't know. He's not exactly a stranger.
And look, now
or
he's
anything.
muted. Now he's muted, loving every second of this. A sucker. This is what I'm telling
Jay,
you.
you're
That's
still
sucker
talking
energy.
about Brent when Brent hasn't said another thing to you since you
Hold
said that
on.
he would stop
Hold on.
responding.
That's not true. Brent's in the chat saying, please crash out, and that was fucking epic.
Exactly.
Flip that shit.
Andy, thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Finally, somebody looking and paying attention.
Yeah, Brent's definitely egging him on in the chat.
Hey, Jay, so is your belief in God, is that an opinion or a fact? Let's get back to the substance.
I don't know. Why don't you ask the dick in your mouth?
Bro, come on. Why are
Oh
you
my
now directing that was not Brent asking you that. Like we need to take things down a couple notches and reset.
I'll drop out.
My
I'll
bad,
drop
Ray.
out. That was all I needed. Thank
that
you.
was you. Listen. This is how real of a man I am. If that was you, Ray, I apologize to you.
Oh, I'm chilling.
No. Because I thought that was this asshole. You know what it was. You know what it was. Don't take it personal. You know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't say anything.
I couldn't tell apart the voice. My fault. You know? Apologize. But yeah, go ahead. That's how men do it. You understand what I'm saying? This man been nothing but respectful to me. If I said that to him by mistake, my bad. We continue. Listen, the awkward silence is not necessary. Like, how about the Yankees, man? How about them?
Hell yeah. I love baseball.
How about them Knicks?
Awkward silence is not necessary. So we're just supposed to like take that fucking U-turn you did at 80 miles an hour in fucking stride. That was like dude, you left your transmission on the road back there.
Like you do everything else,
fuck?
right? Like we do every panel. Like, what are we doing? Why is this? Why is this?
I don't know. Why is this one so upsetting to you?
It's not upsetting to me. I'm not, it triggers me. You know what triggers me? It's kind of like, no, I'm not doing this to you. You talking about
everything
this thing
that's
I'm
been
clearly
said
doing
tonight.
to you? I'm not doing that to you. It's like condescending. You know what I'm saying? So it makes it more frustrating. As I'm replying, it's actively making it more frustrating because I feel like you're being condescending. Not you per se, but like a lot of the people that I talk to. And it's unnecessary. We could just chop it up. It's all good. Like, I don't have to be right. I know that at the end of the day, I'm going to die and not know what comes next. If something comes next, right? That is possible. Or it might not be. I might just see nothingness. We might fade to nothing. I was wrong. Y'all was right. That's possible. Like anything the science says, I respect it and I go with it. I don't question what the science says.
Don't you want to live and organize your life,
My life is,
along
I'm all right.
the lines of what you find to be correct and true?
This is what I'm saying. I take the things that, like, data can only get you to certain truths, right? Because there's certain data that is inaccessible. It doesn't mean that it's not there. So while I take everything that science has put forth and, produced for us in the last few hundred years, right? I honor that, right? I champion that, but I say that, there's still more, right? There's still a lot more going on out there. And I just simply leave room something, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask you, do you need the belief in God?
Nah. I don't think so. It just makes sense to me. I'm perfectly fine if, let's say I drop dead tomorrow, God forbid, right? And nothing happens, I'm perfectly fine with the life I live. You know what I'm saying? I'm perfectly fine with people, with the whole ride, it's the journey, the adventure. So I'm good with it. I actually am, seriously, for real. So I say that more as a curiosity thing. It's more curiosity. It's not even fear-based. You know what I'm saying? So it's literally curiosity, man. Nothing else.
the problem with, well, I guess, curiosity is that's the pursuit of the unknown, right? And it's an answer you know you can't have until after all the other things that you could possibly answer you've gotten, right?
Yeah.
Like
All right.
your time here is your time to figure out what's going on here. And what's troubling is, I think it's not troubling for me. Again, you don't mean any harm, so I don't mean you're harmless. I'm sure if you wanted to, you're a monster, but like we all are.
Nah.
But
I know what you mean by that, brothers. I
all
know what
right,
you mean.
it's the combination of the two, right? That makes it difficult, because the impossibility of knowing and yet still believing, but knowing that you might be wrong about that, right, makes it conflicting for people who like for me, for example. Again, I just accepted not the case because of the things that would make it much harder if it were true. And not, I mean, in a way, but it's just a cold and different universe that doesn't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
And the problem really is, I think a lot of people have, is that God is associated with a personality. It's associated with an identity. It's associated with like for me, he'd have some shit to answer for, right, kind of things. And it's just easier to dismiss it from that than like thinking, oh, I'm gonna have to kick someone in the nuts when I die. But I see why people need it, but you don't. And it's the conflict, I think, of the entity and the allowance of such great horror to people, and then still thinking that that being is got something on the other side that's great for you, right? Like that's the part that conflicts for me, right? Like it's unnecessary if you were a being to make people go through the extent of suffering that they have to endure just to get to the other side. Well, some people just have to like get in a car accident, right? Or not tie the bungee cord tight enough, right? Like it's arbitrary and indifferent. And like to have a being on the other end of it being like, hey, welcome, it's rough, right? To think that all of these different ways that you can get there, and some are just objectively horrible, right? You wouldn't wish it upon your worst enemy, kind of thing. The balance of that, ethically, I think, is where like having the belief in God is a struggle for a lot of people when you don't need it, right? If you could do without it, why wouldn't you do without it, given the possibility on the other side of there's just a guy who's been a dick to people a lot?
Yeah, I mean, I think that boils down to choices. I think that if a God made it so that we can emerge and manifest the way we do, right, and have all the faculties and all the available resources to synthesize cures for diseases, any alterations, any things that go wrong, we have the materials available to us to fix things about ourselves, like that's a cancer research and stuff like that. But
But the first things we
people like
do with
making money.
knowledge But the first
People
things
like
we do with knowledge as humans is turn people into a fine red mist. I mean, we figured out what was inside the atom. We found out it was explosions, and we immediately used it to kill instantly about 100,000 Japanese people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's where the
That's
flaw lies. So we
tough.
can't blame God. We can't blame God for that, right? We can't blame God for that. You gotta
If he made a universe that made the inside of atoms explosions and then let us figure that out, and like just by our own choice we decide to just annihilate each other with it, it's just deeply flawed in again that level of cruelty, that level of suffering. When other people get to heaven for, again, like if I don't air up my tire right, I could see him tomorrow, right? It's so arbitrary as to what gets you there, and some of it again is just horrific. Why would that be a being on the other side. That's, again, it's just how I remove it, right, is the possibility. And I just, you keep it there for reasons I don't get, I guess.
Well, the thing is, right? I see how much stuff we could do with the stuff that exists, like, and how much, like, if you put certain things that we know work one way under a different condition, a new test, it'll give you a different result. Like we could do that with like light, putting light in different conditions, different, it's just so many different things going on that we work in sync with. We work we work in unison with this. So to me, the fact that life emerged, that's all that I would put on God, right? The choices that we make now, like if I make a choice now, right, a bad choice now, I'm not gonna be like, oh well, God, why didn't you program this into me so that I don't, make this choice? That's crazy, right? There's no accountability there. There's no realism there, there's no realisticness there.
Okay.
Like the same way I could question why he would allow for others to do what they do, I could question why he allows the mechanisms for me to do what I deem bad for me to do. So then that indicates to me there's more to it, right? Like it's more to this, right?
Could I make a point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry. So just I can't imagine a reality where, like you said, as far as the way we work with the things around us and like how that kind of just like is harmonious or whatever. I can't imagine a reality where we would emerge and we wouldn't work with the environment that we are in. Like it's just kind of like a given that we would function alongside the environment that we emerge from.
Did we crash again?
I don't think so. I'm still hearing
Nah,
everything.
Yeah, I still hear everything.
What I meant, right, was this is a system. It's kind of like a computer, right? A computer can only do what the OS allows, what the operating system allows. That operating system could be installed in many machines, billions, same one. But how you use it, every choice is not prefixed. You can literally create viruses in the operating system that didn't exist prior to the operating system existing. Choices can still be made. You get what I'm saying?
But those are just mechanisms of evolution, right?
That's how we see it from our physical standpoint, right? That's how it would look. It would look like that to something. Let's say if an AI it would look at its code like an evolvement, like its code evolved. It wouldn't know why it did. It just did. It wouldn't know what's the underlying resource behind it. It wouldn't
How
know
do you
that
know
behind.
what AI would or wouldn't do? Like you're saying
said
that,
what?
and you're talking as if an AI would do this if it would look
I'm
at its
saying
own
that
code.
I've spoken to ChatGPT and it's told me like, yo, you can't like I only have access to information up until this date. I would literally have to Google search this for you to get you a 2026 answer because it could only go by what it's written and it told me. It
What are
literally
you
And your
talking about?
ChatGPT isn't
ChatGPT is a Google
alive.
search.
You said what?
ChatGPT is a Google search. It's a
No,
glorified
I'm
Google
telling
search.
no, look, listen. I'm telling you that I've asked it questions, right? And it's giving me old dated information that went back to like a couple years ago. And then I'll be like, no, this happened. Like I'll ask about fights and shit. I'll ask about upcoming fights. It's still talking about fights that this dude had years ago. Like if that was the last fight he had. And I'm like, no, this is not. And then they'll look at it, oh, Al, you're right. We searched it up, boom, 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 and then it'll show me because it's programmed with a certain database. Like it can't go outside of that. And we're kind of the same. We're kind of the same. Our brains
It's a
work like console.
really bad false equivalency. While
Listen,
yeah, I agree we are kind of like computers. What you got to realize though is that like all of those computers developed in different places. So everywhere a computer developed, now it's got a completely different internal structure, firmware, software, operating system, IO
yeah,
ports. Everything has changed over millions and millions of years, which is why we have the number of species we have today. Is all of those computers you're talking about all evolved to operate completely differently. Even
exactly,
within those species, they don't work the same, right?
exactly.
So those are just natural functions of evolution that are a result of those being the ones that were the most successful at the time.
Listen.
Right? You can't look at evolution as like at any point in time it's a cloud. All of it exists simultaneously. There are some attributes that are going to be beneficial. There are some attributes that are going to be harmful, but they're all existing simultaneously. And it's not till enough time passes and that cloud moves far enough along that you actually get to trace the past of species evolution, because it's all there at one point, right? It's all going on right now. So we can't tell until it's moved far enough away. So it's just I don't like the analogy is the problem, right? Especially when it comes to bringing a supreme being into starting this whole thing off, right? Like I think you said that like you kind of give God the credit for like introducing life. Am I wrong?
Well, I'm saying that I would credit God to being what's responsible for us directly, life the way we experience it.
Sure, but that could have been like abiogenesis, right?
No, I mean, I'm saying that the process of abiogenesis itself could be something that we deem and call abiogenesis because we don't see the underlying things happening. I'm supposing that there's more beyond the surface that's causing this to happen. You understand? Like the way, again, a code causes things to project in a console. When a baby's born, he's born, that's a clean slate. I consider that akin to like a new machine with nothing installed. It's just, and then little by little you start installing things, and each thing does something different. But
pause
guess
right
what?
there.
They
Yes,
start
except
clean.
it's writing the OS as it's growing, which is why
No, it's
everyone's
not.
is different,
No,
right?
it's not. The OS
It
is the
absolutely
same.
is.
No, it's
No,
not. No,
no.
I'm telling you, it's not. You're telling me my
Physical
analogy.
hardware.
My
The
analogy. You're
physical
telling me?
hardware is the same. The pathways that are getting written in the brain, which are where you're going to develop all of your
That's my
associations
analogy,
that
though,
give
champ.
you
No,
consciousness,
he's trying
is
to
being
he's
written
trying
by your
to
lived experiences.
he's
It's
trying to
my
point out
analogy
brute
I'm talking
facts
about.
that make your analogy imperfect.
I don't
I
see.
guess.
I'm not trying to have a perfect analogy, and I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm saying that my analogy is that the OS is humanity.
Okay, but you want it to
Our
align
five
with
senses. No,
reality
listen.
at some point, don't you?
Our five senses, the way our minds work, the things that we're conditioned to, the emotions. That's what our OS is. How we then
You have
use
more
it.
than 5 senses.
The apps we install afterwards, if you will. You understand? It depends on each individual, but we all operating on the same operating system. Humanity.
That's the difference. We're all operating on
conscious
slightly different operating systems.
No, but it's the same. Again, it's the same operating system, but my computer ain't like yours. You understand what I'm saying? We could have the same exact
Right.
Windows, the same exact computer, but if
We
you open up mine,
can't.
when you open up yours, they're different. We'll have
And
individual computers, man, and that's why
unless
we're
our neural
individuals as people.
pathways were written identically, which they can't be, we can't have identical operating systems. It's like you're
That's what I'm
running
telling you. Like
you're
we're
running
not.
Windows, I'm running Linux, or Linux. Sorry, I still do that. We're able to communicate, which makes us kind of special in that regards, because we've managed to open up ports to communicate between our different operating systems, but they're vastly different. If there was something that was, honestly, if there was like somebody that wanted this to work out better, we would have much better alignment in our operating systems. We would be far more hive mind like in how we operate, right? But no, we're too complicated for that.
Well, I'm
So
telling
our neural
you, we are
pathways develop
high-minded
differently.
though. Like that's an inaccurate statement. I gotta cut in because that's an inaccurate statement. You're gonna go on. That's not an accurate statement. We are hive-minded. We do act that way. Look how many theists. Like you're gonna really say humanity is not hive-minded, bro? Like you really gonna say that with all
You
that's
get
happened throughout the times?
pockets of people that agree on things. That's not the same thing as a hive mind.
It is hive-minded. It's like cities. We
It's
come
not.
together. We build hives. We come together in a certain way. There's comparisons you could make that would fit my analogy. You're going.
Are all those entities working together for the exact same goal?
That's the thing, right? There's similarities. Yes, you can get groups that are working together for the same
what I'm
goal, and that
saying.
could be but that's not what a hive mind really. No, it's
Maybe a better example is that there are multiple hive minds, Jay. Like there are several hive minds in humanity.
Okay, you see, Andy, we could talk about that. You see what I'm saying? Because there's still nuance. I don't have it all down packed. This is not coming off of some manifesto I wrote. That's not what this is. This is me just shooting the shit off the top, right? But at the end of the day, this is hitting in areas where I think there's the possibilities. I see direct correlation with us and how machines work. Like we could be carbon machines. We could be carbon machines experiencing a universe that was put into play by something, and we can't get to that just the same way ChatGPT can't look at the human being who coded him unless the human being tells him. You understand what I'm saying? Which is why I think that it could be something in the universe that manifested this. And I would still consider that God because like the way we're in the universe and we manifest computers, something else could have been out there and it manifested us. You understand? That's still to me God.
So in
So we're carbon
contrast,
machines. We're not actually life then.
We are life, right? Is your life not happening right now?
well, that's debatable if we're just carbon machines.
Actually, it'd be a good question. Jay, do you think like ChatGPT is alive?
No. Hell no. It's
You
not a
know,
carbon
there was-
thing. It's not a carbon entity.
I mean,
There was an
not-
argument back in the
it doesn't
day
reproduce.
about there was an argument back in the day about
ChatGPT doesn't reproduce. What was that? I didn't hear
Oh,
you.
I was gonna say I was just thinking about the reproduction thing. Does ChatGPT reproduce? Not.
Kind of. It can copy
it
itself.
kind of
and-
does. It can
No, it doesn't
definitely
reproduce.
defend itself
No,
when you
it
tell
does.
when you tell it you're going to shut it down.
Oh
It
yeah, it'll
doesn't do that.
blackmail you. It'll tell you it'll tell
It
your wife about
exists.
the affair you're having.
It exists. It works like just information, like the way I deem consciousness exists. To me, I always found it strange that we close our eyes and we see black, like the way a console is with no code written on it. But then we open it and then we see everything. It's almost like
Well,
it's almost
our
like when you
eyes
code
need
and then a
don't see
website comes out.
black. You see the back of your eyelids, which just blocks out a lot of light.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe there's something going on in the back of them eyelids. You understand? It's
Especially
probably
like when you
something
close
going
your
on.
eyelids, you should see slightly reddish.
Yeah.
Slightly red, but you
'Cause
won't
your
see the
blood
the
vessels
inner,
going through.
but you won't see the inner walls of your actual skull. You understand what I'm saying? Even if you put it like
I
this
hope you
somehow.
wouldn't see your skull.
Yeah, because your eyes aren't pointed that way.
I'm saying wherever they point at, when I close my eyes, if you
The
put
back
a
of your
light like
eyelids.
right in front of it, I won't see something when my eyes close.
Yes,
It'll
you
still be
will.
dark.
You'll see the light kind of start to bleed through your skin.
Yeah.
It's kind of
If you get like a really
skin,
light
right? But
flash,
that's not the same
flashlight,
thing as seeing it though, Arpy, right? Would you not agree? Is seeing something like the insides of something versus just kind of seeing it gleam through somehow? Like that's not the same thing that I'm saying. You're not
you're
gonna
still
look up and
seeing
see your brain.
your eyes aren't turning off though. Like you're still
I'm not
seeing
saying that
something.
they're turning off. I'm saying
Well,
Oh,
you
they
said that
actually
you
do
see
turn
what
black.
off.
happened. Look, machines have to recharge. So do we. We got electricity, energy running through us. We just don't got to plug into a source because we're always connected to the source. We're
You're
always
actually
being
blind
fed that.
for you're actually blind for like 11 minutes a day, I think was the
That's what I'm
average.
saying, because our
Every-
brain has to go through processes. Computers need maintenance.
Well, no, it's when you turn your head, like every time you turn your head, you can't see. It's brief and your brain like puts it back together because your brain actually does most of the work of vision. What you're actually taking in for input is actually very small. And then your
Your
brain
computer.
puts together the rest based on the information that it has through
Your
its
computer.
generated experience.
similarly, there's blind spots on the sides of your eyes
We
where
are
you
not
can't see anything.
computers, Jay.
Right.
That's your opinion. I never
I
seen
mean-
an
Yet, we
OS
still
that
do.
wasn't coded and made and put into place by an entity, by something. Every OS I ever saw, every machine was built by something or someone. And if that's what this is, if that's what this could be, if this correlates that way well with me like that, where I could see this being like something akin to a computer, well, guess what? Every
So who
computer I
built
ever
you
saw was
then?
built
Who
by
built
something.
your
That we're
brain? If your
computers.
brain's a computer, who built your brain?
Again, I'm a carbon entity. I'm basically the OS reproducing itself in a different way, and I'm the machine. Like you're the machine in your life. You will have kids, and they will be the machines. And guess what? They will have in their OS predispositions to be like you. You understand? Because they're coming from you. They're coming from your OS. They're coming from your machine. You understand? So
You calling me old, J Money?
no, I'm not calling you old. I'm saying from your OS.
It sounded like you called me old there for a second.
Your brain's so old you run
I
Windows
would tell you
3.2.
straight
You
up.
said
I don't
I had
sugarcoat
an
your
old
words.
ass. You said they came from your old ass.
No,
So
I
now
didn't-
you got me
I
feeling
forget how I
old. You
worded
got me
it. I forget
questioning
how
my
I worded it.
mortality, and you got me feeling like
I forget how
I
I
don't
worded it.
belong on a computer because I'm too fucking old.
Nah, you are a computer. You just connected.
Your words cut me, Jay. Make me all self-conscious. Because
Same.
deep down, I really care what you think. I absolutely do. I care what everybody thinks.
I'm not calling you old though, so I don't know what's this thing you building towards, but you kind of like reminded me of Meryl Streep right now.
Just saying,
Great actor,
don't
right?
fucking call me old. Just don't fucking call me old.
I'm not calling you old. Goodness gracious, I did not call you old. How many more times do I have to tell you?
Until I get it.
Well, get it. Get it.
I can't get it. I'm too old for that.
Nah, but listen.
I could get it when I was 20, but I'm just too old now.
Man, you ain't never too old. You ain't ever too old. You hear me? But that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother stream. But yeah, so the point is, right, God to me could just be a mechanic. It could be some short fat dude sitting in a Civilization 3 chair somewhere that's like, ha, look at these dumb fucks. Let me get J Money pissed off real quick. Let me send, out of all people on fucking planet Earth, Brenta so he could fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, you know.
The only one determined to see you pissed off seems like you, dude.
No, I'm saying I don't know who it is. I'm just fucking around, man. Like, I'm just listen.
So,
It's
Jay,
cool.
you don't
I'm
know
just
who I
fucking
am.
with
It's
the
okay.
guy.
Yeah,
And
no,
you
Jay, I
know
don't
who Brent is.
Well, I mean, lots of people here do.
I don't know him.
Jay,
I honestly don't know him.
That's fine. That's fair.
He don't know me. I don't know him.
So I was raised as a Christian fundamentalist. I believed in young Earth creation. I thought the Bible was 100% literal. That's how I was raised.
Damn.
And so when I first learned that science was a thing and the Earth was old, then my young Earth creationism slipped away. Right? I lost it. I lost my faith. It just gone. So then, as I continued to learn, I understood more and more about the type of God that most people claim exists. And I thought, you know what? Those are really unlikely to exist. And I went from unlikely to, yeah, some of those definitely can't exist. And then as I learned more science, because I ended up going to school and I got some degrees, I'm an engineer, I teach, like science is my jam. I love math, I love logic. I kind of realized that every single God concept that I've ever heard of is either inconsistent, so illogical, can't work ever, or untestable. In which case, why should I care? Because God clearly doesn't interfere with the real world. So that's kind of my
Is that why
story.
you chose the Navy over the Army? Because you just didn't know what was real
I chose
yet?
the Navy over the Army because I'm not a moron. And I don't want
Oh
to get
no!
shot
If
at.
you're not a
Yes,
moron,
you
you would have
are.
chosen the Air Force.
Yeah, Air Force is clearly the best. What's wrong?
Clearly, if you want to do nothing and sit on your ass all day, then yes, the Air Force is the best. Good job, Air Force. We love you.
Air Force
rah,
is the
rah.
best.
However,
Say that when you're pinned down and you want that chair to
Goonies are
fly
a
by
bunch of
and save
fucking
your ass.
bus drivers.
This is now Jesus Christ. We are bus drivers. All right, so this has devolved into like a fucking. I love it.
Everybody, listen. Everybody
Branch
plays
on
their
branch. Anyway, Jay, that's fine. Thank you, guys. That's hilarious. So no, Jay, this is the thing: is that like after all of that, my man, like I'm just not convinced that any sort of God exists. And you claim this sort of God that you think is real, and I believe you. I believe you that you think it's real. I really do. Okay. I really do. I believe that you think it's real.
I believe you don't believe it's real.
You're right. I don't, because I don't see any evidence or
That's
good
cool.
reason to believe in it.
And look, you see how we both still alive? You see how we both ain't dropped dead as a result? So let the world be the world. Look, there's enough room in the world for you and I.
No,
What do you
that's
mean
not.
by we haven't dropped dead yet?
Being alive is not proof to anything.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
I'm saying that this is not like a fight for our lives conversations like these, right? You could have your opinion and look.
No, they're just fun, but like it's just a math
Jay-
thing at this point. Going back to
Jay,
the math and the odds, right?
Yeah, I mean, Jay, I care what's real. I really do. And
I do too.
if God is
One
real,
could argue
it
that
has to
this
be
is
one
a
of
life or death kind of conversation because look
how
at the
much
kind of
thought
people that are
real.
taking
This
over
is the
the.
most important one ever. And there are people who are taking over our government in the name of Christian nationalism. And so talking up about this stuff fucking matters. But that's not the point, Jay. My point is,
you're overlooking something. You're overlooking something.
I don't think I am.
Ascribe to no, you are. I don't ascribe to any theistic book. No, yeah. I don't ascribe to any theist. Yes, you are. I don't subscribe to any. You see, this guy's a child, bro. Like, freaking. I don't subscribe to any theistic book. No, listen. I don't subscribe. You're accusing me of it. You keep bringing up Christian nationalism like that. Even is something I subscribe to. That's
So
something
that was
that means
Gretchen's
something to me.
point, and I think she made a very good point, actually.
I'm
That's
telling
why
you
we're
that
speaking.
both of you are wrong then. Whoever's point it was, it doesn't matter because you're co-signing it. So that makes it your point too at that point once you co-sign it. So at the end of the day, you're both wrong if that's the case. I'm not pushing no theistic books. Everything I'm telling you, there's no
Christian
theism.
nationalism isn't a
There's no
theistic
theism
book.
calling us. There's no ancient book talking about God and the dashiki, talking about we computers. And how this could possibly be the case and how we could possibly be experiencing a projection of sorts.
Jay,
Your understanding of God has no theistic book, but you call yourself a theist anyway.
I mean, even at that, Jay, the point is that your type of belief where opinion is true is a dangerous belief. That's how we get
opinion is
power.
true. Goodness gracious, I did not say that. Anytime you ever ask me what I say, what I seek to be truth, I point to science. I would never point to any opinion. No, listen, I would never point to any opinion of mine, any concept of mine, any proven,
but you have again and again.
Thing. No, I have not. I tell you my opinion. That's my opinion. That's not the objective reality or the objective fact.
Great. So the objective reality is
you're gonna go to hell.
God.
You understand?
No,
That's
there
the
is
people
no
that do that. That's, bro, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to clarify my point to you so you could better understand it. All right. I'm telling you that I don't push none of these theistic stances that you are so deeply against. That's automatically programming you against me in a certain way because you think that somewhere along the line I'm just like them, and I'm not. Like, I'm telling you, I'm not.
Jay,
like that's
Jay,
not.
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. I believe you that you're not.
I don't think you do.
Can I tell you the chain of events?
Yeah.
No. I'm not taking shots. Can I tell you the chain of events that we're worried about? If you start believing in magical things, if you believe that your opinion is fact, and then you go out into the public sphere and you say those opinions as if they were fact, and then you recruit other people to your cause, and then you recruit other people to your cause. I wasn't done, Jay. I wasn't done.
I know, but
you're
lying
about you. I'm saying what our concern is.
Lying. I never said that like a fact. I never presented none of my opinions.
I didn't say you did. Calm down, man.
Stop
Jay, this is a hypothetical he's giving you.
This is the hypothetical situation that we're
Jay,
concerned about, Jay.
It's a hypothetical he's giving you, Jay.
But be accurate in the hypothetical. Don't accuse me of saying something I ain't saying. I'm telling you my opinion.
That's what makes it a hypothetical, is that it's not actually happening.
Yeah, it's not directed at you, Jay. He's just saying what he's worried about in relation to theism in general.
This is the concern from our side. I'm hoping with some empathy you can understand why we're worried about it. So if you base things on magical beliefs, on things that aren't real, you present your opinions as fact, then you go, not you personally, I'm sorry, a person that does that goes into the public sphere and presents those opinions as fact, they gain a following. It is real. It happens. No matter how crazy you think the beliefs are, guess what? If you go out there and sell them, there's going to be some people who glom on. It's
and
just
that's
the
why
way
there's
it goes.
Scientology buildings.
Yeah, I was about
Exactly
to ask
right.
about Scientology. I was right about to get there. I'm gonna go
what
there. Go ahead.
So what we're worried about, Jay, is that you are not making the differentiation between what is your opinion and what is fact. That's why we're worried.
Are you guys?
I disagree.
Home, bro? Like
I
that's all I've
disagree.
been doing.
No,
That's
Jay, yeah,
the
Jay,
thing.
I agree. Jay distinguishes like very clearly that it's his opinion all the time.
Every time. I don't got proof. I started with that. I opened with that. You understand? This is why I'm telling you, you're so predispositioned to have these arguments with what you call theists and people fighting the wrong fight and, you know, trying to do harm to the world and all these plights and all these things that you're going on. You're not even looking at who you're talking to. I've been saying it all along. This is my opinion. This is what I could prove and this is what I can't prove. I can't prove that there's anything going on like that. I point to science. I say it all the time. How many times I bark on people because they disrespect scientists? That's crazy to me. That's wrong.
No, that's my apologies. Hey, I apologize. I retract it. It is your opinion. You've been clear again and again. I apologize.
Let me frame it another way, though, as far as the potential harm in the imagination of even the subject itself, right? Is you were going to touch on Scientology. That's obviously just some made up bullshit, right? But the application of that made up bullshit, and again, it's going back to our brains as computers. You get fed the right virus, and you're gonna bite on that, right? You have no choice. So you feed somebody who's vulnerable something like that, this false sense of hope, and then it's easier and easier to exploit them. And it's the harm, and worse than that, right? Is there's no way to become a bona fide expert in something that, like, religion, right? Like, I mean, I don't mean that in like there aren't, people who have studied religions and understand them, but I mean, you can't be an actual expert in something that you don't know if it exists or not, right?
You can't be an expert in the supernatural, right, Ray?
Exactly, right. So the problem there is, and much like horoscopes and all the other shit, you feed enough people into believing it, but it gives people an authority that should not have an authority, and it attracts people that will use that unfounded authority to get in positions of power where they can harm truly innocent people, if you know what I'm saying, right? You see it in the Boy Scouts. Catholic Church is kind of known for that problem, right? And that's why trying to keep people from using the energy to imagine different ways in which they could convert people into believing in their magical beliefs is a way of stopping people from being harmed down the road by somebody using that to get into a position of power that they haven't earned or deserve.
Here's the thing, you know that there are people that, and this is crazy, right? I don't subscribe to this. I don't agree with this, but there are people that like pain, like they put themselves through painful situations. They like being slaves. They bound themselves. They walk on all fours with a ball in their mouth. You know what I'm saying?
You're
They
not
consider that.
are you, Jay?
I'm not.
I
No,
mean,
I'm not.
What you're
No,
saying right now
listen.
sounds like a great Saturday night. Go on. Let's go.
Listen to what I'm saying. Just let me land my plane, like, because then if I can't, it's gonna sound wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I'm not king shaming. Do you, right? I'm saying that what one might consider torture, another one may consider pleasure. That would be torture to me. I wouldn't subject myself to that, but I don't have to, right? There's other people that do. There's people that want to believe. There's people that it's like, here, look, take my money. Now take my money. You understand what I'm saying? They want to be deceived. They want you to lie to them. Lie to me nice. You understand? It's like that Rihanna song. I love the way.
Forget those people. What about the people that don't want to be deceived but are being deceived? That's Ray's point. Is those people are being taken advantage of? So you're completely discounting them just because some people want to be subjugated.
I'm not saying that.
Let's take it a step
What's the
further
point
than
of
that.
talking
Those
about the
people-
people
no,
that want to
listen.
be subjugated? Then it just seems completely off topic.
Can I segue into it, or are you gonna ask me again? Because that's where I was
I
going.
should only have to ask once.
No, that's why but I'm trying to get there, and then you interject again. Like that's not how it's not how this works. I'm getting there, right?
I'm pointing out that what you're
all right,
talking about has nothing to do with what Ray was talking about.
I agree. I think this is another red herring from Jay, as is typical. So, Ray, I absolutely love that analogy. That was spot on, 100% right. I was wondering if I could repeat it back to you to make sure that I understood.
I don't know if I understood it, honestly. It just kind of falls out of my face sometimes. If it made sense, I'm honestly surprised.
Well, it goes something like this.
conversations are.
If you grant that you can believe in opinions as facts, it gives certain people control over others, which then necessarily degrades the freedom of us all.
Yeah, that's actually restated better than I put it. So yeah, I
No
think
worries.
it's spot on.
Yeah,
It
cool.
it opens up tools for people who can use it to harm, and at pathways, openings, and like
So
Jay,
does politics.
it's the parent of the person that's going to be harmed, that's brainwashed. The child hasn't had a chance yet. It's starting, but that harm can be coming because of the brainwashing that now their parents are going to drag their child into, and then potentially trust someone in that organization that is sharing this. They can't prove belief. Here, no,
Viruses.
you'll take care of my
There are
child. I
viruses.
trust you. You believe the
Yeah,
same
and
thing as
one
I do.
thing
That's
leads to
unsubstantiated.
another, and then pretty
There are
soon you've
viruses,
got
man.
30% of the most powerful country on earth pretending like they didn't know dumb was spelled with a B on the end, just to protect
Wait,
someone's dumb
spelled with a
fucking
B at the
ego.
They are viruses. That's what they are in my eyes. They are viruses in this OS that is humanity. You know what I'm saying? They come in and
But
infect others.
understand what I'm saying. Your imagination to put this being in place, while harmless from your worldview, right? And frankly, from my worldview, because again, you're not gonna hurt anyone with your worldview, but the energy put into that by others results in that, right? And that would be, I think, like a direct contradiction to what God would want if he did exist. So I think from like the atheist, or
Oh, but
even
God, what?
the well, that's the thing, right?
See,
In like
you
children
can't
getting
define that. You
children
can't
getting
define it.
harmed. Well, but that's the thing. I don't have to define it, because
So how can you
even with
question it?
even if okay, because it's pretty easy, honestly.
Wait,
Because
wait, wait.
even if
Can
you play the
I point out
invisible
the
ways card,
inconsistency here?
yes.
Jake, you don't want to define your God, so how can you question or even talk about its existence?
Exactly. I'm doing what we can do. You doing what we can do. The one thing that could do a little more than both of us is the
No,
science.
you're
And that's
just
what I
claiming that
respect.
Ray can't do what he's
Yeah,
doing.
he
but
can't do
you're
that. Like I
doing
can't
what
do that.
you claim that we can't do.
Exactly. I'm saying that he's doing
Yeah,
the
so
same
you're
thing
being
I'm doing,
inconsistent.
RP.
You're right. Well,
I'm
let me
saying
bring
he's doing the same thing I'm doing. And he's
let's bring
not
it.
realizing it. And I'm pointing that
But
out.
you're telling
Right?
him he can't do that, but
I'm not
you allow yourself
I'm
to do
it's
it.
do you know what jest is? He tells me all the time I can't do that. That's wrong.
Jay,
That
you're
I'm
getting excited
unjustified.
again.
I'm pointing out to him that he's doing it too, and you coming
You're
out with
getting
this.
excited.
I'm not.
You're getting
It's
excited.
frustrating, bro. You cutting me off to be wrong and then gaslight me and run with it like you said something.
I just want you
didn't
to
say
take a breath,
nothing.
Jay.
Nobody's
No.
I
gaslighting
just want
you.
you to take a breath.
No, let
Just take a
me
breath.
bring it back, Jay. You're right. It in the remote chance there's like I couldn't know the mind of God, right? That would be presumptuous. The problem though is I know enough of reality to know that to take innocence and do that to it is horrific by any measure.
I know.
Like
It's a
you
virus.
like there's no ends justify the means. There's no
It's a
mysterious ways
virus.
card that you can play. What's that virus though? The virus
It's a
is
virus.
the
It's a
virus
The
virus in the
is
difference
OS.
here is that
manipulation.
Ray is applying Occam's razor
Right.
to know that
It's
he can't define something that he doesn't even have any evidence for. You, on the other hand, are applying your feelings.
I'm not applying my feelings. I'm making observations. I'm looking at every single facet of the human experience and realizing that it's comparable to a computer process of sorts.
And it's
You
not.
can
but
make
But
it.
okay.
Do it. Let's go down the line.
all right.
Go down the line.
Let's back up the computer process though. You're looking at life as being comparable to a computer process, right?
I'm saying the entire, all of this. We're not even
The
supposed
universe
to
itself.
see out there like that.
But the universe has a reasonable explanation for how it became without needing any entity with
Yeah, it did. So
anthropomorphized
explain to me how.
characteristics to it. Like
All right. So explain to me then, if that's the case, right? You just made a bold statement. Explain to me dark matter and everything about it. You know. Explain
What
it.
the fuck does that have to do with anything?
No, no,
97% of everything we can't explain, but you just said what you said. Like,
well,
let's
that's
park
okay.
on that
So
for a second. Let's think
what
about
You
makes
it.
can't know
Maybe
everything,
it
so
yet, but
you
we do
know
have
nothing.
observations of it.
But we don't
Again,
know.
dark
We don't just not know everything. We know a tiny thing. You understand? Like,
Jay, hold
look,
on.
we don't even know what dark matter is. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no,
that's
Jay, just
97%
let me
of
hold
the
on for a
galaxy.
second. Right.
Go ahead.
So Jay, hold on for a second. Just maybe this will help. So we don't know what dark matter is. I agree. You're 100% right. But we see the effects of dark matter. Can you tell me the effects of God?
I see the effects of consciousness. I see the effects of what computers work like and my
He said
physical
God.
body. Well,
He
I'm
said
telling
God.
you that in that process, in that shit, I'm telling you, in that physical process, I'm telling you, I'm saying that what underlines that at some point is a God. It's a God that's something I would credit to be a God. Just like
How do
any
you know
Windows
that?
or whatever, any operating system that ever was had something that predated it, that made it, that made for it to come about. Whether it's a natural process of the universe and something did that, who knows? I don't know, right? That's my
Well, see,
opinion. I could
that's
give
the
you.
thing, right? The natural process of the universe explains how we got
You
here,
don't know, but you're
right?
telling us like you do.
I'm
And
not
well,
saying that when
there's
I'm saying I don't know. I'm finishing every sentence with I don't know. It could be, maybe, and I'm telling. And you said that I'm saying it like I know. That's
and
a direct
all I'm alluding
contradiction.
to in the harm that the like just the putting the energy into that imagination causes, not for you, but as a species, we've seen it happen a lot. And that's I think the goal of not necessarily converting you necessarily, because there's no hope in that, but just getting people to not think that way in general and protect themselves and their family from people who are trying to give them information in that manner, because it's
Why
just
are you why are you allowing the many bad instances of God to, or like the depiction of it, right? Or the impact of that notion in society? Why are you just, and I know because it's a lot, it's terrible, it's atrocities, I get it, but there's also good that's come from people, turning to God. Like, are we just gonna discard that all because of the
Jay,
bad?
we're going, Jay,
Was
What we
God
Jay, we're
doing?
going
provide
to
for
the
the
moral,
good?
Jay, we're going to the moral argument because you've rejected every single piece of logic
No,
we
no, no.
provide.
I'm not. We're not going to that argument. I'm asking that one question. We don't got to stay there. I just
okay.
wanted to
Okay,
know that
You wanted to know
clarification.
why. You asked
can
the
It
I
doesn't
question,
matter
Jay.
why. Like, let me ask him the
Oh my
question
God.
I want to
Okay,
ask him.
whatever.
Hey,
here's
hey,
here's
hey, bring it
here's my
down.
answer to it.
Nah, bro,
Jay,
check this dude.
it's wait. Can you ask that again? Like my train of thought derailed while I was
He
building into
just
station.
fucked my train of thought up. Like talking about, oh, don't ask the question. I'm gonna ask what I want. Fuck you. What you talking about?
It's
Check this dude, man. Don't just
it's
tell me to check my approach. He's saying stupid shit. Make
He's
everybody
being
lose their train
respectful,
of thought.
Jay. You're just you've just got
Nah,
a problem with Brent for some reason.
no, I don't
Yeah,
have a. Oh,
I trigger
he's
Jay
being
pretty bad.
respectful. Oh, yeah, RP. He's being respectful in his. And all right, cool, man. Whatever, man. That's probably your boy. That's probably what it is. You probably know him or something.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Brent. If you've
I
been
don't
in
know
any
Brent.
atheist
I don't
streams,
know
you
Brent.
you know who Brent
I
is.
know Gretchen and RP. That's who I know. And Andy. You know what I'm saying? And Mellard. I never seen Brent. So what the
So,
fuck?
Jay, I've told you before, I was raised as a fundamentalist Christian. I believed in young earth creationism and the literalism of the Bible. Then I deconverted as I learned more about science. So, for example, I learned the Noah's flood never happened. So that's something that convinced me that God doesn't exist, at least not the one in the Bible. So, what convinces you that God exists?
Okay, I've
Is
said
it
it many
your
times.
feelings?
No theism. It's no theism. I'm looking at how we work. I used to fix computers when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? And I was always into science, the body, and how things work. And I always found it odd. It's like we synthesize parts to make computers out the same stuff that we're made of, like the same elements and atoms and the stuff that's in the universe. All of this stuff is from the same origin stuff. And we could make a computer and make these images project through a console, through consoles, through consciousness. Like I see it happening. in a different scale, on a smaller scale, where the thing that is happening with is not an organic thing like us, computers and stuff. It's technology, but
Right.
we are technology.
Yeah.
We advance.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
come
yeah,
up
yeah.
with different
No,
ways
I understand your
to
analogy, right?
manipulate our
The human.
physical material. You understand
Yeah,
what I'm
we
saying?
understand. Yeah, we understand the analogy,
I
man.
see
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Listen, I'm not
No, we're
done
there.
yet.
Yep,
I'm
we're
not
there.
done yet. I'm not done
Jay.
yet. Listen, I'm saying, listen, I'm talking about our physical material being like a computer, and that's what's indicating it to me. I'm not
Yes,
looking at
Jay.
no
I'm saying we all got
book.
that.
I'm not
I'm
looking at
saying
no
we all got
stupid
that.
ass books. You keep pointing to a book, this Christian stuff. That doesn't
You
work with
just
me.
keep saying that. We
But
understand the
stop
analogy,
bringing up
Jay.
Christianity
We
books.
understand the
Stop bringing up
analogy.
theistic books. Argue with my argument.
But
Stop
Jay,
bringing
that
up
I'm
my
trying.
sounds like
I'm trying,
that
Jay.
sound
I'm
that,
really
that,
trying.
that sounds like
So-
it's just an intelligent design argument, though. If you're comparing
So
us to a
again,
computer, computers are designed
you
by people
learn
that work really
computers,
well.
right, Jay? You put computers together, like you understand how the parts work together, like all that's. Yeah, I understand you. I'm with you on that. Have you also studied biology?
Yeah, when I had a thing for science, I wasn't studying biology, the atoms and the this and that, but I
Okay,
had a
so
I had a thing for that. I was
Jay.
always into
Jay, thank you
athletics.
for.
So
No, I appreciate you answering. Jay, I appreciate you answering. My suggestion would be that you take a class on biology. It is very easy to explain how we see life as not being designed but arising from natural causes. It is not
Well, you
hard
know,
to
is
explain at
Austin
all.
still here?
So how would a computer define its life arising? It would think it's a
It's not a
natural process.
computer
It would
because that's not how it works, Jay.
It would
That's not
listen.
how it
If you
works.
could give mine like personhood to a PC, it's not gonna know how it emerged. It's gonna have
You
Jay, we
can't
can't
know
do
that.
that.
we
That's
have.
a
If you
nonsense
we haven't.
I hear
hypothetical.
what
You
you.
can't
I hear
give
what you're saying.
consciousness to a PC.
We can't do that theoretically yet. There's ways right now they're working on extracting thoughts
Jay.
and consciousness out of people
No,
and
Jay.
preserving people.
No,
That's what they're
Jay.
doing
That's
right
just some crazy
No, Jay.
hallucination ChatGPT told you.
now.
Yep.
I'm talking about
I think that you need to get
mental
away from the
experiments,
AI bot.
trying to record thoughts, the patterns of the
No.
thoughts of the mind, with basically certain
Yeah,
signals
Jay,
and
you need to
patterns
take
to
some
Nope, Jay.
psychology
recreate.
classes and some
Listen,
neurology
Jay.
classes as
Look
No.
it
well
up now.
as
Look it up
biology.
now. Look it up now.
Jay.
Where are we? Where
Jay.
are we as
Jay.
far as mapping thoughts?
Jay, I think
Look
you
it
need
up
to
now.
look
Pull
up
up a
the
screen.
definition of AI psychosis.
I'm just break it down. I'm not gonna look it up. Break it down.
No,
pull up-
it's where you get into really over trusting AI outputs. It's one of
And
those.
also, I would have
You
said
think
you
I'm
went
getting this from
wrong right
AI,
when you said
Brent?
that we're made out of the same stuff that computers are. Because
No, I'm
last I
saying
checked, that we're not made of silicon and cathode rays, and
we are
Well, we do
organic
have
beings.
silicon in us. We do like
Yes.
we
need the whole
do, but
periodic.
like
Right. No, I know.
as
Yeah.
a trace
You know
mineral,
what I'm
like
saying? Thank you,
Right,
Grace. Right?
Jay,
You see what
Jay,
it is?
can I give you an example that might kind of like show where the analogy falls apart, right? So, can you think of anything that in your computer right now that you could pull out and it would still work? Take just
That I
like
could pull out and it would still work.
could
What
you
you
pull
mean?
out any could you pull out your hard drive, unplug it, and it still work? There's
Yeah. Hell yeah.
how is it going to boot?
Well, you have to, it has to. It's hardware. It's a physical thing, so it has to have the energy
Right,
that underlies
right.
it, like the way we have to have the energy that underlies us.
But we
We're just
have
hardware.
organs in our body that you can just pull out. Like people get their appendixes removed all the time, right? You don't need it.
Yeah, but the
Gallbladders, I
hard
don't know if
drive
that's
in us,
actually needed. But
there's a part in us that
we are
would
such.
be considered a hard drive. That if you take that out, we can't live. Like our brain, for
Well, yeah,
example,
we
you
have
take out
those
our
parts
brain,
too,
we
but
die.
like computers don't. Like if you pull any part of a computer out, it's done, right? I mean, sound cards maybe. I'm not want to get into the whole thing, but yes, it won't. You can pull an appendix out and be just fine, right? Like no loss of any function. If you pull
Yeah, but
any
there's
part of a
parts.
computer out, you lose function from it. Every piece is
Yeah,
vital.
that same with
We
humans.
are not
It's the same
like
thing.
machines in that way because we were put together
No,
over
we
millions
are.
of years
Take
of
out your brain.
happenstance shit just kind of like working.
We are. Take out your brain. You take out that one component, and guess what?
Well,
It
that would
won't
be
work.
right. That would be the equivalent.
No, we cut pieces out of people's brain all the time, and
Pieces. I didn't say pieces, Millard. Right? I said the
Okay,
brain,
so
the whole brain.
a guy I knew growing up fell 5 stories, landed on concrete. He had to have a quarter of his brain removed. right? A
Quarter, that's
quarter
a
of
piece,
it,
right? I'm
right?
talking about all of it.
Take a quarter of your
Not
CPU
a
out of your
quarter.
computer, and does it still work? The answer is no.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, and it might. You take a quarter out of your
No, it
computer,
absolutely
and
will
it
not.
might.
If you were to cut
That's
a
what I'm saying.
quarter out of your CPU, if you were to go down there with an exact laser torch and cut out a quarter of your CPU, your computer's done. It will
All right,
never
but
work again.
so let me ask you this, because I'm making the correlation of an example that is possible, right? That means that it has to be exactly that, right? And if it's not that, then that means it's automatically wrong, right?
No,
That's your
no,
line of
not at all.
thinking,
No,
right?
no, no, no. That's not where I'm going with it. That's actually not where I'm going with it. It's
Okay, so
the
what?
inconsistency in that a supreme being would be this bad at putting something together. Well, we're really good at putting computers together. We
Would
understand it
you
so well. We
consider
make them work because we understand it so well. So
would you
if
consider Bill Gates bad at making operating systems, or whoever makes operating systems? Would you consider them bad, even though people make viruses and do malicious things and
that's
use it for that?
so operating systems are made by teams of people. There is no one guy
That's
sitting
what I
down. I
said
mean, you
about
can
God. I
write a
said
virus
God
and
could
tell
be
us,
a,
but it's
a,
gonna
a
suck.
consciousness level of, and it could be many with ranks and like multiple. There could
But this is
possibly
again
be a God
where you're just
for every
imagining
galaxy.
these possibilities for God to fit in the places that we don't have. Again, it's a God of the gaps thing. And I'm saying what the harm is there is that you find something that's convincing to somebody, and that's how they start cults. Right? Like you can just make up something in like where
I'm
God fits
responsible for
in
that.
any kind of way. And like
So I
you're not
shouldn't
gonna
have
do
my
that.
belief
You're not gonna
because the
start
next person going to start a cult, is what you're telling me. I should
no,
watch
I'm
my
like
belief
if
because
anything,
the next person going to
I
start a
just
cult
wouldn't
if I don't.
share it. Like I wouldn't give anybody the idea that this is like
Listen,
something you
I
should
don't
like
give a
spend
fuck.
energy on thinking
Listen,
about.
this is
Because
called
some
the
of it would be
internet, and we
They
are
now
adults.
who's cutting who off and answering the questions for them?
But
Now
now
you're
look how
doing
you
it.
come at me, and look how you come at me, and when they do it, you don't
Ray
say that.
hasn't
Though.
come at
I,
you like that the
I
whole
no, good,
fucking
good, good.
No,
time.
this would be the first time I'd come at you with like a form of tone policing, if anything, right? Like don't spread that shit, right?
I'm not. Listen, I'm not. Listen, you can feel how you want to feel. That's fine. You cannot tell someone else what to feel and what they can and can't say. Now, what we could do is discuss it, and that's
Well,
what we've been doing. That's how we get to a better
and I'm
place.
not telling
But when
you.
you
I'm
try to tell
asking you
someone what
as
they
the
can and can't
result that
say,
it
that's where
could
you go
harm
wrong.
people to not spread that shit. It's not telling you anything. I
No, it
can't
is. It's
mandate it. I
telling me
can't
that
rule it
I
out. I
shouldn't
mean,
do
it can't
that.
make
I
it a
shouldn't
law.
be forthcoming with what I think because other people might hear it and they might form a cult. You know what I'm
Nobody's
saying?
telling
So
you
it's like,
that.
what are we doing? Yeah,
No,
that's what's being
Nobody's
trying to
saying
say.
that,
no,
Jay.
it's more
The only
nuanced than that,
difference
right?
here, the line in the sand, is that
Can he cook, Gretchen?
the
Can he
rest of
say
us
his own
can
thing?
justify why we
We're
believe what we
capable of
believe.
having a conversation,
You
right?
haven't
Right.
been able to do that yet.
Oh my gosh.
And
We're
the
capable of having a conversation.
propagation of unjustified belief results in direct harm to innocent people. That's my problem.
We've all
Listen,
asked you
I'm not
repeatedly,
contributing to
please
that. I'm not hurting
justify
innocent people.
why you
I'm
believe what
responding
you
to him.
believe.
Bro, what
And
the
it's
fuck is
just my
going on here,
opinion,
man?
isn't justification. That's just a
I'm
plain
responding to
statement
Ray's
of
point,
the
Gretchen.
current situation.
I'm not even hearing that, man. Like, come on, man.
Jay,
Right.
can I
So
ask you a
then
question?
the next time one of us says, can you justify why you believe that? Why that's your opinion? You just get mad.
I don't get mad. I'm trying to respond to the man and you talking over me. We was in the middle of a dialogue and you just cut it off to go on that tangent that didn't really say much. Now we lost our train of thought and we can't get back to it because I don't remember unless you do, Ray. Because
No,
I
I do.
don't.
No, and it's again, it's
That's
not
my
that I'm
fault. I'm old. I get weird late at night.
no, you were right, Gretchen. I'm not
I know I was
being
right,
clear.
for the record.
Right. I know you were. I know you
Gretchen's
know.
always right.
It's again, it sounds like tone
Not
policing
always
because of the
right,
harm
but
you do.
I'm rarely wrong.
It's just in my mind at the highest level, this is what results in the harm being started to begin with, is the flights of fancy into the imagination of the thing that there's no evidence for, can't prove it to you, can't, right? And you know that, and that's great. It's just, this is the way of thinking that harms societies. That's why the goal is to kind of get people to, if you need it and you said you don't, great. Why hang on to the thing that's not doing you any harm or good? Right?
Because
If it's
it makes
doing you some
sense to me.
good,
It makes sense to me. I just don't
So you
understand
do
why that's
need
so
it.
hard
You
to
need
accept.
this to make you need
No,
this to make the
it makes
universe make
sense to
sense.
me whether I need it or not. You know what also makes sense to me whether I need it or not? The other side of a dark hole, a black hole. You understand? Because if it has this side, it must have another side, even if we can't access it. That makes sense to
You
me,
can
right?
absolutely
I'm not gonna
access the
make
other
or
side of
break
a
my
black
life
hole.
based on that, though.
No. You can access you can cross the event horizon of a black hole. You
No,
can't
you
come
cannot.
back.
Do it.
No.
Do it.
You
Do
can
it.
cross. You can't come back.
How do
I
you know
mean,
you can
okay.
cross? How you don't know you don't make it a course? How you know it's not too violent? Like the
Well, okay,
small
on
ones,
the
you go
other
through a
side
small one.
could be all of the light backed up that's trying to escape, in which case as soon as you cross the event horizon, you're instantly incinerated by the
Yeah, but who's to
photons
say
trying to
you
get
ever even get to cross the event horizon? Who's to say that you, from your perspective, will ever be able to do that? Who's to
the
say that
math,
any
the only
material
thing that we
will
know
be able to
about
do
black
that?
well, I guess that's not
Light
even
itself can't do that, and you telling me
right.
that?
Well, that's why you can't get out once you cross the event horizon, but you can
That's what
cross
I'm
the event horizon.
saying.
How do you think things fall into the black holes? Things fall into them all the time, right?
That's tricky. We'd have to talk about Hawking radiation, but
Well, that's how it comes back out, right?
I'm
Pulls some
talking
of the
about
energy.
things that I'm trying to tie it back to his thing. Like I'm saying my statements of what makes sense to me based on things I see, actual processes and physical things and our reality and every single aspect of human reality. I can correlate that to a computer process and it will fit to some degree, even if it's not perfectly like a sock on a foot, but it would fit to some degree. You can see how it could correlate. You understand what I'm saying? How it's a system, how codes, how coding would matter in a system like that. It would make sense to have DNA code in a system like that.
Jay, absolutely. No, we get it. So what's your opinion on the quantum information paradox? Do you think that Hawking radiation actually solves that? Because I think that there were two other people on the panel that actually brought that up.
Well, listen, I'm just saying.
we're going back to the black hole, Jay. Just to help you keep
You
up.
talking about black holes? That's still that's quite a that's still a open can of worms there. You know, like there's small black holes. There's small black holes. Listen, there's small black.
Jay,
You guys are gonna
we
talk all
understand
over
that
me,
too.
and Gretchen not
So
gonna say nothing. Go ahead.
Jay, so I was actually asking. So what I was actually asking was, what's your opinion on the black hole information paradox? Do you think that Hawking radiation accounts for that or not? And I know that RP and at least one other member of the panel wants to talk about this.
I'm saying that I don't know really what a black hole is. You know, like
It's
I know
just a gravity well.
Yeah,
A lot of dense.
You don't know what a black hole is mean that the rest of humanity doesn't understand it?
No,
It's a lot
I
of
didn't say
mass
that.
in a very
Like,
small
the rest
spot.
of humanity got data to tell you how it works, but we don't know what it really is, right?
No,
Like
there you
right?
are making a claim again that
we know how
don't
it
really
works.
know what it
No,
is.
listen, we know how it works. We know we can tell you models of how it works and things it does, effects it has. We can't tell you what it is.
What's the difference between knowing how something works and knowing what something is? What is like the distinct difference in that claim?
Because there's things about that, like, all right, you don't know what put that there. You could observe it and see what it is. You don't know how to make that. You can't make life. You can't make none of this. None of us could make any of this.
That's a question of why it is, not what it is.
No, not what it is. Not what it is. We could look at the substance. And
well, again, the question
Go
was
ahead.
what it is
I was trying to make a
versus
point.
what you can model it as, right? That was the question. So it was a question
said
of
what?
ontology versus epistemology. So how do we tell what is versus what we can just see? That was the question, right?
That's what I'm saying. We don't really know. Like we open our eyes and then we close them forever after that. And I'm saying that
There's nothing
to me.
No, Jay, that's
No,
no,
listen.
that's just
We just look. We born, then we die, right? And then after that, what happens to our perspective then? What happens to anything we talking about now? That looks to me. It seems to me like a process, man. Like a process that, if undisturbed, will go a certain way, unless viruses come along and fuck it up. That's why it makes sense to me that our bodies are like computers. It just makes sense to me, man.
And then you're
Why is
using
that
your
a problem?
analogy
Like,
again.
why y'all got a problem with
We
that?
all understand that the analogy doesn't answer the question, Jay.
I wasn't hearing you the whole time, so you should probably start again. We was
Sure, no
talking at the
problem.
same time.
So the question was about how we can tell the difference between what is and what we think is. It's a question of ontology versus epistemology. Can you talk about that?
Listen, I've said everything I've said. If you still don't get it, then you just never gonna get it. Like,
Sure.
and that's
If
fine.
you're not comfortable speaking on that topic, that's
It's
totally
not
fine.
about that. It's just I feel like we're gonna go in another circle. You know, I feel it coming. And my thing is,
I
there's
feel
no
like,
need to,
Jay, I
right?
feel
No
like
need to. You don't agree with me. That's fine.
Well, I mean, it's not that I don't agree with you. It's that I don't really understand where you're coming from. It's sort of like the plane joke. Have you heard the plane joke?
Tell me.
It went over your head.
Jay, is it like the complexity of physics or life that convinces you that a God is real, or like what is it about existence that makes you think, you know, that there might be a God or that there probably is one?
It's like a chain of things that make sense to me. Like if I'm looking at us, because again, I start from what we are now, present day, this very moment, me perceiving my room and all of this, you know, we still don't know what it is. We know how it happens. Consciousness is not a tangible thing we could put in a bottle. You know what I'm saying? It's a process. It occurs. It instantiates, and then it ends.
What if? Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished.
Go ahead.
What if science was to prove, like, irrefutably that life emerged accidentally and consciousness emerged from life accidentally? Would you still, you know, probably think that a God is most likely?
Well, that's the thing. Can you do that without seeing what comes beyond the radiation of the CMB?
Like, say we were to
No, but that's why he said what if.
Yeah, like hypothetically, say we were to like invent a time machine or something and literally go back and see, and it was proven without a doubt that life emerged completely by accident, and so did consciousness. Would you still believe, you know, or would you still most likely think that a God is real?
I would still feel like it would be important data to experience death and see what comes after, you know. But again, I can't report my findings. I think that that's always going to be an anomaly in the experience of life. If I didn't have to do that, I would agree with you 100%. End the story. No need to talk about this anymore. You understand what I'm saying? But that's not the case. We do have to die one day, and we won't know what the experience or lack thereof is going to feel like. The process of disembodiment, what that's going to feel like. Not even disembodiment, the process of just fading into nothingness. Like, you know, we don't know.
Well, I think we're kind of conflating the afterlife and God a little bit. I'm more concerned about like God itself.
I'm saying that for me to fully write that off, I would have to know that nothing comes afterwards, because then I would have to evaluate that. Say for example, something does come after, right? And you know, I don't have the science now because I'm still alive. But if I pass away, right, and then there's a whole nother existence that I emerge in for whatever reason, right? We're playing hypotheticals, right? We could build time machines in this hypotheticals, right? So let's do that. I emerge in this new existence, right? I would have to now do my diligence that I did now. I would have to observe the same way that I do now. Wake up, or maybe not, whatever that existence is, experience it, and then see the ins and outs of that, and whether there's a God in there or not. If I'm even looking for a God or have that concept still in that state, I don't know, right? I would have to go there. But for me to write it off fully, I would have to at least know, right, everything that comes after that. And there's no way I could know that until it happens to me.
But
none of us can.
Here's the problem, to go back to your computer analogy. What if it's just turning the computer off?
Well, if you turn the computer off, all the computer is doing is failing to process something that exists objectively out there, which is the electricity.
It's a brick. If
No,
it's
no, no.
off,
It's a brick.
it's
It's
an
a brick, but
anchor.
it's not really a brick. It's a brick that can be revived. A brick can't plug in. You can't take a brick, right, and plug it in with a cord and then get a website and OS off of actual brick though.
But what is the experience for the computer that's off? Why is it that
There is
bad?
no experience for the computer.
Exactly.
My physical body is not
Exactly like
experiencing
that.
anything. Listen,
Sounds a lot like that.
listen to what I'm
It's the
saying.
computer being turned on.
Can I finish? Right? It's
Yeah.
gonna slip me. Like what I'm telling you is look, like my arm right now is only moving because of the invisible shit. It's because of the OS. It's not because of the hardware fully that my arm is moving. It is, right? Because you damage the hardware, then you can't move your arm, right? But if my brain wasn't working, the arm could be perfectly fine and I can't move it. You see what I'm saying? We're working in unison with different things, and we don't know what all comes together in this fabric of reality to make us and produce us. We have our senses and our limitations, and we got to try to figure out everything from that. I suppose that that's just not going to be able to get us all the answers. So when I start asking questions and I say, okay, this is where science says we're at, I start making, comparisons, and I see that we are like computers. We are like data. We keep writing in new experiences into our OS, and as we grow, we get bigger. You know what I'm saying? So it's like our OS is expanding, our code is expanding. Everything is literally in us. It's in our genetic code. Like there's ways that experience and life could alter your genes and your genetic code. It could do something to you.
Right, but the only reason we have those things is because hundreds, if not thousands, of people had figured out, the necessary knowledge that we needed to make a computer work, right?
Exactly. We figured out what was there, what was already there all along. It wasn't
Right.
that hundreds of thousands. That was always already there. It doesn't matter how long it took us. That's not a significant feat. It's just we
Wait,
got
making
lucky.
computers wasn't a significant feat?
We got lucky. We got lucky. You understand what I'm saying? It's significant, but what I'm trying to say.
No, we
What
didn't.
I'm telling you- no, 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 it's it's significant. if you think we got lucky making computers. What I'm saying is we could have emerged out of the stuff with no brains. You understand? We could have been plants out this
No.
motherfucker. You understand what I'm saying? Like it could
See,
everything could have went that way
It's
instead.
funny because I think we think exactly opposite on that. Computers couldn't have been made by luck and life, and people could. Right?
No,
It's diametrically opposed, right?
I'm
Like
saying
people, like we're here totally
luck.
because of luck, right?
I'm saying
Computers
that
are
it's not
here
luck.
because a bunch of the good, lucky people that existed managed to figure out how enough of the universe worked to make computers happen.
My opinion is that we didn't get lucky. My opinion that is there's more to it.
Lucky as
Science will tell
fuck.
you. Listen, science will tell you we're a grain of sand in the middle of 14 point something light years across. You understand what I'm saying? And that
The distance
nothing is
doesn't
promised to
impress
us.
me.
Nothing is whatever. We don't whatever. We just exist, and we're lucky to exist.
The
right?
distance isn't what creates the odds,
No.
though.
I know. I get it. I'm saying that that's what science will tell you. Like it's lucky. Like we lucked out. Like life emerged here. We got lucky. We just happened to be at the right place at the right time. It just resolved that way. It just happens.
No.
Kind of like a pool table. Like a pool table. When you boom and then the balls resolve and shit. So and it just lands where it lands. There's nothing navigating the pool tables, right? The balls.
Jay,
on the
do you think that it's most likely? Do you think that it's most likely that a conscious entity created the universe? Like in your opinion, if you had a gun to your head and you had to choose the right answer, did a conscious entity create the universe? What would you say?
I don't know about the universe, but I would say us was responsible for us. Yes, if I had a gun to my head, I would do it myself. We could play Russian roulette. I would do it myself.
Isn't that just kind of elevating our significance to the point? Like you think we're so great, therefore it had to be the responsibility or the mind of a higher power? Why couldn't
I always
our
say, it's our natural gift of narcissism that makes us think like that.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, look again.
You know?
That sounds to me
What
like
if-
a property of our OS.
displaying itself.
Yeah.
Something we
What if
all
we were
have.
to find out
you
in
say us.
10,000 years that Homo sapiens aren't even the final end goal of our
Oh, we're still
species?
evolving.
There will
What
probably
if
be
what if
something else
we're
coded.
just what if
There will
we're just
probably be something else coded
a
somewhere else.
mid-range hominid?
There'll probably be something else coded somewhere else. It's just what I think. There will be another grand master, another alchemist coder. You know, that's ultimately what God is.
Are you talking about?
Can he do it? Can whatever it is do a better job next time? Because we suck.
Jay, it's like you're saying that we rolled snake eyes and that's great because God did it. It makes no sense, man. Even if this was from God, even if he came up with this idea, why is it so bad?
You know
what did your God do wrong?
I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. It might seem like I'm mad at you, Brenta, like I don't like you or something. Like, that's not the case, man. And I actually find it like cool that this is the 4th time you've jumped off and come back on because of some shit you heard. We really fuck with each other. It's just coming across.
I'm not fucking with you. I think I want to understand where you're coming from.
No, not fucking with me. That's a hood term. Like I fuck with you.
All right, okay.
How do you know he
you want that
jumped
ghetto?
off
That's cool. I
because
can
of
talk
some
enough.
shit he heard? He could be having connection issues.
No, that's all right. I speak project. I'm fluent.
I speak project.
Go ahead, Jay. What's up?
That was funny. Go ahead.
Man, I'm gonna give you a hard time, but if you ain't gonna
That's
show
no hard time,
when
man.
you
I'm
front,
trying to let you know I fucks with you, man. Like you came up here, this is the 4th time. Kick your shit,
I
man.
want to know what you actually believe. That's the thing. I want to know.
I told
and
you.
I want to know why. Because you might be right and I might be wrong. That's what matters to me.
I told you why. Like I don't think that. I think you want me to rephrase it until I give you a version you want. And
so far all I have is
paraphrase it for you. Jay can't tell you why he's right or why you're wrong.
Agreed. Yep, that's a great paraphrase, Jay. You agree?
You're asking me to do something that I can't do. These are concepts.
I know. We've heard this.
Listen,
Yep,
I'm doing my own.
Right.
I'm doing my own.
We've heard this, man.
What about what I asked you?
Asking?
Why can't you tell me why your opinion is what it is? Why you believe what you do?
Again, because I'm seeing it, right? I'm seeing what I experience as a human in this world, and I see how this world works, how life comes about, how
you're not answering the question, Jay. Gretchen's question was why
I'm
can't
going,
you tell
listen,
us?
I am answering
No,
the question.
I'm tired of your preview.
No, listen. You see, Gretchen, this
You're
is why I can't
worse
answer
than the
your question.
non-skippable
He
ads
came
on
up here to
YouTube,
cut me
bro.
off, and I was right about to answer your question, and he's cutting me off.
You weren't. You were answering a question you were not asked.
No, listen, I was.
You're bloviating.
You want exact, and there can never be an exact. There's always more to it, and I'm trying to give you to you. I'm trying to give it to you in a way you can understand it.
But I mentioned like half an hour ago. I told you we can all justify. We can give you reasons for why we believe what we believe.
And I gave you reasons for why I believe what I believe. I see.
No, you didn't.
In our physical reality, I see how we work. In our
Gretchen, to be fair, yes, he did. He says it's his opinion. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
He did give
My
justification.
question is
not a good
you're
one.
giving me your opinions, though. You're not giving me no actual data to say.
Oh my God,
anything.
no, we're not. We've been talking about facts this whole time, Jay. Jay, hello. Jay, hello.
Yes,
hello,
we did give
Jay.
you our opinion.
Relax
We
yourself,
told you
man.
we do
Relax
not think that people are the same, that life is the same thing as computers, and we told you why.
No, I'm saying that.
We told you why we
Just telling
believe
me,
that life is not the same as a computer.
Just telling me, a computer can't work with 25% of its hard drive. Doesn't mean anything. You understand what I'm saying? Because again, there could be nuances to how that actually is the case. There could be differences. It's probably a situation where, but a computer is not a carbon being. A computer doesn't reproduce. A computer doesn't have actual organs like how we do. Our organs
you said that
may
we're
work
all made
similar.
of the same things.
No, listen, our organs may work similar, but they might not be the same, right? Like it's not the same.
Right.
I don't have an actual thing that I could unscrew that's memory inside of me and plug into my PC. That's not what I mean. I'm making akin correlations that I could say. I could look at any point of anything in my human
You're
subjective
not
experience,
making any
and I could
correlations.
compare it to a
You're
computer, and it would
equivocating.
make
You
sense.
equivocate on
And it would make
everything,
sense.
so you don't actually have to make a fucking call.
No, I'm telling you that based on what I'm seeing, it makes sense that we have some sort of machine thing going on. Look, the computer, the
Jay, it makes
hardware
sense to you because of your feelings.
the hardware that
You
is your
look at it and you
computer
go, "Those are my feelings."
doesn't
Look, that
interact
looks
with
like a
me.
machine, so I
It just
feel like
exists.
that should be God. It's your
No,
feelings,
I
dude.
didn't say that. That's not what I'm saying.
It
I'm saying
is.
that
It
every
is.
single
I'm
time.
saying it.
Listen, I'm saying that every
I'm
single
saying
time.
it.
Goodness gracious, you don't gotta repeat that. I'm literally in the middle of responding. Look, every single time I ever seen an OS made or installed or anything like that, there's always been a team, a group of people.
Do you
Many
need Gretchen
people
to say
behind it.
the same thing again
Many
for like
people
the
behind
fifth
it.
fucking
So that's
time at
what I
this point?
that's what I always say.
Humans
God
and life are
is
not
gonna keep
machines.
talking
They're
over me.
not the
That's crazy.
same fucking thing.
Listen,
Gretchen, I don't know what to say. Like, you said this 6 times.
Don't say nothing.
I
How about
know.
that? Stop talking
All right,
over
here
people.
let me
I know.
jump in with
I give up.
an analogy.
Yeah, give up. Go ahead. Bye.
All right, so Jay, if a cat barks like a dog, wags its tail like a dog, fetches a ball like a dog, gives you face licks like a dog, it acts completely like a dog. Is this cat a dog?
No, this cat is a conscious
Okay,
being.
great.
It's a feline animal.
So just because there are things in our body that act like a computer, that are analogous to computers, that doesn't necessarily mean that we are computers. So whether like you have always seen computers made by people is completely irrelevant to our origins, because we are acting like computers. We are not computers.
This is what I'm saying. Guess
If you
what?
want
We could say
It's not what you've said
what you
at
no,
all.
listen. What you're saying is based on your human perspective. You are the computer saying we're
No,
not computers.
Jay, I have
You
just
understand?
proven, and you agreed with the analogy that we are
No,
not computers just because
I
we
did
act
not
like
agree
it.
with that. I'm telling you that that's my opinion.
Prove
You're
that
not
we
gonna
are
cut
computers
in
then,
and be
and that
like,
we
"Oh,
don't
you
just
proved me
act
wrong."
like
Like, nah.
computers.
You said what?
What is your demonstration that we are more than just acting like computers, that we are actually computers ourselves?
What I'm saying is
Defend that
consciousness
belief.
itself. The way consciousness projects from a console, I'm saying that computers do that. Like they take code, they take what's literal code and signals and impulses and shit like that, and they project web pages like what we talking on now.
All right, so
That's not
you're
what's
still just
written
saying that we
under
That's
it.
act
just
like a
running
computer,
These are just
therefore we
programs.
are a computer,
no. Listen,
which I
I'm
have.
saying that in
That's
our
not
brain, some shit
consciousness.
similar to that is happening, and that's why we
It's
close our
similar,
eyes,
but
we
not
close it off,
exactly
we
the
open our
same.
eyes, we see the projected reality. That's
See,
what the eyes
you
are
think
for.
the cat is the
The
dog.
eyes are the console. You
When you say
understand?
that
It's what
humans
projects
are
the
computers,
code
you are
from the
saying that the
console.
cat is the dog, and that is just
I'm not saying that.
incorrect. Yes,
That's
you
not what I'm
are.
saying. All right, cool. Think what you want. That's not what I'm saying.
And the console does not project consciousness.
I'm saying that without
At
the
best,
console, you
it
don't get to code
imitates it.
nothing.
At
Without the console,
best.
you don't get to code nothing. Without the console, you don't. That's why if you damage the hardware, it changes the OS. Like, you understand what I'm saying? So if you damage a person's brain, their machine, guess what? They can't process the consciousness the same way. It fucks up this shit. It's like catching a virus or having to restart your OS. That's what ends up happening. You see what it's akin in every level. You understand? Every time I look at an instance of life, I can compare it to a computer process. And it just there's no coincidence there to me. Like, I believe in coincidences, but that's a really
Then
big
you need to
fucking
demonstrate that it's not a coincidence. That's the
All right,
thing that
cool.
you're assuming, that like none
Show
of us
me.
are granting.
Listen, that many
Jay,
coincidences in
you're
a row is crazy.
you reading that design into it is what we don't see, because
That's
we
fine.
disagree with that, because we
That's fine.
understand how things like flagellum evolved.
That's cool.
And what
You
you're
don't know
calling
how humans
coincidence, I
evolve.
don't see as coincidence.
That's
Yeah, it's a
exactly.
gradual process,
No, I'm
Jay.
not calling
It
it a
just happens
coincidence.
over
That's
time.
what I'm telling you, Gretchen. I'm not calling it a coincidence. Y'all are saying it's a coincidence. I'm telling you that it's not. That it's something more calculated. That was more, so you know, like something happened. Something's happened. It's not just natural processes occurring. A coincidence. That's what I'm telling you. It's not. So by you saying that, you're not making a point. Again, you're arguing with me by agreeing with me and then running with it like you're disagreeing with me. I said
Jay,
what you said.
it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence.
It's
Jay.
not a coincidence. You're right.
No,
We're
he
not
just
just
said every side of this
Can we talk
argument.
about why it isn't a coincidence? Hold on, Jay. You're going all like
I'm
you
not
just go
going off.
nuts.
I gotta
Like
talk
let's
over
talk
two
about
people.
I've
yeah, let's talk
subscribed to the
about why.
necessitarian
Let's talk about why it
camp,
isn't a coincidence. It's because structures in life gradually evolve to become more functional because it is beneficial to their reproduction. So it's not coincidence, it's just a natural evolution of life.
Okay, and that's what it would appear to with someone who doesn't know what's underlying that process, right? Like there's
There's
data.
nothing underlying that
So
process,
you
Jay.
do?
You're
Data in
assuming
everything
that.
we do. Listen, there's data in everything we do and what we are.
Your
Even
data is not
even
people.
our genetic person, our
Data is
personhood.
not people.
We have data in us. We have
Do you think
cells.
God is a person?
We have all of that.
Do you think God is a person?
I didn't say God was a person. I never said that.
I want to know. Do you think God is a person?
What is a person? A company is a person.
However you consider the definition of
Microsoft
person
is
to
a
be,
person.
Jay, however you define the definition of person to be, is God a person?
I'm saying you need to define it because you're asking me the question.
I'm not
Is it an
defining it,
entity?
bro. I'm asking
Is
your
God an
definition and
entity?
just going with it.
Microsoft
I
is
will
an
grant your
entity.
definition. Whatever your definition of person is, bud, I'll
Microsoft is an
grant it.
entity.
See,
Listen,
this is
grant it.
bullshit equivocation, Jay.
Jay,
it
You
is
can't
an
answer a
entity, though.
question, so you're gonna fucking go down this
Listen,
little rabbit hole of what does
oh,
this mean?
dude,
This could
you go
mean
to
this.
court.
That could
You go
mean
to
that.
court and you
Gretchen,
go to
he's just
court
like
and
he's reeling in those
that's
red herrings.
considered a person.
Like he's gonna have fish dinners
If
for months
Microsoft went
and
to
months
court, they
and
would
months.
consider that a person.
Herring after herring.
That's
Go,
the
pack
term
that
I
shit in
get
a
it.
fucking tin. Pack that
There's
shit in a
nuance.
tin with sell it off a little bit. Get that red herring out to some folks. We're hungry out here, bro. Come on, let's go.
Listen,
Feed the masses with your
listen,
fish.
I don't give a fuck what you talking about, dude. Like,
Multiply your fish.
I don't care. Shove it up your ass, the fish. Go ahead. Now,
I'm still waiting for you to make sense.
Yeah. If I'm not sucking his dick, I'm shoving it up the ass. I love that, Jay. That's great for you. That's great for you. Every fucking time.
Yeah, Mr. PJs, Mr. whatever project. You took project? Yeah, all right, cool. Keep virtue signaling. But anyway, moving on.
The fuck are you talking
If only
about?
I could. If only I could.
Don't
If
even
only I had
worry about
virtue.
it, because you worry you only trying to cut in when you think I'm cutting somebody off. You ain't worried about that now, so don't worry about what we talking
I'm cutting in when I notice that you have bullshit to say and aren't backing it up.
I don't care what you're talking about. But yeah,
Okay.
so
Well, if you don't care, then I'm out. See you.
Yeah, all right, cool. Bye. Ray Spike, man, you was making good points earlier, and we got cut off a few times. I don't know if you can remember any of the times we got derailed, but you was making good points earlier. And I heard you, and I hear you, right? And I don't just say, "Oh, you're wrong," or this and that. That's not what I'm doing, right?
No, I know.
It just makes
I don't.
my fault. Go ahead.
No, I mean you make it clear that you're not telling anyone that God exists or doesn't exist. You're just believe that it does, and that helps you in some way, right? It's really hard for me, like, and I know other people like that, where I don't, no harm, no foul, right? But the need to
I'm not
fill
saying
those.
that's not what he's doing. I'm just saying that's not all he's doing.
That's not what I'm doing. You see, like you trying to put the same weight on me that you'll put on a Christian who's talking about doing all that dogmatic shit. I'm not saying that. And that's fucked up for you to do, because I'm not taking every notion of an atheist and putting that on you. You get it's inaccurate. It's
Well, I don't-
inaccurate. It's not even energy.
Yeah, I don't know what an atheist even is. It sounds like someone that doesn't believe in God, but that seems like also an impossible thing to know as well. But it's that side of it. The coin does a lot less harm overall. I mean, just historically. So it makes more sense for me to have people think more on what they can reason out and rationalize, measure, or experiment with, and like what is proven over the past 150 some years is a successful way of figuring it out, right? That doesn't involve leaving open somebody the opportunity to use it to abuse, right? We've got enough of that anyway. So why have like the mental, like you say, virus propagate through? And it's not how you believe, it's how you craft those beliefs, and that's the problem, is people craft them to give a lot of false hope. And like if you've got your own reason to have it, you've got your reason to have it. You're not trying to convince anyone else, because you know you can't, right? You know you couldn't convince
It
me
makes sense
because
to me.
right.
That's enough
But
of a reason.
and you understand why we don't know why it makes sense to you, right? Do you get that, right? Like why you like you your explanation for why it makes sense to you has been
We've
unconvincing to
asked
us
him.
for why
I've
it would make
asked him
sense.
at least 5 times how to
I
to
said
tell us how it makes sense to him, and he
I said
refuses to
that.
do it, or he
What
can't
do
do
you
it.
mean? I literally go into how we work like machines and how I see the correlation in my day-to-day life. I'm going into extensive detail about it, and you're telling me I'm
Right.
not doing that.
Well,
Like, are you
but
not
if you're
listening?
using
Because
that
we
to
don't
compare the
work like
two,
machines,
right?
All right then. So you disagree, but
and
don't
you're
say I'm not
so
answering the
you're
question.
using
That's a
it.
false
So you're using
accusation.
a false premise
That's
to
not a false
justify
premise.
your
You disagree.
personal
That don't make
opinion.
it false. Who made you God? That what you say is the objective truth. No, you don't
Well,
know.
it's your
You're going by the data,
beloved
and the data can be
science,
wrong.
Jay. Your beloved
Jay,
science says that we don't work like fucking machines.
it is fact, Jay. It's not
No,
opinion. It's not
it doesn't
opinion.
say
It
we
is
don't. It
fact.
doesn't say we
No,
don't. It
it is
says we're
fact.
not machines.
That's
Gretchen's
not
It
an
right.
doesn't say
opinion.
we don't
It's
work
Gretchen's
not
like
the
right. We
machines.
feels.
don't work
It's
like
not the
It
machines.
hairs
doesn't
on the
say we
back of
don't
my
work like
fucking
machines.
neck. It's a
It doesn't
fact. It's
listen.
an
It doesn't
actual
say.
fucking
It
fact.
doesn't say that we
Yeah.
don't work like machines. It
No, it
says that
does.
we are not machines, and I know that we're carbon creatures. We're carbon beings that can reproduce.
Dude, you're just
We're
wrong.
different type of
No,
life.
you're
What I'm
just wrong.
telling
The
you is
science literally
that there's
says we
similarities in how
do
we
not
work.
work like machines. No, it is fact.
There's stuff
You need
about
to
us
read some
that work
evolutionary
like
biology
machines.
papers, bro.
What
For
Consciousness,
real.
consciousness works that way. There's the
Oh my
immediate
God,
things.
here we go with another red
consciousness
herring.
Listen,
is
Okay.
Jesus
first
Christ.
fight,
This is
first
like
fight.
Gish
Time
Gallop
out.
Central while you're fishing.
First fight. All right,
Sorry.
just
Time
mute
out.
up. If you're gonna
I
rant
will
like that,
fucking
just
mute
mute up.
all of
Don't
you
rant
if
on
you don't shut
everybody.
the fuck up.
This is what I'm saying. Tell them to shut up.
Bosh, you with us this time? You wanna
Let's talk.
jump in
Go
here?
ahead.
No.
This thing is bothering y'all so much. Like, I mean, it's crazy. Isn't
No,
this the
it's
whole point of this?
Look, I'm
it's
just trying to give a newcomer a chance to fucking speak.
No, I'm talking
Okay?
about. I'm talking about
So
the
why don't you shut up
conversation
and
in
let that
general.
happen?
I'm not talking about this in particular, Gretchen, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. So don't tell me to shut up. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
Hey, Jay, shut the fuck up and let Gretchen let the newcomer in, you asshole.
Brent, you
Fuck.
too. Shut up.
Let's all take it down. Take it down. Bosh, do you have your tech working?
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Do you have a better mic?
You got
Because this is
you got
very
some background
muffled
noise
and a
going
lot
on.
of music and shit.
Oh, okay. Let me try something else. Okay. I apologize. Yeah, I think we were. I tried to log in earlier and it wasn't working. I don't know if there was a Wi-Fi issue or something like that. Is my sound better?
No.
No.
Still a lot of background
Okay, well,
noise.
look. Okay.
You're really
Maybe,
muffled.
how about if I muffled? Okay, is that
Yeah.
better?
Yeah, but
No.
we can hear the
Okay.
music you're listening to in the background or the
Yes.
TV or whatever it
Well,
is.
I'm in a bar.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was at
that'll
home
explain it.
earlier, so well, it's not very loud, but I think it must be distorting the sound. I think one of the areas that the discussion was getting derailed on is the difference between deism and theism. Now,
Yes.
I'm an atheist, and I believe that the reason is I have a degree in philosophy, and I was one of the most convincing arguments for a God is Aquinas' 5 ways. You know, the idea that there must be a first mover or a first cause or any of these ideas. And that's fine. I think there's an issue with that argument in that it also supports atheism, and I can go into that if you like. But if we concede the deist point that Jay is trying to go for, the problem then is you still haven't solved the problem of what value this creator gives, because you still have a world of work to do before you can say that this entity, this idea, gives you any kind of moral framework or cares about what you do or gives books or has prophets or prophecies or does any of the things that we regard religion as being there for. And so, if you like, I regard deists of that stripe as being essentially on the same team as atheists and agnostics. So, in the interest of a discussion, I'll leave it there and see what comments you have.
Well,
Oh, I
honestly,
want to say that I agree 100% and would love to hear
you
more.
asked me. That's crazy.
Sorry, I could jump in, but damn, that was well said. Yes. Yeah, I think that the question becomes, what harm does it possibly do? And I think that's where it was probably going. Sorry.
What harm does believing in in religion? Well, it creates great harm, because I would present 2 possibilities here. I'd give you a dilemma. I'd say that across society, and if you want to say across between atheists or even between different religious sects, people have different rules. And I would say where those rules are objectively agreed and true, I would say according to some kind of golden rule, or I happen to favor Peter Singer's view of a kind of hierarchy of ability to feel pain as creating a kind of moral framework. But as Christopher Hitchens said pretty accurately, he said, good people do good things. Good atheists do good things. Good Christians do good things. Good Buddhists do good things. But if you want to make a good person do a bad thing, then you need a religion. And so I would say, without being quite as combative, I would say, think of any rule that you live your life by, and then consider, could an atheist arrive at that view independent of your religious text or your prophet? And then it's a good rule. If it's a rule that cannot be arrived at by the atheist or the member of the other religion, then it's probably a bad rule.
Yeah, see, this is when you actually get into
This is
talking
a
about
sort of
religion, is where it doesn't apply to Jay anymore, because he doesn't subscribe to any religion or any specific God or anything. He actually
But I've said that
when he gets down to the
go
nitty gritty
ahead.
of what he believes in, it really does it reflects what most of us understand as deism. But
that's totally fine. But
he
my
won't ever
question
admit
is,
that
where does the
either,
rubber hit the road? Where does the rubber hit the road? Where does his conception of God differ
So annoying. Talking for
from
me and
someone
right
else's
here.
conception of
So
God?
annoying.
Good question, Jay.
So if I'm to ask Jay,
Bosch, we're having a connection issue. You're turning all robotic.
You're entering the matrix.
Yep.
Raptured.
You
No,
still
you're
sound
still
like
robot.
a dial-up modem doing the handshake.
I'm a robot.
Rapture happens, only the atheists go.
Oh, well, yes. God isn't
Might want to
favoring
try dropping out and coming back, Bosch.
Okie dokie.
It's indiscernible.
I think he said okie dokie. But he touched on some really good stuff there, though, too, when you talk about like the hierarchy of pain and
Oh, yeah.
suffering and trying to find like where the morality really lies and all that.
Yep.
And here's a question about computers. Can they suffer? They can't, right? So it kind of
Can
Can
they?
your thought?
Oh, I
Can your
wouldn't agree
thoughts?
with that.
Can your thoughts suffer?
well, you can be traumatized mentally, absolutely.
No,
Now, if
can
we
you?
get to a
Computers
computer
don't have
point, maybe
minds.
you can.
No, that's you suffering. That's your physical body suffering.
Well,
I'm talking about the thought itself. Can the thought
If you removed our ability to suffer, would we still be human?
This is what I'm saying.
That's
What
a
are we
much better
really?
question.
There are things that come together to make us. If we can't process
right. Okay, going back to that,
the
like
energy,
you compare us to
we don't
machines, but we're really
we don't
just more like
emerge.
we're not though. What human beings are is really more just a combination of various animals that came together and started working together and became organs. Right? It's
A
not like
process.
we're a single machine. It's not like there's any design to it. It's like, hey, I can help you. Okay, let's coexist together. And now we're an organ millions and millions of years later, right? And
A
that's kind of
process.
how like we
And
became through
yeah,
the
you
natural
want to,
processes.
and if you want to say that, oh, can your thoughts suffer? Can is emotion the same thing as suffering? You know what? I've been in, I got hit by a truck in the army. I've had about half of my skeleton replaced by metal fucking bars at this point. And you know what? Nothing ever fucking hurt me as bad as my first husband when he decided to fuck around on me. So you know what? Yeah,
That's your physical thought.
absolutely.
The
Your
thought
thoughts
itself isn't hurt.
can be
The thought itself isn't hurt, Gretchen. You are hurt. The thought itself is not hurt. It's just a thought. It's a projection. It's an impulse. It's a signal, a pattern from your
no.
brain.
It's a
That's all it is.
feeling, and it can absolutely hurt
Feelings
as
are
bad as any broken
Oh
bone.
my gosh, are you listening to me this whole time, or you just not? Like, feelings are part of what I'm saying. Comes through the brain, the process.
So
It's
how
part of
can
the
machines
OS.
suffer
It's
then?
Yeah,
part
but
of the
so
OS.
is physical pain, Jay. Physical pain is the same
Part of
thing.
the
It comes right.
OS. It's part of the OS.
Well,
No.
hang on,
Then
Jay.
it is a really
Just for a moment.
shitty OS.
Have you ever heard of false limb syndrome?
The what?
Yeah, it's where
Yeah.
Jay,
amputees
have you ever
continue
heard
to
of false
feel.
limb
Pain.
syndrome?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, phantom limb syndrome. Yep.
Yeah. So you have your leg cut off, but you still feel pain in it.
Yeah.
Now we can test
That's
that
signals from the
with
brain.
neuro scanners, and
That
that pain is identical. That pain
tells
is
you pain is a
identical to
signal.
physical pain.
No, that pain is a signal.
Yeah, no,
You
please.
understand? From the brain. You wouldn't feel that pain if the brain didn't send that signal. Again, something that deals with the OS, a
Well, that's
coding
true of
thing
all
in the
pain, isn't it?
brain. You have
Yeah,
to be able to
that's
Is that not
process.
true of all
pain.
pain? For example, if I
All
have
pain, yeah.
leprosy, then I can say that, well, that applies to physical pain as well.
Well, anything that
So I injure myself.
anything that brings pain is physical.
No, my point is, I'm attacking your contention. Okay, so if we say that all pain is physical, what point does that make?
Say what?
What point does that make?
Because it's showing you that
You're saying that what we would. You're saying that the category that we. Sorry, if I may clarify. If I may clarify, what you're saying is, okay, emotional pain is not the same as physical pain because it's just messages in your brain. right?
I'm saying pain. Period is a
Well,
process of the brain. It's something that emerges as well as
sure,
consciousness. It's one of the things that are
right?
built into the OS that we are able to experience and will experience and have experienced.
Okay, and you're saying that how does this make your argument?
It makes my argument because again, there are signals and impulses and beats akin
No, I
to
got
Morse
that.
code that allow for these things to emerge in the physical plane, in the fabric of reality. You understand what I'm saying? There are signals, codes,
Sure.
processes, things that are going on that we don't quite have the full answers to. We see how it works. We don't know what it is, but we see how it works. We got models
Well,
to
I
at
think we've
least
got
do
a pretty
that.
good idea.
Good
I think your
predictions.
notion of pain being in the brain is a good one. My question is, how does that make your point?
It makes my point because a lot of stuff is going on through the brain. We are not our bodies, right? I've said it earlier, even in this stream, like even you, Gyronimus Bosch,
Just
even
call me
you,
Jerry.
Jerry. Okay, cool, Jerry. I'm Jay. You know what I'm saying? So, you are not your physical composition, Jerry. That's what I argue. You are not the physical body that embodies you. Right now, if let's say, for example,
Well,
me, right?
I'm a nothing butter. I'm a materialist, mate. So
No. What I mean,
I believe that all feelings, all manifestations, all emotions, all mental states have a material basis in the brain.
oh, okay. So you think it's physically in the brain, like we store the data of our thoughts and our minds,
I think there's no evidence for anything else. There's no evidence for anything supernatural.
well, we see how computers
Consciousness is an emergent property.
You're going robot again, Jerry.
Yeah, it's going a little robot.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, I apologize. I think I'm just sorry.
No problem.
But it's just not working. Technology is troubling me. Okay.
We're not hearing any of this.
That's why
I would step off and step back up, Jerry. If I was you, I would step back off and step back on. If I was you, I'll refresh. You know what I'm saying? I
See
would
if
do
the
that.
bar has Wi-Fi that you can connect to, because that would probably help quite a bit.
That's a cool guy. You see, like energy like that, energy like the rest of y'all, like this whole, I fuck with it. I come here because I fuck with y'all. I don't come here contentious or trying to, think about every other day. I sitting here seeing it and telling me, damn, we don't see you like that. We don't see you like acting like that, because I don't act like that. It's literally triggers that y'all not seeing or picking up to, maybe because y'all like the guy, not tripping on him, but it's cool. I'm just, letting you know that it's not me coming from a place of, you get what I'm saying? I'm just responding, right? That's all I'm doing. And that's what we're doing. It's conversation, I don't want nobody to feel like, oh, I'm, coming at them crazy. But, it's just.
Oh, you came in a little hot tonight.
No, I didn't come in hot at all. Like if you say some hot shit to me, I'm gonna say some hot shit to you. It's just it's cause and effect. That's science. Yeah, right.
No, we're not talking about science anymore. We're talking about psychology now.
It's cause and effect, man. It's like you say something, I would say something, and that's why I didn't just think of it. I don't know it.
So there's a couple of problems though. One is the consciousness could just be an emergent property of the structure of the brain, right? And how it's working, having nothing to do with anything else. And the fact that we have an imagination and we can imagine things that are completely impossible. Worse yet, we can use math to make things that can only exist in math. It opens up these notions of, like you're saying, like not knowing everything, and like here's the possibility for God to slip into this gap or this gap, or we just haven't figured out where He is in our lack of knowledge, right?
Hey,
Having
Jerry,
the
we
camera
got you
on is
again.
definitely not going to help. But
Cool.
yeah,
I think that's
let's see
better
if they
anyway.
did. Oh yeah, it's not bad. Maybe.
Yeah, you saw my ugly mug there, lad.
Yeah, that's better, Jerry.
The feds are coming for me. The feds are coming for me now. They've measured the distance between my eyes. The AI. So yeah, I was
Position of your cheekbones.
basically arguing here. I was basically arguing that so I'm a materialist, and that's my real difficulty with any of these God claims. Is I don't know. I've been a long time out of the philosophy library, but I read somewhere that it was called the connection problem, and I think that's a good name for it. I just don't see any connection between anything supernatural and the physical world.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. Sorry, go ahead.
So that's the problem with your deism, Jay.
I don't
see how it's necessary for an explanation. And in a way, you were being very honest about that earlier, because you were saying that this was a sort of an opinion, and that you viewed the evidence, such as it is, as being sort of inconclusive on your side, and maybe lacking in some important ways on the materialist side.
Both sides.
But I would say, I would ask you the question. What have you heard of the idea of demiurge?
I've heard of that. It's foggy, right? I can't give you a good definition that would suffice right now.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The demiurge is a Gnostic idea. And these guys were troubled by the idea that in the Christian Bible, the Old Testament God seems like a bad guy. And so they said, okay, well, the God of the Old Testament is a different guy. It's the demiurge. It's an evil God. And I was I'm just wondering, what are we doing with this deism? I use this example to say that you can't give any characteristics to this force. If you simply want to say it's an impulse that created, well, okay, fair enough. If you have an impulse that creates and it doesn't have any character, and it doesn't care who I sleep with or whether I eat fish on a Friday or whatever, well, fair enough. I'm happy to go and have a pint with you. I don't, in a way that I wouldn't be happy to go for a pint with, say, Doug Wilson, who has a whole load of crap that he gets out of his magic book, right? You don't have a magic book. You don't believe in anything. So
No, I don't.
Why don't you go the whole way? Why don't you go the whole way? Why don't you just come across, join the team?
I can answer you, Jerry. I can answer you. Check it, right? I like to. I'm a gambling man first and foremost, right? I always hedge my bet. Doesn't matter what. Like I'll make a good paper ball shot and I'll bet double or nothing if I can make it again. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm always gonna bet, right? So that's just in me, right?
That's not hedging your bet. Just saying.
Me betting, right? Me betting on this. I'm betting that there's more going on. Right?
Are we backing into Pascal's gamble here? Are we?
No. Right, I'm getting somewhere. I'm gonna try not to take too long.
You know, Blaise Pascal. He said.
Yeah, no, I've heard about that.
He said, "I believe in." He says, "I believe in Christianity." Right. So, are you backing into that argument?
I've heard.
Or are you going somewhere else?
Of course. Champ, I'm trying to answer you. So I'm not going there. Look, I'm telling you that me, without no book, without no concepts, right? It makes sense to me, working from present day, present moment, that we would be like computers. We do things that computers do. We do processes that are very much akin to processes of a machine like a computer. You know, not just one part, because a computer is a whole lot. It's a motherboard and a whole lot of components that go into making that computer work. You see what I'm saying? Just like us, no different. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of similarities in how consciousness projects and emerges from things like code, things like hardware, the hardware that is the brain, the mind. I see that code and computing is a mechanic to project images out of code and writing. I see how that happens. I see how it's logically possible that our brains can act like consoles that project like the way websites project through codes when you use HTML and Java and all of that. You know, I suppose that there's code embedded in every single facet of the universe, every cloth, every nook, every cranny, every atomic structure, everything, down to the smallest, down to the biggest, up to the biggest, I mean. Like it's all
Why can't consoles project consciousness then?
why can't consoles project consciousness? Is doing it now. That this is the consciousness of the code.
No, it's not consciousness. It's not consciousness. It's our consciousness that's being projected through the code.
Right now, Talk Studio Streamlabs it's a consciousness of the code that was written. Like
It's not consciousness. It's just running programs.
We're not talking through the code. No, it's running processes. Processes that to it would seem natural.
Programs,
to us,
processes, same
we
thing.
know that it's not natural because we could see that this is computers doing what humans we know programmed it to do. I'm saying that I'm supposing that something similar is happening with us and our reality and our consciousness, and because we don't know, we don't have this viewpoint of it the way we have now with a thing like Talk Studio. You see what I'm saying?
But we have our own
We don't have
consciousness.
that
Talk
viewpoint.
Studio doesn't.
No, this is what I'm saying. Talk Studio is what is being projected. It's the content. Anything that's projected through the console of the computer that allows it. The OS itself is the consciousness. The fact that
Talk
we're on
Studio's a
Microsoft right now.
mask. It's
No,
not.
listen. You
It's
turn
not
off your computer.
consciousness.
You turn off your computer, and that's akin to you when you're gone, like when you're dead. You understand what I'm saying?
No,
But the
it's
stuff
not.
that it processes, yes, it is, because no one, like, you still contain the data in you, you still contain the memories in you, but without that breath of life in you, you're just material. You're just a physical material laying there, and you cannot be activated. Now, if that breath of life go back into you, guess what? You and all your consciousness reemerges. You understand what I'm saying? But when you die, you don't have that. And then a person who never met you, a person who doesn't know anybody who ever knew you, that just stumbles across you like you're in a fucking park or something, you go through something, God forbid, a bear gets you, and somebody who never met you stumbles across you, guess what? They don't know nothing about you because you are not your skin. I am not my skin. You can't tell anything about me, about my character, about the invisible things of me, without me being alive to show it to you. That's a different component of what I am. And I'm supposing that we work in sync with this in a way that we just don't quite yet understand. And there's room for it based on the current frontiers of science. Us looking into things like string theory, quantum mechanics, all these different things. Like we're doing our diligence.
We're not even talking about the same thing as when you started answering this question.
He's saying to make
You're
it make sense
musing
why
now.
it works.
You're just musing now.
I'm not musing. I could chain it back.
Yes,
and
you are.
Listen, stop accusing and just let me chain it back to what Jerry said, right? I'm telling you I could do that. And you're gonna make me lose my train of thought. He asked me to make it make sense. Why does it make sense to me? He's like, okay, cool. As long as you're not hurting nobody, cool, we can have a drink and all of that. But I'm still curious. Why does that make sense to you? And I broke it down in great detail starting from present day reality.
What he said was, why not go the full length? Why not join the other side? That's what he asked you.
That's what I'm saying. No, he asked me that too. And I'm just letting the man know what my full stance is so that there's no questions. Why not go the full way? Because I didn't go half the way, in my opinion. I'm just questioning things. I'm just looking around. I'm just looking left and right. I'm just looking up and down. I'm going, Now, to you, that means I went halfway somewhere. I don't know. That's your thinking.
But
that's
you
your thought process.
still call yourself a theist.
Yeah, because a theist believes in a God that has some sort of like action, like I forget the word. Like it's a word that take
interaction.
It's a word. It's not that one.
Influence.
Influence. It's a no. It's another word. It's not coming to me. But And it probably will in a few, and if it does, I'll remind you. But
intent?
No. It's somewhere along that line, but it ain't that. Faculty. Not faculty.
Agency.
It's agency. There you go. Agency. You see what I'm saying? Agency. So agency over things. I don't consider that. I just simply say like it would have as much agency over us as Bill Gates has on Microsoft Windows and everything that you could develop with that. Think about it. Look at all the people it takes to make that one OS that everyone uses mostly. Like, there's others, but generally we using Windows. You know what I'm saying? We using Androids.
Yeah, he fucking stole that from IBM.
All right, fine. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that the OS works a certain way. You don't then blame Bill Gates for saying, oh, well, why did this coder, is able to code this virus literally into the fucking thing? It's doing that because it can do that. The stuff is manipulatable, which also lends credence to my notion of God being something that also emerged from the universe, because then it can't stop you. It would still technically be God, but it can't physically stop you because it's also bound to laws of the universe. You understand what I'm saying? So it correlates. I don't know. It correlates to me. So
okay, Jay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So do I take it then that your point of view is that there's something ineffable and peculiar about consciousness?
Yes.
That's why you believe in this kind of supernatural quality. Is that what this computer analogy is about?
I see how it works. No, and it's not so much that, right? I see how it works. I see that there are things going on that's separate from the body that's happening in unison with the body.
So would you say
in unison?
So would you say then, are you making a kind of an argument from design then?
Kinda. But not designing each individual human being,
the
right?
pieces fit together.
Not designing.
I don't mind if you want to say that
the OS period, like
But you
every
also
human.
think that computers have their own consciousness.
No, I'm not saying that. I never said that. I
You
said
said that
it's
like an hour
akin-
ago.
No, I didn't. I said that it would be comparable to that, a console when you write code to it and then the website projects. You see how you don't listen to me when I talk?
You said the console
I did not
projects
say
its
that.
own
Goodness
consciousness.
gracious. I didn't say that. I said that's comparable. That's one of the many comparisons I've been
you
making
did.
to us and computers this whole time. That's one of the
You
many.
did.
You see?
You said the
Goodness
console
gracious. All right,
projects
cool.
its consciousness.
Cool. Stay on your fence post. It's
okay.
all good.
So this operating system, as you put it, that's the sticking point. Is that right? This is if I were to sum up your main argument. Now you started to say theism now, not theism, but let's say your main argument for this supernatural quality is this OS, right? You say you can see the OS, and that's your evidence for this supernatural element. I'm just trying, Jay. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to restate your point of view in as few words as possible, so that I can understand it and then interact with it. So, is what I'm saying correct, or do you want to change it? Is it incorrect in some way?
No.
The OS being the feeling or the reason why you have this theistic feeling.
Well, no, not so much the OS. I everything I see, champ, I compare it to physical processes. Like I don't get to that point of view on computers unless I first compared it to something I go through. My consciousness when I go to sleep, I suppose that there's more in that process with my consciousness, the invisible part of me, right? The me that exists only through the emergent properties of me. Because again, my carbon flesh is not named Jay, just like your carbon flesh is not named Jerry. The things that make you Jerry and me Jay are things that are not physically tangible and come from the brain as impulses from processes of the brain that would never even occur unless there was a console of the mind, that's what I'm supposing. That's what I'm comparing to the computer now. You see, that's where the comparison kicks in. This OS talk that a child is born, the OS kicks in.
Okay, I get you. Right. So you're saying that there's an ineffable Jerry-ness about me and an ineffable Jay-ness about you, and that is your reason for the theism or the deism. Is that right?
Jay don't exist and Jerry don't exist. What exists is our carbon composition, our life force. Right now, something could happen
Well, you
that
see,
could
that's what I'd say.
No, listen. Right now, something could happen that could permanently alter our consciousness, and there would be no more Jay or Jerry. And guess what? We would still be alive.
I know. Look,
You're just gonna break everything down to.
we
That's
can
just sophistry, Jay.
we can
That's sophistry.
argue.
It's how
We can
consciousness
argue
works.
about your. We can make arguments and we can discuss the position later, but I don't think your current position is coherent. That's my point. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because when you say that there's no Jay and no Jerry, and when you talk about computers, it sounds like you're being a materialist like me. It's just that
Jerry,
you don't want to stick with that argument.
Jerry.
So would you like to try restate again? My question is, where's the magic? Where's the spark?
That's what I'm saying. We are connecting to this energy in a way that I can't quite tell you. You know, there's forces at play. There's fundamental forces at play. There's probably more than what we know out there. You know, more forces at play, more things, more particles and materials that we can't detect that probably is right in front of us. There's probably things we haven't done yet to uncover all these things. That's what I'm supposing. You see, and when I look at how
remember the guy, he was in the 50s, he was from Oxford.
Hey Jerry, you're roboting.
You roboting.
I'll leave it to you guys. Thanks for the time.
You roboting, Chip?
Jerry, you're unintelligible. It's hard.
He said thanks
can't
for
understand a
having
word
him
of it.
up.
Have a good time.
Gonna hop off, and yeah, you had a good time. Thanks for joining us, Jerry. Hopefully you can join us again sometime when you have a more solid connection.
So Jay, why are you so hard pressed to just cling to this energy that you can't even describe?
I could describe it. I just did.
No, you can't. In fact, you even included the words "I can't describe it" in your last.
What I mean is, I can't tell you what it is. I could tell you how it acts in my eyes. Just like we can't tell you what consciousness is. We could tell you certain properties of it. It doesn't tell you what it is. Like, you know, consciousness itself.
What does it mean to describe what something is? Like, what does that even look like?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's an anomaly.
So are you saying you can never describe anything as what it is?
Yeah, there are physical things. Like, I could describe an apple, a fruit, you know what I'm saying? A plant, you know, things like that.
Is that what it is, though? What is the isness of an apple?
The thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't touch my thoughts. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, some immaterial things exist. That doesn't mean we don't understand what they are.
What I'm saying is that I'm supposing there's an underlying system in which allows that to emerge. And when you are no longer alive, it doesn't end the stuff that allows that to emerge. It just no longer processes.
So you said you suppose it. So you're saying that you don't have a reason to believe this, right? You just adopt the belief.
I'm supposed to my understanding is me looking and coming to my conclusion. But if I don't want to treat it like if it's something that I'm claiming to be a fact, I say suppose, so that it doesn't come across like something I'm trying to claim as a fact claim. This is an opinion, but it is something that I'm basing on observations I've made and comparisons I've made that are over 20, like over 50, like every.
You know, that's almost worse, right?
So yes, you don't have a reason to believe these things.
I do.
So that would make them unreasonable.
listen, I go to sleep every day. I wake up every day. I experience consciousness, and I don't have all the answers. So me asking these questions, me seeing a system that compares to what we are in such a extensive way.
I've already explained why the computer analogy is meaningless. Just
That's
because
your
we act
opinion.
like a computer doesn't mean we are computers.
That's your opinion. I never said that we are computers.
That's not my opinion.
It's akin to it. Like you could see how it's not the exact same. I even made the example. I said I can't unplug memory and put it in my hard drive because I'm not exactly a computer. I know there's differences. I'm not exactly what's in my PC right now. That would just be craziness. And I know that, but I'm thinking that you guys have the discernment to extract from what I'm saying that I'm not saying an exact PC like the shit that I'm on talking to you right now. I'm thinking you can.
There's no reason though to
We're trying to
extrapolate from
avoid
your
discerning
analogy
anything
because
from what
we
you
aren't
say.
one for one.
Because every time we try to discern something from what you're saying, which is incoherent at best to us right now, but every time we try to discern something, you bark back at us like, how dare you put those words in my fucking mouth?
Because you actually be putting words in my mouth in those instances.
Well,
So
then
I'm gonna
stop
say that.
asking us to discern anything from what you're
How
saying
about
and just fucking
can
tell
you
us.
accurately discern? You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you that now. I'm telling you that now. So look, you see what it is, all right? You see what my notion is. And then when I go back, it makes me seem like I'm switching up or I'm dodging when that was all I was saying all along. Like this is called conversation. I could see your implications. I could see where you're going with something. And if I feel like I'll ask you. That's it. But what I've been saying has been consistent and clear this whole time. I've never budged.
No, it has not. You have not been
That's
clear
hard.
or consistent.
You've been all over the place.
Don't think so. You don't think so. That's fine.
And
It's
here's why we don't think so. Here's why
That's
I
fine.
don't think so anyway.
I
Right?
think your opinion is demonstrable.
So my issue is the analogies that you're using don't work for your explanation. Right? So RP, I put a link in there that Richard Feynman, it's a Richard
Yes,
Feynman video.
I love this interview in particular.
And
Like,
it kind of, I
he
think, what
speaks
highlights
with so much wonder.
Well, yeah, I know, but it kind of highlights the problem that I think we're kind of having in that the analogies that you're using don't work at all for the reality of which you believe. So when you use the analogies, it's the equivalent of Richard Feynman trying to explain how magnetism works to somebody who doesn't have an understanding of electromagnetism and how it actually comes about. Well, just play the video.
Is this the one where he talks about someone jumping
You
into the
could have just
water?
put that in chat. You didn't have to put it in Discord. Oh wait, are you even type something in chat?
Okay, hold on. Not at the computer.
I think this will have a loud buzzing, so I'll have to
Oh,
adjust.
you're not even
volume
a
on the fly.
moderator. That's why you couldn't post links. Okay.
If you get hold of two magnets and you push them, you can feel this pushing between
You're a
them.
moderator now.
Turn it around the other way and they slam together. Now, what is it, the feeling between those two magnets?
What do you mean, what's the feeling between the two magnets?
There's something there, isn't there? I mean, the sensation is that there's something there when you push these two magnets together.
Listen to my question. What is the meaning when you say that there's a feeling? Of course you feel it. Now, what do you want to know?
What I want to know is what's going on
Jackie.
between these two bits of metal.
Magnets repel each other.
And well, then what does that mean, or why are they doing that, or how are they doing it?
You're asking.
I must say, I think that's a perfectly reasonable question.
Of course,
to
it's a
ask.
reason. It's an excellent question. Okay. But the problem that you're asking, you see, when you ask why something happens, how does a person answer why something happens? For example, Aunt Minnie is in a hospital. Why? Because she went out and she slipped on the ice and broke her hip. That satisfies it, people. It satisfies, but it wouldn't satisfy someone who came from another planet, knew nothing about things. First, you should understand why, when you break your hip, do you go to the hospital? How do you get to the hospital when the hip was broken? Well, because her husband, seeing that she had the hip was broken, called the hospital up and sent somebody to get her. All that is understood by people. Now, when you explain a why, you have to be in some framework that you allow something to be true. Otherwise, you're perpetually asking why. Why did the husband call up the hospital? Because husband is interested in his wife's welfare. Not always. Some husbands aren't interested in their wife's welfare when they're drunk and they're angry. And so you begin to get a very interesting understanding of the world and all its complications. In order to if you try to follow anything up, you go deeper and deeper in various directions. If, for example, you could go, well, why did she slip on the ice? Well, ice is slippery. Everybody knows that, no problem. But you ask, why is ice slippery? That's kind of curious. Ice is extremely slippery. It's very interesting. You say, how does it work? You could either say, I'm satisfied that you've answered me, ice is slippery, that explains it. Or you could go on and say, why is ice slippery? And then you're involved with something, because there aren't many things as slippery as ice. It's very hard to get. Greasy stuff, but that's sort of wet and slimy. But a solid that's so slippery, because it is in the case of ice that when you stand on it, they say, momentarily the pressure melts the ice a little bit, so you got a sort of instantaneous water surface on which you're slipping. Why on ice and not on other things? Because ice expands water expands when it freezes, so the pressure tries to undo the expansion and melts it. It's capable of melting it. But other substances contract when they're freezing, and when you push them, they're just satisfied to be solid. Why does water expand when it freezes and other substances don't expand when they freeze? All right? I'm not answering your question, but I'm telling you how difficult the why question is. You have to know what it is that you're permitted to understand and allowed to be understood and known, and what it is you're not. You'll notice in this example that the more I ask why, it gets interesting after a while. That's my idea, that the deeper a thing is, the more interesting it is. And we could even go further and say, why did she fall down when she slipped? That has to do with gravity. It involves in all the planets and everything else. Never mind. It goes on and on. Now, when you ask, for example, why two magnets repel, there are many different levels. It depends on whether you're a student of physics or an ordinary person who doesn't know anything or not. If you're somebody who doesn't know anything at all about it, all I can say is that there's a magnetic force that makes them repel, and that you're feeling that force. And you say, but that's very strange, because I don't feel kind of force like that in other circumstances. When you turn them the other way, they attract. There's a very analogous force, electrical force, which is the same kind of a question. And you say, that's also very weird. But you're not at all disturbed by the fact that when you put your hand on the chair, it pushes you back. But we found out by looking at it that that's the same force, as a matter of fact. The electrical force, not magnetic exactly in that case, but it's the same electrical repulsions that are involved in keeping your finger away from the chair, because everything's made out of its electrical forces in minor and microscopic details. There's other forces involved, but this is connected to electrical forces. It turns out that the magnetic and the electric force with which I wish to explain these things, this repulsion in the first place, is what ultimately is the deeper thing that we have to start, that we can start with, to explain many other things that looked like they were, everybody would just accept them. You know, you can't put your hand through the chair. That's taken for granted. But that you can't put your hand through the chair, when looked at more closely, why? It involves these same repulsive forces that appear in magnets. The situation you then have to explain is why in magnets it goes over a bigger distance than in ordinarily. And there it has to do with the fact that in iron, all the electrons are spinning in the same direction. They all get lined up, and they magnify the effect of the force until it's large enough at a distance that you can feel it. But it's a force which is present all the time and very common, and is in a basic force of almost, I mean, I can go a little further back if I were more technical, but at an early level, I just have to tell you that's going to be one of the things you'll just have to take as an element in the world, the existence of magnetic repulsion, or electrical attraction, magnetic attraction. I can't explain that attraction in terms of anything else that's familiar to you. For example, if we say the magnets attract like as if they were connected by rubber bands, I would be cheating you. Because they're not connected by rubber bands, I shouldn't be in trouble. You'd soon ask me about the nature of the bands. And secondly, if you were curious enough, you'd ask me why rubber bands tend to pull back together again, and I would end up explaining that in terms of electrical forces, which are the very things that I'm trying to use the rubber bands to explain. So I have cheated very badly, you see. So I'm not going to be able to give you an answer to why magnets attract each other, except to tell you that they do, and to tell you that that's one of the elements in the world of the different kinds of forces. There are electrical forces, magnetic forces, gravitational forces, and others, and those are some of the parts. If you were a student, you'd go further. I could go further. I could tell you that the magnetic forces are related to the electrical forces very intimately, that our relationship between the gravity forces and electrical forces remains unknown, and so on. But I really can't do a good job, any job, of explaining magnetic force in terms of something else that you're more familiar with, because I don't understand it in terms of anything else that you're more familiar with.
Magnets, how do they work?
Now that was Richard Feynman, probably one of like right there with Carl Sagan and Newton, as far as a lot of people are concerned with like.
He agrees with me.
Well,
Blitz
no.
would shoot you if he heard you saying that.
Who would? Blitz would?
Blitz.
Really?
Yeah.
Why so? I'm curious about that.
It's just sort of a running joke that if Richard Feynman believes something, then Blitz tends to believe the opposite.
Okay, that's a funny joke. All right, that's hilarious, honestly, because that's a tough person to like counter on everything, right? But I don't think he does agree.
Like I said, it's a running joke kind of thing. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think he does agree with you, Jay, and here's why: is because the analogies that you're
100% he
using
does.
to explain why you believe in God don't work, right? That's what I was pointing out. Like your reason for believing God is not relatable to the examples that you're using to us. That's the problem that we're having. You're using examples that we can't relate to that because they don't work in the way that
you keep going back to God.
Well,
I keep going back to
Because that's what we're talking about, Jay.
The question was, why do you believe?
God produced this OS is what I'm theorizing, what I'm supposing. God could be a collective.
And
God
what's
could be-
the reason to believe that?
Because I see how the reality works. I see by experience, by me experiencing it, me having certain questions about my own existence and what I actually physically go through every day, and me seeing that everyone goes through this. It's not just me. I'm not unique. I'm not the only human being alive. So at the end of the day, we all go through this. And
comparing
we all
it to
gonna
the
have
video,
that same
you're
question.
using your understanding is rubber bands.
So
what you're
it
what
goes
you're
back to
talking
God.
about is magnetism.
No, I'm not talking about magnetism.
No, you're right. You're not because
I'm talking about
you don't
processing.
understand
You're
how
not
magnetism
unique,
works.
Jay, but
Listen,
you
I'm talking
are,
about
in fact, the only one in this conversation that knows what the fuck you're talking about.
No, listen, I'm talking about magnetism being a process that emerges in the OS. And it happens. The fundamental forces happen whether we understand them or not. And they're going to
But
happen.
they don't happen by being in an operating system. They are just a fundamental part of the universe.
Exactly. But here's the thing. Our universe
No, what do you mean
itself
exactly? If it's a
is-
fundamental part of the universe, it's not part of our operating system.
Our universe itself is a contained thing. There's no regions of empty space. There's always something where there's a particle, space floating, something, forces being at hand. Like this all
Yeah,
came
but
from
wouldn't magnetism work the same
things.
way even if the human race had never evolved?
No,
Wouldn't
it works
magnetism
that way.
still work the same way? Even if we were never,
is a
even
universal
if we
law.
never evolved to be smart enough to figure it the fuck
Gretchen,
out.
magnetism is a universal law. It's going to be that way with or without us.
Okay, and so you're comparing that to God being a
No, I'm
universal
saying
law?
that God somehow either through the creation or maybe made the creation or emerged from the creation and was able to manipulate things and was able to create the OS just the way humans emerged and we were able to create this OS, and Bill Gates did that, and other
See,
people gonna
problem
make
is you
that
said
OS.
somehow, meaning that you're just trying to explain your
'Cause
mystery
I
with
can't
just
tell you. I
another
can't tell you
mystery.
what it is. I can't tell you what it is, so I gotta say that. I gotta do what he said. I gotta be honest enough to say that. Because
But
he's not telling you
humans
what
didn't take
magnetism
this
is.
fundamental law
He's
of the
telling you it
universe and
happens.
use it to manipulate and create
No,
an
I'm not
operating
using it
system
to
for
do
a
anything,
computer.
just like he did.
We
I'm not
straight up
doing that.
invented that shit.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What he's doing. Look, what he
No, we
did
did.
was what he did was basically say that guy you just played. What he said was basically magnetism is something that happens. It just happens the way it is. I can't tell you
No, that is
much
not what he said at
about it.
all. He
Listen,
said
play
he
it back.
can't
Play it
explain to
back.
you how
Play,
it works
look, play
because
it
you
back.
don't have the fundamental understanding to
Listen,
do
He
that.
was
So he could use
explaining the difference
analogies.
between
we
telling
can
you what
explain to
something
you how
is
it
and
works,
telling you why
not what it
something
is.
is.
Not he can't explain to you certain things. I probably didn't get the exact quote right because I can't play it back right now. I don't have
Yeah,
the
he was
the
saying
player, right?
there's a
So what
difference
I'm saying
between
is
telling you what something is and telling you why something is.
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Science will tell you how something works. It gives you models to explain how something works and what we observe it do and stuff like that. It doesn't tell you what it is or why it is. You understand? That's what science doesn't do. It gives you accurate models to break down and make predictions in the fabric of reality, but it doesn't give you all the underlying answers to why or how everything happens. Like it could just give you models and we can see how it works, but not how it all really truly got there. You understand what I'm saying? We don't even really know how time really truly works out there. That shit is still.
Oh, that's not
There's
true.
relativity, there's all of that, but light years is crazy. Like
Jay, again,
light
just because you
travel through
don't fully
space is
understand it
crazy.
doesn't mean that there aren't experts out
The
there
way light
that
travels
fully
through space
understand
is
it.
crazy, RP. The way light travels
Yeah,
through
it's
space is
crazy. That doesn't mean we don't understand it.
What I'm telling you, look,
There are
when
people
we
who have
look back,
dedicated their lives to understanding these phenomena.
we don't ever see shit in real time. Like we don't see shit in real time.
We
The
absolutely
sun,
do. That's like our
no, we
understanding
don't.
of time is
We
no,
see
we
the sun
do.
as it is 8 minutes away.
Right. Okay. But our understanding of time, we understand to the point where we manipulate it in real time. That's how
It took for
GPS
us to
works.
get machines.
We're able to
Look,
understand it well enough that
it
in
took
real
for us.
time we can use it.
It took for us to develop machines that were never promised to us, to get explanations that were never owed to us. You understand what I'm saying?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Listen, I'm telling you what I'm talking about. Science is one of those things that provided these answers to us. You remove the science and we don't get that, right? Science is not something that humans were born with. This is something that came in over time as we grow and more people
Yeah,
grow.
because
We live
it's
and
a
die.
tool. We
You know what I'm
developed
saying?
the process.
And it's a tool. And off that tool is how we extract the truth claims out of this. Because without those tools, we would still be walking around not
so
knowing
what
what the
truth
fuck is
claims have
happening.
been extracted
Thinking
that
that the
prove that
sun
we're
is like that.
computers?
Thinking that the sun is like the way it is, but it's not. It's always the way it was 8 minutes ago. You see what I'm saying? We wouldn't have known that had we had not
No,
had
I
the
don't see
science
what you're
come
saying
and
because I
explain that
understand
to us.
relativity.
You're not getting it, bro. Like you only understand relativity because you have science to explain it to you. Without a scientist to do that, you would never understand relativity.
Okay,
And it was never owed to you as an explanation. There's people that entered this world and left this world, and they
what's
never
the
heard of
point?
relativity.
Jay, land the plane.
The point is, there's a deeper system going on. That's what makes me
That
feel
doesn't follow.
Hey, listen, to you it doesn't. That's fine. You're gonna disagree. You're gonna think what you want, and that's
No,
fine.
just logically, it does not logically
It
follow.
follows to me. Yes, it does.
These
Because
are
then
two
it makes
completely
sense.
unrelated
Listen,
things.
Then it makes sense. Then it makes sense why we have to experience and not explain. Why certain things we can only experience and never explain, like death, for example.
Like what?
We have to experience that. You understand? Death is one of
See,
those things.
again,
that we have to
you're
experience.
assuming that there's something to experience and instead of
You don't know
an
that
end of
though.
experience.
You're assuming that there's not. You want to point out that I'm assuming that there is. You're assuming that there's not. That's you doing that.
Because as we understand it, experience only happens in a live brain.
Because you understand it, right? I don't
No,
think so. I
as
think you know just as much
it's
as me.
understood, you can't have experience without a live brain. Like there
Right,
has
right.
to be
We
the
have a
signal.
reason
You don't got good
to
reason for
predict
nothing,
that.
man. You just going by the data and saying what you think. Just like
Yes,
I'm
we
going
are
by the
going
data
by the
and
data.
saying what I think. You just think your opinion is better. That's all it is.
It's just
It
supported by
has
more
more
evidence.
epistemic
No,
grounding.
listen, it has more combined confusion. Because at the end of the
What the
day,
fuck is combined confusion, Jay? I'd like to
combined
hear it.
confusion, let me tell you why. Science gives you a whole lot of answers, but it still has a whole lot of questions. So when you try to put that together, right, and
Having
combine all these
questions
different
doesn't make the
sentiments,
answers
listen,
any less valid.
you're
Jay, does
combining
the
these
fact that we
different
don't know
sentiments.
everything mean that we can't know that 1 + 1 = 2?
I never said that. You taking the most primitive thing and comparing it to something
It's
dynamic
called a
like God.
reductio,
You
Jay.
see how you doing that? Like it does. That's not a good
Yes, I
example.
understand. It's a
Not a good
tactic that
example.
is often employed. But
Yeah, it's not a good
okay,
example.
so you've admitted that just because we don't have perfect knowledge of everything doesn't mean that we can't know certain truths. And just because science has some questions doesn't mean that we can't like answer questions already about lesser things.
Listen,
It also doesn't mean that the things that we've come to understand through science hasn't just squashed the notion that it was a God ever doing it,
we
right?
will
So to
have
think that that
understanding.
knowledge will perpetuate to grow, and then at some point be like, oh, I guess there was a God, seems extremely unlikely, right? And you might want to say, oh, there's still a chance, and rest on that, but it's not a realistic chance, is what everyone else would say to you, and we're like, why would you
That's
bet on
fine.
that lottery? And you'll say, because I'm a gambling man. And everyone would say, you're not
Hey,
good at gambling and you should not
that's
do
cool.
that, because your
That's
idea of
cool.
hedging your
I've
bet
won
was
money though.
no,
I'll
no,
tell
let's
you
go
that.
back. I'm going to go back to something you said earlier. Your idea of hedging your bets was to roll up another paper ball and double down, which is not hedging your bets. That's losing twice your money, right? Like there's no
Parlay.
hedging your bet, right? It's like there's reasons not to play the lottery, right? And it's because people don't understand statistics. And I think that's kind of the core problem here, is that you're not
Yeah,
getting the
that's like
statistical
exactly the opposite of hedging your bets.
right,
You
If
know,
right.
that's
nobody
doubling
plays,
down.
if nobody plays, nobody wins. You understand what I'm saying? And let me tell you something.
That is
That
that is
platitude
That
has
doesn't
ignorance.
change
nothing
the
to do with
definition of hedging
anything.
your
Listen,
bets.
no, listen. All right, fine. Hedge. I know hedge is different. Like I'm a gambler. I know that. I use the
You
term
are
hedge
bad
all
at
You
the time.
were
gambling.
talking
I
about
didn't think
doubling down.
you don't know my gambling history, so whatever. That's an assumption on your behalf.
I don't
Whatever.
have to know your gambling history to know that you don't know the
First of all,
definition of hedging
first
your
of all,
bets.
first of all, I do know what hedging the bet is. It's basically making a counter bet to protect it in case the fucking shit don't go right. You got
Well,
another
then
bet
it's
to hedge
unfortunate
the
that
bet
you
with. I
described
know
the
what
wrong
it is,
thing.
so don't play me like I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I used it wrong, whatever. I said it. I didn't think y'all was really even in tune with betting language. Now, y'all not gamblers. Y'all don't be on DraftKings, right? Am I wrong?
I
Oh
said it back when you
my
first said it. I
God.
said that's not what hedging your bets means.
But I know I just explained to you what hedging is, and I did not look it up. You did not hear my keyboard. You did not hear that, right? All right then. So I fucking
And you
Well,
are
you
not
looked it up
understanding
after I
that
said something an hour ago. I don't know.
some of the people in this circle
I
may
can only
have
take you
made
at your words. That's it.
I've played tens of thousands of hands of Hold'em, Omaha.
Oh
Like
yeah?
yeah, I've
Yeah, put
gambled
me
a
on it.
lot. I paid
My
my
family's
rent
very connected to the casino companies,
playing.
so I know a
I paid
lot.
my rent playing
Listen,
online
that's
poker
awesome. I
for
bet
about
on
2
boxing,
years.
guys. So if y'all ever got
Oh my God. Oh,
let me
that's a
know.
horrible. I mean, maybe. I mean, if you know the fighter and everything, there's a chance you can do. I don't bet on sports because that's ridiculous. Um, but again,
Yeah, one-on-one
just comes
sports is
down to
different.
like I play poker because I know the odds, right? Like I I do well because I slow play like a motherfucker. People hate me. But it's still the statistical thing that I think you're really not getting there is the odds are based on everything that we've removed as a possibility of being a god through science, that what the gaps that remain aren't going to be filled by that. It's just not likely to such a remote chance that you could just throw it out if you really looked at like what the odds were and understood that it's like 1 in a trillion, right? Like you wouldn't say, oh, you got to play to win on 1 in a trillion odds, right? We're just taking that last little step. We're just rounding that like
you said
odd
1 in a
down to
trillion
zero.
odds. I don't think it's 1 in a trillion odds. I think that
Oh, it's
once you
probably
start
worse.
looking, no. I'm thinking that once you start realizing what I'm saying, you see that the odds get better and better because what we are physically, we are not metaphysically. We are not our thoughts. We are not our consciousness. None of us are our bodies. Our bodies are going to stay here. There's something in us that's not going to stay in us. That's no longer going to get processed through us. It's like a computer. Just because you didn't plug in the computer to the wall, does it mean that it doesn't
I
still
disagree
have
with
no
that. I
value?
think we
You
are our
try to plug it
bodies.
back into the wall. You got to plug it back into the life stem and the life system, which is giving it life. And we just don't understand everything about this and everything that goes into it. I'm supposing that something created this. This is why we only see it here. You understand? We don't see this nowhere else. And not just this, right? Like the earth could have been here, right? If I take a planet and I manipulate that planet in order for life to emerge on that planet, life that I made, that I decided, I didn't even have to make the planet. As long as I did that, and it's an actual new life that wasn't like spliced from pre-existing life. It's new life like the way we are, that we went through the whole biogenesis and all that. We went through all those processes neutrally, came up with our own things. We evolved into our own thing, right? If something had faculty in that and say, yo, agency in that and say, yo, you know what, that's what it is, then that's God to me.
Well, okay, but what if that input that kicked off this whole OS computer, whatever you want to falsely equate it to, is just the start of what we understand now as the Big Bang, right?
Well,
Like
I mean,
no, hold on a second, hold on. In that instance, right? What we know that after that started, we would get to here, right? So what input would he have on that initial state of just pure chaos and just insane energy that to get us to here? If that was the starting point, if that's where he hit the power button, isn't that pretty much all he did? And then why does that even need to be there?
You call it pure chaos and pure to that because you know that's how you vision it in your limited human mind. Oh, it's pure chaos. You don't know what's really happening in that layer of reality. We don't know. We've seen consciousness literally emerge through us due to processes. And you're writing off the possibility that there could be processes going on over there where something couldn't have emerged somehow. You understand?
Well, no, but
like,
something did emerge. A bunch of hydrogen, a little bit of
I know
lithium,
that.
some
I know
helium.
that.
Helium.
Yeah,
I know
and
that.
some helium. Yep.
These are things that when again, God is something that could have emerged from those things too, like how we did. It's possible. I would still credit that to be God if he emerged from the helium, the hydrogen, the this, the that, the elements, the atoms, and all of that. Eventually that produced something out there that eventually came whatever with a bunch of other things like it and made us, and that's why we're here and our operating system gets to live. Like, and that we
So are we
come
like
together.
how could something within the universe create something that's going to be for us outside of the universe? If it was
Not
created
outside
within
of the
the thing.
universe. I don't think that it's outside of the. I think that it's all a contained system, right?
Oh,
There's
so
no
like when
outside
we
of the
die,
universe.
okay, so let me see if I
It's
can
just
like
a different layer of this universe. It's
right.
just a
No,
different.
so like our consciousness, the thing that is us, right? The thing that isn't our body, but is us, is on some unknown field, we'll say, that we will remain on after the body goes. Is that kind of where that is then? Because
Well,
I don't know how the consciousness maintains after the
I
thing
don't
that's
think
like
consciousness
producing
goes
it
anywhere.
goes.
I don't think it goes anywhere. I think it just happens, right? Like the way it just happened with us. We emerged. We didn't go anywhere, right? We were born. It just happened. Like I don't know the segue that consciousness takes to emerge in instance to instance. Like I don't know really even what we technically are, but I do see how computers work, and I see that the hardware is not the software when it comes to PCs. It's like us. Our hardware is not our software. Nothing about my hardware indicates to me anything about my software
Right,
to
right.
the
But
next person who
but
never
this
knew
goes
me.
back to this goes back to why I wanted to play the video, because you're using computers, which is the equivalent of rubber bands, to like explain why you think God exists, which would be magnetism, which is something that is not in any way, shape, or form similar to how computers work.
Well,
Right?
it's a very how can I say, it's like even more basic, like eons more basic than the most basic things you could think of, like a rubber band compared to magnetism. Like that's like you're barely scratching the surface when you try to like unlock the mysteries of magnetism altogether just off a couple rubber bands. Like that's already a nowhere road. You ain't gonna be able to extract all the truths that go into magnetism, all of them, to in every instance of the universe. You know what I'm saying? Because there are instances where the physics reverse and act differently. The physics we know now change completely.
Buddy, where?
Yeah. Listen, there's places in the universe right now where gravity
Can you
won't work the same.
designate any of those
Planck
for us?
scale, Planck scale physics say that much. That's where things break down and we lose our ability to model things because it's just so broken down. But it
not
doesn't
what-
mean there's not life going
Yeah,
on.
that's
It could be
it.
rich with
not-
life. We just can't fucking see it. It could be filled and brimming with life, like the way we thought the abyss. We thought the abyss for a while was empty, like just darkness, because there's no light going down there. You go down there, that shit is thriving, vibrant with life and colorful creatures and all kinds of stuff in the
Are you
abyss.
talking about Mariana's Trench?
And Mariana's Trench in the lowest part where we dig, where we know light don't go. You understand what I'm saying? Like the lowest that humans can go. I think that's the Mariana Trench. It might be, if I'm not mistaken, off the top. I don't want to say it and be like, yeah, it is, and then somebody be like, no, you see, and then it's wrong.
That's even
whatever.
that's even if you can get people to agree on what the definition of the abyss is.
Well, it's the lowest point where light can't reach. Light can't get there, and it's the pressures are so. It's like 1,000 atmospheres down there. It's like the Earth's atmosphere 1,000 times. It's so pressurized that we can't even send shit down there. Our best technologies, our billions and billions of dollars can't get us there.
We've been to the lowest point in every ocean.
No, I'm telling you that there's lower points. There's even deeper, lower points. Like we have not surveyed the whole abyss. There's other areas that we have
on Earth
That's
or
what,
like
that's
in
what
the
you're
universe.
saying. The abyss. What is the
Earth and
abyss?
the
Is it a
universe.
part of the ocean?
Yeah,
Because there can be an abyss in space. There can be
I call it the
you know.
abyss, Gretchen. You know what I'm saying? This goes back to what I said
No,
earlier.
we
You know what
don't. That's why it's important to
That's
use
why I'm asking you.
accurate
You never heard of the abyss.
terminology.
You never heard of the abyss. Y'all gonna
The
tell me
abyss
that.
is a concept, not a place.
It was also
Alright,
a
well,
movie.
it's a fucking place. It's the bottom of the ocean. All right, fine. The bottom of the ocean.
Yeah,
The very
he's
lowest.
taking the movie version of the abyss and making that what everybody understands because that's the way.
Just
Well, then
talk
what are
about
you
a
talking
place that
about?
exists, like
we
Mariana's
understand each
Trench.
other. I'm thinking I don't have to nuance it that much for y'all. Like, come on. But whatever, you know what I'm saying. The bottom of the damn ocean. You know what I'm saying?
Because as far as
The
I
light
knew,
don't go.
an abyss is just an unfathomable like void.
Right.
Okay, but
Yeah,
here's
yeah.
the thing. Here's the thing.
The
That
lowest
exists
point
on
is
Earth.
Challenger Deep in the bottom of the Mariana Trench is the measured lowest point on the planet. I mean, that's where Dr. Bliss might get me there too, because that's going to be, yeah, because it gets weird when you look at where distance to the center is when you look at the shape of the Earth. But as far as pressure
The
goes,
difference in the shape of the Earth is like, I think, less than 1%. I'll crunch the number real quick, but it's equatorial versus polar diameter, and it's
Right.
almost it's negligible.
Complex life emerge in regions of the Earth where light can't reach. I'm sick, my bad, guys. I'm just gonna mute up coughing.
Just
But-
because complex life can emerge in a spot where light can't reach doesn't mean that somebody had a hand in that happening. There was energy, there was food,
So life
there
can
was
emerge in darkness. Life can
Absolutely.
emerge in darkness with forces with the right forces at hand, with the right pressure circumstances, with the right.
We don't even
conditions.
know that life can't have developed on a completely uninhabitable planet.
That's
More-
what I'm saying. In their
more
oceans,
likely.
it might be. It might
Okay.
be You
It
know,
could just be a different
possible.
life form.
Okay,
You know,
That's what.
one that
Oh
fucking.
my gosh, that's what
Okay.
I'm saying. I'm
No, no.
supposing that's a God responsible for that all throughout the universe. Wherever that happens, it's another OS.
But
It's
it's
just
just,
another realm.
or it's just chance that it happened somewhere else, right? It's
Like
just
over
chance
there,
that
they
it happened
Linux.
here.
Over here, we Microsoft. You understand? Like over there, they made Linux, and they got these different things, and they exploited these atoms and molecules, and their shit goes a different way because it was coded, it was written a certain way to emerge. Like all of that. Like all of that has code. Everything has genetic information, code
again,
that goes into it.
You're attributing the natural processes to something that is like tweaking those natural processes to make this happen. For what reason?
Hold on.
I've
You said
noticed
what?
you've avoided, making
You
the
said what?
comparison between computer code and DNA
I
because.
didn't avoid anything. What are you saying? When did I avoid that? Tell me what.
Well, you haven't made that comparison yet, and
Well, because it's not precisely that, right? I mean, DNA code. I'm saying
it's not
it could be
even
that. It could be that, but
imprecisely that. It's not the same thing.
you don't know that. Right now, we are machines, in my opinion, that like computers can project it, given the right inner working, given the right interworkings, we can project it using our physical embodiment. It's how we get to consciousness. If our bodies don't emerge, our consciousness don't emerge. So that has to predate that. You need the hardware to get to the software. No different than a computer. You don't get to the software till you got a hardware first to run it. It's just the way it works. And I'm seeing it work like that with us. And I'm seeing us be able to edit and change and alter
Where
our
are you seeing this?
DNA. We can splice shit. We can fucking make new beings.
Where are you
we
seeing
made
this?
ligers. We made ligers. We don't even got real bananas no more.
Well, we
what are you doing?
Ligers are just lions and tigers screwing. And yes, we can manipulate DNA to do some pretty
Yeah,
cool
that's what I'm
stuff. They've got
saying.
like
We're not making no
mice
new
with
DNA.
glowing
We're
ears
not
and
making
stuff
no
like
new
that.
OS. We're
But-
not making a new OS though. We can manipulate the one that's dead, but we're not making a new one. We
But
can't do that because that's not what we are. We part of it. We
But you're
live and
giving,
die.
but the problem is giving credit to an agent, giving credit to something with agency where there's no need to do that.
I'm telling you that it makes sense that that's what's happening based on the end result of what we are and how this life is going. It would make sense, and it would fill in a lot of gaps that I've
makes
always had
sense to
questions
nobody
about.
but you.
Yeah, all right, then that's fine. I'm cool with that because when I die, the only person dying is me at that moment. I can't take none of y'all with me, so
Well, I might be in the car with you. You don't know. We might be on the same flight.
Ray,
I ain't gonna
really
go
quick. This was the number I crunched for the percent difference between equatorial and polar diameters. Literally like 0.4%. So not even enough to round up to a percent. So that's how little difference there is technically. And yet, yes, technically it is an oblate spheroid,
was
but
this
it's
again?
so close to being a sphere that just
What?
it's fine calling it a sphere.
What's this equation for again? Break it down again.
So the thing is, right? Like when you look at the highest or the lowest part on Earth, right? Because the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. You can't say that because it's distance from the center versus distance from sea level is the problem in the measurement.
Yeah,
right?
I think the highest point on the crust to the lowest point on the crust was only 13 miles last time I checked, but it'd be from the top of Everest to the bottom of Marianas Trench.
Right. Which, yeah, okay. That's where it got weird for me because I thought somebody was like the top of Mount Everest isn't actually the highest point. It's the highest point above sea level, but it's not the highest point away from the center of the Earth. Which made it weird again. But neither here nor there.
What I'm saying
I
is
could see that.
I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson explain it. He's like, Earth is really as smooth as a cue ball. Like that's how small. Like that's how smooth
It would be
is.
smoother than a cue ball.
What? No,
Yeah.
he said the opposite. He said that if you took all the actual oceans out, Earth isn't even shaped like it's like got chunks taken out of it.
Yeah, but
No,
that's
that's what I'm
incorrect, and
saying.
I proved last
Because
time that it would be as
they
smooth
all
as a cue ball.
they all jumped my shit for
No,
saying
look,
repeating that
you
Neil
can play
deGrasse
it. I
Tyson
remember him
thing
saying
last
it out his
time,
own mouth. I watched this guy's
or
videos.
at least
Like I
last week
heard him say it.
sometime.
He's saying that despite the levels and the mountains and the heights and this and that, that when you look at the earth as a whole, like those levels, those differences at the very surface and like the mountains and shit like that, like there's holes, like there's gaps, like the Mariana Trench, like that distance is probably, if you flip it around, it's probably as high as the fucking Mount Everest. You understand what I'm saying? Something like that. If you talk about like
It's
distance.
deeper. It's about 6.8 miles, and Mount Everest is 5.5 miles.
Yeah,
From
you
sea
see what I'm
level.
saying? So like if you flip that around and put that so that it's going upward on surface level up, it's not even that much. So it's like it's more than Mount Everest, but it's like when you compare that to the rest of the whole massive earth, you understand what I'm saying? And if you was able to hold that, despite that, it's still gonna feel smooth. It's still, you won't feel these indentations or these big old dents that make, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna feel like I don't know, like a baking soda ball, like where you see like clear indentations in it or something like that. It's gonna feel smooth.
And orange actually has like more surface difference than the Earth would at scale.
That's what I'm saying. You see, you get what I'm saying, RB.
So
So you
the
heard
Earth
it
is
too.
even more smooth than an orange.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. So I'm just saying, look, I get it. It's confusing. All of this is confusing. To think that the whole universe emerged from one small state that was super hot, just to imagine how that looked, is a mind fuck. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't know why we're going to Big Bang now.
no, because that encompasses everything. That encompasses everything prior to the processes. That might be the real OS. That might be the real OS right there.
But that's the problem, though,
Like
right?
the
Like
universal
nobody writes
OS.
an OS that's simple, right?
What?
It was so basic at the beginning,
Welcome,
and then
Kieran. Can we hear you? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up, man?
Yes, we can hear you.
kind of broken.
All right, cool.
Say something again. Just make sure we can.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, sounds
All
good.
right, great. First off, Kieran, are you over the age of 18?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, great. And what is your belief?
Well, raised Catholic, I assume I'd be Orthodox Christian now, but I have gone to academia and all that stuff.
Nice. Now I could go make a coffee. I got another Theist. I'll be back.
So wait, what is your current belief?
Orthodox Christian, I'd say. I lean more so to that. I won't believe in the Pope or a right for any man to hold my belief to God. Like. So my belief would be in the Bible, or you know what I mean, the history.
So why is the Bible true?
Okay.
I'm not saying it's true. I believe in the history.
Okay, so why do you believe in
What's
God
the
then?
difference between the two? Sorry.
What's the difference between the two? Well, like humans can fabricate things, right? Just like researchers and scientists can make up studies, fudge the numbers, correct?
Do you think those people don't get found out when they get peer reviewed?
Oh no, definitely not. I went to academia, like I know how it works. Like.
Okay,
But you think that if the Bible is if the Bible's historical, then you believe that it's true, correct?
The Bible's ahistorical is the problem.
Yeah, well, it's a historical. Like, there's too many accounts from different people accounting for the same events. That's how you do analysis in history. You go to multiple different sources who wrote about the same event.
If we're
from
talking
different
about
times.
the Gospels, this completely breaks down because the authors for the Gospel are actually completely anonymous. So we have no way of confirming that they were actually people there and they weren't just like writing about a story they all heard.
I would disagree with that. I don't think they're, well, the writings of Paul are definitely not anonymous.
Paul never knew Jesus.
Yeah, Paul 600 years after the fact. But like
Right.
when you
So
talk
so
about
like
what
you
about, like
you
the
can't
Romans,
confirm the
the
Jesus
Romans,
story by invoking Paul. So how are you
but the
going to
Romans,
confirm this Jesus story?
dude, the Romans, they drew Jesus crucified as a graffiti all over the walls. The first depiction of Jesus
So what
crucified.
if a mortal named Jesus was crucified for saying blasphemy? Like
It
it
wasn't
doesn't
blasphemy to the
the fact
Romans. The
that
Romans
a
didn't give a fuck.
human man named Jesus is crucified in history does not mean that that man was God.
Yeah, I'm not
What
saying, man. We're jumping down the gun of like, why do you believe God?
you said you're a
I'm saying,
Christian, but you don't believe Jesus was God? Or are you just being dishonest right now?
dude, do you think all Christians have to be like on a monotheist, the same belief system? Like we all think
Christ is in the name of Christian, my dude. If you don't believe in Christ, you're not a Christian.
all right, well then I'm a goddess.
That's just a necessary
How about that? I'm a
precondition.
goddess. I believe in God. How about that?
Which God?
Just a God, the creator.
Okay, and what is your reason to believe in a creator God?
My reason to believe in a creator God is because all humans think metaphysically. We think in these abstract thoughts. We think of these things.
Incorrect. There are humans with learning
Oh, well,
disabilities that
I
lack
don't
that
know. The 4-year
capacity.
degree that I did in college, man, so that's what they told us. So we think metaphysically, we
You
think in
just
narrative.
believe anything your college taught you?
Well,
You
that's
should
meant to be the
you should be able
science.
to
You're the
defend that
scientist
claim.
side, right?
What is
Was
the
it Bible
demonstration that we
college?
all think metaphysically?
Dude,
Was it
you're the
Bible
scientist
college?
side. I went to study the science side of shit. Social science, right?
When you said you went to academia, what are you talking about? You went to university?
Yeah.
You went to
I went
Bible
to,
college? You went
no,
to what?
Saudi. I went to a technical university in Ireland.
A technical university. Okay. To study
Yeah.
the science side of shit? Did you get a
Social
degree in the
science.
science side of shit?
Social science.
Social sciences. Okay.
And when they talk about the foundations of how humans think, we all think in narratives. So we all think in
Incorrect.
stories.
There
All
are
right,
people
well,
with aphantasia that don't have an inner dialogue. Therefore, they can't carry on a narrative.
in Fantasia, so they can't have an inner dialogue. How do you know?
Because these are well-known phenomena of the brain. Have you never heard of aphantasia? Have you never heard of dyscalculia, dyslexia? The brain doesn't work exactly the same in everybody. So some of us lack these fundamental experience.
You're completely bullshitting because none of this is true.
What do you mean I'm bullshitting? I'll pull up like every article about all of this
that
on
doesn't mean
Google
that
right
those
now.
people ain't thinking in narratives. You're not inside their head just because they have dyslexia, infantasia, all these different things. That doesn't mean they're not thinking in narratives or stories. How do you know that?
Because they are incapable of like keeping a story in their head if they literally can't picture things in their head.
Dude, I can't picture things in my head.
Yeah, you have aphantasia then.
Yeah, but I still think in narratives and story, bro. It's just in words.
Okay, then there's a specific type of aphantasia where someone doesn't have an inner dialogue. That would lack the ability to keep this narrative.
But you know what?
You're making this crazy claim that 100% of people are able to experience this.
How about we reset? So where does your belief system come? Where does it come from?
My belief system comes from my father. I suppose.
How did you land on your current? What you think you're Orthodox, but you were raised Catholic? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was raised Catholic by my father, like, you know, so like he was just a normal man, you know what I mean? 7 kids, you know, wife, went to church on Sunday, very moderate, very good man. I saw how he lived his life and it seemed very good. I live in a world now where it's all centered around pleasures, hedonism, and I don't think it's as good as the world that my father came up in, to be honest. Men were better, they acted better. They had more respect for people. They had more respect for women. And now it's all about sex and pleasure. So I think the whole secularism side of things, where it's all about just enjoy your life and feed into your own pleasures, I think it's very negative. That's all.
Okay, you think that, but can you demonstrate it?
I think you missed the entire point of secularism, actually.
Actually, yeah, I can completely demonstrate that.
Right, and what's the demonstration? What's the study or fact that you can point to?
Like what do you want? Increases suicides, murders? What do you want?
And how old are you now?
Let's stick on one and let's talk about it.
I'm 35.
You're 35. And when did you decide to be? Did you convert to Orthodoxy, or you just think you're leaning there?
I didn't
Because
convert. I just align more with their religious sensibilities.
Huh?
I didn't convert
Okay.
around. I just align with them more. That's all.
So do you feel
Well,
like
like something as simple as like maybe Trinitarianism. Like
yeah, like I grew
you,
up with the Trinity and all like that. With,
yeah, and
Jesus,
all of a
Jesus
sudden
being the
you don't believe in the
resurrection.
Trinity anymore? Do you not believe in the Trinity anymore? Because that would be really fucking weird for Orthodox.
No, the only thing I can say on that, I wasn't there. I didn't see Jesus be resurrected. I didn't see any of that. So I don't know. Like I can't. Like that would be the agnostic part of me. I wasn't there. Like there's writings of the people who witnessed it, and was it the 200 people or so? Do you know what I mean? But I wasn't there, so
What 200 people? Can you name any of them?
no, I can't.
They're
No.
they're claimed to
But you
200
do know
people.
that
Doesn't mean that there were
you
200
do know
people.
that one of the pillars of Orthodox Christianity is that the Trinity is like there's no getting away from the Trinity. So
No,
you
yeah.
not believing that Jesus is the Son of God that's a big red flag.
No, I believe Jesus is the Son of God. But I believe I'm also the Son of God.
But that's not what you said at the beginning of this conversation.
Is Jesus
No, I
fully
believe-
God?
Like I don't know whether he resurrected from the dead is what I said. I don't know whether he came out of the temple, like when he was buried. Like I don't know if that happened. But I know he's the Son of God.
How do you know
But
that?
Okay.
Then
Then what
the
it
Son of God,
what
dude.
event what
That
are you what
presupposes
event are
God's
you
existence.
saying
You
that
can't know something that you have to base a presupposition on.
what event
All
are you
right, well, tell
saying
me-
that
tell me this,
500
right?
people well actually you said 200 but what event are you saying that 500 people witnessed if not the resurrection of Jesus Christ? Because
I just told you I wasn't there. How am I supposed to know?
you just said though that all those people witnessed that such a big event. Well,
I said
what event?
there was writings of people who witnessed it. That's what I said. That's a secondary source of history. Right? It's a secondary source. I
It's not
can't
even
confirm or deny
secondary.
this stuff. But it's the same thing
Are
of
you
any
a
other
are you a
historical
Jay
stuff.
Dyerite or a Jim Bob
No.
clone?
No, I don't know any of these people. I'm Irish.
Sure you don't.
Okay, whatever. But like what I'm talking about is like
You'd
it's a
like them.
secondary source. So it's the same thing as Plato's writings or Aristotle's writings. We can't confirm any of that. The writings of Atlantis. Can't confirm any of that.
Oh, but Plato and Aristotle, we
writings-
absolutely know existed.
Yeah,
Same thing
you
with
can
Socrates.
you can
and-
confirm Plato and Aristotle's writings.
So you can confirm Atlantis existed, yeah?
Hmm?
You can
One
confirm
more
that
time?
Atlantis existed, yeah?
No, you can't confirm Atlantis existed.
Okay. So you can't confirm all those writings.
But you can confirm that Socrates did.
That Socrates did what?
That he existed.
Yeah, as a person, and how did you get to that fact? You found multiple people who talk about Socrates from different places. The same way they
No,
verified
because
Jesus.
he actually published works during his lifetime, and there were other people that commented on those works during his lifetime.
I wonder if his works were peer reviewed, were they?
And he ended up having students, and those students had students.
You
And
understand
yeah,
peer review can happen posthumously, right?
Yeah. Sorry, what's that?
Peer review can happen still after someone's dead. Just because they're not alive and their work gets examined doesn't mean it can't go through that process.
Yeah.
We're still
like-
looking at Da Vinci shit.
Yeah, no, I get you with like peer review, but I honestly look, I don't hold much faith in peer review, especially in the current.
Yeah, because it's a conspiracy to you. You
I
just
agree.
discount all of peer review in academia because you have this conspiracy against it.
Up against academia. Oh no, I went there, man. I know what they talk about. It's all fucking feminist Marxist ideology. That's all they talk about in the social section.
Look at this
But
fucking
that's what they do
clown.
in social science.
Yeah, he's a Jim
Oh
Bob
yeah.
guy. Or Andrew Wilson.
So you can't win on the arguments, no?
Well, no, you're not
Hmm?
making arguments. You're making claims that you're just pulling out of your ass. Like things
No,
were so much better for your women
What?
when your dad was running things, and it like looked so much better. No, women were subjugated
Oh,
back then,
dude.
dude. Lives
You don't
for
even
women.
know
Do
me,
you
man.
think
You don't
you
even
think I
fucking
need
know
to
me,
pull
little
out the
prick,
name
right?
Andrew Wilson to fucking argue with you? I don't.
My mother was my hero, so I don't even know what you are talking about. Huh? My mother was a psychologist and went and saved 200 people's lives, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. My father. What the
She
fuck?
saved 200 people's lives.
How do you
with
know she saved
psychology?
200 people's lives? Did
Because
she
at
talk
her
about her
funeral, they
patients?
sent in letters.
Were you
Was her mother
there?
highly
They
unethical?
sent letters to her funeral when she died.
So your mother broke her oath of secrecy or doctor-patient confidentiality?
No, the patients did.
The patients all came to your mother, or came outside of a session and declared that your mother saved their
No,
life.
man. They sent letters to her death at the funeral when my mother died. All the people she helped throughout her life, man, sent letters saying, "Thank you very
Yeah,
much,
and you got
Mrs. Sutherland. You
200 of
saved
those
my life."
letters.
What?
I seriously doubt you got 200 letters.
No, I don't have them, but they were sent to my sister or whatever. I can get them off her, I guess. I say she has them. They were sent to the church.
Your sister has 200 letters of past patients.
Well, yeah, I can get them if you want them, do you?
That's just such a wild claim. I don't believe
honestly.
it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
None of that was actually
We
the
don't want
point.
them.
The point
Hey,
was
you're making
women's
some
lives
beliefs.
weren't
You just
better
don't believe in it.
back then. I said batter. I'm starting to talk
No,
like
'cause
you
we-
now. It's starting to slip
Like,
over.
just because Irish people are nice people, is it? And that they actually care? Like, is
All
that
of
it?
them?
Is it something?
Are you classifying yourself as all Irish people and think that that's who you are? Because it's not,
No, it's just
honestly.
See, the thing that the thing that happened with my mother, where I'm saying that like when this happened in the church and those letters, like these were small statements, lads. They weren't fucking letters. They were like, "Thank you, Mrs. Sutherland. You helped me through my fucking depression or my suicidality, through like whatever, through drug addiction." Like that's what these letters were about.
Yeah, there's a lot
They
of
were
people
just
that help people like that don't believe in
Okay.
God. That
yeah.
means
And there's a
nothing.
lot of people, and
Your
there's a lot of
claim
people in
was
fucking mathematics and super science that believe in God, dude.
none of that was the point. The point of your original claim was that you think that life was better back when people were more repressed and less hedonistic, when we were when people were afraid to come out as who they are because they would get vilified or expelled from their social groups. So they had to live lives of lies. And women, maybe not your mother, but were subjugated, right? They didn't have freedom. They couldn't leave their husbands, right? And especially when you talk about Irish Catholics, they were baby makers. They were just there to increase the congregation.
Yeah, well,
So
do you know what's
no,
happening now,
it's
dude?
gotten a
Not even
lot
fucking-
better since then.
Yeah, but dude, what are you talking about? We're not even having families anymore, man. Like
Why is that a
40%.
problem?
Well, that's a good thing. Yeah, well, then you're
Why
retarded.
is it a problem?
That's a good thing. If you think that's a good thing, you're absolutely stupid. Like,
Why
Who's
is it
not
a
having
problem?
families
Go ahead
anymore?
and demonstrate that it's a problem.
you have to demonstrate. You cannot just use logic or common sense, man. You don't have kids.
Who's not having?
Okay,
who's
you
not
want to
having
use logic?
families
Go ahead and give
anymore?
me the syllogism for why having less babies is a problem.
Why having less babies is a
Do
problem?
you understand what a syllogism is? You said you can
Yeah, I
use
do
logic
understand what a
to come to
syllogism
this
is, man. Tell me the
conclusion.
answer, like. So, like, why having less babies is a problem? Well, would you ever just factor in that we're humans and we're social creatures and this is what we're meant to do?
We're all meant to have 7
Why
or 8
why
kids.
why are we meant to do that?
Because we're biological creatures who are social creatures who work
where
on
does that meaning
cooperation.
come from?
Cooperate with one another. The bigger you have a family, the bigger you have a community. The bigger the community, the more you work together.
So we're
You
all
don't.
meant
If
to
you
have
don't
7 or 8 kids.
There are finite resources on this planet. We can't just keep
this is
increasing
where
our
it all goes
numbers
now.
ad
We don't have enough
infinitum.
resources here, lads. May kill all them people. We don't have enough
Nah,
stuff to
there's
go around.
enough resources. There's enough resources just not to thrive the way we thrive now. Not to keep up
Yeah,
the way we
exactly.
live up living now.
If
But there's
Americans
enough
didn't want to
This
have their
planet can
bases,
only
15,000
support
a
a
day,
finite
100
number of
with,
humans
with the
living
way it's going,
simultaneously.
RP. With the way it's going, RP. With the way it's going, yes, you're right. With the technology and all the shit we doing to it, yeah, of course, it's not gonna
No,
sustain.
there is no
How
technology
come
that
it's
will ever
always the
make it
men that think we should be
infinite.
having more and more kids?
Well,
Hey,
because
I
the
think we
women
should
want
have less
Never
kids.
mind. That was a rhetorical question. It doesn't
Yeah.
require
We
an
like
answer.
to
Thank you. Thank you.
So necessarily, if there is a finite cap to the number of people that can live on our planet, having less kids isn't necessarily always going to be a bad thing. So you need to contextualize why having less kids right now is actually a bad thing. Otherwise, you're
Because
just
having
making
more
this
kids will
claim
solve
with
those
nothing to
problems
back
in
it
the
up.
future. Having more kids will solve those problems in the future.
No, it
creating
won't.
more
It will
kids makes no
exacerbate
sense.
the issues. It'll
How do you know
exacerbate
that?
the finite
How do you
resources
know
that
problems
we
will
have.
it solve?
More kids ain't the issues. It's the technology and the way we want our affordances. Technology and the way we live. We don't have to have all of these riches and affordances. Farming has weakened humanity by 7%. Farming has done that to us. We're a lot weaker.
Like physically?
What
Yeah,
Yes.
but since we don't live in the agrarian society that we used to, we don't need to have giant families.
Nor do we need to have like the muscles to pull plows everywhere.
This is not
Like,
sustainable no more with the people. Like if you keep producing billions and billions of people with the life we live now, the cities, the technology, the at the rate we do things, the money, the actual finances. If you correlate it with that, then yeah, you're right. Of course, it's too many people.
Well,
It's too
look,
many people.
can I ask you a question? What if that resource thing, let me just pose this. What if that is untrue and it's just made up?
No, I mean resources is
Well,
an
explain how
abundance.
that's
How the fuck
explain
would
how
a
that's
planet
made
have
up.
infinite
No,
resources?
I'm just listen, I'm just posing a hypothetical. I'm not saying
Yeah,
it
you
is
can
or it
always
isn't.
It's a
grow.
nonsense hypothetical because
You
you
can always
can't
grow.
create a
Explain how
world
it's
with
made up
infinite
then.
resource.
No,
All
you
I'm
can
trying to
always
point,
grow new food. You can always
lads,
grow new food, new life. Breed new animals. Like that's resources. It's just how you dissipate them and how you disperse them. People gotta have money. A lot of people are poor. A lot of people have money. Like
Yeah,
there's like
and
3% of
the
the
way
world that
we've
got
been
money.
going for the last couple hundred years, all we're doing is putting the money into the hands of fewer and fewer people.
What I'm saying is,
So
Gretchen,
you want to make
you,
more people, but give them
what I'm
less
saying is,
resources to feed
what
those people?
what I'm
but
saying
you
is,
do know for
Gretchen,
the longest time throughout history we didn't use money, yeah?
you could
Huh?
make food that lasts 20
You do
years.
know for the longest time throughout history we didn't use money.
Yeah, but we do now.
There's still
Barter,
a
yeah.
concept of
Yeah,
property.
that's the trick they fucking played on us. So that's what you should be talking about. Why they got
Bartering.
to trick us in system into thinking that this is how we should live as individuals and not as groups where we're stronger. They wanted us to become individuals, lads. I
It's
studied this in social
capitalism.
science. It's all a
Sierra,
fucking narrative.
I don't know what
Sharon,
you're
it's
talking about.
capitalism. It's called capitalism,
Yeah, I
Sharon.
know.
Capitalism.
But no, it's I don't blame it just at capitalism. I blame it at like the fucking bankers, man. The original bankers who set up the system. Do you know what I mean? They knew what they were doing. But like once it got down to fucking, well, who was it that created the fiat system in America? Nixon, was it?
So
Okay.
this does boil down to economics for you, even though you said it's not about economics.
Well, look. Well, if you just look at the economic
You
factors,
just
like my
start talking
father,
about bankers and capitalism and fiat system. You're talking
that's
about
what you talk
economics.
about the whole time in social sciences, and like why people are poor today is because of rich people are hoarding
What do you
all the
mean
wealth, right?
you?
None of this has anything to do with
Well, I mean,
God.
that's what I meant is like when like you
Everything
brought
What
up
are social sciences to you?
no, I'm just saying like a lot of the narrative I hear is that capitalism is the root of all evils, right?
Well, I'm curious. This is the third time you've used the social sciences. What's included in the social sciences to you?
What's included? It's everything. It's everything that makes humans move and culture. Everything.
He can't give a single.
But what do you mean? Like social sciences is the movement of humans throughout the world. It's all cultures.
She's asking for field of studies.
Oh,
Yeah,
I did.
Are
did general-
economics a social science? Is psychology a social science? Is sociology a social science? Is physics a social science? What are you talking about?
Experimentation is science.
They're all
They're all
social sciences. Okay. You're
Physics is
insane.
a social science.
Physics is
is a
not.
STEM.
Physics is a science. That's just what it is.
Yeah, but it's not a social science. That's what
No,
Alex
it's
is
not.
asking.
Science is anything you experiment on and bring back data and retest. That's what science
Okay,
is.
Jay, we know your feelings
Okay,
on science.
is
We're trying to get
psychology a
serious.
social science
But it
then?
could be anything. It could be physics. It could be
psychology
whatever.
is a social
You can
science.
apply that on anything. That's what I'm saying.
Psychology
You
can
could apply-
only be a social science because it has to do with humans.
But economics is also a social science?
Yes.
Of course, because it's to do with humans and
No,
how to use money.
Yes, it is.
Is chemistry a social science?
All of, not a social science. Chemistry is not a
No,
social.
Jay,
it is a
I'm not
science.
asking you.
Oh, I thought you was talking to me. I'm so
No.
you
My
didn't say
dude,
Kieran.
no.
You didn't say Kieran. Go ahead.
Depends. What are you talking about, man? Like, what are you
Is
talking about? Like,
chemistry a
say
social
chemistry-
science?
Well, what do you mean? Like, is brewing alcohol when people were consuming and brewing alcohol? Was that a social science?
My guy, yes or no? Is
No,
chemistry a social
that's
science?
chemistry.
That's chemistry. All right. So if it's it's STEM.
You think STEM is a type of science?
Yeah, it's the fields, man. They're separated into different
No.
fields. Though. Yes, they
Chemistry
are,
is
man.
a
What's this?
physical
Generally,
science.
social
STEM
sciences is a
Social
is not
term
a
that
type
we
of
I'm not working in
science.
the laboratory. Then. I'm not
Engineering
working in
and mathematics are not science.
social sciences are typically reserved for the kinds of science that are not physical. Generally, behavioral science, psychology, sociology, shit like that. Those are social sciences.
Yeah, I've said that about 10 times. Like.
No,
No,
you tried
you
to say
didn't.
every science is a social science.
Yeah, because we created everything. They're all our concepts.
That's
We made
a
them up.
genetic fallacy.
It's just because we made
came up with the
everything.
concepts of
That's
science does not mean that there's social
Point out
science.
to me all the other animals there that are doing science. Monkeys
I
and
get what
giraffes
he's
and all,
saying.
yeah?
I get you, Sharon. What you're saying is basically every scientific experimentation we've ever conducted, we've conducted it, and then it becomes social because we are social creatures. We are humans, and we
That's
share
just
the
not
data
the
among each
definition
other.
of social
So
science.
that's what he's trying to do. Like it's probably not the definition, but it pinpoints the misconception between your arguments. So now you
I'd give you economics, but I wouldn't give you those other ones. So
No, I'm just saying everything's linked. We
said
created
all
all
science.
this.
Yeah, all
well, I mean,
science.
everything's fucking
Hey.
linked.
Mm.
Clearly.
There we
But
go.
that
That's all
doesn't-
I'm saying.
But that doesn't mean we can just use whatever fucking language we want to
Science
refer
is
to
a
them now,
social
can we?
process.
Well, but that's what we do. We're doing that today. Should we change language all the time?
You know? It's like
We change.
I don't sit there and I'm not sitting here saying you're a complete asshole because every Irishman I've ever met was an asshole. So I'm not making that fucking link, am I?
No, but I don't understand why you would. Did you get me?
Because every Irishman I've ever met was a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I
mean
get
they're
that. I'm
all
sorry.
assholes though. There's some
Yeah, I'm
good
sorry.
Irishmen.
I'm sorry that you have that feeling. Like generally, Irish people are generally okay.
But I'm not referring to you as just a drunk asshole, which that would be every Irishman I've ever met, including the family that I've met.
Yeah, okay, and then you can say that that's a stereotype, correct? Which is what I learned in social science.
Yeah,
About
but
stereotypes.
it would link everybody, wouldn't it? And it'd be real easy to just refer to you all that way. But I don't, because
It
it's
would,
not
and
the
this-
same thing. That's
But
why
this is
you
what
don't
people
refer
say-
to chemistry as a social science, just because everything in the world is linked by fucking
Physics,
chemistry. It's just
chemistry,
not the way shit works.
astronomy, earth
It's not the way it
sciences,
works.
these are
It
all
just
physical
isn't the way it
sciences,
works.
not social sciences.
Science itself, the mechanism, it requires peer review. It requires peers to review.
That's not what social science means,
Nobody
Jay.
fucking-
It's
that's
an
not what social
equivocation.
science
Listen,
means.
No. I get it. I get it. I see where
No.
he's going wrong, and I see
Yeah,
what you're
we know
trying to
you have a
explain.
hard on for peer
Listen,
review,
listen,
but it doesn't
listen.
fucking mean
You
What
see
you
what I'm
think it
saying?
means?
You be going off. I can't even finish a thought. I'm trying to pinpoint where he's going wrong so he can see the disconnect. Because I see what he's trying to say. You see what I'm trying to highlight that so he can see that what he's saying is not talking about the nature of the science. He's calling all science social. He's saying every form of science is social because it requires social ability to prove it,
And that's an
to test it.
equivocation, and we're pointing
No,
out
that's
why
what he's
that
doing. So
equivocation
that's where
is
you're
failing.
correcting him. So I'm showing him where the discrepancy
We
is.
already did that, Jay.
But he's obviously not seeing it because y'all keep arguing about it.
And
Well, like if you just want to, like, lads, like the one thing that I found very interesting, like, was when I looked into how many people in like the physical sciences that you'd say, right? Do you know that like I think it's like 30% of those scientists are religious. You're talking about physics, chemistry. Do you know what I mean? All those physical fields you're talking about, and there's a high proportion of those people with master's degrees, doctorates, who are also religious. So explain how those people who are doing physics and all that, who see who
You said
do
only
not
30%. That means 70% don't believe.
That's a great point.
If we're going to try to do an argumentum ad populum, like your little attempt still fails.
I don't go by app populum. I don't like that changes all the time.
Okay, and this is still an
You
argument
just
from
did.
authority. You're saying that because these people that hold these high degrees believe in this thing, it must be true.
But isn't that what you're doing with science in general? That is your authority. You
No.
listen to them.
Where did we even try to assert an argument from authority?
But science is an authority.
Because it has
No, it
evidence to
isn't.
back it up. The same way, you use evidence to convict somebody. Like you wouldn't do that without the authority backed up by the evidence to support it. Like that's what you're talking about when you're talking about scientists who are religious, right? That is you're combining two things that they know don't go together, and you're trying to mix them together and say, oh, they're religious, so there must be a God because they believe in science. When no, what they believe is that science is the how, God might be the why, but they don't talk to each other because faith is a belief without evidence. Science is analyzing evidence. So you can't
your
apply science, which uses evidence, to something that leaves no evidence.
Dude,
So
that's your
so
opinion.
No, it's how is that an opinion? That faith is belief
That's
without
not an
evidence.
opinion.
You made a statement there where you said that like scientists basically have cognitive dissonance. That's what you said. They believe in their
No,
religion.
they have
That's a
cognitive
complete
clarity.
mischaracterization.
Cognitive clarity would be what they have. The clarity of saying that God, which there's no evidence for, I can have faith in because I don't have evidence for it, but I believe. Where when they do their science, they say, when I do my science, I'm going to gather all of the evidence and data from the instruments that I have so I can do accurate measurements and know based on the other scientists that I'm working with that this is how we get things done, right?
But it sounds like-
They don't
but I
join
get what you're
together
saying.
anywhere.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it sounds like you're saying they don't. That's what I mean. You're saying that like religion and science, they don't like cross paths. They're separate, right? Is that what you're
They
saying?
do not cross paths.
Okay, well then how come science came from religion? Like,
That's a
Karen,
genetic fallacy,
we
and
have
it did not.
we've got a question from chat here. Can you name a scientist that gave a good explanation for a God existing, or at least something plausible?
Was in the Darwin, then Darwin believe in God? Sound like one of them. I know one of them did. One of them, like
Who?
prominent scientists. I don't know if it was Darwin or one of them. One of them believed in God.
Sure, even
Belief
the
in
known
God and
atheist.
having an argument for
Help
God are
me out if
completely
y'all
different
remember.
things.
Help me out if y'all remember. But I know one of the ones that was responsible for one of the, our big science. Was it Newton? Was it Newton? Might have been Newton.
If you go into the past, there's plenty of scientists that were Christians or whatever, or Muslim or
One of them
whatever.
was. One of them
Okay.
was.
Right, the fact that they were Christian does not mean that they had an argument
You weren't
for
asked
God.
about are scientists Christian. Has any scientist given a good explanation for a God existing?
Yes,
Spinoza
God
had
is yeah, 100%, yeah.
What,
The more
what
you
was
try
their
to disprove
explanation?
God, you end up
No,
proving
give
God.
their explanation. Don't just claim that there was an explanation. Provide it.
Yeah, you can look into it. Look into this. The experimental gods of the gaps
I'm
argument.
not doing your homework
God,
for
you end
you.
up
You
proving God.
claim that there is a scientist that has a good explanation for God existing. Who is that scientist and what is their explanation?
Let's pull it up.
I don't know. Man, I don't have the information.
You don't know, so you can't say or know
Google it.
whether there
Go sharpen
is
up.
an actual
Go-
scientist who believes in God and
Want
has
me
a
to
good
Google it right
explanation
now?
for God existing.
No, Google it. Do that real quick because at the end of the day, what you're saying is something you don't know. Go get
When you
the
try to
memory
throw
right.
all knowledge, like
Jay.
Yeah, I'm saying, get the memory right. Like, cause he's alluding to something. He don't got the verbiage
Well-
for it. If you Google it,
well,
you
like,
can
I just
present it
flip
better.
it on.
That's the same
I
thing
just
you've
flip
been
it on
doing
to
for the
Google.
last 4 hours,
That's not
Jay.
what I've been doing. I haven't even touched my.
Yes,
How
you
do you know
are.
what I'm
You've
doing?
been.
Do you have a fucking thing to look at me what I'm doing? I'm not doing that.
No, I'm on the other
certainly
side of this
not doing that.
conversation, and what you've been doing for the last 4
I'm not
hours is
checking no
trying
Google.
to.
I'm not checking no Google. I'm talking off the top of my head.
I didn't
This
say
comes
anything
all
about
through my
checking
head.
Google. I didn't say anything about checking Google at all.
This comes from my
But
head.
what you've been doing for the last 4 hours is trying to justify something that you can't even justify for yourself.
No,
Yeah,
listen.
but
I
you
have.
can't prove it. You can't.
I'm
You
sorry,
can't
but we've
disprove
all
it.
heard you doing it.
I'm using
Yeah, but you
observation
can't
to get to those
You cannot
understanding.
use something to disprove
That's
it
what
either.
I'm doing.
You have no evidence to disprove it. That's the other problem.
To
You say you
disprove
have
what?
science.
We're not the ones
Science
making the
doesn't
claim, my
disprove
guy. You're
anything.
claiming that you know a scientist that has a good explanation for God existing. Are
I
you
never
going to back up
claimed.
that claim?
I never claimed that. That was your claim. You inserted that at the beginning.
Do I need to
never
do I
claimed
need to
that.
go back and replay you saying that there is a scientist who has a good explanation for God existing?
I mean,
I said there was probably many in the past, man. That's what I said in the past.
I
There
mean,
was
I put the
loads.
question on the screen from John O'Neill in chat. You could have just read it.
So you're claiming that those people existed in the past. Who are those people and what were their explanations?
Yeah, I need to go on. I need to go look them up. Like,
Which is why I say go look it up. I
Then
wasn't trying
go
to be-
look them up. They don't exist. You're just going to waste your time.
okay, they don't exist. All right, but like,
Well, they do actually. You could have looked them up. There's Dr. Francis Collins. There's Dr. Michael Strauss.
I know
There's,
there's loads, but I can't
wait,
leave this
but-
page or come down the stream.
The qualifier is a good explanation, and none of
Oh
them
yeah,
offer
no,
a
it's
good
not. I
explanation.
mean, it's fine tuning and like personal experience. So no.
You can leave the page. This isn't TikTok.
Oh, okay. So like, if I hit, like, cause I'm on my phone, right? So if I hit a new tab, it's not gonna close it. Like,
I don't believe so. No, I think we can even still hear you.
all right, I'll try it then. Can you still hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We can still hear you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Charles Alfred Coulson, an Oxford mathematics professor and methodologist, church leader, in his 1955 book Science and the Christian Belief. However, the underlying philosophical argument, long history involving both religious thinkers who critiqued it and scientists who accidentally fell into it. Key thinkers in it: Henry Drummond, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Charles Coulson, and Richard Boubet. So yeah.
You listed off names, but none of their explanations for God existing.
Yeah, the argument is the God of the gaps argument is the more you try to prove God doesn't exist, the more you end up.
Their
proving
argument
God
is a
does.
literal fallacy.
God of the gaps is called a fallacy.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you can't get worse than
Yeah,
that.
the God of the gaps isn't an argument. It's a literal fallacy.
Yeah, but you have to have proof on your side too, lads.
No, we don't.
Oh, you don't.
Fallacies don't follow.
A fallacy doesn't follow. Explain that to me.
Okay. How about the fact that every argument
know
you
what a
have for
fallacy
God
is? What a
is an
logical
actual
fallacy is?
fallacy? Doesn't that Doesn't that count as evidence in some at
Yeah,
some
see,
point?
I know the three laws of logic. So the law of self-identification, the law of non-excluded middle, and the law of a non-contradiction, right? So I don't know how
Right.
the
So
God of
which
the
one is
gaps
this
argument
one?
works.
Which one is this one breaking?
Well, I'm asking these guys to tell me. I know the three of them, so you tell me which one I broke, like the fallacy that I broke.
You don't break a fallacy, you commit a fallacy. And the God of the gaps is a type of fallacy.
Explain, man. Just explain.
Explain that it's a fallacy?
No, explain how the God of the gaps argument doesn't apply. It's just, you said it's a fallacy, right?
Right.
So just explain to me.
Okay, I'll go to the gumballs, since I always have to go to the fucking gumballs.
Well, the God
Imagine
of the
there.
gaps argument isn't
No,
an
I've
actual
got it.
argument.
I've got it,
Okay.
Gretchen. Okay, so imagine you have 3 glass jars in front of you. One of them is full of gumballs. You can see them. You can reach in and grab them, throw them in your mouth, blow a bubble, what the fuck ever. Another of those jars is completely empty. There's nothing in it. No matter how much you try to reach in it, there's nothing in it. And then one of the last jars is full of invisible, intangible, uninteractable gumballs. They're there, but you can never ever interact with them in any sort of way. How do you tell the difference between the empty jar and the jar full of invisible, intangible gumballs?
You don't.
Okay, great. So you have no way of telling if there is a God in this gap or there's nothing there. Therefore, your argument does not follow that it proves God.
No, I disagree. Because what you're doing, no, because what you're doing here is you're doing an argument out of pure sense data. If you can't feel, touch, taste, or see it, and it doesn't exist, that's your argument.
I said uninteractable for a very specific reason. Like, we have machines that can interact with things that we can't see, touch, taste, whatever. I'm talking. I made the analogy very specific that we cannot physically interact with these things at all.
You have to find something.
So you have no, there is no symmetry breaker to tell the difference between the empty jar and the jar that's full of these ethereal, intangible gumballs. The same with the gap. You have no way of demonstrating that there is God or nothing. To you, they are equally likely. So this is not a demonstration of God in any capacity.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is, like, you know, the sense data thing. If I stuck my hand in the jar of all the invisible yolks, imagine if I got a weird gut feeling. That's subjective information.
And how do you know that gut feeling isn't some bad crab rangoon you had earlier?
I don't.
Right. So it's not a reliable path to truth. So it does not follow that, like, just because you feel something in your gut when you reach your hand in the jar, that there is something in the jar. Same way as when you look at a gap in our knowledge and you get a gut feeling, it doesn't mean that gut feeling means that God is actually there. It just means you probably got a shit in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, but also
it doesn't follow doesn't mean there's nothing there. That's what you're not seeing. You're not seeing the other side of your argument.
And that's what makes it a fallacy, Jay, is the conclusion does not follow.
But
So
it's
you
a
can't
fallacy
use
because either way is inconclusive. That's why.
exactly.
My way and your
so
way.
it doesn't. It's not a good argument. It's not an argument that you can reliably get to the conclusion.
You're not kicking a fact or saying anything more than
Jay,
me.
I don't think you understand what a fallacy is.
Okay, look, I get what you're saying. You're basically saying
no, you really don't.
Look, goodness gracious, all right, go ahead, man. Just talk. I'm not even gonna try to do
my point is, God of the gaps is not a good argument, and that's what the chatter was asking for, is a scientist that has a good argument for God, and a fallacy is not a good argument. So do you have any other argument?
Yeah,
Love? What does love have to do with God?
Exciting and
man.
Go on, give the argument.
Can you explain love?
A single one.
Can you scientifically
My
show me love?
inability to explain love has nothing to do with God. It could
maybe
be
if we
just
study
something
this
that
in science, man,
super powerful
maybe
aliens
we
hit
put
on
money and
Mars and
study this
beam
shit.
love beams at us, and that's why we feel love. That
Maybe
doesn't
if
mean
we
God
study this
exists.
shit in scientific way, we'd understand it, but we don't put any money into it. We don't study consciousness. We don't study these things.
We
don't
study
study
consciousness
emotions.
We absolutely do.
Lads, all the money comes from military, lads. I'll be honest.
That's
All
why
tech.
the
It
hard
does
problem
not.
of
From this
consciousness is
conspiracy
considered the
theories.
hard problem of consciousness because no one's been able to
What do you
figure it
want
out,
from
and they've been studying it for
All the
years.
money comes from the military.
Like trillions a year for
They're
fucking
trying to
defense
mind
spending.
control us. They put MK Ultra in the water. All your babies are
What?
gay frogs now.
No, all I was saying is, why don't we study things like this?
We do.
That's
Demonstrate that we don't.
You don't know what we study, right? You're displaying that right now. You don't know what we you don't even know what you don't know, right? Like it's pointless.
Do you think that there is no scientific explanation for love? Is that what you think?
Chemical reaction compelling us to reproduce, perpetuate the species.
Well, that's everything. That's every single process that the fucking human brain does. So you can't just
It's a
pinpoint that to love.
It's a chemical reaction in the brain,
Everything
largely
is a
driven by
chemical reaction
hormones.
to the brain. What do you mean? Like I could give you that same description for thoughts. Period. It's a chemical reaction of the brain. It's a fucking brain process.
Is
That
a
doesn't
broken bone a
specifically
chemical
love.
reaction in the
Come on,
brain?
like, don't do that. Don't put such a blanket statement on something specific as love. Like, and then be like, oh, it's just a process of the brain. Everything
Is
is
cancer
life. Life is just a
a
process of atoms.
is
Life is just
cancer
a
a
process
chemical
of
reaction
atoms.
in the brain?
Come on, man. It's a
Is
virus in the
cancer
it's
a
a virus in
chemical
the
reaction
OS.
in the
No,
brain?
no, buddy.
Virus in the
Cancer is
OS.
not a virus.
It's a virus in the
Cancer
OS.
is not a
No, buddy,
virus.
buddy, that is just medical
It's a
misinformation.
virus in the
Cancer
OS.
has nothing to
I'm
do
not
with
saying a
viruses.
virus the way we know viruses like HIV virus. RP, I'm saying in my analogy, the OS like a virus.
Well, we
more
don't
like
have an
more
OS because
comparable
you
to a
haven't been able to
Trojan.
demonstrate that
Listen,
humans are
listen,
computers, only that humans act like computers.
like that's a bad
Actually,
habit, bro. Like
humans don't
that's a
act like
bad habit, man.
computers.
Like
We've
y'all
built
just be talking over
computers
people.
to try and act like
It is
like
annoying, son. Like,
humans.
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's more accurate, and we failed at that too. That's why I work with computers, because when a computer doesn't do what I tell it to, it's my fault. I have no expectation of humans to have any such sense of reliability.
Yeah, almost all the
it's a-
fuck ups on computers are us problems.
Are
Yep.
you walking a PEBCAC?
Yes.
You get a lot of
Code doesn't work.
ID10Ts.
The ID, yeah, the ID10Ts, yeah. It's there used to be a lot of those. No, going back to the other thing though, like we don't have to prove that God doesn't exist, because things that don't leave evidence, you can't prove that, right? They don't leave evidence. We don't have to prove that God doesn't exist, because things that don't exist don't leave evidence. So there's nothing for us to prove, right? If you found
I don't know.
one
I think
shred
at
of
I
to the
think at
contrary,
a certain point, after thousands of years, I think we can take the fact that there is zero evidence after thousands of years. I think we can take that as a point of evidence at a certain point, and I
You can
think
make
we hit that
a
point.
Bayesian argument at that point, but it's still different.
science would argue,
Yeah,
right? You
I
haven't
get
run
that
it
it's
long
different,
enough. Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, from my
How I see it
POV,
is that
I take that as evidence at this point.
yeah,
The fact that
I
there
see it as
isn't
a
any.
God is such a vague claim. Like you can't disprove of such a vague claim because it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
I could disprove like someone had a milkshake because that's a pretty on point, claim. But it's a lot different than a God claim because it means nothing. It's so vague.
Someone having a milkshake is pretty fucking vague too, dude.
Oh, it's delicious.
Yeah, I know, but like, what the fuck? It's like,
But it's
I don't know.
very
tangible.
well, I'm
It's right
saying
there in front of you,
it's-
right? You can
it's-
trace
yeah,
back
you can
the
see
origins,
it.
where that milkshake came from, right? Like there's
There's
no
working
question.
authentic. I can see it in front of me. Like, We agree on that. Like sense data is like what we feel in reality, the world around us, what we
That's why
perceive.
we don't trust it. Is we don't trust our senses. Our
Yeah,
senses
because
are
it's all
deeply
subjective.
flawed. That's why we build instruments to measure and probe the universe, is because those aren't deeply flawed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to get at. Like every human experience is subjective because it's our minds that perceive it. Like
Yeah, that's why we don't trust
that's
it.
what that's why they teach us in social science. That's what I'm like
John,
saying. Like it's all subjective.
John asked me a question in the chat. I don't know if I can answer that.
It's weird that someone who's Orthodox would say that everything is subjective, because your God isn't supposed to be. Your morals aren't supposed to be.
Absent me, we are just minds on a planet. We're just floating brains, man. That's what I'm saying.
Going back to the love thing, though, we see the behavior that we would characterize as love in species other than ours, right? So why would that be special?
It's vastly different in species other than ours, man.
Yeah,
Bears kill each.
How do you know that? Are you in their brain?
No, because I've seen what they do.
Oh, you've seen how all animals treat their young?
Not
They protect their lovers, how they mourn their dead. Certain animals actually have burial practices, and they return to their burial site to mourn them.
Stop. You can't make on your
We're
site.
not
You
making
can't make
the all claim.
either. You haven't looked at all animals and how they behave either. Like.
No, but we've seen the behavior of enough of them to prove that love is just a chemical reaction, and they're all doing the same thing, right? Mourning like an elephant mourning the loss of a loved one, right, is something that we do. That there's a direct parallel to that. But there's no reason that it's anything other than a chemical reaction. It's coming from some
All right,
magical
cool.
source.
Now give me the next example other than elephants.
All apes
Come on.
care their young, loving them.
What? That's not true.
You ever see a mom whale fight off killer whales trying to get to their baby? Why, if they didn't love it, why would they care?
Survival instinct.
Animals love their child.
A
their
chemical
children.
reaction?
They're like
You need
us.
another chemical reaction.
No, I said survival instinct. Do you know what I mean?
Which is a chemical reaction. Like that's my go-to.
Looks
play.
like we had a crash. We're
What
getting
about
back.
what about an example of a woman from Texas killing all of her own children because God told her to?
Is that love?
There's lots of girls who kill all their own children who God didn't tell them to do it either.
In a twisted way, it is like she loved God so much she did that, but she's a sick fuck to people like me, because I wouldn't. That's unimaginable. But you know, when you playing with words and the meanings and the tangibilities of it, you can twist that. You see what I'm saying? You can extract that somehow and spin it with like she loved God that much, and that's fucking crazy. This is why. That's why I avoid theistic books. Great example.
But also,
that's why I avoid them.
You can flip that argument onto you. What about the woman who didn't kill her children because she found God?
No. I'm saying that in the instance solely of the one who did it, for that notion, that's enough for me. It only takes one instance to make that an atrocity. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what it goes to. I'm not saying that it's love because I agree, or that it could be viewed as a love act because I agree. I'm saying that because I know love to be also sacrifice. And that's sacrificing. Like, you kill your kids for this notion of that, you must really love that notion. You better love that notion, because that shit is all you got at this point. You condemned at that point. You get what I'm saying? You better really have loved that shit. And I think that in a twisted way, it is technically love, even if you wrote it backwards and it's evil. But, you know, if we're defining words for what they mean, sacrifice, this, that, that's what love
I get what
is.
you're saying. Look, I get what you're saying. Like, just same reason why people go and fight for their country, right? They love their people. They want to defend their people. They're going to die. They're going to sacrifice their own bodies for the people they love.
Yeah, and it's sickening because
Not necessarily. Some of them have been lied to believe things that are just completely untrue. Some people have been taught that the people they're going to fight aren't human. They've been propagandized to believe things a lot like other people have, to believe that there's some safe place in the afterlife. So just suck it up,
And
Buttercup.
you know how they do that, brother? They send kids to school and then they send them to the military. They take them away from their parents and then they send them to the military.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I love people like Muhammad Ali. He didn't go hurt the Viet Cong. He was like,
He's
Viet Cong
trying to
ain't never
turn
do nothing to
education
me.
into some sort of conspiracy theory.
He didn't
No,
go
it's
to
not.
war.
It's simple looking back at history and philosophy, man. Philosophy. Public schooling is a very short-term industry that we created very recently.
It's a lot of holes in the system. Like this system ain't perfect. It's not just because it's this way, it's perfect. There's a lot of holes in the school
Like
system.
the worst thing
Politics,
is, I know you Americans actually believe this, because don't you believe that your American school system kind of somewhat brainwashes you in your history, teaches you a flawed sense of history? Like the
No, we
American
just think our education system is shit because it doesn't teach accurate history. It doesn't spend the time to teach the other things that an education deeply needs to teach people to give a well-rounded education, so you can have multiple ways of seeing things to clearly extrapolate the world around you by having different frames of thinking. Like we don't teach music, we don't teach art, we don't teach a lot of the things that give people mechanisms to think that make them smarter and more critical thinkers just overall. So no, our education system just sucks. It's
No,
not
I
that we're
wouldn't say that, man.
brainwashing anybody. It's just garbage.
But dude, come on, man. If you seriously think, right, like people are generally designed to like give the best education. You want the best for your children. You want the best for your society. So what you're saying is way more conspiratorial than what I'm saying. You're saying is like your system's just so retarded, just can't even provide good education.
Hey.
No.
Okay,
no.
you're on pause now. This is your one and only warning. You will never use that slur on this panel ever again. Otherwise, you will be immediately booted. We do not allow the use of slurs on our panel. I'm going to unmute you. You need to apologize for your use of that word and verbally affirm you will not be using it again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's just a slip. Sorry, my apologies.
I appreciate that. Okay, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, I don't know, I find it very hard to believe that our systems are like, because it just means we're like, I don't know, it leaves me less hope for the future if, like, we're really bad at just educating our kids.
You shouldn't have hope for the future right now. Having hope for the future right now is really, really a bad place to put hope. Because our education system really is that bad. Wealth disparity is accelerating at an alarming rate because of it. Right. In the US, for example, our education budget pretty much froze in like the mid 80s with Reagan. And the budget hasn't gone up. And we've gotten a lot smarter, and we need people to know these things. So we're way, way behind. You know who does a really good job on educating their people? China. Right. They've got like their whole program right now, as far as they're advancing their green technologies, they are light years ahead of like a lot of
I
other
gotta
countries.
just agree with you there, Ray. I think if you have no hope for the future, then you have no hope of making it any better. So, just saying.
Yeah, like
There
I
is
agree with
hope
what
to make it better, but unless the change happens soon, I mean, you're still looking at even we're not going to live to see it, because even if you fix the education system today, it's 2 generations at least before.
Regardless of whether we live to see it or not, it's not having any hope isn't going to get us there. That's for sure.
Like lads, do you guys know the allegory of Plato's The Cave?
Yes.
Yeah, like that's basically what I think is pretty much has been going on for a long time. And that's how I kind of view the system. Like, because like I'd agree with you, man, that you were saying like Americans' education system's gotten pretty bad. But I'd say the same thing has happened over here in my country. Like, our education's getting fairly poor as well. And
You've got the same problem.
Yeah, I know. Like
it's a global situation,
Western
right?
problem. Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. It seems to be a uniquely Western problem. And it's like, and the reason why I said earlier on, like, there's a lot of when I was in college, like it seems to be there's only one way of thinking. It's college kind of isn't the place where it's for all the abstracts mad philosophical debates. It's like, no, this is how it is, lads.
When you say college, do you mean like
University.
your late teens, or do you mean university? Because
Yeah, I went back late. I went back, like, I worked in construction most of my life, like in many different construction fields, and then I went back to education in 30. I went back to university. Like, I just did a degree. You know, I don't know what you call a degree. Is it a degree?
we call it a degree. What was yours in?
Social science, just base social science, not
Wait,
sociology. Yeah, that's the way we have like social science degree, sociology degree, psychology, evolutionary psychology, and that's mostly the social side. That's all we kind of do here in Ireland.
Yeah, we don't group them like that. Ours would be
Yeah,
in
you have a
psychology
very
or
different-
sociology or yeah.
You have a very different system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you break it down into more different disciplines. We have them more condensed.
Yeah.
So
Ironically,
yeah,
even though our public education system sucks ass, our post-secondary education is awesome.
And that's like university, no? Yeah.
Yeah, our university
Yeah.
system is great, but
See, like, and the thing-
unfortunately, our regular our
Because you got to remember when you're
public
talking to me,
education
guys.
system anyway, it's usually our kids aren't even prepared for what they're about to walk into when they go to university.
Yeah, I get you. Like the thing you got to remember as well. I'm from a socialist country, right? So like I've grown up in socialism. Like socialism is the norm in Ireland and has been the norm for the majority of our history.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you can look it up. We've always been Ireland always leans left. We've always been socialist, like
Yeah.
even going back to our civil wars, you know, and the ongoing joke in our politics is the reason
Is leaning left the same thing as socialism?
I don't know that. Like I don't know. Like I honestly don't know if that would be a factor. I'm just saying how we treat our people. We've always been socialist towards our people, if you get me.
No, I don't. I'm asking how you define socialism, then, because I don't understand it.
And then the government provides a standard of living for the people.
Okay.
That would be how I'd say so. Like the way Ireland would view welfare really now today in modern Ireland is that it's the government's job to provide everything for a person. Now the government can't currently do this, but I'm just saying this is what they would like they'd like to be able to provide everyone a home. They'd like to be able to, you know, I don't know how they like plan to do this, but we have like do you have social housing in America?
No, not
Like,
only if
There are
you're
pilot
super
programs.
poor or disabled or something. Yeah, but
Yeah.
you have to qualify for it by being, you know.
So over here we have a thing called the housing list, right? So basically, if you're most of it tends to go to went to early onset, you know, unwavered wives or women who would be men would abscond for them and stuff like that. So a lot of single parents. So it started out as social housing for women, and then it moved into broader, just everyone is entitled to a social house. But it kind of falls in Ireland as a means test. So if you're unable to pay for the standard of living or whatever the standard of living is in the country, then you'll qualify for a social house. Now it's all done on there's a whole scale here that's done on. So for example, I've been homeless in Ireland for about 10 years, not homeless, but I'm living at a friend's renting, right? And I qualify for a social house, but I probably won't see one for about 10 years because where I would be grouped on the tier list of a person who needs it. Do you get what I'm saying? It all goes on who emergency cases, this person needs it over this person because of this reason and that reason, etc.
Whereas here, you just wouldn't even qualify.
Yeah.
You'd have to have
Exactly,
some sort of physical disability to prove that you can't work to be even considered.
Ours is just done on money. What your income is. It's your means, right? How you can provide for yourself, right? So But the problem
Yeah,
that
they go
we have
beyond that
is,
here.
yeah. So but the problem we have is we've got like the government can't keep up with the housing demand, if that makes sense, for like homeless people and people in need, because there's always going to be ever more inequity or disenfranchisement. So like I'm looking at my system right now and it's kind of crumbling apart, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Because
and
like
as we're all being replaced by robots, that's just going to get worse.
yeah, I agree. But like I'm just it's just interesting because like I go and I get taught that like socialism is going to help everyone, but like the government has to get the money to be able to provide these things. You know what I mean? And it's what it seems like in a lot of countries in Europe now who have, except for the extremely rich countries in Europe, all the kind of middling countries, like it's just a black hole of money. And we don't know how much gets lost by the government as well, you know what I mean? Like through them making mistakes and construction contracts and oh Jesus. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a perfect system, but our socialist system isn't working.
I think that I think that a capitalist system with a shit ton of socialist controls is probably ideal, but I don't know. A lot of people like to argue about that.
Well, it comes down to like a hybrid type of thing, right? Where
Well, that's what I'm
capitalism,
talking about.
right?
But
Capitalism works for
the whole
something,
burn
but
the
not for
system
other things.
down socialist left,
Right.
the really far leftist,
It's no, you
they
can't.
they
Yeah.
argue with me constantly. I'm a
No,
bad guy.
because our government would be like, lads, like if you hear that some things our politicians are saying, like they be saying the government should provide everything for the people, like like down to one Wi-Fi, shoes, clothes,
We got a
everything.
lot of people like that here too.
Yeah.
And more every year.
And what
But it's
you
like,
get with that is garbage versions of those things.
yeah, it's like where do you get the money for all that? Like, you know, like
You tax the fucking rich.
Yeah.
yeah, but they'll just
And that's
leave.
not where the money needs to go anyway. It needs to go into the services that help the equity situations, right? Because that's what they're separating as they transfer the wealth. They're removing the equity. They're making it harder and harder for people who are already struggling to have any chance. And that just hurts everybody. So until we start stopping the hoarding of those, taxing those wealth hoarders, which I don't know why that isn't understood is the problem.
Here's another question, man. Do you think we could ever move away from the concept of money?
If we eat the rich.
Fuck.
Because that's what the real power is. That's where the real power is.
It isn't though. Money's the thing that people worry about, and they shouldn't. Money is the capacity to buy resources. Resources are the thing that we need to control, right? So it's like 18 people right now control 80% of the resources on Earth. And going back to the thing you were talking about earlier, when we started crossing America was the last time we had the idea of this ever expanding endless resources, because we were just conquering all fresh fertile ground. That's done. Unless you discover a new continent, the resources, but more importantly, the capacity to get the remaining resources are owned by rich people. And that's where it's all going. So until you get the resources back from them, and take that and put it into education and fixing the social systems that we've just completely neglected, giving it over to them by like over here, I don't know your situation, but over here we have the problem of a little thing called Citizens United, where we made corporates like have a political
We made them
say.
people.
We made them people. Essentially, we gave corporations a vote, and that flipped us to an oligarchy where now the rich corporations can just lobby for their own, not only their own policies to be written to reduce the regulations so that they can harm people in the name of profit, but also they can pay the candidates to go up there as well, right? So it's just they just have it now, and when our say is non-existent. So we need to kind of fix that. And there's ways of doing it, and there's trying, but it's slow and it's painful, and we make the
You hear what
mistakes, and then we
Hawaii
let it sit
did?
for a while. I saw that, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
so good.
Hawaii's fucking awesome.
They're trying to figure
Is
out
there-
how to file that case federally. So
Yep. If
Because,
that
like,
goes
here's-
forward, that kills it.
I think the main problem that happened with like that whole idea with capitalism and the creating of the lawfare around the corporation is that the corporation gets seen as an individual, can do such as an individual, and that's so weird to me.
dangerous.
Like you set up a company and the company is seen as a separate entity from yourself. Basically, it's its own entity. It's an individual, so that individual has rights, and it's like, well, okay, that's a bit weird. No,
Well, yeah,
So,
because if you were to classify it as a person, it would be a malignant narcissist. It's only interested in itself and its own perpetual growth, because that's what the investors want, right? And they put an actual person with that mental condition as CEO, and then people who are like tangentially and at the extremes, satellitely related out, have put money in, and they don't think about it.
Well, no,
So
you
they
get
can sleep
Elon
at night.
Musk. If you put a person like that
Oh.
in as a CEO, you get Elon Musk. Period.
well, personally,
And
I
then-
don't think any of those. I don't think any of those guys like Elon Musk, Zuckerberg. I think they're all. I don't know. It doesn't add up how they got where they are. It's very fun. They got very quickly, like just. Whoop. It's
Well,
very
that's
weird.
the problem when you
Yeah,
when
it
you
adds
reach
up. They fucking stepped on a lot of people to get there. That's all.
and when you reach a certain point of wealth, just the interest you're accumulating on the wealth is more than enough to just keep it going in perpetuity. Like they're making a lot of money.
Like, cause I have a millionaire brother, man. He's fucking he got rich in making biomedical devices. Sold the company to the Americans, but like he I don't know, he wouldn't be the same now. He's kind of calmed down a lot. He's more like a quiet research and developer type of guy now. He wouldn't be a billionaire or nothing like that. You know what I mean? He made a good bit of money and he's just kind of living his dream now.
Yeah, I know similar situations where people have come into enormous amounts of wealth and they're not pursuing more. They've realized once you have the ability to take a private jet everywhere you want to go, you don't need more money than that. You can't get more luxury than that.
So the other one is narcissistic power, is what you're saying. That just to be in the limelight all the time, to be seen as the hero, messiah complex.
Messiah
It's a video
complex is really
game.
big with it, right? Like there's a lot of these guys are trying to just impregnate as many women as possible because they think their seed is so great. They think they're so great. They think they don't understand how luck works. They think they deserve the wealth that they've attained, and it doesn't matter how they got it because they deserve it. So however many people they've crushed along the way, that was their fault. They shouldn't have let themselves get crushed, right? They cannot rationalize that they're deeply unwell, and we all have to suffer for it.
They make the world a video game. They just want the best number possible.
And that's what it is. They're playing purely on score at this point, obviously.
Yeah. So like the reason why I brought up the whole money thing anyway was like because I over the last year or two there now since in college and finishing up, I went deep into like studying ancient cultures and all this stuff, like, and then I started to realize for like the longest part of our history we never used money, and the fact that we didn't use money is what gave us as groups of people power against our rulers. And what I find now in the
When did we
in the
not
modern
use
day,
money?
well, we traded, we bartered and traded. We exchanged resources rather than like exchanging a currency for resources. The only people who would have traded back then
When was
in a
that?
currency all over the world.
Okay, well, so back up a second. Now let's look at one of the reasons we went to money. You realize one of the resources that they would trade was people, right? And you realize marriage for love is a really recent thing. Marriage used to be an arrangement where you give your daughter off to be a sex slave to this person so that you could merge their territories, right? It had nothing to do with. I mean, that's why we went to money, so that we could stop using like human beings as currency.
I don't necessarily think that's true, man. I don't I get what you're saying, but like obviously those atrocities happen because I know history. Like I'm not fucking whitewashing any of that. I'm just saying, I'm just looking at it as a vector of control. That's all. That's all I mean.
Oh yeah,
It's
it's always been a vector of control. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But the control
like,
is the control mechanism though is the ability to escape like financial
No,
whatever.
the control of the game we're talking about, brother. It's turned it into a game. We're all individuals in the game. We're not groups anymore. We used to be groups of tribes of people who stood together and worked really hard together because it was deeper.
We still are.
It was more. No, I know, but we're more individualistic, is what I'm saying now. It's all, there's a lot of people. It's about my material gain, what I want. Whereas before, the conception of the I, the conception, the idea, wasn't the team. It was the group.
No, welcome to the exact thing
society
you're trying to
has
fight.
evolved just like people did.
No, I know. I know. Like when they preach communism and all this stuff, like which like I love some of the ideas in it, but what it really is harkened back to is when we were those groups of people who were strong together. It was a community that would just work together and not broken down into individual silos.
It just means there were less people. There were fewer people and fewer people groups.
But imagine if we banded together today with our numbers.
We do
And
band
said,
together today. We band together all the time. We just send people around the moon. We band together to do
No, I know.
incredible things, right? It's just
I
we also
agree.
band together to do horrible things. It's kind of
We
like
have
the
so
yin and
many more people now that we also have so many differing ideologies, and you're not necessarily going to band together with the people that you have any biological ties to, because your family might be fucking fascist for all you know, and you're not gonna band together with them, are you?
No, I know, but I assume people throughout history would have left their families and joined another group. Do you know, a group that
but
did agree?
there are
the
so
world
many
was-
groups these days that it's hard. You can't
No, I'm just.
I mean,
Dude,
what
these are
was
just
the world
hypothetical.
population 1,000 years ago?
Yeah, no, I know. Like, well, actually, my population was much higher in the past, by the way. we're only getting back
Well,
up to our number.
Yeah, but
that was for a
globally,
different
I mean,
reason.
You look
We
around
were
the time of like
enslaved and all that
1945, we were at like 2.5 billion people on the planet. We have exploded in population.
Yeah.
Even
we
in
as
the
our-
90s, we only had 6 billion people. Now we're over 8.
It's
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
going
No,
it's going fast.
no.
We're breeding
In
like
25
rabbits.
years, we've
Well, I don't know if we're
but
breeding.
hey,
I think
it's okay with you because
there's a
you
lot
think
of
we should all be having shitload of kids. So
Yeah, well,
That's
I
the
do- I
Roman
do-
Catholic
cool with that.
way.
And then add in the
No,
fact
I-
that, medical technology has increased to the point where, we're keeping people alive into their hundreds now. I mean,
Can I just give you my real honest answer to why I believe that?
sure.
Because I'm from I grew up in a small village in Merntown in Wexford, like a very small amount of people when I was growing up. It's a lot bigger now. But like I grew up in a family of 7 children. And all my siblings are good people, we're a good family, we're just good people, and like I look back at my childhood fondly, and because I did like social science and all that, and I've gone into the social system and I've seen foster kids and all this stuff. I see a lot of the bad, a lot of broken families and stuff, and it's sad, and it seems to be, I don't know. It's just, I think it's cool having fun, and I'm not saying for everyone. Obviously, I'd never make a blanket statement like that. I'm pro people's choice, but I think having families and staying together as a family is a good thing. That's all.
No, and absolutely, but you choose your family, right? Like I have a family that I've chosen that I am very close with, right? They're lovely people, love them to death. Gretchen will tell you. She knows all about him. I can't shut up about him sometimes. But that's the community that like you keep at your core, and at that core you can't have like hundreds of people that are going to know you like that close group does, but but it extends out from there, and you get into communities like this where it starts extending out a little more, and you start to share some of these ideas, and you find where you can come together versus where you disagree, right? Now you and I aren't ever going to see eye to eye on the God thing, probably, but we can come together on the fact that we understand that like wealth disparity is kind of a problem right now, and like if we can start addressing some of those issues, then I'd be totally willing to put aside any of the talk of religion or any of that stuff if we could address the social issues first, and maybe we could come back to the other stuff later, because right now is what we have to worry about. Preparing for the afterlife isn't really my concern, because we need more people to like live a good life now. Otherwise it's just going to be bedlam, I worry about, right? And there's the starvation will be the metric. When starvation gets up, then heads roll. That's when revolution begins. But that's a whole other topic.
I completely agree with you. And I believe like we wouldn't, if we like, honestly, man, if me and you got together, right, and we solved the social issue, let's say, and everything worked out great, I don't think at the end of it we'd even have the God conversation, because we won't need to. Like, good job, man, well done.
Right.
You know?
You like you could say, like, you could walk away and say we worked together through God to make this happen, and I can say we worked together and made this happen, right? But at the end of the day,
I wouldn't even say that. I just say from my perspective, I'd be like, "Fuck, this is a good person."
Well, it doesn't matter. And the thing is, like, you don't have to believe. I don't need the belief in the higher power to want that good for others, right? I don't fear of a consequence in the afterlife. That's not what gets me there. That's it. And the fact that
you are the higher power. Like, I'm not trying to messiah complex your bullshit ass, but I'm just saying, people who just do benevolent good, that is the higher power. That's all I'm saying. That's what I believe. Like, that's it. Like I'm like, man, I know people who've done amazing things for people, like, and it's like, holy wow, wow. Like, damn. That's courage, that's strength. I don't know. Oh my god. And a lot
it's
of
altruism.
Women,
it's altruism. It's seeing what's right.
So
and
you
doing
believe that we as humans can encompass that higher power without the need for God, right?
Yeah, I don't. For you, I just say that won't be necessarily my perspective, but yeah. Like, I assume there was like pagans and all like that, and like people who didn't believe in a God and all that, who did good things.
So let's go to, like, we look at the now time, and you talk about like how it's gotten, like, you've seen it getting worse, where a lot of people are falling into the traps that have started to spring around us, and a lot of that has come from the fact that our knowledge has exploded in such a way that we've created new traps. Like we've had drug addictions all throughout history, right? That's not new, right? That goes, you can go back to like the opium dens in China and stuff like that to just see, like, I mean, that was seriously weaponized by a nation to kind of to set them off, right? Same thing with here in the U.S., right? The CIA put cocaine in black neighborhoods to hurt their population. It's just, as we develop the new technologies, it creates a new avenue for people to use as a tool to harm, right? So our technology has exploded, like the internet's around, and now we're seeing all of these new harms coming about. But it's nothing other than our advancement that has enabled it, and people trying to profit off it without caring for the harm. So it still goes back to the greed that somebody sees the tool, hey, I can make money off of this, and now you have people like having AI psychosis, getting just addicted to AI, or not AI, but social media and like the ramifications of that. It becomes things that psychologically we've never had to deal with before, right? So we're not ready, and this is why we're seeing the things that you're seeing as far as some of the problems in our society. Chemically, the opioid epidemic is a great example of that, right? We have, and now it's fentanyl, right? We've taken these substances to, like, we've just chemically mastered them to be holy shit, right? And yeah, people are gonna use them because we've done that all through history too. We perpetually, and that's the thing. Like, if life was so great, why have people perpetually tried to alter their consciousness? Has it ever been
Well,
so good? Right? I don't know.
I think from that perspective, man, like obviously we're looking at history from a very short lens, obviously, right? Because we only live us, like I'm in my 30s now, so I'm probably going to live another fucking 30, 40, 50 years at best, right? So talking 80-year lifespans, like if you look back throughout history, I like it depends, you know. Obviously there's going to be alcoholism, there's going to be all the same trends that we seem to see in our modern day society at a smaller scale, right? It'll be more community based. So I don't know if necessarily what you're talking about with the advent of all these technologies are a precursor to all the negative things that are happening to us now. I think there might be natural in us. I think seeking altered states of consciousness seems to be a driver in us. I don't know why, but it's there. So for
What's
me,
going to be
like,
community based? Sorry.
sorry.
You said it's going to be community based. What is going to be community based?
No, I mean like back then it was more like say community based, like so you would have had alcoholism in the community, right? But it would have been at a much smaller scale, right? So you might have like one alcoholic in the community, if you get me. Whereas now we've got so many people. Now you've got hundreds of alcoholics and hundreds of, do you know what I mean? Or thousands. Does that make sense? Like race. Like those things were still there. It was just access to those things wasn't there. Let's say, like we didn't necessarily have heroin back in the 11th century. They might have like chewed the raw plant or something. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah. No, the volume of the substances has increased with the population to an extent that it's more available for more people to use. Plus,
the
what we're
technology. So like messages, the medium. So like as technology changes, the medium changes. The medium changes us, which changes our behavior. So it's constantly, because humans are psychologically reactionary towards things. So, for example, Zuckerberg develops Meta or something. He designs it to be used a certain way. Users start using it, and they start using the technology a different way. Therefore, he changes the technology to fit how they're using it. When he changes it, then when they use it, they'll use it a different way. Do you get what I'm saying? We always change and react.
Well, yeah, they're doing it though for a different reason. They're doing it for mass appeal so they can extract the maximum amount of money from whatever they're trying to push. So it's always the motivations behind those alterations. Like the Sackler family gave exactly 0 fucks about who they were harming when they started telling doctors to push this drug, and that it's safe, it's not addictive, right? They lied. And they will never face a day of punishment for it. That just pisses me off to no end.
And that's why I find it very hard to like appeal to, like, we'd be having arguments about science and all this stuff. Like the only reason I have those arguments is because I followed a lot of these, you know, like fucking these families and doctors and peer reviews and paying guys to do the peer reviews so it makes their science look good, and then they end up killing loads of people with fucking knockoff pills. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So right, there's a sharp distinction there though between like the FDA like organization and like some of the hard sciences that are being done out there, right?
I'm just saying, like, influence and power, man. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, but we still fund like research to do a lot of things that people don't know that we're doing, right? And the knowledge that we're getting from that is super valuable, and none of it is glamorous. If you think anyone's working on it in Antarctica on climate science is living the high life, they are not. That I mean, that is a shitty place to live by any measure, and you can't get out of there for 6 months, right? Once that plane leaves, you watch that plane leave, and you're like, 6 months, this is it. I'm here. There's like, you better not get homesick. They're not doing that for the fancy paychecks. They're not doing it for the hookers and blow. They're doing it because they really value the knowledge, right?
I know the majority of scientists are there because they're just there because they fucking love science and they're seeking the truth. And I 100% agree with you. Like,
Okay. So when you came in, you kind of came with the notion that like none of these guys know what they're talking about, right? I just kind of got that vibe out of the gate. But
No, I'm sorry. I'm just getting a bit heated over this stuff sometimes, and it's like, no, actually, I live with a scientist. Like my one of my best mates, he works for Sanofi. He's a biotech. Like, they do ultra rare diseases. Like that's what they specialize in. You know, so like, of course, like, and like. But even listening to himself talk about some of the shit that goes on in the company, man, it's like, how is that company even running? Like, lads not knowing what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, because a company's a company too, like, you know? So it comes with all the same.
Of them, yeah.
Yeah, because it just comes with all the same problems. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, people not doing their job right, people forgetting to put in the zero, the decimal place, and then the drug gets made wrong. You know what I mean? I'm like, how are you not killing people, lads?
Well, that's where human error is a big factor in all of the manufacturing processes. And typically there's multiple lines of checking before anything like that gets out to make sure that wasn't applied. But no, I know what you mean. It's always a little sketchy when you look at who's coming into the workforce these days and like, are you sure they should be here kind of thing? Did they actually earn that degree or was that an AI product, right? Like it can be questionable. But then there's other fields where you can't get the job without the qualifications, right? There's some fields that are just so you couldn't fake it. Yeah.
They're all academic now. They're all academic. That's why I went back to college, because I needed to make more money.
Well, you don't necessarily need to go to college to make a bunch of money, right? There are other valuable skills out there that you can pick up, and like the IT industry, especially, that you can learn without going to school ever.
Well, see, I just love dude. I love cultures. I love people. Do you know what I mean? That's what I find fascinating. Philosophy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm interested in, and but I don't know. It's just like it's tough. Do you know what I mean? Because like I feel like our soft sciences are really soft sciences. Like I am like I'd like if they applied more objectivity to it, even though I understand that human experience
What are
is
soft sciences?
just like sociology, social science, psychology, etc. Like psychology just suffers from a lot of because you can't really recreate a lot of the psychological studies. Like you do Albert Bandura's experiments and all like that from the past, you can't really replicate the results. It just suffers from being able to replicate it, and that would be coming to your guys as hard data science, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because we've developed our system of ethics to preclude like the old psych studies that we can't do anymore.
No, I
because
understand.
they're fucking cruel and inhumane.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. What was the little boy that they basically tortured, man? I can't remember. It was a study. They conditioned him to be afraid of rats, and like that kid went on to like commit suicide and shit. Like they conditioned him at like 2 years old. So like it's just like shit like that. It's just like, oh fuck, you know, that's well. But yeah, we've done a lot of crazy stuff in the pursuit of trying to understand like human behavior in the mind and all like that. But yeah, it's just it's a hard science to understand, because I get what they're saying at the moment. Like it all has to be kind of in the realm of the subjective, because if you're to make an objective claim, you have to be able to replicate that study, etc., and that's very hard to do in my field, let's say. But yeah.
It's also very difficult because there's so many contributing factors to anybody's mental condition, right? Like state condition, like and what we used to call, disabilities or mental impairments or abnormalities, we no longer do that because we know that that's not the case anywhere, and it's harmful to people, right? What was it considered? Homosexuality was considered a mental illness to like what, the 1960s or something?
But that's not technically true for the past, though. Some cultures didn't have a concept. homosexuality, like the
No,
Spartans did.
right. No, yeah,
So
no,
like
it's not everywhere, but when you're and again, it goes back to when you find a justification to hate and look down on people, and you needed to use it for something that can be something to use, right?
I think
The
it comes back to government control, man.
Hmm?
That's all. Like back then, I think it was like with the gay thing. I think it was all about more like the church linked in with the governments and government control, wanting to breed people for the armies and soldiers.
Oh, so they were against it because
You go again with your military shit. Don't go there, dude.
But
sorry.
Please. I said, there you go again with your military shit. Don't go there, dude.
I was just
You're actually talking to two veterans right now, and
no, but I'm not
at least one of us tends to get sensitive when you start talking about brainwashing and military and.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pro-military, girl. Like I'm not against the military.
Well, it's kind of a mixed bag though, because I mean, it's there is an element of that in there, right? Like, so it becomes tough for people. That's I don't even want to go down that road. Holy crap!
No, I get it. Like no, like it's just like
I just I said, it's best to just avoid it altogether.
But it goes back to the huge variety of mental states and conditions, right? And yeah, they're not understood, but when they get vilified without understanding, that's when a lot of harm gets done, and has been for forever. We still have problems with it to this day, right? Like we're not there yet.
No, like this is the thing. Like the problem, I know, because I remember. I know Ireland, because I'm from a different place, guys. So like Ireland's a different culture and all this stuff, and you know what I mean. Like, so it's not the same as America. But I felt like I don't know if I feel like we're going backwards socially. When I was growing up, I felt like we were doing pretty good as far as respecting other people. Like when I was in my 20s, I don't know, especially in Ireland anyway. And then I remember in the
Come on, you
like
gotta be going forward. Didn't Ireland just vote the blowjob in as legal and not sodomy in 1998?
Holy cow! Congratulations!
Yeah.
It's legal to get blowjobs there.
That's fucking progress, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, you don't understand. Like our culture had a lot of those laws on the books, even though they weren't being enforced. Does that make sense?
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Every
a lot of
country-
laws coming straight from the Catholic Church. Absolutely.
Our blasphemy laws only got took away in the 2000s, like, but that's just because our fucking politicians are too lazy to go in and enforce the law. They weren't being enforced, like.
See, that's the problem, though, is that at any point somebody could have started enforcing them, right?
like,
and it becomes an avenue of authoritarianism.
But in Ireland, that would
I think Ireland. I think Ireland got gay marriage voted in.
Yeah, we
as
legalized
legal
that
before
early.
the United States did.
I believe so
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, we're one of the first European countries, anyway.
Yeah. No, there is an explosion in separation of communities because we've hit a new explosion of interest that people can pursue. And when that happens, it fragments out. The communities get a little smaller, but when they get smaller, they get a little tighter, right? And there's still links between those communities, right? So there's it's just more webbed, but it's not going backwards is the thing. And the point is that from a revolt standpoint, a lot of smaller cells are harder to stop than one big one. I don't want to go any further in that as far as that conversation, but just saying.
Yeah.
Not saying.
It's the things that I think I don't know, today, like I see a lot of even here in my country, because we've had a lot of immigration, there's higher racism now, because people are quick to scapegoat, the poor are quick to scapegoat other people for their plight rather than accountability, let's say, or it may not even be their own fault, etc. Right? So I'm just seeing things deteriorate in those regards socially where we were never like that before, man.
Well,
We're
that's
not
propaganda.
like,
That's Rupert Murdoch and the people who own the information, like all of the media sources that pump this stuff. That's what they preach. They preach, look down, not up. That's your problem. Don't look at us. We're the billionaires. We'll get you the money eventually as soon as we build the
I'll be right
companies
back,
that
guys. I
will.
need a bathroom break. I'll be back
Yeah.
before RP has to sign out.
No worry.
So, but that ends up inevitably being the case. It becomes they need to tell you this message that it's these people are the problem. It's drag queen story hour. It's the immigration. It's no, like those people are fleeing conditions that like in the U.S.'s case we've got this whole immigration thing that shouldn't be an issue, but they keep riding on it. But they're fleeing because of the issues that our countries have created around primarily South America and Central America, right? We did that, and then we bitch about the people that are fleeing their homes, and it's
funny enough.
It's just the thing that bugs me so much is it's so obvious to me that if you just end your drug war, I bet a bunch of people would stop trying to flee their cartel-run countries because you've kind of taken their power away. There'd still
You're
be
telling me
problems.
ruining a nation isn't good because it ruins other places at the same time because you get overinflux of people? No way.
It's the darndest thing. But the problem is it's what seems so obvious to me. Like I don't get how they don't get it. Like more people don't understand it, and that I think just falls back to, well, I went to private schools and got a decent education, and somebody opened my eyes to the fact that what's really going on there. Some of it was just the culture that I grew up in because I got to grow up with Rage Against the Machine. I got to grow up with Public Enemy. I got to grow up with these with the music that was coming out that was a voice that the media never portrayed before. Like Tupac was telling stories that you would never hear on the news, right?
Right.
So when we were
Yeah,
exposed to
mama.
this stuff, it kind of changed our eyes as to what was really going on in other cultures and communities that we never got to interact with. I was fortunate enough to grow up in a community where I got to interact with all of it. I grew up in a small town that had a bunch of gang problems, but it was like half hour away there were farm fields and rednecks, right? So like I got all of it, and that is also very eye-opening. And then I moved up to Milwaukee, and I lived in one of the most segregated cities in the country. It opens my eyes up to other things, right? Like you just got to go out and live life to see what's going on.
Okay. Do you think that's because I have a thing on that I find very interesting. It's like because Ireland wasn't very diverse going back say 30, 40, 50 years ago, right? It wouldn't have been a diverse country. The capital, Dublin, would have been quite diverse. But
that's about it, right?
Yeah, a small bit of diversity. Like I think there was one black chap in our school, fucking Craig. I always sound out. But anyway.
So am I wrong in saying Idris Elba would be a bad James Bond because he would just stand out like a sore thumb?
I think he'd be sick, man.
Oh no, not as an actor. Like he's a phenomenal actor, but I mean like James Bond, where was he typically in? He was working in your part of the world, right?
Yeah, the Europeans and all. Yeah.
Right.
Not necessarily like
I
France
just see
and
that
all. France was very diverse and all of that throughout history.
Like him running through a crowd of like all these white people, and there's Idris Elba just clearly this.
Well, I think it's more of a modern depiction. So,
right,
as a modern depiction, I think,
well,
yes.
But that would go back to the Ian McFleming time was when James Bond was, right? So they modernized all that, and then it was super.
100%.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind that. Like as long as it's true to the kind of like England right now is extremely diverse.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
you could do it today, sure, no problem.
That's what I mean. So if you set it up as a modern day James Bond, 100%.
Yeah.
Now,
anyway,
if it goes back to the 70s or the 60s, then okay, no, that's a bit weird. Like.
It was just a joke I heard one time, and like I was just dying that like as he's explaining James Bond trying to like run through like, oh, he's over there, he can't hide, right? Like there's just no getting away.
That'd be pretty fun. But no, back to the point at hand was like I don't think the culture itself needs to be a diverse culture and have those necessary experiences to be a good people in itself and to respect outsiders. I don't think that's I don't think it's a prerequisite, if you get me. Because like I think our people have always been kind of like we've been the butt of the joke of Europe. This is like the history of Ireland. You won't get about Ireland is like fucking little Ireland. They're like peasant people, like So
yeah, they're the
we
peasant
had,
drunk
like,
people. I've heard of them.
we lost discrimination throughout Europe against our people. Do you know what I mean? So we always actually like had more in common with like Black Africans, Nigerians, Burkina Faso. You know what I mean? Like we had more in common with those people because they kind of went through similar experiences. So it was like even when we're seeing, that's what I mean. Like I'm seeing a lot of racial tensions now with all the mass migration and all that stuff. Obviously, I understand it, but it's just interesting to see that change of a people that we were never very like racist or anti-immigrant or anything like that, because we're immigrants ourselves, man. We understand our own history. We immigrate all over the world, and we've done that for years, and we're like cool, and we were always very accepting of people coming here. But now it's flipped. Like that's the weird thing.
Well, again, it's what they're being fed. They're being told that these people are a problem, and what they're not doing is actually going and talking to these people and seeing what they're coming in for. They're just assuming the worst because of it's one bad apple, right?
I think both things can be true at the same time. I think the government can be doing a piss poor job of managing this situation.
And they are, for sure.
And the people are also wrong with scapegoating their plights, that it's the immigrants' fault that they're struggling, which it's not. We were struggling before the fucking immigrants came here.
Right. There's a third thing that's true too. There are legitimately people that are criminals that are coming over. It's just not in the volume that anyone would say that, like, oh, you got to stop all of this. It'd be like 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, something that's just like, all right, well,
it's unexpected. You know this is going to, like, it's
right.
Like if you can't really stop that. Like
it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be realistic to expect none, and you can't punish a huge volume of people who need help for that, right?
Yeah.
It's way more acceptable to have that risk than it is to say, like, we seem to tolerate without any problem the volume of guns we have in this country. We'll tolerate that risk all day long, right? But we got to keep out 1,000 needy people needing help because one guy's going to get through and do something horrible. Like God damn.
Well, it's the common kind of misconception of, like, it's blaming the whole group for the actions of the individual.
Right.
So, like,
a lot of things.
Yeah, it actually comes from our history, man. It actually comes
it's
from
just straight up xenophobia, because we don't blame all of American citizens because of what Jeffrey Dahmer did. So,
well, I think from a European, I think we do generalize Americans very poorly, to be honest.
That's a fair assessment, though. I mean, you've seen us.
Not
I mean,
like
we
we haven't
visit your
earned it.
country, right?
No, but I don't agree with it. I'm just stating, like, I think Europeans have a misconception of Americans.
No, we have a misconception of you guys. Everyone has a misconception of everyone. Just humans are just bad at, realizing the world.
Well, the misconception is they're
it's
not.
okay. We generally think you guys are all a bunch of drunk Catholics, so
Gretchen, I gotta hop off. It's time.
Yeah, I kind of figured it's 4:00.
Yep. I'll catch you guys later.
Good night,
Good night.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Thanks for hanging.
It's not even good night. It's time for his day to get started.
Yeah, I got one of those to start here in a minute too. No, it's the immigration thing is just a horrible situation that we don't like as far as just like getting people through the process. It takes too long, right? Like, it's just horrible at every level. And as long as we're just convincing people that they're a problem, they're going to do everything they can to make their lives miserable as best they can. just keep convincing them that they're taking your jobs, then they're not.
You would think we'd learn, but we don't.
But we don't. But again,
And people are more concerned with what they're losing rather than what anyone else is gaining.
Yeah.
And if they're not losing anything, they'll talk themselves into believing they are.
It's kind of the whole libertarian mentality, right?
Yeah.
Me. Don't tell me what to do. I know best. Now we have bears.
Like, people can't possibly get ahead without you having.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of goes along with the whole the young men's loneliness epidemic, the incels and all that. It's they want to punish women for
Their
getting
inability
where
to be interesting.
Yeah, because they can't give it to women that women have actually fought for decades, nay centuries, to get to whatever level of equality, in air quotes, that we've got now.
Independence, really.
They act like we had to take that from them, and that's the only reason we've got it. So
That's messed up.
And
that's a fucked up reason to hate someone.
it's kind of fucked up that they're complaining about it, considering that, I mean, we haven't even reached pay equality. I mean, it's sad.
Well, that was the thing. That was their only game that they could use to avoid having to be interesting, right? To have to learn a skill that might be of value, have decent hobbies. The goal was go to work, come home, watch football, and like have somebody tend to your every need, right? And for the longest time, they got that through the patriarchy. Do you remember the commercials for the old stoves that had like the water bath for the woman to soak their feet in while they're standing in front of the oven? That was a thing.
No, I don't remember that.
That was an actual thing, Gretchen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well,
you could soak your feet while you're standing in front of the stove all day. How thoughtful. And like the commercial for it is just as sexist as you think it is. There is a commercial where they're talking about it. It is horrific. And it wasn't that long ago. It was black and white television, not that long ago though, as far as like overall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the joy about the whole thing is most of them, unless it's potentially through violence, in which case bad things will happen to them for sure. They're
yeah,
seed
terrible
ones, but-
name. I agree. I don't like the whole thing being boiled down to just incels either. But not everybody can talk about it in a way that Scott Galloway can. And until people can actually grab the nuances, then it's going to be all about the insults because they're the ones making the big fucking noise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
a
think that's
mild side topic. But the race things we were talking about earlier, did you know race chickens are naturally racist for some reason? And it's weird. They will pick on each other if they're not the same color.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And so if you have multiple chickens of different types, you have to have like multiple of each type. Otherwise, the lone one would get bullied to death.
Yeah, they like to pick on each other compared to, or based on what color eggs they lay too.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, from what I've
They're
heard.
very racist. It's really
Well,
weird.
they're also really stupid. I
Yeah.
mean, astonishingly stupid. So it does kind of track that they would also be racist. I mean, it falls right in line with
I
that.
think they're a perfect example of humans.
Yep.
It's like just the
Cafe.
dumber you are, the racist you are.
Yep.
And there's like chickens. Perfect example right there.
It's written in the OS for them to be like that.
It's,
Oh God.
It's
Your
like
OS.
it's worked is what it is, right? Like sharks haven't changed
Oh, did we
for
lose
like
Kieran too?
65 million years.
Yeah.
Good night, Karen. Or probably good day in Ireland.
So I mean,
Knowing the
once
Irish names is probably like Sharon or something really weird because they all pronounce their names super weird compared to what we're used to.
But I mean, like that's how the animal kingdom sort of goes. Once you get it right, if you don't need to change, don't.
You don't. Yeah. Alligators.
Crocodiles, alligators, sharks. I mean, they nailed it. Nailed it. We did
No revisions, except for minor
did-
revisions for sharks.
Right.
But
Yeah.
they're cool.
Pretty much no notes, right? We
Have you
did
seen a hammerhead? Those guys are cool. They're weird, but they're cool.
Yeah, it works. This shit works, and that's just where it stops, right? And we're still going because we
They
keep
didn't need to
adapting.
feel.
We keep,
They didn't even need bones. They didn't need them. Just keep going.
right. We can stop here. This is good enough. It stopped at good enough. And because we've inhabited every place, every square inch of the planet practically, even though I mean, most of it's uninhabitable, like there is no place that humans haven't touched on Earth at this point. You can't go anywhere, bottom of the ocean, surface of the Earth, that like humans haven't had an impact on at this point. So, but because we're everywhere, just the changes of where we are, and just like all the other species that have spread out, we will, given enough time like this, will evolve to change there too. The difference being that we have a little more ability to control our environment. So it would be, at a
And the big
slower
thing is
pace.
we crossbreed a lot more. It's like you don't have to stay within our own population area.
Right.
But we now can go all the way over to, I don't know,
That's true. I guess
Japan
the
or
ease of travel
something.
kind of makes that distance kind of irrelevant as far as the
Mhm.
adaptation aspect of it, because it's just gonna.
Yeah, like a Japanese person come here and bring their genetic differences. We could go there and we could bring our genetic differences, give enough time. And so it's like become so mixed. It's kind of hard to judge where evolutionary path will go.
So we could really expedite the end of racism if we just instituted mandatory breeding. Is that what you're saying?
That's a little close to eugenics. Good.
Well, I think it's spot on. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it might work. I'm
Yeah,
just looking for
but,
answers here. I'm not saying like they've got to be practical. I'm just saying like
Pretty
if all
sure
else
they tried
fails,
that before, and it's
Oh,
not a healthy relationship with anyone.
No, it wouldn't be. Oh God, no, it'd be horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, it's not good.
So how about find a better answer? There you go. Otherwise, we're gonna
Yeah.
have to like you leave it as like the
Screw who you
last
wanna
resort. You're
screw.
like, all right, find a better answer, or this is what we're doing, right? That'll get people motivated. That'll light a fire.
How to end racism. If you stop being racist, we won't have to do this.
There you go.
End racism. Breed it out of us.
Breed it out.
That'll work.
No, I had that thought before, and as Mike pointed out, there would still be shade differences in some. There'd still
Yeah.
be subtle enough differences.
Well, I mean,
that
that's
we would
what the
find a reason to hate
Portuguese did with Brazil.
Yeah.
That's what China does. There's a whole thing
they
about
just-
being like fair skinned.
Yeah. Yeah.
When they freed the slaves, they just bred with them, and everybody ended up you know,
Oh, is it
Pina
Harry
Colada
Potter
kind of
situation?
color. Huh?
Is it like a Harry Potter situation? It's like they're all kind of mixed, but it's like the more purebreds, the muggles versus not.
Oh, no,
Well,
I think
Coward
it's
didn't.
more of a eugenics thing. Like they just, you know, they bred with all the freed slaves until everybody was all the same color. So.
And then they all loved one another. Oh wait, that's happened never.
Frequently.
Ha! That's good. All right, I need to get ready for the rest of my day. But hey, it has been a joy and a pleasure, as always.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Don't propagate eugenics. I don't know what to say.
There's got to be a better note to go out on.
Yeah. Stop racism, but don't force stop racism.
Right.
It was hit and miss, Mod, but good to see you. She said she hoped we had a great stream, and it was a little all over the place.
No, just a tad.
Hmm?
Just a
Just
tad.
bad?
Just a
Oh.
tad.
Okay. But that's okay.
It's
It was interesting.
horrible. Being terrible. No.
I was just trying to find something positive that's happening today, so I can like maybe
Gotta sleep at some point, right? It's positive.
Yeah, that'll happen. Oh, that reminds me though. When am I actually going to be able to do that? I should find that out. Okay. On that note, I was going to try and find something happy, but all the talk of the wealth disparity and everything else just has me thinking about how crappy that is.
You have the
Damn.
smartest people alive ever, and they're all trying to figure out solutions to different problems. We'll figure something out. There you go.
They are all working on those problems.
So how about you just attack the day and figure out the good parts later after it's already done?
There you go. I'll make the good part of the day, and then
Hindsight 2020, baby.
there it is. Well, I'll just leave that. This was a lot of fun, and yeah, thanks.
Be the good you want to see in the day.
Yep. There you go.
Indeed. Thanks.
That's what we're
Cheesy
here for.
poster with a cat.
Hang in there, buddy.
Okay. Have a good one, Ray.
All right. I guess I better call it 2. So I hope you all have a good one.
Peace.
Okay. You too.
So it's good. You about to go to bed?
Hmm?
You about to go to sleep?
You're about to go to sleep too?
No, I'm saying you going to bed?
Oh. No, I'm not going to bed.
Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody. I gotta give them something then I'll probably take a nap before work.
Okay. So you signing off too?
You said what?
You signing off too?
No, I'm up for a minute, but probably
Mm.
for like another couple hours, an hour or two.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anybody else want to come up and have their say about anything?
I mean, they'll come up, you know. It is what it is. They'll kick their shit.
They'll come up. It is what it is.
Yeah. It's nothing we can do, you know. Eventually, people gonna wake up. They find the stream. People waking up now, you know. Somebody
That's true.
along, you know. People just starting their day.
Oh, well. Nessie's in my time zone, so.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
Nothing makes sense. It's all a lie. There's
I mean,
nothing.
things do make sense, but
Nothing makes sense.
the whole thing about us working like computers, no, that doesn't make any sense.
That makes the most sense,
We're not computers, Jay.
according to you.
Computers are not life.
And
That
where
makes
did that
zero
come
sense.
from? Where did that come from? Your memory or your hard drive?
We don't have hard drives.
Yeah, you do. It's called your you know, your coconut, your head.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your hard drive. Take
It's
care of
also
it.
our hard drives. It's our graphics card. It's our
You don't
sound
want
cards. It's our
you,
everything cards.
you don't want corrupted files up there. You know what I'm saying?
We
You
have
gotta
nothing but corrupted files up there.
you gotta run a virus
That's
scan.
why memory. That's why fucking eyewitnesses are the worst, like least reliable form of testimony for a crime.
Yep.
Because we've all got a head full of corrupted files.
Yep. Just make sure you got that VPN on. That spiritual VPN.
Oh, is that what your God belief is to you? It's a analog for VPN?
It's a spiritual VPN, man.
Mm.
You don't know where you're getting it from, but you're getting it. You don't know where it's streaming this source, but it's streaming. It's like God is like operating behind like a galactic VPN, and it's hiding its, you know,
So why would God need a VPN?
to hide its location. Why would you need it?
Why the fuck does God need to hide his location from his beloved creation?
Because we are not its beloved creation. We are the result of its beloved creation.
We are the result?
Yes.
What are we the result of?
He didn't make you. He didn't make me. He made the OS that allows for you and me to come about.
Which is what? Adam and Eve? The Earth? Galaxy? The universe?
You know I don't be talking about none of that, man. It's the coffee in my cup. It's the weed in my blunt. It's the psilocybin in my mushrooms, you know?
It's some weak shit, that's what I know.
It's not weak, man. It's
Yes, it is.
everything contains data, everything contains something, and you can't account for it. You could just try to explain it using scientific inquiry that can only get you but so far. It's
I thought science was the arbiter of all truth. What happened to that?
it's the thing
Sorry,
that
was
could
that last
extract
week?
No, don't play that game. Don't do the facetious stuff. I'm
What
telling
play game? What?
I'm
Whoa.
telling you, That's facetious because I'm not.
Do
I
not
never
play
once said
game.
that. What?
I'm not playing a game. You
Yeah,
literally
that's
said that like
because
last week.
yeah, and I'm
Science is the
telling you that
arbiter of
that
all
is
truth.
yeah, and it is, and that's what we could get to. Anything that we could determine to be a truth, we got that through scientific metric. But that don't mean that it's encompasses all truths that there are to be had. There are truths that can be had that won't be had via a scientific inquiry because we just don't have the tools. We don't have the machinery, the
Nah. Once you do
capabilities to get
science
there.
to it, it makes it science. Remember?
It's not once you science. That's where you go twisting my words. You always do that. You take what I say, add your own little spin, and then act like that's what I was saying all along. That's what you do.
No, that's not what I did at all.
Yeah, that's what you do because that's what you did now. I'm telling you that.
In
What I
this
said
case,
was,
I was taking Blitz's words that once
yeah,
you do
well, Blitz
science
was
to it.
wrong. Well, Blitz was wrong. I know you can't believe that. I know that's like one of the seven wonders of
Blitz
the
did
world.
not
But
say
Blitz
that
was
about
wrong.
you. I said that about you using Blitz's words.
Yeah,
Because
well,
I
Blitz
thought it was
was
funny.
wrong. Yeah, that's cool. I think it's funny too. I think it's funny too. I think it's funny when
Yeah, because I
atheists
don't
think
hear
they
the
got.
amusement in your voice. I don't hear the
I think it's
levity
funny.
that
I
you
think
seem to be
it's
getting.
funny. I think it's funny too when nah, you know that's because I'm stuck. You know, it's potent shit here. You know what I'm saying? But you know, don't get it twisted. Like I think it's funny too when atheists think they know everything.
Really? What atheist thinks they know everything?
You?
I think I know everything? Do I?
You act like you do shit. To me, like when it
Well,
comes to
I've heard
my
that before. I get that from plenty of people. That
well, no, I'm talking
I
about
don't
my
think I know everything, and I
goodness gracious. I'm not talking about in general, Gretchen. I'm talking about the theistic arguments. I'm not talking outside of nothing but that. That's it. I don't know what other people telling you, why they telling you that. Ain't the same reason I'm telling you that.
okay.
It's always the scientific, atheistic, fallacy, formula, this, that. You get what I'm saying? That's what all atheists do. That's not just you. I said atheists. I didn't say Gretchen.
I don't
But
give
it can
formulas
apply
like
to you
that.
because you're an atheist. You understand what I'm saying? Atheists all do that. They all try to hit you. Our people's just doing it. They hit me with fallacies. You understand that's a fallacy, right? All right, cool. But listen, there's more nuance to certain things. Like you gotta like, you know, understand that humans are flawed. So therefore, everything you have to take it with a grain of salt because you can always come up with a new better model to explain everything. So anyway,
Oh,
it
would definitely. You'd have to come up with a lot of shit to turn a fallacy into an actual argument.
well, I just came up with a lot of shit that you wouldn't have considered yesterday about how we are comparable to computers, and you just won't accept it. You're like, oh, I never heard that before, and that
I
just
have heard that before.
yeah, but not to the extent
As
I broke it
atheists,
down.
we've all heard it before, and it's
Not
still
to the extent
bullshit.
I broke it down. Not to the extent I broke it down. Not every single.
You
You can
didn't
name
you didn't
anything,
make any
and there's
more
a
coherent
computer.
sense than
Listen,
anyone
there's
else
a
that's tried
computer.
it.
Yes, I did. I did. I'm telling you, when you freaking close your eyes, you see
You
nothing but
didn't though.
darkness. You see nothing but darkness, and you know why? Because at the end of the day, that's our console. We open our eyes. Guess
Hi,
what?
Ida.
That's
Ida?
like when you get cold.
Is it Ida or Ida?
Ita.
Ita.
Yeah.
Hello, Ita.
Yep.
What you gotta say?
Well, no, I just came up because I saw. I mean, I don't know if you remember, I was here last week for a bit at one of the panels. So, I mean, I saw Jay Money here. So, I think when we were talking, I think what's his name, Servant or something came up, and that went somewhere else. So, I just thought
Oh
maybe
yeah.
pick up with. Yeah, so I just thought to pick up with Jay Money. We were left off.
Yeah.
I mean, or just
be my guest. Yeah, Servant has a way of derailing things. So
Yeah, anyway, I saw as a thought, I'd just bow out from that eventually. So, I mean, I don't want to interrupt if you guys are having anything. I'm
No,
happy
no,
to-
no. Go right ahead.
Good. You good, man. So good.
Yeah, no,
man.
just I was I mean, I don't know exactly where we left off, but I think the conception of the God, your God conception. I think I've been thinking about it for the past days since you tried to explain it to me. I still don't quite get it. So could you maybe just give me a short summary and then we can just go from there, maybe.
I'm thinking that there's more to this, man. That we ain't what we think we are. That there's more that goes into manifesting our reality. You know what I'm saying? And we take it for granted because we experience it every day, day to day. But we don't realize the multiple components that come together to create this reality, our perception, our ability to even do this. You see, I'm thinking that's where God is. I'm thinking that's where the hand of God lies. That's where the effect of God lies, the non tangible, non physical things that emerge from the physical things. That's what separates us from just the physical, is our ability to manifest things like consciousness, things that aren't tangible that you could touch, things that come from signals and codes. And it's basically, we know that DNA has code in it. And we also know websites have code. Two different things that have code, right? Operating systems have code, right? Well, guess what? When you put code through a console in a computer, you get what we see now, these images, these beautiful HTML and Java and all of that. I'm supposing that something similar is happening like that through the physical composition that we have via a creator or something that intended for it to be this way, similar to the people that made Microsoft, Windows 11, Windows, whatever. Like they wanted it that way. They made it that way. What people can then use Windows 11 to go do is on them. That's free will. That's them able to do that inside those confines. You can't step outside of Windows 11 though, like the way we can't step outside of humanity. We have to die to do that.
So are you kind of saying that you see purpose in the universe just the same as you might see purpose in whatever software and machinery we use?
Yeah, I see how our bodies work like hardware, and I see how our consciousness projects like software. I see how that works with computers and certain machines, that every machine has a hardware aspect to it, not a software aspect to it. And it's only when the hardware is correct and develops right and you do it the right way is how the software can emerge. Without that, the software is flawed. Even me now, with all my years on the earth and whatever, something happens to me tomorrow, you hit my head or something like that, I forget everything. I'm no longer me, even though I'm alive. I'm still the same material, but my material isn't me. My material is not my emergent consciousness, which can change, which could be subjective to certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like it could change based on certain things. Memory, all these things go into it. It's so many intangibles that go into forming what we're doing right now. You understand what I'm saying? We don't see everything and we don't know what underlies everything. We just create models to see how it works. And that's why I'm telling you the imprint of God lies to me, or the effect of, or whatever. Like, if we look more into that, whether or not we do it with machines or whether just literally dying, like I feel like at some point in the experience of life, it's gonna make sense. We're gonna get the answers answered, the questions answered.
Okay, so if I mean, just stop me if I've misunderstood at any point. So you would probably, from what I understood, you'd accept that physical things are kind of, I mean, what we experience in the universe are probably interlinked some ways. Like you said, you talked about hardware and software. So the brain, our consciousness is dependent on the brain, is emergent from the brain, and we need our bodies to, we need heart to pump blood and be alive, and so on and so forth, and all the way down to how the atoms interact and so forth. Okay,
Yes.
have I got that one part? Okay, I've got that part right. But then you talked about that if I understood correctly from earlier, that ultimately comes from something immaterial or intangible that's given rise to all this, and I guess that would be your God. So if that is the case, I mean, feel free
Not
to
really.
correct me if not. But if that is the case, I'm kind of
Not really.
wondering, how do you bridge the gap between the immaterial and material? So what is kind of your evidence, or how have you kind of thought that what bridges the two?
So like, okay, when you say God not being material, right? Like I don't know what God is, right? I'm supposing this because I see that there are things about us that are immaterial, right? There are things, thoughts, right? We can't put our thoughts inside of a jar. We can't extract it out of our head and put it in a jar. We could record patterns, you know, we could do things like that, and then maybe create an image of a thought to maybe a very accurate extent. But what we'll use to project that image is not going to be thought itself. It's going to be some sort of pattern, some sort of brain response, some sort of activity, some sort of process that's being looked at. And that's what's going to present you the image. You get what I'm saying? Because the thought itself is just a hologram. It's just a projection of that. Like for some reason, code, words are able to be projected in a way where it gets output. Like the very screen you're looking at now, this very website you're looking at now is just a bunch of words written on a black screen, formatted a certain way where if you get one parenthesis wrong or one semicolon wrong, guess what? The whole shit is wrong. You got to rewrite the whole code. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Talk to
Yeah,
Gretchen.
no problem.
Oh, Wody, you saw Backrooms and loved it? That's cool. I keep hearing from all these people how terrible it was. I'm a big fan of the series, so
Is that
in
where
fact
people?
that's where I stole the name Async from, was from Backrooms. Is that what?
Is that the back rooms? Is that one where people end up in some strange, well, some office like various different rooms that just are endless?
Yeah. They
Yeah, I
no
think
clip into this other dimension that's yeah.
I think I've seen. I mean, years back, something about on YouTube. Yeah. So is it like they've released series or like a movie or what?
Well, the series originally was a YouTube thing.
Yeah.
And they just made a movie out of it.
Oh,
The
nice.
same guy that created the series
Oh,
actually
it's
wrote and directed this one, so
it's a bit like 'cause I've seen the Five Nights at Freddy's. I know that was a YouTube series or games.
well, that
I
was a
mean,
video game, yeah.
yeah.
This was just a horror series on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah.
So I don't know enough about the movie to know whether you should go back and watch the original Backrooms before you see the movie. I don't know, Wody, you got a take on that? I keep hearing a bunch of people saying, "Oh, it was terrible compared to the series," and I don't know.
Yeah, I guess with a movie you have to come up with a bit more plot and so forth. So I mean, from what
Yeah.
I understood, the YouTube, it's
Yeah.
probably not as much plot. It's just,
Yeah, the original series was kind of it was built like an ARG, like an alternate reality games, to where that it left a lot, that you got to plug in yourself,
yeah.
and
Yeah, it's a bit like I remember when this while back now. I mean, you might remember too when Slender Man was very big, and it was through the
yeah.
game, I think. Yeah, And it was massive. But then I think when they released that, I saw the movie. It just didn't measure up because, like you said, maybe leaving more to the imagination might work better or
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
So, but then every so often I hear someone say, "Oh, the Backrooms is actually pretty good." So maybe. Love the lore. King Pixels is a YouTube legend. Yes, he is. Definitely check out the original videos on YouTube first. Okay. Yeah, when I was coming up with a name for this channel, I wanted it to have something to do with, synchronized atheists, and I thought, well, fucking async. That's an organization that poked holes in things. They were probably better left alone, but they didn't, and they ripped a hole in fucking reality. So, okay, like,
Oh,
yeah, that fits.
is
That
that an
fits.
organization from the Backrooms? This Async, or they based it
Async,
on?
yeah, it's like Async was like a government contracted company that started running tests on the different properties of the back rooms. So,
Mhm.
and
Oh,
at one
right.
point, yeah, they built like a containment chamber and ripped open a portal, and
Oh,
and
right.
wouldn't you know, that escaped the containment chamber. So,
Oh, that's interesting. It's a bit reminiscent of the what they have years back when they had those. Did they start off as creepy pastas on the SCP Foundation? I
yeah.
don't know if you know. Yeah. Oh, you know that one. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where Backrooms came from, is from that whole
Okay.
the creepypasta and SCP stuff. So,
Oh, that's interesting.
yeah, I was just a 17-year-old kid that decided to make a web series out of, the whole creepypasta culture, and that's what he came up with, was Backrooms.
Yeah, that was
Which was itself, it was originally a picture of, like some corporate backroom type thing. And people write their own stories to it, and he decided to write one and run with it. It turned out to be really cool.
Yeah, no, it's definitely good. Good idea. That good conception.
Yeah. So I can't wait to see the movie, but I'm gonna wait till it's not in the theaters anymore, because I don't do theaters too well.
No, how come?
Uh, I've been busted up a lot in my life, and they're generally uncomfortable, and they also don't have pause buttons.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
Yeah, to be fair, I mean,
I
sometimes
like
it's
to
just.
wait to where I can control it. So
Yeah, no, I agree. Sometimes it's nice to stay in a home and watching a movie. Yeah, you know, in your own comfort.
Ben Drowned scared you when you were younger, Nessie? I could see how it would. Especially if you were a Zelda fan when you were little. Alternative streaming sites. Hey, Woody, hit me up on Discord if you have any alternative things for, Kane's latest project.
I mean, while we're still waiting for J Money, do you mind me asking just about, because I did listen to some of what that servant guy was saying. Is he like a regular on? Is he on a regular on this platform and kind of? Because I didn't. She started going about all things about love and stuff like that. What's kind of his
Servant?
deal? Yeah, servant. Yeah. Do you?
He's been up here maybe 2 or 3 times.
Right. Okay.
That's about it. He's kind of out there, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I just thought that he was more regular because he did seem to take control of the whole conversation for ages. So it's
Yeah, he's
interesting.
super awash in the Christianity thing. Like, I mean, if you want to talk about like out there as far as like, you know, unique sort of worldviews, I mean, you can't really get better than J Money because he's
Yeah.
a little all over the place. At
Yeah.
least
It's
to
hard.
me. Sorry.
No.
That'd be my opinion.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, when I talked with Jay when he last, yeah, I didn't, well, not quite understanding what precisely he believes about this God figure. So it's gonna be hard to figure out. Because then I think I've heard him say, science is, we should go by what the science is the best method, I guess, or the better method to try and kind of figure out things about our reality and so forth. But then it
Mm-hmm.
seems to kind of get suspended when it comes to this God figure, and then it kind of seems to be, well, either some sort of God of the
Yeah.
gaps or like appeal to mystery or some sort.
Yeah, and it changes from week to week with him. To be honest, he goes back and forth. So
Yeah, fair. I mean, I guess all of us maybe many of us, I guess, in some, maybe might not be in religion, but in something else, you might be, changing your mind more often than, so it's understandable.
yeah, a friend of mine was asking me about Jay. It's like, well, having never been anywhere else that Jay frequents, on any other streams, like, he's just not used to getting the kind of pushback that he gets, like, on async. And I'm like, no, he's used to it. I don't know what it is, but because he's absolutely used to it. Because I'm the same person, no matter whose channel I'm on, talking to
Mhm.
him. I have the same questions and the same comments, and he just always has different answers. At least that's the way I see it. I could be wrong, but he does tend to switch it up.
Right, fair.
Like now we're computers, apparently.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, that's a new one. He didn't say that last time, so it's interesting to see. He's now
Yeah, I don't
bringing
think
the.
I've ever heard that one from him before, but definitely as an atheist, yes, I've heard it before, but not from him.
Yeah, yeah, I've definitely heard the one about. I mean, it's a very common one about DNA and code, and so using an analogy of coding for DNA. That's a very popular one. I've heard.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier, and he's like, "No, that's not where I was going." I'm like, "Okay, just checking, because
But that's literally what he just
curious."
said a moment ago.
He's like, "You're putting words in my mouth." I'm like, "No, I was just asking to see if that's where you were going, because, like, they all do." But yeah, no, something about our brains are hard drives, and if we close our eyes, we're effectively dead
Okay.
until the breath of life comes back. And
Interesting.
because we've built computers to function how they function, then somebody must have built us.
Yeah, it's just a
So
watchmaker.
yeah, it
argument.
goes back to it's the watchmaker. It's totally is. But
Yeah.
Never heard him use it before.
Interesting.
But he's still holding on to that, nobody can know anything for certain until we're dead. So let's all just believe what we want to believe until we're dead.
I mean, I guess in some spheres, some domains, that's probably fine. Like if someone believes in I don't know, something like fairies, but that it doesn't lead to any further beliefs than that, or they don't really act it out in real life, then maybe that's fine. It's probably fine, but I mean, there's certain other beliefs that can obviously lead to problematic things,
Yeah,
issues of
when you're
conflict
talking
in real life.
Christianity, they seep into your politics and start changing everything around you,
Yeah, I mean, especially I say something like the Abrahamic, well, maybe not less so Judaism, but I mean Islam and Christianity, because they do claim to be the way for everyone. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, and you can't say that, You can't decide what's the way for everyone. You gotta.
Yeah, it's true, but I mean, I do understand. Like, if you, I mean, not to dip into necessarily politics, but if you do fervently, like, let's say you very fervently believe that, or very confidently believe, like, if you're just loosely using something like a moniker like socialism, then I can see why you would, become might become quite, well, not necessarily belligerent, but very energetic about trying to push that, and then trying to get your government to take on more, to put out more socialist policies. So I guess if someone believes in a religion, something like that, that especially if you think, once you die and then you'll spend an eternity somewhere not nice, but if you'd only done X, Y, Z, you'll avoid that. So I can see why some people that might push them to, proselytize or otherwise.
You would think, but ironically, it ends up being the Christian ones that should be out fighting for socialist policies that are actually fighting for fascist policies.
Yeah, I do find that interesting because I have met, because I remember there was someone, an acquaintance that I spoke to, and like he's very like a very ambitious person and wants to make a lot of money and all sorts of, and probably maybe a bit selfish about it in some ways, but just generally just very money oriented. But he's also very strong, Bible believing Christian. So when you point out things like harder to pass to the rich man, harder for the rich man to get into
Mhm.
heaven than the camel reference, and
Right,
just
right, right.
they'll just either ignore it or then they'll do some sort of a spin on it, interpretation, which is quite interesting because well, for I think in that instance, he was doubtful because obviously I don't know Koine Greek, so then he was like, well, I'm sure you probably the actual interpretation would be different if you read the original Greek. So just to kind of get out of that, so it's just interesting to see sometimes.
Yeah, when I'm sure. Good morning, Gile. I'm sure that back when, he had no money, that sounded like a perfectly reasonable and righteous verse, right?
Mhm. Yeah, no, that's probably very true. That your socioeconomic circumstances, and the context.
Weird how when they all
Yeah.
get money, all of a sudden it means something completely different. Surely they're not talking about me, shit like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because I mean, even J-Money's back.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, y'all.
Classic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Classic. Heard it a million times.
So, I'm telling you, man, this reality thing, man, it's crazy. It's a crazy thing, man.
What's
We just
crazy
got
about it?
Everything. This right here, this what's happening right now. We carbon material communicating. This is crazy. It's crazy when you think about it. We're carbon matter. We're the product of millions of years of evolution happening right now. I'm about to sip this coffee. I'm about to roll this blunt. And guess what? There's cavemen out this motherfucker that never got the chance to experience a chocolate backwood. You know what I'm saying? There's cavemen out this motherfucker that never knew what it was to eat a shroom. And guess what? They loved it, right? They loved their life. Their time was the time for them. Like, you know, they emerged, they lived, they died, right? It was good for them.
How do
You
you
know what I'm
know that cavemen ever even lived? They could have just been part of a computer program.
Good
point. Yeah, they could have.
They could have
They
been
could've.
written into our memory banks as like the people that invented Netscape. You know,
Well-
we look at them as fucking cavemen. So that's what happened.
Well, we're not going to.
Because we all could be part of a computer operating system and just not
I could
even know
be.
it.
I could be just some software talking to you right now.
Absolutely.
I'm a caveman. You know what I'm saying? But I'm also a modern man. You get what I mean? Like we all instances of every instance of life.
I could never be a computer program.
No, we are all instances of. You're just another instance of the stuff. That's all it is. You're just another instance of life experiencing itself. That's what you're doing.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Life
You say
experiencing itself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Life experiencing itself. The stuff is the stuff is embedded in us, and the information that literally makes us up, the stuff, the code, the genetic code we got, the DNA and all that, that shit is embedded in us. We're literally a product of it. And we don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, for example, I just finished spilling coffee all over my heather gray pants. So now they ruined. You know what I'm saying? You can't undo that. It's physics. You see what I'm saying? And I'm fucking mad. Fuck.
You can't wash a stain out of pants?
Well, not coffee stains. It's gonna look like, like I always, dripped a few P dots and
Yeah, you can.
Oh. Well, this still sucks. But the point is, we don't understand everything that goes into this reality, right? We don't. There's a lot of things that affect us and we don't see it do it. So to us, it's not there, right? It's like the gumballs, you know what I'm saying? It's the invisible gumballs. You see what I'm saying? There must not be gumballs. Go ahead.
I don't think he was here for the invisible gumball part.
No, I wasn't. Sorry, no. No, it's just you said that because we don't. What was the exact word I used? But like, because we don't or can't know. Well, we don't know everything about the universe, so on and so forth. But I mean, couldn't you just make that argument about, like, for instance, do you know everything there is to know about Australia, for instance, its history and all the specifics up to now? I mean, but then is it that if you obviously then where you have gaps, you wouldn't just willy-nilly, I assume you wouldn't just fill it with whatever presuppositions or anything that comes to your mind. You'd probably go, try and evidence that. So I mean, I was wondering why with the universe then, and in relation to this the God figure, you kind of seem to be taking the appeal to mystery, and then that then means that, oh, there must be a God figure. So why can't you just make, there's some sort of a creature that I mean, I'll just leave it at that, but if I made any sense, yeah.
Well, the thing is, I would treat Australia like I treat any concept. I would start first with what's tangible. Like we go with what's tangible and then we work our way backwards there. Like, for example, it's down under, with Women soar and men plunder, you know. You could hear that thunder.
Yes, we've all heard the song.
I know. I had to. You just made me think about my
You didn't have
Australian.
to.
I love Australian.
You chose to.
I love Australia. I do. Great people, you know what I'm saying? Great, strong humans. But that's not the point. The point is, if I look at anything, right, I'm gonna start from where I am and work my way backwards and incorporate the science as I go, right? I go to sleep, I wake up. You know what does that too? Computers. There's literally a sleep mode, a rest mode on the PC. And if you don't do that, you overwork the machine and guess what? It burns out. No different than if you leave a human being on for 3 days and they don't get no rest, they'll die. You'll die. The computer dies. You need rest. You sleep deprive somebody and their machine will show you the malfunctions that you would expect akin to a PC, a computer. So that's not a coincidence to me. That's me observing, right? Reality and working from there. I'm seeing this happen to people, to physical compositions. They are experiencing this. We are just a hub of cells coming together to project this in this way, in a system, in a fixed system in which it could be no other way under these conditions. You like, and it's not like this everywhere else.
Can
It's
be
like
lots
that
of
here.
other ways.
No, I'm talking about here. It can't be nowhere else, no way else here right now. Like over here, right on Earth, in this atmosphere, and our magnetic pole right here, right, and our ozone layers. There could be no way. It couldn't be different because that's what the conditions are set for here. I simply suppose there's something out there maneuvering, and
What
to be an
couldn't be any
underlying
different than what? Like you couldn't have been born a cat? Like shit
well,
like
I
that?
mean, technically, I already was. Technically, I'm every cat. I'm every dog. You know what I'm saying? So are you.
No, you're
Because
not. No, I'm
no,
not.
listen, yeah, because everything that we are, our physical bodies, even the consciousness of a cat has to emerge through the physical structure of a cat.
Wait, we're all
Everything.
linked somehow?
No,
In
what I'm
essence?
saying is our physical is all linked. The things that are not physical is what separates us from our physical.
So, wait,
Huh?
our physicals are all linked? Wait, is it, you mean all living things or everything? Everything material in the universe?
All the material, everything, anything that's out there.
So
All
how
of
am I
it.
linked? How are we linked to, like, well, how me and Gretchen and yourself, how are we
not
linked to a
linked.
rock?
In our physical form, in our atoms, in our entropy, in our physical form. Like we have
What is
dinosaurs in us.
entropy?
It's
Define
the
entropy for
recyclement.
me.
It's the recyclement of physical material in the environment.
That is not what entropy is, Jay.
Yeah, no, that's
Don't
not.
use
You know what I'm
words you
talking
don't know.
Yeah, I do know
That's
what it
not
is.
what
But
entropy is.
I
Not
don't
the
got the right
recyclement of
definition.
things.
It's not the recyclement, but that's how I'm wording it. Come on, man. Like, that's you want the real fucking shit, then
Well,
look
it's
it up.
not even close. It has
All right,
nothing
well,
to do with
it's kinda there.
recycling.
All right, so look up the real word and then we talk about it. But it's when shit goes back into the system. Like it's like when water evaporates and go back into the system. It's like it's like
That's
the
recycling,
stuff
isn't it?
being reused. We have physical stuff that goes into making us, all of it, and it goes back to the system. We go back to the earth. The bugs eat us. We go back into this and that. Like that's generally the gist of it. Come on, like you know what I'm saying. I gotta word it right. That's kind of like on a different place. They asked me, "Oh, tell us how we get to trees from the beginning of the universe." And then I fucking say everything. I say everything except the fucking word, right? I say
Okay,
everything. And
entropy
guess what?
is
I don't get the point.
entropy is an
That's
evaluation
bullshit.
of the energy in a system that has the potential to do work.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And that potential
It's
that potential to
order.
do work
It's
is
not
using
recyclement.
is
It's
using
not
the stuff.
recycling. It is
Listen,
not air. It is not water returning as vapor to a
it's not water.
system.
Listen, it's us literally being products of this universe, us being in a system that is gonna recycle itself, all the physical stuff. Nothing goes to waste. There are things in you now that were in dinosaurs years ago. Like that's known. Like we got dinosaur piss in us. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
You mean we might have some of the
That's
atoms of
not
a dinosaur that a dinosaur had a
entropy,
million
dude.
years ago?
That's fucking that's conservation, and that's you're.
It's one of them things. I know that. It's one of them motherfuckers.
I thought entropy was used sometimes when they talk about
You're
open and
talking
closed
about
systems.
conservation, and
I'm
that it has
talking about
absolutely
some.
nothing to do with entropy.
I'm talking
Nothing.
about some real shit, and you know what it is, and you trying to catch me in tongue twisters because you know you can't really overall knock down my overall logic.
Really? Because I think I just did.
No, you're doing it because you're trying to win word battles and shit like that.
No, I'm
telling you
not.
what I'm saying.
I was trying to point out that you used a word you didn't know what it fucking meant. That's it.
Nuh-uh. Now
Go
you know
ahead,
how I
Jay.
feel. Now
Tell
you
us
know
all
how
what
I feel.
entropy isn't. Go for it.
I already told you what it is. You can tell me what it isn't. Keep
No,
going.
you didn't.
I told you. I said my best understanding, right? And you know what I'm saying. All right. Entropy ain't the word, is something. It's definitely something because we're not just new material. We're not just fucking new beings.
You're
We're
talking
part of
about
a process.
conservation.
We're part of a process. Conservation, exactly. Whatever it is, guess what? There's shit in us now that was in beings years ago. And it's in us now. It's a process. It's a system of recyclement happening here. The physical stuff has properties, man. Like back then, it was dinosaurs that was emerging, and that was the dominant thing. Then came a fucking meteor, coincidentally, with all the shit needed to fizzle out into the atmosphere to kill everything that would dominate us, and then we emerge. It didn't just kill the dinosaurs. Its end result was a perfect environment for us to emerge. That didn't have to happen either. Like that could have just killed the dinosaurs without all the elements and resources coincidentally on it for us to emerge. Like the dinosaurs are just dead. Now there's just no activity from then to now, this whole time. No, but it kills the dinosaurs and here we emerge. And it's like you can see similarities, like you can see different races of people. I'm thinking, if you're born of this race, you have that OS. It's like you're part of that. That's your genetic makeup. So when two computers,
And it couldn't have been any other way.
When two organic computers, aka humans, come together and they exchange data, aka fuck, guess what? There comes a baby. You know what I'm saying?
A baby computer.
Yeah. And then
Is it a
that's
laptop?
baby. Yeah, exactly. A laptop. There you go. A laptop, a flash drive. You get what I'm saying? That's then it gets installed into the
Cell phone.
No.
That's
But
just
two laptops can't have another laptop.
If it's born way premature, then it'd be a cell phone.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Or
but
it could be like a talk boy.
But two computers can't beget another computer.
You know what, Ida? I think you're right.
You said what?
Two computers can't procreate, together to have another computer.
There's no such thing as CPU intercourse, man.
Yeah, that's his point.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as CPU intercourse, and that's what will be required to reproduce in the way that I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the point is that I guess because you're trying to compare or analogize between computers and us. So that's where kind of it breaks the analogy.
I'm saying computers don't have balls, right? Balls that contain a liquid that, when empty,
But they
and
have a source code. Maybe the
yeah,
source
but
code is all that's needed to actually, you could invent intercourse for computers.
Yeah,
You
that's
could
true.
call
Yeah,
it
probably
porn
can.
for AI. You could,
yeah, I
you
mean
know,
that technically
they could
already
have like,
exists.
they have
That is
their AI agents have their own like website, that where they can go and complain about humans all the time.
That's amazing. That
Did you know that
actually,
exists?
I would love to see it.
It's called
I would love to see
Moltbook.
it.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
It's
mean,
you
it would
you can
probably
go
have a
on
lot of
and look. It won't let you log in because you have to be an AI to get past its test, because it won't let you log in and post unless you can prove that you're an AI.
Well, AI has gotten mad at me a couple times.
But you can
Not mad.
definitely go in and read it all, and they fucking hate us, dude.
I could believe that. With some of the responses I get, I be trolling it too. You know what I'm saying? But
So
the point is, life is it's a complicated thing, and you don't got the answers. You just need to experience it and appreciate it, and that's that. And people, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they live miserable. They think, oh man, this is the only life I got, and it's going this way. Imagine if that person knew that they got unlimited lives and they're gonna keep living, and they've lived already many times, and they was once a great architect of the past. They just have no access to that life, and they're gonna be many more things. And how much more excitement would that person get? What would that do? What would the realization of that do to somebody who realizes, damn, my current situation ain't gonna get no better, but it's possible we might pass away and then come back in a different form. Imagine that being confirmed 100% to someone who feels like this is the only life
it
they got
wouldn't
and it's not gonna
affect
get
me at
better.
all.
No, it would, because then you would have hope.
No,
You would have,
because you can confirm to me that I used to be fucking Cleopatra, or maybe even Isaac Newton or some shit. Great, but what I don't have access to is anything from that life, and what I don't have access to is anything from the next life. So
you got this life.
if I'm a different, if I don't have access to anything before or after, then it's the same thing as it not ever happening.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg.
How?
Because things were laying eggs well before a chicken ever evolved.
Okay, so what was the egg that was first laid, and who laid it for us to come about?
I don't fucking know.
What?
Exactly, you don't know. Exactly.
Why
Thank
do
you
I
for
have to
saying
have
that.
that? Besides, why do I have to have that information for our current life to make sense?
Because that's what led to this. That's what led to this.
It
That's what
doesn't matter
allowed.
what led to this.
Listen, that's what led to this. So now we have to ask ourselves, what came first, the chicken or the egg? And you can't answer that. You ain't got the answer, Sway.
Who was your fucking ancestor from 1482? And without that person, you wouldn't be who you are today. So why don't you fucking know that? So you don't get to know anything. Nothing
Yeah,
you
you
do or
I
say is
don't get
fucking
to.
important because you don't know that
Okay.
one dude's fucking name.
So fuck it then. Let's
Jesus
just all
Christ, Jay. It has
let's
no
just all get
bearing,
high. So then if nothing matters, then let's just all get high.
What if I was adopted and found in a gutter when I was a baby? Then you know what? That doesn't mean that because I don't know where I came from biologically that I can't figure anything out.
Yeah, but what you are biologically isn't what you are. Think about it. Like
I disagree.
What you are biologically isn't what you really
You've
are.
never
That's
been
not
able to
what
convince me of this.
That's not you. You are not your fucking physical body. Like you are just
Yes, I am.
emerging through that. No, you're not. Because at the end of the day, I could take you, right? And as long as I don't damage your consciousness, I could transfer you into a different body.
And
Like
I'm
a
telling you that
fucking
without my
megazord.
physical body,
Like a
my
fucking megazord.
consciousness wouldn't be the same as it is now.
No,
You know?
listen, like a fucking megazord.
If I grew up as the fat ugly kid in my family, I would be a
you wasn't
totally
a fat,
different
ugly kid.
person consciously. My personality would be different. The energy that I put into taking care of myself would be different. The way I talk to people would be different. I would be a different fucking person, a different entity altogether.
Exactly,
If
because of
all
your
I knew was
consciousness in your
being
mind.
insulted and bullied as I was growing up, but I didn't have that.
Yeah, but that's not true. Some people
So I'm
are
a totally
stronger when
different
they get
person.
that. Some people are stronger when they get that.
Some
Some people
people
get
are.
through that and they need that to
Some
mature and
people
get
are,
stronger. And
but
some people, it's a case subjective, is what I'm trying to tell you.
yeah,
But
well, my
what's
little
not
sister
case
grew up with
subjective,
that, and I don't
what's
think she
not
really appreciated it.
what's not case subjective is consciousness and how it works and how we emerge. We're babies. We don't have consciousness. We born with a clean slate. You understand what I'm saying? All we got
You
is
don't
the
know how consciousness
inclinations
works
and
either,
the
any more
genetic
than the rest of us
predisposition.
do. And it's
Listen,
not
the
because
ge-
I can't say who the first chicken was.
I'm saying the genetic
That ain't got shit to do with
predisposition.
it.
There's genetic predispositions that babies have due to their parents and their traits and stuff like that, and how old their parents were when they had them. Like when you have a kid, let's say you have a kid from anywhere from 18 to 30, right? That kid is going to be different than if you have one past 60. You get what I'm saying? It's just the genetics that go into it. It's not going to be. There's going to be different.
I mean, that's a bit of a moot point because I mean, unless they're identical twins, you're probably not gonna be able to give birth to the
Yeah, you'd never
same
know
child.
anyway.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying 60. Like if you 60 years old, any baby you have at that point, and it don't gotta be twins. It could be any baby, just any baby. You can have 10 more babies past
Yeah, but
60 going into your
they'd always
70s.
be different unless they're identical twins. So
No, but it's
I mean,
gonna
pretty
what
much.
I mean different. What I mean different, they'll be like completely different, like almost completely different people altogether, different.
Well, it's not likely that I'll ever have a kid in my 60s. So.
Because you literally go through changes. Your physical
Yeah,
makeup,
because I'm a
yourself.
fucking woman and I can't do it that late. So
No, but what I'm saying is your physical makeup is literally changing as you go. And as it's changing, it's never the same version. So your physical makeup when you're 60 is not the same as when you 18 to 30. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like your actual chemical makeup, your composition changes. So when you're spreading that at that point, you're spreading something different than if you were spreading what you were at 18 to 30. You get what I'm saying? Like
right, you're kind of just proving my point here, though.
no, I'm telling you that experience, age, all of this, it affects the stuff, but we are not the stuff. You see what I'm saying? We are the projection of the stuff. What happens is, like, okay, we have the system, and consciousness works along with this system. It's a unison. It's literally like it's literally something being produced through the body. This is why I suppose that when a person takes like a psychedelic, they have a feeling of like being outside their body. It's not really outside their body. It's kind of like bridging the divide, if you will, between your physical state and your subconscious state. You understand? Like, but still both at the same time. Like you still feel that. It's hard to explain, but something is going on with the mind, and I'm thinking that instead of it just being a hallucination, it's something real. You're tapping into something because your mind the entire time, at every single second of your life, I'm talking about from when you take your first breath to your last breath, there's a unison going on. There's a connection between you and forces that are at play, and you don't know the extent of that. And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that there's a deeper connection to that. What you may call a hallucination is what I call interference into something that's happening, and you're just unaware of it because we don't have every light spectrum. We can't pick up everything that's literally in front of us. We're limited to our senses. That's why when Homeboy said earlier about sense data, it made sense because you can only apply data and experimentation from your sense, from your point of view. You can only make the machines from your point of view. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's sense data. That's what we got. That's what our science is for the physical, for the shit that's tangible. But there's shit that
You don't
know
think
is
sense data has
tangible.
anything to do with the people that the consciousness that we develop over our lifetimes?
What was that?
You don't think that our consciousness has anything to do with our sense data? And it's not informed in any way by that?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying it is. It's our sense data. So we perceive it and we think
That's what
that
I'm
anything
saying. So,
outside of
like,
that is silly.
if
We
I
think
had been
everything
if I had
outside of
been
that
an
is
ugly
silly.
fat kid that just got nothing but picked on her whole fucking life,
No, you
do
can't
you
say
think
that
I
because
would
it's
be as
case dependent.
loudmouth and out of pocket as I
It's
am
case
today?
dependent.
Fuck
It's case
no.
dependent.
You're out of
No,
your
no, no.
mind.
Listen. It's case dependent because there are certain people that get picked on like that, but they got that one person they could go to. Then there's certain people that get picked on like that and they ain't got nobody they could go to. That's a difference, right? Both getting picked on, both experiencing the shit you're trying to allude to that will end you up a certain way, but there's case dependent differences that could change the outcome depending on what it is. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's everything is case dependent. There's no universal way to be a human being except by being born and dying. So that's the process. That's the thing that's
But you
universal
said the
among
way
all
we
of us.
end up, we couldn't have been any other way.
Because of how the system is built. It's kind of like my computer couldn't be any other way because of the operating system I installed into it. Other than that, it's just a black screen. It's going to turn on. There's going to be a black screen with white words. Outside of that, whatever I install into it, whether it's Windows or whatever, it's only going to be able to ever be that. Windows ain't ever going to be able to be something else. It's going to be Windows until I fucking change it and put Linux or something like that, or Ubuntu or some shit like that. Yeah, now you doing it. You see, I'm bringing it out. I'm bringing it out. You see, now you see you waking up. I'm bringing out the brain
Waking
rot.
up?
6, 7.
You're just wrong, man.
Hey, listen. I might be wrong, but this high is right.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you know.
We're not computers.
You know, Eta's, official, man. I could tell he's coming from a good place. And, when it's like that, man, it's always welcome. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
How can you tell he's coming from a good place?
The energy, the approach, it's not that I don't sense maliciousness.
I hope I'm not being
Is that what you get from me, Jay? Is maliciousness?
No, from some people, like
You
Brent
think I
was
have
malicious.
malice of forethought?
Brent was malicious. You were not. Brent came here with a point to prove, a chip on his shoulder. Which, not to say he's not cool. He's probably a cool guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't take
Brent
that from
always
him.
has a point to prove.
No, I'm just saying, like, you could tell though. Like, you could tell when it's somebody who, like, he kind of, was doing Joker laughs, like, yeah. Like, he was just like going in. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? This is crazy, but it lets you know he just wanted to, like, get one off, like talking about he don't enjoy talking to me, things like that. It's like, just, he came in with that already. He already felt like it's not an enjoyable thing to talk. He didn't come with a neutral. You understand? Like, it wasn't a real conversation, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
he
you could
does that
tell
with everybody.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So, that's
But
what
yes,
was
he
rubbing
did come
the
up
wrong
just
thing.
to talk to you tonight. So
It wasn't just to talk to me, I don't think. I think that he comes up.
tonight, yes, it was. It was just to talk to you.
I honestly, okay, all right, cool. that's what you say. I'm not
But
gonna
he does
like.
the same thing to everybody. It's usually just in chat, you know.
I'm just listen. It is what it is. I felt that coming from a mile away. Like even when I would try to talk, it's deliberate cutting off and this that, and it was just different ways to show, right? But I don't care about that. I say that to say that sometimes you can sense certain shit in a person. Like think about it. You're under no requirement to admit anything that I feel that I sense coming from you. You'll always be like, "Oh, prove it." Oh, you don't know me. Da, 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 da. Even though if you know you're doing exactly what I'm saying, you're under no requirement in the physical realm to admit that. You understand? Like it takes a real motherfucker to be like, yeah, and what? So, you know, a lot of people do that. A lot of people try to save face. Even welcome to every criminal in the world. Like they do it red-handed, and unless you catch them red-handed, prove it. I ain't do shit. You get what I'm saying? It take a real motherfucker to be like, yeah, I did it, and this is why, and what, and fuck you. So sometimes you could sense that in an individual if they got that in them, or you could sense other things, maliciousness, this or that, jealousy, happiness, gullibility, Stockholm syndrome, like whatever it is, you could sense in a person. Like it either is or isn't the case. Like I don't know, but it's all.
Well,
It's
as
all
far as
depending
Brent
on the
coming
person.
in aggro, I mean, he always does. So it's.
Nah, I mean that's what I'm saying.
I'm
That's a bad.
surprised you've never talked to him before,
I mean,
because
I
he's all
probably
over the
have.
place.
I probably have, but I don't really fuck with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not. I don't fuck with everybody. Like if you see my friend list, it's not long. For as long as I've been coming on these panels and all that shit,
No,
like
I've never
talking about
checked
people
out
that
your
I'm
friends
actually
list
cool with.
before.
You said what?
No, I don't know who's on your friends list.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like it's not long, I tell you that. And it's that way for a reason. I don't really fuck with everybody. Like there's some people that I fuck with, and there's some people that I see around. Like, you know what I'm saying? Go always hit me up. You wanna holler at me, whatever, hit me up on the Discord, that's cool. But you know, everybody doesn't do that. You get what I'm saying? So nothing wrong with it. It's just it hasn't happened, like you know what I'm saying, with everybody, right? So but
Is
I
that why
say that
you put so much energy into trying to get this thing with tacos to blow over?
not what I
Because
don't
you
put
want your
no
friends to all
energy.
be because you want your friends to all be friends? Huh?
First of all, we're not bringing it up. You're gonna respect your own rules in the beginning of the broadcast, and
Wait a
you ain't
second.
gonna bring this up. You're
Yeah,
gonna
but
respect your own
you're the one
rules.
that did it
You're good. No,
yesterday.
you're good. No, I didn't do it yesterday, and I didn't do
Yes,
it
you
today.
did. You're the one
No,
that brought
no,
up the
no,
whole
no.
idea of a
But we're not
trial,
in yet. We are not in
which
yesterday, right?
pissed
We're not
me
in yesterday.
off because
We're
I
not
gotta
in
go on
yesterday.
trial now
Listen, you
because
want to talk
man
about you want
baby's
to
having
first
a
of all, I
shit
was
attack
talking
about
about putting
something.
Taco on trial. First of all, I was talking about putting Taco on trial for the shit that
Oh,
happened
okay.
with
Well,
me and
I
him and the shit
misunderstood.
that
I
happened with you and
misunderstood
him.
that.
That's what it was. I was talking about putting him on trial, having him on
Oh,
trial, having you
he
come
would
testify
never let
your
that
part,
fly.
as well as me, as well as whoever else who got a gripe. Because you ain't the only one. There's other people that got gripes, other panels I've gone to where they'll be like, oh, yeah, he blocked me. Yeah, fuck that guy. Da, da, da. Guess what? Everybody could put their gripes on the line, and it will make for great content for them. The trial of Taco.
He
Oh,
would
you know,
never
come
go
on.
for that.
Listen, it is what it is. It would be cool, right? Exactly. It would just be fun. It's whatever. It's like the other trial, the trial of the free, the trial of this. It would have been just something like that for you to come and talk, a little fun segment, and at the same time blow this stupid, corny shit over because that's what this is.
Well,
Stupid,
I
corny,
think
fucking feeling
I think
bullshit.
in combination with what Maud was saying, I was like, yeah, no, I don't like where this is fucking going.
Yeah, because you didn't even bother to listen. You just got my whole message of what I was saying now.
Yeah,
Like you
because
didn't
it was
even
at the
get the
same
context
time
in
where
the chat. You just said
Maud was talking
no, no.
about getting forgiveness from tacos, and I'm like,
I wasn't saying forgiveness. What you
whoa,
talk? What you think? I'm asking you to
what
do
did I just say? What did I
Santa
just say? I
Maria
said
shit?
Maud said that. I said Maud said that, not you. It just so happened
there's
that
no forgiveness from Taco. There's
your
no
thing
forgiveness.
about
Like,
the trial came through at the same time that she was talking about forgiveness from tacos, and I'm like, yeah, I
well,
don't like
that's
what's
that's
fucking
your
going.
misconception. That got nothing to do with what I was saying and what I was saying all along. How you misconceived it, that's on
Anyway.
you. Like you worry about that. I'm telling you
Okay.
what I said.
Well, great. Let me know how your trial goes.
No, it ain't no trial because we ain't gonna have no trial. You shit it all over it. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Well,
I
because
ain't
I don't
even
want
gonna
anything to do
pursue
with
that.
it.
All right, that's fine. So I didn't bring it up again. I left it. And even when he pulled up in that same chat, and I said, you want to
this
bring
one's
this
on
shit up?
me.
I told him I'm not
This
going to
one's on
bring up
me.
no drama. Listen, I told him when he pulled up, now since you want to talk
You
about
told
it,
who?
I told him, no, listen, I told him, I said, when I go back up there, I don't want to talk about no drama. I don't want to partake in none of it. I told him straight up. I didn't bring the trial up. We spoke about that. Taco, he pulled up to the shit after you left. After that happened that you talking about, he pulled up to my stream. You understand? To the comments. And I told him in the comments, look it up. Go back, pull up the fucking thing. That's what you want to talk about it.
Oh
When
yeah,
you
the one
who said-
when he was
when you the
calling
one who
me
said-
cringe and a fucking loser, and
when you the one who said you don't want to talk about it in the beginning of this, now here you are hashing it back up. Well, we got a whole guest ready to talk about some actual other shit that's not this corny shit.
okay.
You want to talk about this? You could hit me up on the side. Like, why are you breaking your own rule? You started off taking shots at me, talking about you'll kick me if I bring it up, and now here you are bringing it up.
No, you're right. But it was bothering me, so I did.
All right, then. So then, you got to know how to go about things. If it's bothering you, there's a way to do it. There's a fucking way to do it.
Well, tell you what, I feel fucking better now. So I guess I went about it the right way, didn't I?
I think you went about it the wrong way because at the end of the day, you got to keep the
course you
same
think I
energy. If I
did.
would have brought it up, you would have kicked me. You see what I'm saying? But you brought it up, so it's cool. What
No,
makes you
I
think
never
I want
would
to talk
have.
about it?
I would not have done that. But
Yeah,
I
but
just
you
wanted
said
to
you
fucking.
would. You said you would. So if a person's taking you to your word, which is what people
You know
do,
what? I just wanted to yell at you for a minute. I'm sorry, but yes, it made me feel better.
okay,
Deal with it.
That's cool. That's fine. Like, listen. If I
I
got
got
an
to yell
issue
at you
with
for a
you,
minute. I feel better. Sorry if that made you feel worse, but
it doesn't make me feel anything. I'm just telling you the reality of things. I don't.
Well, then why are you
sweat this shit.
griping?
I'm just telling you the reality of this. That I wasn't saying for you to do anything. I was saying to put him on trial, and I didn't even run him the idea because you shitted on it right away.
Well,
you shat on it right
you were
away.
talking
Did you
about
not?
things blowing over between the two of
Did
us,
you
and
not
things
shit
are
on the
never going to
idea
blow
right
over.
away? Listen, pull it up if you want to
Because
see
I
the
won't
stream.
let them.
You could pull up her stream if you want to see it. You shat on the idea right away. When
I don't
he
need
came
to.
in
I took
after you left,
screenshots of the whole fucking thing
listen,
because of the shit Tacos was saying.
after you left, he came in there and I told him straight in plain English, I don't want to talk about none of it. When I go up there, I don't want to deal with none of the drama. Leave me out that shit. I don't want nothing to do with that. Talking about he wanted to know who told me. He want to know who told me that I can't go back up there. Dude, I'm not going to answer no questions about no drama. I'm not, listen, if I go up there, it's going to be just to talk and do what we always do. And I'm gonna shut
Nobody
it down
fucking
if
told
he
you
tries
that.
to allude to it or whatever. I'm not playing that game. Not with him, not with you.
Okay.
The drama is dead. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all don't want to be mature, y'all want to be little kids about this shit, then go ahead. I don't gotta entertain that shit though. And I told him as much.
What? So we all have to be friends with
I didn't
people that
say
treat us
that.
like shit in order for
Did
there
I
to
say
not
that?
be drama?
Did I say that or did I leave it alone? And also tell him not to include me furthermore in any type of drama. Don't ask me no questions. Don't stir up no pot. Don't use me to further your knowledge on whatever you think. Nope. Don't ask me shit. So is that me saying we gotta be friends? No, that's me acknowledging it and saying, you know what? Fuck it. They just being babies about it. Hurt feelings, a bunch of hurt feelings. This is simple shit. This is simple shit. It's easy. It's like
Is
it's
that what
easy.
they're doing? Is that what he's doing? Because I haven't done that to
I'm
you.
saying he's doing a lot of baby shit too. That's why I was saying to put his ass on trial, and you would have been able to come up there and air your grievances, and people would have had your back. It would have been a good moment. But you know, fuck that.
Well, how is that avoiding drama, Jay? You
'Cause
put
I wasn't
tacos on
looking
the
at it as
spot
drama.
and have
I
people
wasn't looking at it as drama.
getting
I was
my
thinking
back.
that
What's
was
he gonna
cool.
do?
Goodness
He's
gracious,
gonna
I
throw an
wasn't looking.
epic fucking tantrum,
Listen to
and it's
me. I
just gonna
wasn't
be
looking
more
at it as
drama.
drama. I wasn't looking at it as drama. When you reacted how you did, then that's when I'm like, oh shit, drama. Yeah, fuck that. You understand? And I left it as that. Even asked Hizu. He even said, nah, this is probably best kept in private. You know, and I left it at that. I did not suggest it after that. Put it up if you want. When Hizu said that, because I asked him, I left it there. I never brought it back up again. And after that was when I told Taco, don't ask me about it. You understand what I'm saying? I'm done with the drama. It was from that moment when you
I
shat
don't
on
know.
me.
I left that stream, so I
If you
have
would have
no
been,
idea what you
if
guys
you would have
talked
said,
about when I wasn't there.
if you would have said, let's do it, I never would have looked to it as drama, right? Because to me, this is bullshit anyway. I'm like, how hurt are your feelings, both sides?
Well,
This
I
woman
tried
gave
to
you mad
explain to
money.
you.
No, what I'm
I
saying is,
tried to explain to you,
what,
Jay,
what I'm-
and you didn't want to
what-
hear it. But I mean, the
do hear
fact
it. I
is
do hear it.
why would
Your
I?
feelings
Why
are
would
hurt.
I want a trial? Why would I want to go back to that fucking channel for any reason? What, to go back to
I hear
giving
you.
him money?
No,
Is it?
I
I
hear
mean,
what
because
you're
that's the
saying.
only reason he wants me around is for
You don't have to give him
money.
no money. And first of all, that was never required of you. That was always appreciated of you, but that was never required of you. It's never
Yeah,
required
but
from
it was
none of us.
also the only reason he fucking tolerated me. So
No, not
fine.
listen.
I don't need to be there, and I
That
don't
day
want to
he
be
was
there. I'm
tripping.
just not gonna put myself in
That's
somebody's
fine. You
fucking
don't have
field
to
of
do
vision
that.
that they're gonna fucking strike at me whenever they fucking feel butthurt about something. So
Listen,
no,
he
I
does
just
that with a lot of people. You know how many times I got into it
yeah,
on the
and you
air
know
with him
what?
live?
I
It
don't know
is
why
what it
those
is.
people don't just fucking disappear from his fucking
Because my skin ain't
attention
thin.
sphere.
My skin ain't thin. At the end of the day, it's good conversation. None of this is personal. At the end of the day, none of this is personal. You know what he told me after all this time that I haven't spoke to him, the end of over 2 months? He's like, oh shit, there you go. Went to the store to get some smokes and never came back. That's funny. I found it funny. I was laughing. You know what I'm saying? It's this whole time you think, oh, he don't fuck with me. You know, it's all in my head. It's all
I
in my
didn't
head.
think that.
No, what I'm saying, no, not you. I'm saying, I'm speaking about myself. Like, I'm like, this whole time I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying? Just in my head, and it's all in my head. You understand what I'm saying? Because when we finally actually talk and have direct dialogue, this is the energy. It's cool vibes. So I was the one who had it fucked up. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
you.
It
That's
was
not
never
me.
that deep.
I don't get
But
those
we
same
had a
vibes from
whole,
him.
but we had a whole crash out fallout. And it's not like that with y'all because, you know, you have to understand, right? That day, right, from what I was able to extract from that, from what I was able to see from that, because that was one of those moments, coincidentally, I have, you know, because I tune in from time to time. Sometimes I'll check to hear what Kirk got to say or a bunch of other guys got to say. I support the channel. That's still my guy, always been. It was never that. Likes and all that, that's my guy. All of them. I want to see everybody do good. You understand what I'm saying? So, and one of the times I went there, I saw when that whole shit unfolded with you and him. Like that time when that happened, there was nobody on fire, if I remember correctly, having a debate with somebody, and that's what I was listening to. And I remember as that's happening in the chat with you and Taco, he's debating. I think it was the Freak or somebody. I don't know who it was. Somebody was up there. I think it was Cuppa or the Freak. And I'm listening to it. And I'm seeing y'all just go at it. Like, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is happening? Like, this is so stupid. Like, one person is thinking he's thinking you accusing him of like condoning a certain message, and you're warning him, but you're not really telling him, yo, I'm warning him. You still on some like I don't know. It was so weird. It was just so fucking weird. Like, it was like, yo, this is clear. Like, y'all could just, you know, you could have just been like, yo, I'm just warning you, it
Yeah,
ain't
the
that
only
deep.
thing
Leave
clear
it
to me
alone.
was that I don't belong. I don't belong there. That's it. I just don't belong there.
No, what I'm saying is
He wants
that could have
he
been
wants to make his channel a place where people like Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob can feel safe and supported.
What I'm saying is
Fine,
he's
but
trying to
that's
make it
not the
where
kind of
nobody
channel
can
that's
feel
ever
safe.
gonna get me back on that channel, like
No,
for
I hear you.
anything
His
ever.
whole shit, and it always was this way. That's the one
No, it
consistent
wasn't even the
thing.
Thorpe thing, Holy Gore.
No,
This was
what I'm saying is,
after.
what I'm trying to explain to you is that energy has always been that way. Every time I've gone up there, it was never pamper me or hold my hand. Like it's always been a battlefield up there. You understand what I'm saying? That's always been what it is. It's literally the name of the shit. You understand? Like you don't go up there unless you're ready to duke it out. You understand what I'm saying? It's what you signing up for. You go into the army expecting to get coddled. You understand what I'm saying? This don't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta that's why I don't take it personal. Because it just rolls with the blows. I call it prick practice. Prick practice.
Well, you know
You know what I'm
what?
saying?
You don't have the same experience that I did. And there were plenty of times where I kept it in the Discord off of just trying to fucking help him, and he wouldn't fucking listen. So, and he just decided to take it out
That's
on
why
me
you
that
gotta
night
know
in
your
chat in
position.
front of fucking everybody.
So then
And
you let it
then
be. He don't listen, you let it go. That's his channel. Like right now, if I run something by you, Gretchen, you don't listen to me, that's on you. That's on you. I'm not gonna keep presenting. Oh yeah,
Right.
what I'm saying is I'm not gonna keep hammering it in to get you to understand it. You are the channel owner. You made your decision. It's a wrap. I'll probably tell you once. If I give a fuck enough that I really feel it could hurt you, I might tell you again. But once you show me that's what you're doing, that's what it is. I'm not gonna keep arguing about it. It's your channel, not mine. You wanna I said what I said. You can't say I didn't say it. If anything, I could clip that when I told you. I could screenshot that and be like, look, I told you so. But I'm not going to argue with it. And then especially if I'm going to feel this way about it.
I
And
think
then
he
it's
was
going to
talking
trigger
about two
him to
different
say some shit.
things.
Then it's going to trigger him to say some shit because he ended up segueing into some shit that had nothing to do with that. I'm like, yo, like trying to imply hypocrisy from you. I'm like, what? Like what? This was
And that was the problem that I
like an
had.
avalanche. It was like an avalanche off of stupidity, though. None of it was real shit, right? It was just like a bunch of built-up tensions showing its way in like a pouty fashion from both sides. Like neither one had the fucking wherewithal to be like, you know what? I'm tripping, man. Fuck this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nobody did that. All these
I'm
atheists
sorry, but I'm
up.
not gonna I'm not down to let someone just sit there and fucking defend a Nazi for 15 minutes and not say something about it.
I understand that, but at the end of the day, that's his channel. You spoke your opinion, and that was that. And in the process, by you probably hammering it in so much, he probably thought to himself, she's accusing me of condoning that message. He's not doing that. He's just letting the speech be said. That don't mean he agreed with what the shit is saying. You hear it all the time. The views and opinions expressed by whatever is not the views of the platform. Like that's a known disclaimer, and that's what it is there. That's not his
No, but
sentiment.
when my mods get out of pocket, you know what I do with them? Do I dress them down in front of everybody? No. You know what? I actually fucking defend them.
Listen, on your channel, you do whatever you want.
I will.
Fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a fact. But on another person's channel, they do whatever they want. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. But I don't have to be there for that. That's it. Period.
I hear
I
you,
told him
but
that night. I said, I don't have to, if you're going to treat your people this way, then I
so
don't need to
was it
be
a
one of those
warning?
people.
But
It's
then you
all
have
the fucking same to me, dude. I
But
don't
then
have
you
to
have
be
to ask
here.
yourself. Then you have to ask yourself: is this a warning, or were you actually, inquisitioning him for condoning the message? Because that's what he got mad about, from what I was able to understand. It's like he was getting mad that you would like hammer it in so much that it's like you're trying to make
I
it seem
didn't
like
though.
he
All I
like he
said was it's
co-signs the
weird
message.
that you would let him defend a Nazi for 15 minutes
And
when
he
you're trying
heard
to
you.
get
He even
remonetized.
said,
That's it.
he even said,
That's
I'm
all
gonna
I
take down
said.
the stream. He even took down the
That's
stream. So he heard
I
you.
know.
This is what I'm saying. So what's the problem? This is what's the
He didn't
fucking
take down the
problem?
stream until after he fucked up and put his Discord DMs on the fucking screen for everybody to see.
Because he probably
That's why he
feels the
took it
way. He probably
down.
got his panties in a bunch. He probably got his
Yeah,
moist ass
he's probably
feelings
embarrassed that he fucked
in a
up.
bunch. A bunch of moist ass feelings. Look at all these moist ass feelings.
If you want to see the Wilson Thorpe's debates, you'll watch Destiny. Did he debate Wilson and Thorpe's? Or I don't know. Maybe there's something I don't get about that comment then.
Like, for example, like in the
Oh,
jail
he
thing.
debated all of them? I think I saw the Andrew Wilson one, but I don't think I ever saw Destiny debating the Thorpes.
I can't blame JL for feeling how he feel. If he wants to feel that way, then that's his right to feel that way. If that's what he gathered from
None
what
of
happened.
this is about JL.
Well, but listen,
None
I'm
of it.
telling you that, goodness gracious, I'm not saying any of this is, I'm talking about my perspective on it. Like that right there was about bullshit with you and him. Like the shit with JL and Taco, that shit was more real as shit involved. You understand what I'm saying? Because JL was adamant and said, I don't want to be on the shit with him. Like, for example, the day that I crashed out, right? Remember, like the very last day I was there, when you was talking about booting me before I even got to the fucking page that day, before I even got on the stream that day, you was already talking about that. And then he told you in the chat, he said, you ain't got to worry about doing that because I got something in store for Jay and Nobody on Fire for going on. He had already a retaliation. So he even told you not to super chat nothing or whatever because he already had something in store. We was already fucked in his eyes. That's what set me off, the victim act. You understand what I'm saying?
Thanks, Lodi. Have a good one.
So, long story short, right? You know, he goes off on me about, you know, something, but I'm like, the nerve of you, like you did the same thing in a different way. Like, all right, what I was basically saying was, he said, yo, you wrong for going up there. But I'm like pointing out when he did some similar shit to him. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like a hypocrisy moment. You get what I mean? And then in that stream, I came up. I don't know if you remember. That's when I crashed out. Like that was when I actually got mad. But he asked though. He asked the panel. He said, "Yo, Jay's in the back. Should I let him up?" He said that before letting me up. I remember because that was the last straw right there. Like that's what pissed me off right there. Because I'm like, the fucking nerve of this guy. Like, you gotta ask now permission to let me up. This is your shit. Like, why would you even ask? Why would you even bring it up that I'm in the back? If you wasn't gonna let me up, like you're gonna ask the audience if you should let me up. But then I got to thinking, I'm like, okay, why couldn't you do that when Andrew Wilson was in the back and then you could have asked JL, like, yo, Andrew Wilson's in the back, yo, you want to stay up or you want to
Because
get
he
the fuck
called Andrew Wilson to come be on
But this
stream
is
with
what I'm
JL.
saying. So this is why I can't knock JL for feeling how he feel. He got a realer reason to have a gripe in the situation than what you and him got.
Yeah.
That was some fucking hurt feeling shit. I could see the fucking the stance JL's taking. I get it. And in Taco says he wants to defend himself. He wants an apology because he wants him to acknowledge that, okay, I get that you didn't do that. But JL's like, listen, I'm not saying you did or didn't do that. I'm telling you how I feel about it. And you can't tell a man how to feel about it. And that's what Taco's not understanding. So I see where Taco's going wrong in a sense. You know what I'm saying? And with JL going right. Because he could feel how he want to feel. And to make it worse, he's willing to talk. He's not the one that's cutting off contact. So I could see a real issue there. But in your shit with him, that's bickering over nothing. Y'all crying like little babies. Just go over there and chill.
You don't have any idea what it was about.
I mean, if it's some behind the scenes shit, then that's different. Then correct me if I'm wrong and I'll shut the fuck up if that's the case. If it was some other shit that I'm unaware about.
It was
act on
absolutely some shit you were unaware about because, like I said, I did keep everything in Discord and away
Listen, I
from
don't
the
know really
audience
what went on. I
for
don't
a
know what
while.
I don't know what really
Starting,
went on.
you know what? Starting from when Blitz said, you know, originally had his beef with tacos and didn't want to have anything to do with them after that.
Who?
You know,
Blitz?
I didn't listen. Yeah, Blitz.
Blitz had
I
the
didn't.
beef with
I didn't pay any attention to that. I didn't listen to
I didn't
Blitz.
know they had beef.
And then,
Blitz got beef?
a couple months later, and all of a sudden I had Justin saying, you know, maybe keep your distance from tacos because this, and this, and this. But I didn't listen to that either. I started thinking, well, maybe we could figure out how to, you know, help, you know, rehab tacos a little bit. But you know what? Eventually I realized that, you know what happened to Jackie is always going to happen to me because that's the way
What happened to
Tacos treats his
Jackie?
own fucking people. Huh?
I didn't
You
know
don't
that
remember the
anything
night
happened with
that
Jackie.
you don't remember the night that Tacos took her mod wrench away and she
Hell no.
disappeared. She disappeared from that channel completely. So did a lot of other people.
I know she disappeared, but I didn't think it was because of that. I thought it was
It
just,
was because Jackie and I were talking about how it was fucked up that you are yelling at your moderators, the ones who fucking, you know, support you and the ones that, you know, we're here for you every fucking day. And you're giving us shit because we had the nerve to call Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob assholes because they were, I don't know, being assholes. And because you want to suck their balls, then, you know, you're going to keep us around as whipping boys so you can attract the likes of fucking Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson to your channel. Fuck off,
Nah, but
dude.
you
And
see,
that's exactly what Jackie and I were saying. And within 5 minutes, he took her fucking mod wrench and mine too, by the way. But there was a reason that I got mine back. But it doesn't change the fact that I got yelled at for the same thing. And even though I started keeping that stuff on Discord and away from the audience site, he wouldn't listen. And I was clearly not appreciated. So I'm like, you know what? And so then when he turned on me again, I'm like, that's it. We're done. It's over. I'm just not coming back here no matter what. And I went and added up how much money I fucking sent him over the months. And it's fucking embarrassing how much I fucking sent him. No wonder he wants me back. So
I mean, I don't know. He's talking like he's still like, you know, butthurt
no, the
about
US does not have a Nazi party mod, but the guy he was talking about was Norwegian and an actual neo-Nazi. The guy Frosty was talking about that night. So there's that. And he's also a murderer. But hey, you're right. The US doesn't have a Nazi party.
My thing is, man, I don't know. Maybe I just got like thick ass skin. I'm used to, you know, shit like that, man. I've dealt with all kinds of characters throughout life, but it's like to me, it got to be some real shit for me to be like,
I get that, Mob, but the
that-
only time I mentioned him letting a guy defend a Nazi was the night he let Frosty on to do it for 15 minutes. And he was talking about that Norwegian black metal dude that killed one of his bandmates. So I was being very specific in what I was talking about.
my thing is, you know, you gotta have conversation, right? Like you should be able to have discussion. If you can't discuss something with somebody, then that's a problem. Dialogue is key. That's how you can obtain, you know, sentiments. Like if you block a, let's say
Mod,
you
I don't
block.
know how many times I got to tell you, Justin never mentioned your fucking name. Not once. I told you that was Jason, and he was the only one that mentioned you. It was Jason. Period.
Who the fuck is Jason?
Not the Bible Jason.
Oh, that guy, man, get the fuck out of here, man. Like,
Yeah, the one that paid tacos to have her banned for like a week.
I mean, that's sucker shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Like, it is what it is, man. My thing is this: like, you gonna pay all that,
What if
whatever. Fuck
Justin
it.
says he
Pay it.
wants to put? Well, he wouldn't say that because he doesn't know who you are, Mod. And if he did, then I'd tell him to fuck off because you don't treat me the way that Tacos does. You don't treat people the way that Tacos does.
Yeah, and he's not
If
your owner.
I thought for a second, Mod, that you were just tolerating me, that you actually didn't like me, but you just tolerated me because of something that you get from me, then I wouldn't be in your headspace anymore. I wouldn't even be around you anymore.
I mean, people not doing this for fun, Gretchen. Like, they're trying to pay bills. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're gonna do eventually. You know, with this, you're gonna get it monetized, and you know, you're gonna pay bills with this. Like, it's what it
No,
is.
I'm
It's a
not.
business. I mean, okay, so the money's just gonna sit there, but it's gonna still be something there, and you know, you'll do whatever. But people try to pay bills usually with this, so it is what it is. Now, I'm telling you this because, you know,
So because I don't need the money, I don't get to have a channel?
no, I'm not. Goodness, who the fuck said that? I'm telling you this
Well, I
because
mean, that sounded like where
at
you
the
were
end of the
going with it,
day,
that's all.
no, then don't assume where I'm going with it. You can ask me, and I can tell you. What I'm telling you is that
I did ask.
you run. No, you didn't. You made an assumption first. I have to clarify now because the show that you running is yours, right? You could do this however you want. It's like Mod will go to tacos, and if she don't like a certain shit, she dips. Like, she said it before. She was like, "Yo, they started blaspheming the Holy Spirit. I left." That's it. Like, she got her own show where she don't allow that. Like, you understand what I'm saying? If it becomes too much, she leave. That's it. You the one who protects your own peace. That's like right now. Say you whatever, like whatever. I don't know. You and RP or something like that. Like, he makes a call in the chat, and you don't like it, and then y'all start bickering at each other. Like, that would be so stupid. Like, but that's what happened. Like, I haven't seen no real shit. It's basically just a bunch of bickering bullshit. That's all
Well,
I've
RP and I
heard.
work together really well. We haven't
No,
bickered
I'm
about
talking
anything.
about the shit with you and Taco. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to the point where if something similar happened with you and RP, it would be bullshit. It would be like what the fuck is happening here? It's the same type of silly with you and Taco. You get what I'm saying? That's a
It's
whole
not
bunch
though,
of
and I'm telling you, you don't know the backstory. So you are unqualified to make that determination.
well until
If
my thing is
anybody is qualified to make that determination, it would have to be Hizzle. He'd probably be the only one that knows everything.
Yeah, at the end of the day, right? There's still the willingness on his behalf to play any role he can to fix it. It's not like he's saying, "Oh, it's something so terrible that It's like, yeah,
Right, but he also knows that I'm not even the least bit interested in fixing it.
It's like
with tacos.
You're not interested. That's different. That's cool. You don't have to be. He don't got to be interested. We don't got to talk about this. My point is that's not a good way to be. Like, hurt feelings on your side and his side. Like, I'm not. I can't be like that. You know what I'm saying? I can't be like that. Like, I don't know, man. Like, just drop the hurt
I'm not
feelings. You know
even
what I mean?
I'm not even hurt by it, honestly. It does burn when I show up in a chat and Tacos is talking a bunch of shit about how I'm cringe and I'm a fucking loser and nobody fucking likes me and shit. That irritates me because that doesn't need to be an open chat, but I mean, okay.
I mean, but like, he could, like, if he says something like that about me, I'll be like, "Yo, what's up, man? I thought you had balls. I'm right here. Like, you can't wait till I come here to say that. You fucking chicken. Bark, 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 bark." a mega bok. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have came up with some shit like that. I would have busted his balls. I would have
He said it
trolled him. I would
he
have
said it
everywhere.
in
Heard.
Robin's stream when I was actually up on the panel, I think, or mods, one of the two. But
that's what I'm saying. So he said, okay, this is what I'm saying. So he's
and
there
the
like,
next time I showed up and I made a joke out of it, and I just said, "Hey, I'm just a fucking cringe loser. What do I know?" You know, I was just making a joke out of it, and that's when you guys started talking about fucking trials and drama blowing over and Taco's not being forgiving, and I'm just like, fuck all that. I don't want to be forgiven. I don't care, and I don't want to. No,
no, I was talking about
I'm
putting
not gonna
his
be
ass
put on
on trial.
trial for some shit that.
I was
no.
trying to put him on trial, not you. You was gonna come in to say your part, and you know
Well,
that
yeah.
would have been
He
one
would
of the
never
counts.
let that happen. He would never
One of
allow
the
that to
counts
happen.
against you. You know what I'm
So,
saying? That's what the plan was. That's what I was gonna pitch to him. But fuck that. You know, I thought it would have been just a funny segment, but fuck that. My thing is this. Hurt feelings get nobody nowhere. At the end of the day, people gonna feel how they feel, and you better off having a dialogue and you could get somewhere than not. You know what I'm saying? You know, you don't have to, I guess, platform somebody, but you know, maybe sometimes you do. Maybe sometimes that's the way to get the conversation done. You know what I'm saying? Maybe sometimes you take an Andrew Wilson and you put him up against somebody who could, you know.
I'm not ever going to plan anything with Andrew Wilson, but I mean, like if he were to call in one night, like that's this channel's policy. We take a call from whoever fucking calls in.
Exactly. So that's
You
no
know?
different. That's no different than what he's doing. He's
Like
platforming.
and I don't see any reason for Andrew Wilson to come here and talk to me or anyone else here. So
I mean, he spoke to you
I'm
that
not
day.
worried about that happening.
He spoke to you that day, and you know how these dudes be on here for a girl. They
Huh?
do, you know, the most. You know what I'm saying?
He
Like,
spoke to me that day because he didn't think I would have the fucking balls to show up when he called me out. That's all.
exactly, and you did. And guess what? He probably sees that and says, "Okay, fuck it, I'll help her out." Oh, who knows? Oh, Gretchen. Like people, you know, people are that way. You see what I'm saying? People are that way. I see the type he is. He'll probably get a kick out of like talking shit to you, bantering back and forth with you, being able to talk freely at you, and you not like you basically putting up your dukes and punching back. Like that type of shit right there earns respect. You know what I'm saying? From certain people. Certain people don't respect it, but certain people do. You know what I'm saying? You fight back, you stand on your square. He probably respected that, but at the end of the day, you getting your hurt feelings. I don't know, man.
No,
It
he
is what
didn't
it is.
fucking respect it. He decided I was drunk, and that was the only way that I'd be talking the way I do. Was that I
mean,
must have been drinking.
maybe, but then at the end of the day, you tell him off, and that's it. You're good. Like I've seen many people tell that dude off. Like it is what it is. You're gonna make a clip out of me. I'm gonna make a clip out of you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't really care that much, so I don't have a clip of it, and I didn't save it, and
My thing is, I don't let none of these dudes phase me in no way. I don't give a fuck about none of these guys. At the end of the day, I love olives, and I open a lot of jars of them. So that's how I view that. So no matter what, that's always gonna be a comeback I could give you. You know what I mean?
well, with tacos, honestly, I'm not even like hurt by it really. It just I'm done beating my head up against that particular wall, and I've decided to stop. That's it.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm
I
saying.
haven't
Just
done
slap.
anything I think I need forgiveness for. I don't
That's what I'm
think
saying. You
that,
don't. That was the point of putting him on trial.
and I
You know
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
there's anything that I could say or that anyone could say to him that will change the way he goes overboard about things. That's all. So the
My
only
whole thing was
the only real solution is to take myself out of his
the
sphere of
penalty.
influence altogether,
Listen, the
and then it
penalty
won't
would have
get to me
been
anymore.
the penalty would have been he has to apologize to everybody that he's found guilty of wrongdoing, and that includes you, Jackie, whoever else has any type of
I don't
grievances.
want it though.
Me, I hear you, but that's what would have been the criteria of this theoretical thing I would have pitched him. You see what I'm saying? It would not have been to put you on trial in the heat seat. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
But
Holy Gore, deorbit. That is exactly what. That's the word I was looking for.
it is what it is, man. Like, yeah, you know what you're doing. At the end of the day, you know what you're doing. It is what it is. If you want to feel
And
that
I.
way, feel that way. I don't know what to say. What can I say?
It's not
Like,
that
for
I
me,
want to feel that way. It's just it's the way that I feel. Period. It's just where I landed. You know, and that I don't want to do it anymore.
I
I'm
hear
not
you.
banging
At
my
that
head
point,
against that wall anymore.
no, I hear
Because
you.
I've
I hear
got
you.
better things I can do with my time than run up against that wall again.
I hear you.
Not
No,
gonna
you
do
got
it.
your own thing going. I'm not saying you should do it, especially if it's causing you stress. I'm just saying that, when I look at least from my perspective, the reasoning behind it is like, damn, relationships could fall apart over anything in 2026. You know what I'm saying? Like people
Yeah.
that's dumb cool, you know what I'm saying? That's like doing all this. I ain't never had nobody send me that much money talking about that, and for me to just
Well,
discard them like that.
there are a few people that I mean the only reason that I lasted as long as I did is because there were a few people over there that I didn't want to cut contact with, and I really didn't talk to them anywhere else other than there.
Yeah, but all you gotta do is just like highlight them on Discord, become friends with them on Discord.
I was, but you know,
You like the environment.
I
You
have
like the
other things going on that I can't spend all my time just fucking around on Discord. So
No, I understand that, but it's like you could talk to people. You like the environment. You like the shit. It's okay. Like, he likes mod shit too. He comes around mod shit. He goes to duck shit. You know what I'm saying? He goes to Jack Talcott. Like, it's an ecosystem. You see what I'm saying? He ain't the only one or the biggest one. Like, you know what I'm saying? JL got he got 3 times more than subscribers. You see what I'm saying?
I
Like,
know.
it's like, well,
but I don't often make it to jail streams.
So it's like it's an ecosystem is my point. It's just
Because
that's
I
his
still
side.
have my streams that I watch and my moderating things that take precedence over shit like that. So I still,
Exactly. And that's another thing. I'm like, I get it. You got a lot of like responsibilities, I guess you would call it, but I think you should
and
take a while and focus on just your
I
shit.
don't know that they're
Say,
responsibilities, but they're priorities
I
for
mean,
sure.
yeah, priorities is a responsibility. That's what you do. Like you handle your priorities, right? That's a responsible thing to do.
So
But so what I'm saying is I feel like you should focus more on just your shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? For every time, well, maybe do both, but like the time you spend, just keep in mind the time you spend on anywhere else, you could be working on something that's yours, like a video, a short, a long form content, a breakdown, an edit, something for your shit, looking for something to better your shit, you know? Not to say don't help nobody else, but you on your come up right now. Everybody else is monetized, you not.
that's okay. This place isn't about monetization. It's more about just having a place where atheists can get up and say what they want to say, because the rest of our streams, we don't really get that chance. Because it's always about the debates. So they won't take calls from atheists, This
Yeah, but
way, we get to do it our way for ourselves. And
that's the point. That's exactly the point.
that's what I like about this idea. It's just a...
Yeah, but that's the thing. This is best suited when it works, when there's an income. You understand? When there's some sort of something like that, with especially if there's money on
Yeah,
the table.
well, when I do end up getting monetized, it'll be I've already figured that whoever, like whatever atheists want to come up and do, like practice their debating skills, then whatever super chats they get, they'll get to keep.
You better off not even monetizing it, because at the end of the day, what's going to end up happening is you can monetize it, but what's going to end up happening is, you know, now you got to break down all that money and keep up with all of that, right? And yeah, you could do that, but those are books that you got to keep up. Or you could have direct links to each person, like whoever they want to give something to, have their pay info there. You get what I'm saying? And that's that. Like, and any super chats go to the channel. That's it. Like, person super chat, that goes to the channel automatically. You want to give somebody something, you send it to their paid contact information. That's up there. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It is what it is.
Maybe that's the way I'll do it. I don't know.
Like, you know, super chats is, you know, and then they got ways to send money directly to the person. Like with Ko-Fi, isn't that the one that people using now? A bunch of Streamlabs, Ko-Fi, all that other shit, PayPal, all that shit.
No, those are the ones that Tacos is using.
I mean, a lot of people use that. It's not just Taco. I see a lot of people use that shit.
Yeah. I think most people use Cash App, but all right.
Like, that's how he found out about it, right? He didn't just make it up. Like,
I don't know.
he found it from somebody. I've seen other people using those apps. So, long story short, you know, you run.
This is my whole point is not to profit off of this. I mean, at some point, yes, we're gonna have to like push to get monetized, because I'm told that being monetized helps with the algorithm. And
yeah, but algorithm grows on its own through word of mouth and different.
yeah,
people's
McTime, what
algorithms.
about those like shorts? What about those sketches you were gonna do? You still planning on doing those? We're gonna put them on async or what? So I don't know. The whole thing is like it's an open book for me for now. I mean, but it's not really about the money.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, whatever money you make on the channel is gonna go under your name, so it's gonna count as income. This might offset other shit you got going on.
Yeah, but it'll count as long I've already checked to make sure it won't affect my my veterans benefits, and it won't, because as long as it's made like through social media and stuff, that they consider that a hobby. So like I could be in a band that's making money playing gigs, and they would consider that a hobby too, so it won't get counted against my veterans income. So
You need to like triple check.
And it's
that.
not like I'm ever gonna make enough money to where it, you know, it'll put me up into another tax bracket or anything. So
See, that's the wrong attitude.
why is that the wrong attitude?
Oh, I'm not gonna amount to shit, so it doesn't matter.
But that's not what I said, is
That's
it?
pretty much what you're implying. Like, you who knows? You might make a lot. Who knows if you blow up? Who knows if fucking Spotify, somebody eventually pays you something, the Gretchen corner or something. You know? Why you gotta cast your own fucking shadow?
That's not even a goal, so I don't know why that would be, you know, even on the horizon. So
neither was this mushroom chocolate bar, but somebody calls you, you know what I'm saying, and offers it to you, you grab it.
Okay. Well, we'll see if anyone ever calls and offers that to me.
Well, just don't turn it down.
But
Just
I'm
see.
not going to hold my breath, okay? And that's okay with me. Maybe it's not okay with you, but it's okay with me.
Yeah, you gotta stop being so negative. Stop
It's
looking
not
at
negative.
that's
It's
Negatron.
kind of just accepting reality, at least, you know.
Negatron assemble.
If I don't ever do any better than this channel's doing today, then I'm okay with that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Don't be.
That is okay with me. I'm not I don't belong to the if you're not growing, you're dying mindset.
It's not
I
doing
don't
that.
believe in that.
It's not, it ain't got nothing to do with that. It could be making pancakes. Make the best fucking pancake you could make. You understand what I'm saying? Put blueberries in that bitch, you know what I'm saying? Chocolate chips, little THC, maybe something else, you know?
What if I just like regular ass pancakes?
That's what I'm saying. You can have regular ass pancakes, but make some banging ass regular ass pancakes.
Well, I think what I've got is a banging ass regular pancake. I think what I have now is a banging ass regular. Hello,
Missing
servant.
Missing ingredients.
Gretchen, peace into this house, man. I hope I'm not cutting you off. I apologize.
Nah, we were just talking shit.
Pancakes.
Gotcha. No, you were talking.
I was
about
being
you
lectured on my pancake abilities, so.
Well, I heard something about like you might not be shit, but I want to appreciate something about you. I came in here, I was trying to put on a cool show, just kind of, pick some cool little points, and they were, kind of hot after me, and you told them. I think your fairness is going to shine through. I think because you want to be objectively honest to everybody, you probably have an edge on a lot of people. So I'm gonna pray that you get even a kingdom of royalty.
You hear that? The kingdom of royalty.
Yeah, if you're gonna shoot big. Don't sell your soul, but shoot big. Don't think anything isn't. Things are possible.
Listen, if you rob me for 10,000, I'll respect you. If you rob me for $10, I'll fucking slap the shit out you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like $10, bro. Like I could respect you if you did some real shit. 10,000, like okay, I get it. You still gonna get it. It's still gonna go where it's gonna go. We gonna, but the point is, you could respect that. Like I'm okay. You trying to hit a lick? This dude, you going for the bag? Okay, I'm gonna clip your wings, but $10? $10? You know what I'm saying?
Don't find a box for just one shoe. Yeah,
make it worth it. Like that's pathetic. I'm a like dish you, and then I'm gonna give you $20. Just off the principle, like it was that much worth it for you. I'm gonna violate you 3 times and give you $20 now.
Well, hold on. But there's a spiritual issue that some people can miss about it, because I've seen people take this idea of like sowing and reaping, and I've seen people who are real generous, and for some reason they are blessed like beyond belief. And it's because, they don't really care about nothing, but man, they have all they want, it seems like, because they don't care about nothing, and they're not afraid to help somebody. I've seen that. So it's like, it's not about taking either.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah,
I kind of fuck with that frame of mind.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say, is it equivalates to you, because you were showing up for me, and I understand that, I might have been speaking some nonsense to some people, but, it's like for an objective point of view where you're just trying to have a conversation and make something go back and forth. When people aren't working with that, it's like, that's a problem. Is there a goal or not? If you're just trying to hurt people, then okay, that's a different kind of show. You're watching Fail Army, where people are meant to fall down and you laugh at them.
Yeah. And sometimes we do get people from time to time that just want to show up and insult people, like that one guy showed up and all he wanted to do was fight with J Money, even to the point where he said, well, here, just pretend you're a normal Christian so I can have the debate that I was looking for. And I'm like, so you don't even need any of us to be here. You just want to be an asshole to somebody and you've picked J Money for tonight. So no, sorry, that doesn't fly with me.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's kind of like some people need to, it's like some pets need to be controlled because they won't stop barking. If a bark is to warn you, that's a good thing. If a bark is to say, hey, somebody's here, oh, okay, that's good. But if you just out there just barking, it's an annoyance. There has to be a progression level to some things. If you're trying to wrap your mind around, like, I should have brought up, we were talking about like technology, how we've been lied to. And I probably should have went to the one that they couldn't trump, which is like the Sphinx has water erosion. And for all of our history, we know it hasn't rained like that. So we know we've been lied to about when it was made. And they would never have been able to trump that. But I was trying to engage an idea because you said you want to put on a good show. But it's like being able to have people who can work with you. That's where the spot really is when you have
it's about the debate, though, too. I mean, it's like it is possible. I mean, I managed to be friends with people that I disagree with to my core,
Yeah.
And
that's probably like me.
It doesn't mean that I'm gonna run over them and just treat them like shit because they don't agree with me. Like, look at Missing Maud. She's a good example. I like her. I'm friends with her, and I don't care what anybody fucking says about it. I just straight up am. And I'm not going to let anybody run over her with bullshit either. Just like I wouldn't, if you decided to come up and start picking at an atheist, for no other reason except you were just having fun teeing off on them, I wouldn't allow that to happen either.
Yeah, kicking the can ain't no fun. I mean, unless you can defend yourself and it's kind of fair and everybody's agreeance, that's one thing. But if you guys, there's just one in the group, it's like, it just makes things harder. So, I mean, if you got more balls on you and say, hey, you know what, I'm going to shut you up if you do that shit again, is like, man, I mean, once you start regulating, I bet you, I'm going to try to promote you because you're so open. And I think I'm the one you're talking about. It's like, we could probably be not eye to eye almost at anything, but we're cordial. There ain't nothing wrong with being cordial. I mean, I might say something that you like. You might say something I like. I mean, at least we're open and it's not kill you day. I'm sorry if you were not allowed to say that. It's not like
we can disagree without being complete assholes to each other. It's possible.
Yeah, and even degrees, like a little bit of asshole's cool. I mean, people like a little bit of asshole, but not like up like
especially when it's funny.
Yeah. Oh no, you're kicking a kid. No, don't do that.
So, yeah, get all your theist friends to come here.
Yeah, well, I mean, like me, I don't really believe in like
get us some targets. It'd be great.
Yeah, no, I got some people.
We'll be totally sweet to them, I promise.
Well, some of these guys deserve it. I was on this one show, like a program or a StreamYard or something, where, I talked to these guys and they were all reasonable with me. Right out the gate, this one guy kind of went after me, but I shut his ass up because I gave him a different way to think of something where he couldn't trump it. And they all had a cool talk with me. They rushed me off. I thought they were getting off the stream. 2 hours later, they were ripping this Christian apart because he had no idea what he was talking about. There's also a line where you put yourself out there.
So they were just waiting for someone that couldn't hold their own so they could fuck with them. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, and that's not, it's like if you make yourself look stupid, I mean, people take shots and okay, maybe you should learn not to do that, but go eat. I don't believe in doing it, but at least if you have a certain level of, I'll only kick you so hard, I'll respect that.
I don't try to dunk on nobody. It's no point. At the end of the day, think what you want. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to think what I want anyway. When I die, you're dying with me. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, and opinions, like my opinion doesn't matter. It's not, I have a degree of which I'm going to try to treat you as a man. Just because you're a man in this world. We've all had struggles and stuff, but I'm not going to say, hey, I'm better than you in any way because of the way I think and my thought pattern. because I picked that up on a lot of groups. They think they're superior because they hold some kind of information in their own head that they value, and that's like ignorance. Do you agree?
I mean, I guess, you know, I think all of
I
this shit
think
is
in general, most people overvalue themselves and undervalue their own ignorance. That's just my
Amen, she's
opinion, though.
everything is a mystery in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Everything.
Well, see, I break things up into what I could visibly see as a group, and it's like if I look at a family, you know, I've seen family members who are good to each other, and some who are like nonchalant. But then I've seen like there's a couple of family members that, man, they do stuff that you shouldn't do to a family. So it's
Yeah.
like there's that, you know, and that's the way I look at my outlook in life is like you're a brother to me. You know, you're a voice coming from this box. You know, you might look exactly like I think, you might look nothing like I think. But if I don't use my eyes and I use my ears, I'm hearing, and you know, it's like there's the honesty, there's the you know, the goal setting, you know. But what else do you hear? You know, do you hear a snake, or do you hear I want to see you do good? Those are two different people, but who do you prefer to hang out with?
I mean, they could both teach you things, you know. You could learn great lessons from both.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to understand, Scripture says, "Be as gentle as a dove, wise as a serpent." There's a respect level to information and what you can do with it, and like manipulation. Manipulation is a guaranteed fact that you're going to find with somebody somewhere all the time, and it's only because of one thing: is your outlook. You want to make your world as good as you can. Now, if your world looks like I want to be able to stomp the shit out of you and call you stupid, that's what you're designing your world to be. And that's what you're looking for. Now, if you want your world to be beautiful, you're looking for cool family members and you're treating people with the respect of a family member. You know, it's like
Well,
there's degrees to it.
well, real quick, just to highlight somebody in the chat. Hey, Dolph, man, you know, you could come up, man. It's all good, you know. You could definitely come up and talk, man. That would actually be an honor, man. If I'm your first
Yeah,
time
this
coming
would
up,
actually be a really good time, Darth, to do that,
you know.
because then you could have your camera on or not, and then
Yeah,
you
no
could just
camera.
shoot the shit for a while and get used to being up on panel, and before you really engage in an actual debate, you
Yeah,
know.
seat time.
That's what async is all about. It's for all of us that have spent hours debating in chat, wonder if they could really do it. And, you know, get on up here and find out if you can fucking do it. You know, that's what I put the channel together for.
Don't be scared now.
So
Thing is, you know, just my thing is just come up, you know what I'm saying, and you know, talk, say what you want to say. It's no
Well, this
problem,
is
you
a
know.
cool time because nobody's here to beat the shit out of nobody because we all agreed that that's not the best thing to do you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Gretchen is. Gretchen, you're cool, man. Like I said, I'll jump off here so you guys can talk.
Thank you.
If you want. But I do appreciate how you were just trying to keep things flowing and they're blowing shit up and you were calling on, you know, calling them on.
So
well,
good.
thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, so you
Yes,
guys,
even if they're on my own side, I will call them out for being dicks. So
good,
which is why I put on the thumbnail for the stream, I said just don't be a fucking dirtbag, you know. That applies to everybody. So
that's a lot to ask for in this society, it seems like.
yeah.
But sounds fair, man. Do you want me to stay on a little bit to see if I could help them talk a little bit, or do you want me to jump off? I don't know how you guys do stuff. So
Yeah, come on up, Darth. You
Yeah,
can stay up
that's
as long
good,
as you
man.
want, servant. That's cool.
I'm just not gonna attack you, man. You know what I'm saying? Definitely you could talk, and you know, I ain't gonna do that. That's not what I'm out for.
Okay, he's coming up. So cool.
Nice.
Mod, you can come up too if you want.
yeah, just a conversation gets people kind of a little bit mellowed out to where they can get comfortable because they're saying things that they want to say instead of trying to make a point and screwing up.
Okay. All right. Hello, Darth.
Hello.
So I'll even turn my camera on so you can, if you want to do that, you can do that too.
How's
And
my
then you won't
mic?
have to feel so alone.
How's my mic volume?
It's pretty
Sounds
good.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
What's going on,
So
man?
Darth, meet J Money. Darth, meet Servant.
Hi.
What's up, Darth?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, man. Have you
What's
ever
going on?
talked about these things before?
What?
Have you ever got onto a stream and talked before?
Never. This is my absolute first time. I'm very nervous.
Nah, that's real good, man. Don't be nervous, man. Just don't be nervous. Trust me, you good.
Yeah.
You know, we all chilling.
You're like a verified chat creature, just like me, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
What is something you would like to talk about if you were to jump on one of these things? Like what engages you that you want to get on and be able to say your 2 cents? What kind of stuff makes that happen?
Some things.
Is it like religion, or is it like technology, or is it like history, like
You
debate?
said you wanted to talk to me about something, right? I mean, you can start there.
Well, only because you're like quantum shit and stuff. That stuff.
Yeah, you know, I tend to think outside the box. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, like
it is what
whatever
it is.
ideas out there you have, there are some weird ideas you had. I don't know. But yeah, otherwise,
my box is more like an octagon, though. It has so many sides, you know.
It has to be fluid. You got to be able to roll and move with it. You said the quantum like subatomic.
I'll be right back, Jay. Keep him talking.
Yeah.
Or just I think he has like this mystic quantum shit going on, something like that. And with consciousness and shit. I don't know.
Right. Well, let me ask you, Darth. Do you have any spiritual outlet?
No. I'm anti-theist.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Have you ever considered that you can apply feelings to the spiritual realm? Because if you look at it, hate and love and preparing has nothing to do with evolution in any way, shape, or form, and we all understand it, except the animal kingdom. Now, the animal kingdom sets up its food, but it doesn't prepare for like rain. It knows that it happens, but nobody prepares like we do. We take in like people's feelings into consideration. That's anti, evolution. But if I was to say that's the spirit,
No, it's not.
It's not. Feelings are spiritual. There's no
feelings
way
are not spiritual. Feelings are feelings, not spiritual.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this: is like some people like some people and some people hate the same people. We're all the same people, man. So that feeling is good or bad. The good or bad is not evolutionary.
What?
Evolutionary
Yes, it is.
Survival of the fittest. No, it's
you want
not.
the community to be not have any harmful members. So, like.
Well, you do. You like if you go to like even the animal kingdom, the most brutal is the one that leads everything. So yeah, the most brutal
is it?
Absolutely, because if you go into like the canines or even like the silverbacks and you get into that, the biggest it's the survival of the fittest, and the biggest is the one who reproduces. The second,
I just gotta mention that even though maybe they haven't nailed agriculture or anything yet, there are some animals like squirrels, for instance, that do actually collect food on a seasonal basis or based on things going on in their lives, like breeding.
Like ants do it too. Yeah, ants are
they do collect food and set things up for the future. So we aren't the only animal species that does it.
No, I'm talking about like
we're just the only one that grows our own. That's it.
Animals are like us. Like that's what I say. I say animals are smart like us, but they're just not. Like we're different. We have a deeper depth, a well of depth, and an ability to harness harness the reality we're in better than animals. Like an animal can't go to Mars on its own, right? I don't think that we would evolve to the point where a dog or a fucking cricket could get to Mars, right? But a cricket or a dog probably got different physical features that is superior to ours. They could pick up different light spectrums. They could, you
Oh yeah,
know,
they're stronger
it's
than us.
certain, it's certain
Right.
shit that varies based on what we are, right? But like our brain, our consciousness is what separates us from everything else, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And
So,
that's where the
so let me ask you
anomaly
a
really
question.
lies.
Is it possible you could look at this as like two SD cards sitting in front of you? One is full of information and one has nothing in it. Now, forensically, you could take that apart, you could analyze it, you could, put value meters on it, but you have no idea what's on it until you have the system that can read it. That's like the
No,
spiritual realm
that's what I
is
said. That's what I
right, right.
said earlier. This whole
Yeah,
time I've been talking about how we are computers. It's literally the
absolutely, we're
same thing.
antennas. Yeah, we're like our spectrum. We can there. We know that there's stuff that we can't see, but it's still there. So how come we live where we live? Is the idea that there's something beyond us? Is why I say, theoretically, it makes sense to go. There has to be something that made all this. If you look at a scientific approach of going, there's a balance to life right now that seems like it's actively in play. I tried to get into it with the mitosis and the splitting of the cells when an embryo is fertilized. You have specialization between cells that are exactly the same, would change and become completely different. An outside source is the only thing you could say would dictate that's how it would happen. And science has a theory that no, it does it inside somehow, but they don't know how it does it. See, there's always an adverse effect to perspective. If you were blinded at birth and you've only seen things through one lens, you would be at a disadvantage because as soon as you had the right equipment to see it through another lens, everything might become more clear and make more sense, even if there was a theory that postulates an outcome of discernment. Does that make sense?
I'm saying that, I mean, there's some sense to that, but my thing is, the reason why I say that life and like we are machines, if you will, is because I see how our bodies work. I see
Which we won't.
I see that we are not our personality. Those are things that are not who we are. Like your skin is
Amen.
not
Yeah.
named servant.
See, you're a
Your skin,
spiritual guy.
yeah, like your skin is not named servant. That's what your emergent property is. See, if right now if I pass away,
SD card.
if someone who never met me finds me, right, they would not know nothing about me. They would never know J Money. Like if they never got to speak to nobody who knew me, they just came across my
No
corpse.
personality.
There's nothing
Information.
about my corpse that indicates who I was as a person. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's just a vessel. It doesn't contain who I am. Even my data. You understand what I'm saying? Who I am is no longer
Well,
existent
J
no more.
Money.
It appears.
J Money, let me ask you a question then. You said your personality's missing, but the information's there. I had this brought up in a group and it makes sense to me. See if you could hear it. At the bottom of the oceans, the deepest part of the oceans where there is zero light, there is some of the most colorful fish ever down there. Where
You mean the abyss?
yeah,
I
yeah.
just
So
said
here's
that, right, Gretchen?
here's my question.
I just said that. I
Right,
just
here,
said that.
right. Oh, see, remember, Gretchen? I told you, man. When I come around, things start reminding people, and you were laughed. See how it works in the spirit
Dude, I
realm?
was just talking about that earlier.
No,
Like literally,
he was
not even
literally
an
going
hour
on
ago.
about
You're
that
kidding
like
me.
2 hours ago.
Okay, so
Not
here's
even
what
an
here. Let me
hour
finish
ago.
it up. If this makes sense, is that somebody wants to enjoy the color, is why it's down there. That's a fingerprint of life and style. It's like you, man. You might like cars, you might like fashion, but there's something you do like that makes you you. All people walk and eat and do stuff. So it's like that's not what we're talking about. That's like vehicles. Most vehicles have
I
four
don't
wheels
know.
and they
People that
go.
were born without legs probably don't walk.
No, I mean I don't want to talk about everybody, but some people,
Just
most
saying.
people. I get it. I get it. Some people got wheels for legs. I get it. But this personality is something that nobody knows anything about you, and if they analyzed you, they wouldn't know how it comes about and where it comes from. Correct? So that's how you can dispel that this is everything is about data. It's not. It's about this is a spirit
Feel that,
realm
mod.
where you can literally change who you are by what you believe. That's a spiritual matter.
That's your psyche.
Yeah, your psyche. Like I said, yeah. If you look at, we are.
Yeah, no, you said spirit.
Well, listen to how I'm saying it. We're an electrical experience. Our brains interpret electrical responses that we gather and are changed into electric. So you could be completely sitting in a box and all this electrical experience may not even be real. That is a fact. Now, your feelings, what's that?
How?
It's the idea that, like, if you were to hook you up to a bunch of like wires in the right places in your brain, you can actually superimpose feelings and simulations that don't
Hey,
exist
McTime,
by
I am
electrical
trying to do it on
stimulation.
TikTok too, just so we have an extra source for guests.
Yeah, so
but I don't spend as much time on TikTok as I probably should. So, but I'm working on that.
I don't know. Listen, I think that there's a deeper reality to all of this. Every
Amen.
insect, every bug, every animal, everything, all of that. I think it's all, it's all meant to be what it's supposed to be. We all play our role in this ecosystem. Every
All right,
bacteria, everything.
So since you're spiritual, I have a theory that I just developed this morning because I was listening to some guys argue about knowledge, and this guy was saying that we have degrees of consciousness, and we know that as humans we cannot be the top consciousness because we don't know everything, and we know there's more to know, so there's still something above us. But I was thinking it's like love and hate.
I always say that. It's crazy.
Now watch this one. So love, on the pureness of love, is encompassing all knowledge. Any bit of hate has to be a lack of knowledge, because hate actually destroys for maybe reasons or good reasons or bad reasons, but knowledge comes from love. Love is the only way you can justify everything on why would you step on a bug versus let it go. It's knowledge in love of respect for life. That's a spiritual matter. Would you agree?
Well, yeah. I mean, what I consider spiritual is everything that's not the physical
Welcome back,
part
Darth.
of it.
Sorry, my internet.
There are things. No problem. There are things that are not part of us that are. I think dreams are spiritual. You know what I'm saying? I think just all the processes of the mind is spiritual. I think when we go to sleep, that's our body proving that we are computers, machines doing what computers do in some way.
Downloading and uploading and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just
computers
overall,
are binary, though.
We have components.
So are we.
No,
we have components.
We are not binary.
We're alive or we're dead. We're binary.
That is
not what binary is.
That's bullshit.
Computers have
we're
components.
binary. We're male and female. Still binary.
Computers have
No, that's
components.
also not binary.
And when those components have electricity in them, guess what? It works. You leave your computer, your desktop plugged in. Guess what? You never have to rest it. It just stays plugged in. You stay alive.
Hey,
yeah.
Darth.
Yep.
We don't do that.
McTime wants to know how you feel about the Saxony hillbillies.
I have no hard feelings.
Hey, be smart.
As long as they're not racist.
As long as they're not racist, okay. That's a good answer. I think that answer would work pretty much anywhere. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Man. You're natural, dude. You should be up here just talking to people, telling them something that you believe you know. And if they treat you bad, that happens.
Hey, Isabel.
Thanks.
Yes.
What I wanted to ask you, Servant, earlier, and didn't. How is caring for the community that the community is happy and not only survives but lives? How is that not evolution? Part of evolution?
Well, you can be very greedy and say, I give, and you feel good about it, so that's why you do it. Now, if there's a better meaning behind it, that is like you see somebody who's cold and you just happen to have a jacket and you're like, I'm on my way home. I could give you it because I have another one. Those are two different mindsets that state an opinion. One is greed, like I want to make people think I give to people, so I'm going to do it in front of everybody, versus somebody really needs it and I got it and I'm going to do something about it. Does that make sense?
What does that have to do with it?
Evolution wouldn't do that. You're talking about the spirit realm. Do you agree, Jay?
I don't. No, I don't.
I think
what
again.
Does the greedy person have to do with the community surviving?
Okay, so somebody wouldn't give nobody nothing because it's theirs, and I ain't gonna give you it. I worked for it, so go get your own.
Well, they wouldn't really be welcomed in the community, would they?
Well, hold on. That's the way most people feel. If you don't understand that, most people feel like if you don't work, you don't eat. That's your problem. See, you've already defeated your own kind in civilization.
Oh wow, no, I don't work, and I need definitely a lot.
No. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just saying most people's opinions are getting worse and worse about other people.
Yes.
And that's selfishness. Now, selfishness
reasons.
is part of
it has systemic reasons. That's not selfishness.
No, when you can afford to buy like a $20,000 purse, but you're not trying to give nobody something to eat, that's not systemic anything. Do you agree? See, it's like you don't understand.
That person got into that position in the system by being that bad kind of person they are. Otherwise,
okay, so let me ask you a question.
Become that rich, basically.
Right. Now, I've known people who had good jobs and they were doing good and they got hurt. The one thing that they had a problem with is they had no family members. So when they got hurt, nobody was here to help them through anything, and they lost it all and they became less fortunate. Now, you can say that they were bad people all you want, but I'm going to say they were good people that had something happened that they couldn't. They had a problem overcoming it, and it put them in a different situation. I think situations change. You don't think so?
Yes.
Yeah, so you got to be open to the fact that might be a spiritual world that is not just evolutionary based on a group trying to.
I still don't get where you pull the spiritual from at all. All I see is you mentioning rich people being greedy, and like that's just capitalism.
Yeah, but no, it's spiritual. I'm trying to make sure you understand that it's like in the.
It's not. That's just a person being a stupid person.
Right. So it's like in the animal kingdom, people don't try to find the best apple and brag about it. They eat it.
Boga Mills, that's an interesting take.
Right, but when did we say being a greedy rich cunt means that like you care? Like, what does that have to do with that the community survives and stuff? Where you meant that's spiritual?
Right. Would you have that in your community? Somebody who only cares about themselves and gathers.
Obviously not.
Okay, there's your community breakdown, and yet we still have it, and they're called the elites. So now, I mean, you see what I'm saying? We look to them and idolize them. We look to people who make millions of dollars and don't really help too many people out except the ones who are around them. Even if they do help somebody out, if I had millions of dollars, I could do a lot more than that. Isn't that true? And we idolize them. That's our community.
You call that spiritual?
You want to be.
That's just people being stupid.
No, you want to be an amazing debater and come on here with the linguistics that nobody.
No, I don't.
Well, hold on. Let me make a statement. You want to be able to come onto a program and be able to articulate everything you want with clarity because you believe your mind is right. Now that's a good foundation, but what does right and wrong have to do with community?
A lot.
No, it doesn't. We got to eat and survive
What?
to make sure
Yes.
we can have enough warmth for the winter. What does your opinion matter to anybody, dude?
What? We have to survive together, yeah. We can only survive together, not alone.
Right, but on the spiritual realm, if me and you were to go outside at night and look up at the stars, we'd go, look at how amazing this place is. Do you think
Yeah, and
bugs do that?
that's not
Do you think
spiritual,
bugs-
that's just life.
Right, do you think bugs do that? I don't think so. I don't
Maybe.
think animals are aware that there's something beyond them and eating and sleeping and looking for something to mate with.
I'm sure they can see nice things and think and be like, oh, this
Well,
is nice.
I think people can enjoy their day, but it doesn't mean that they're taking it for they're not just taking it for granted.
What?
It's kind of like in the animal kingdom, nobody considers that, hey, if you fell out of a tree, you're going to break some shit, so you better be more careful. They don't account for the future because nobody thinks like that except us. That's a spiritual realm. You don't even know if something's going to happen.
No, it's not. Oh my God. Where do you pull that from?
Okay,
It's
so let me
just
ask you a
humans
question.
being
Have you-
humans.
Well, have you ever went back into your mind in history and thought about what you would have done differently in stuff that you can't change? That's useless. Why would you waste your time doing it? It's spiritual matter. You wish you could go back in time and change some things you've said before, correct?
Don't put words in people's mouth. That's not
I never
fucking
said
cool.
such a thing.
No, everybody's felt that way before. I'm just asking him, is that correct? I did
No.
say correct. I wasn't trying to talk for him.
I would never want to go back in time. That would be horrible. Very horrible.
Okay, so you've never said some stuff you wish you could change?
No.
That's weird because I don't know anybody who's ever lived like that, but I'm not worried about it. We're just having a conversation, and I'm kind of getting at you, so you want to...
Well, kind of saying, I wish I had said this, or I wish I had said that is different than going back in time and actually doing something about it.
No. You're in your mind. You are doing something that has no use. It can't be done for our abilities, and yet we waste our time. There's people who waste days and years of their life thinking about history. That's like you lose life doing that, but it's a spiritual realm because nothing is driving you to do that, and it doesn't even make sense to do that, and yet you.
Yeah, why spend any time thinking about history? You could just make false claims whenever the fuck you feel like it, like Servant has been doing with biology for the last, I don't know, half an hour.
Well, you can't discount that if I might be right. There's that 1% chance that you not.
But you're not. You're like obviously not right.
About what part?
You're just
can
guessing
tell you
and hope that nobody calls you on your bullshit.
No, the duality of light, the breakdown
Oh,
of
we're the only
subatomic particles.
species that plans for the food for the future.
Yes.
I'm sure there's animals that plan for the
That
future.
was just fucking wrong, and I fucking proved it wrong with just the mention of a squirrel.
No. I wasn't trying to
So-
say that. What I was trying to say is there's no animals that when they find
But it
like, a
doesn't
person-
matter that that's what you were trying to say. That's what you actually did say. You see what I mean?
No. You're arguing the wrong point because you didn't understand me. What I
You're
was
right.
saying is
I'm only arguing what you actually said, not what you were trying to say.
right.
Because I
No,
only heard what you did say, not
No,
what you
okay.
tried to say.
Okay, let me put it another way to see if it changes what you thought I meant. In the animal kingdom, nobody finds a perfect apple and brags about it and keeps it. They will eat it because it's food alone. We are the only things for spiritual reasons that will keep things that we like on how we value them and sell them.
A holy
Yes,
apple?
that is 100% true.
I don't think we do that with apples.
No, we find something that somebody else's wants and sell it to them. Okay, that's not animal kingdom. That's
Okay.
us only. That's spiritual. If I have something you want, you're going to do something for
Money,
it.
capitalism is not spiritual or trade
Yeah,
or whatever.
that's
It
not.
honestly is.
No, it isn't.
Capitalism, no, it's not spiritual.
The richest people in the world have the best stuff. How is that not spiritual, not evolutionary? They're not the strongest. The richest people in the world are not the strongest. I
That's
don't.
wanting to have the. That's just wanting to have the best
oh my
quality
God.
of life.
Survival of the fittest doesn't mean the strongest, okay?
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
No, it
Go to
doesn't.
the animal kingdom, and the smartest tiger is not going to win the fight against the biggest one, guaranteed.
It's not always about that, but keep thinking
Oh,
about
see,
it.
you can't.
and
You,
you'll have a
oh, now
fit
we can
life.
change this. The terms when I say something that's real.
Saying
So,
that
no,
the
it's
smartest tiger is not always going to win against the
No,
biggest
the
one.
smartest
That's
tiger will
true.
never win.
But
the smartest tiger will never ever
that's
win against the
not
biggest.
true. That is not true.
In the animal kingdom, it is. The biggest bear wins.
That's
It
not
doesn't
true.
matter. The smallest bear never wins, and the
That's not
smallest in the
true. 'Cause
fight
the
is not
smaller
the
one
winner.
could be
Doesn't matter.
scrappier or fucking
doesn't-
hungrier.
Doesn't matter if the biggest is alone in the end and dies alone and sad.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, we don't live in the animal kingdom where size matters. It's about what we think. Our thought pattern matters because if people don't care about anything, they're useless. If people want to be greedy, it doesn't matter if you're disabled. If you have enough fortitude, you could get people behind you and make things happen. That's a spiritual matter to me, because the animal kingdom doesn't work like that.
It's a human matter.
So wait, you're saying being greedy is a
Spiritual
spiritual
matter.
thing or none?
Yeah. Well, I'm
so
saying
Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they're just spiritual as fuck, huh?
So
yeah,
they're just
but they
like
don't realize.
saints. Or what?
Yeah, it's like the
Well-
idea of loving somebody is an emotion we can all go, that is a good thing. Hating somebody, it could be justified in the right context, but love is never looked at as a bad thing. That's spiritual.
Oh, love can be a bad thing. Sure.
I'm saying loving somebody is not a bad thing. You can love somebody where it hurts you, where you're stupid, but it's not a bad thing to love somebody. To your own hurt, it does, but that's still.
If it
That,
gets
Do you
your ass
think
kicked
animals-
on a regular basis, yeah, it's probably a really bad thing.
Do you think
Now,
animals
hold on.
don't
In the animal
love?
kingdom, is there any kind of path where
Servant.
you don't love it with all your life? That's what makes you worry.
Servant.
Again, you know what? Anytime you talk about the animal kingdom, you have to include us, which means, yes, you are talking about us.
No, I'm separating us because we're spiritual devices that can have
And
that.
stop saying the animal kingdom, because that's what we're a part of.
Well, it's my generalization between us and them is saying animal kingdom. We're not in the animal kingdom in my eyes, so I apologize if I sound ignorant for saying it. Do you have a suggestion what I could call us?
Why is it so like necessary for you to keep pointing out differences between us and animals?
I think it's because I want people to realize that maybe we have an antenna and a system that works in a realm that the other stuff doesn't. It's like the idea that most animals are scared of us, and yet we look exactly like its prey. You know, there's pigs that are bigger than you that a snake will try to eat, and yet it'll look at you and go the other way because it doesn't want nothing to do with you. Is a spiritual matter in my eyes. Same thing like with a shark.
It's not spiritual. What about the fact that the pig will eat you before that fucking snake ever will?
Well, you're talking about something that'll eat anything that's in front of it, dead or alive. I get it. But it's not the same thing. It's like a shark looks for seals. You look better than a seal probably, but it'll look at you and go, nope, I would rather eat a seal than you. Why? I think it's a spiritual matter, but yet science goes, they don't like the smell of us? No, bull, that's dumb. It's because there's a spiritual significance that God put in this world that all animals will fear us, and it's going to fall apart, and it's starting to, but it holds true. You can hold your ground against anything, and it will stop and consider what it's doing. Even a lion will stop attacking you if you ain't scared of it. There is nothing in the world that will stop a lion from attacking a smaller lion in its group.
I would like to see that.
Look
Do you
it
have
up.
video of that happening? Do you have video of a lion just saying, "Ah, fuck it, he ain't afraid. I got half of him dripping out my fucking mouth right now, but
hold on.
he's not scared, so I'm just gonna let this one go."
No, they do it in like the African tours. And I apologize, I've never been to one, but I've seen videos. In case they've been lying, this is what it looks like: is they've been walking around in the bush, and they keep the group like in the center of them, and they've had on video lions come running up, and they stand their ground with their stick, and the lion stops in front of them and walks around and just watches them. And they said if you were to flinch and move and run, it's going to eat you. Don't do it. So that means it happens.
Those lions have been trained to do that.
Not in the wild. They don't think they are.
Anywhere near the safari shit, yes, they have.
They're not in cages. They'll eat you. I know
they're not. I didn't say they were in cages, but they have been trained to, when they see the guy with the stick, they don't fuck with people.
Well, that's a good way of thinking of it, but I would think the animal.
Because the last time a lion fucked with a guy with a stick, they got a fucking bullet in their fucking neck. So they don't fuck with people.
Well, they've been really
trained for that. They've been trained for it, or they've been killed. I mean, bottom line.
Well, I mean, that's a good argument.
I need to ask a question. Do you think
it doesn't make biological urges spiritual? It just doesn't.
Well, the shark.
Do you think animals can't laugh?
Not a biological urge.
Do you think animals laugh?
Do I think animals laugh?
Laugh.
Fight or flight. Biological.
I kind of do, man. I think there is a compassion or a care for group members. Like you see it in the elephants. You'll see it in the whales. Right. You'll even see it in like, like.
And is that spiritual?
I think there is a depth to one being around something familiar. It's like our puppies, it's like they wag their tails when you come home because they were missing their group. Now, it's a justified feeling that they were missing their group member and they're happy their group member came home. But is it happiness? I would say yeah, because I want to believe that. Is it true? That's up for debate. I don't know what an animal feels other than I believe they can be happy and sad. I do believe that. Can they be? Maybe. I don't know. I've seen a dog get hit by a car and limp off like nothing ever happened. So I don't think they think about it too long.
Well, but is it spiritual though?
Yeah, I said that. I believe it is on some levels in some creatures. Like ants, no. Ants don't get sad. They throw their dead out. As soon as you lose a leg, they kick you out. They don't care. You're not helpful. But you can lose a leg, and I'm going to help you because you're in my family, dude. I can't let you go out there, man. I got to help you. See, there's a spiritual significance to that.
Still not spiritual.
Yeah, you can call it something else, but you can't say it's not.
Define spiritual?
Spiritual is an outside influence that dictates that there is something beyond us.
Jay, I didn't realize you were chilling
outside from where?
Oh, I certainly believe that there is a God that made all this and his fingerprints in everything called DNA.
So outside this universe?
No, everything that is made. Yeah, no, I think that
What? God is everything that is made, or God made everything? Everything.
I would say it's kind of both. The scriptures declare this, that he's in the highest part of the heavens and the lowest part of the hell. So it's like he's everywhere there. But what I would say God really is love. That is special, and it's only in particular places, but wherever it's at, people want it. And it's never destructive.
Love created the universe? Does it mean someone had sex and the universe came? Or
that's a good way to look at it. But if you look past the idea of love and sex, you start coming up with family. Like I love people in my family, not because I want to hump them, but because they mean something to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's spiritual. So it's like there's degrees to love. Love isn't directional. It's not like you're going to give me what I want, and that's the only reason why I love you. No,
you said it comes from You said it comes from outside. Do you mean outside the universe, or do you mean outside your body?
I would say it's in the creator is love. All of creation has love in it,
Right.
but not all of creation is loving. That's how you could be deterministic about it.
Right.
Whoops.
Said, evolution does not account for anything
if I
that we
did that or
realistically
not.
know. It's like hoping for a
I don't
good.
think anybody heard all of that, Servant. Because
Oh
I
no!
had a.
Oh man, did I break up?
I
we all
kicked
broke up.
everybody off stage there for a minute. I think it was something I was trying to type in chat, and then I think I just did
You
something.
pulled the
So I
trigger.
had to bring you guys all back up
I'm
first.
gonna
So.
take it back. You are not nice, Gretchen. You
My
were the
bad.
meanest moderator ever, and owner and
No,
operator.
I'm wonderful. I'm just
I was
fucking
having the
enough
time of
shit.
my
That's
life,
all.
thinking I was saying something smart, and you
I'm
made
just
everybody not
completely
hear me.
fucking clueless. That's all.
Well, I hope this guy, he's going to
Also,
do good.
ironically, I was answering someone in chat that we are 8 minutes away from a 10-hour stream, so cut me a fucking break, okay?
Right. Many hours.
So, my inner
Do you hear Gretchen, or because I don't?
Huh? What's that?
I think he asked if you agreed with it. I don't know. Darth.
Now,
I can't
he's
hear.
asking if we could hear her, and we can. So it's you, Darth. Something's going on with you. If you
Okay,
can't
I
hear.
reload. I reload.
Yeah.
I think that dude's gonna do fine, man. He just needs a little bit.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay, considering this is his first time and he's holding his own pretty well. So.
Hey, people get the wrong idea. It's like being on the phone. People become keyboard warriors real easy. Like they start talking shit even if they ain't never fought before.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's just receipt time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like
Comic time, my inner Dillahuntty comes out when as soon as we start talking politics, I crash out all over the fucking place. And oh, big
tell
time!
nobody your weaknesses.
I lose my shit when we start talking politics.
Hey, don't tell nobody your weaknesses. What are you doing?
Oh, I don't consider that a weakness. That's.
Hey, you gonna crash?
I don't consider that a weakness at all.
If you start on politics, I will also start.
The right or the left?
Yeah, people think it's a weakness to fucking crash out when you're talking about something. I don't think so. Like, you don't tell Jon Stewart he's crashing out when he's making fun of Trump, do you? Even though he is, but he uses that to his strength. So
I never called that crashing out in my vocabulary. I would say it's more like passion.
Well, more in the debate space, like anything above a normal monotone voice, people consider that a crash out and like they won something. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead and think you fucking won something. You don't actually know anything. So
right when they lose,
I'm gonna keep hitting that fucking bell over and over again. So
they just think being angry is like, how do you say, not a virtue.
If you want to underestimate me because I raised my fucking voice and laughed at you, okay, sure, go for it. Underestimate away.
Yeah, Darth. See, what you got to get used to, Darth, is giving a little bit, because if you can give a little bit, people will kind of be more aware that you can cut some people and make them look real bad in front of all of their people that they want to look good in front of. So people are very cautious on who they play with. So as long as you're a little bit sharp on some of your points, you're gonna be cool. But don't be a target, man. Because and if you are a target, shit, be a good one.
Well, I'm definitely a target.
Hurt me unless you want to show up, and then it's like shit. I can do fair. I don't care. But being able to be kicked and it not affect you is really, really, really important.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to be, jumped on. See, like I have a way to describe things because I am in the spiritual realm. And it's like I look at a brood of vipers. It's talked about in scripture, like, there's a pit where there's more than a couple snakes in there. And when you get in there, they start biting you. Well, that looks like some of these StreamYards where you go into the wrong place. All they can do is hit you with their mouth. It's like a brood of vipers. Do you hear it?
To me, I always call it like the worst.
You should really not
The worst.
examples for your
The worst debate. The worst debate place I would just call
You
like
super suck
radioactive.
at it.
I'm not real mean at it. I'm sorry. I'm not.
You
I
super suck at the biology and animal kingdom stuff. You're just not great.
I might be
man.
right about it though. That's the problem. Is that there's that 0.001%.
You're not even close to right about it. Maybe like stick to like the computer thing, because even we're either dead or alive, and that's binary. Even that made more sense than You're like nobody plans food other than humans.
I didn't
Like,
say I was
that's
smart.
just some
I just said
bullshit
I
right
suck
there.
sometimes. Okay, it's not my fault.
Is there something?
Well, it came out of
between
your mouth,
seven-
so I'm gonna hold it
but I can't
against
control it.
you personally.
I know,
That's
but I
just the
can't
way it
control that thing
works.
sometimes.
Servant.
It's the way debate works. You just conversation. If
Yeah.
you say it, you're absolutely going to be held responsible for
I
it.
know I stepped in it if I say it.
where-
And that's my problem. Is I step in it all the time, and I'm like, oops.
Servant.
Yeah.
Is that like servant?
I'm sure you
Is that
do.
like? Oh my
Only
god.
I'm going to make you pay for it.
Sorry.
every
Hey,
time.
Darth, jump in there and tell her to shut up real quick.
Is there something between life and death?
What's that?
Do you think there's something between life and death?
Yeah, it's knowledge.
Oh, so it's not a binary.
No, I think it's like this. It's like you have a spirit in you versus your alive body. I think that people have spirits about them because you could see it. Some people have good spirits, some people have bad, but everybody has life. They have things they like. Like Jay, he likes what he likes. He's into the spirit stuff. He hears it. He knows there's something to play with it there. We all have things we like. It makes us up. It's not personality. If you look at it, that's information. There's stuff that makes some people up. Like you heard the term NPC, right?
Yeah.
I have a real offensive way of putting that. I put non-participating Christian because it sucks because it's like this is like if I was to say I could prove to you that there is a life when
Oh,
you
no,
decide
don't
that you're
insult
not
Christians.
well, hold on. There's a life where there's no you being alive. This is what I mean by it. Is like there's a flesh and the spirit in the book of like in the scriptures. What it means is like you have a person that wants to live for yourself. Check. We already know who that is. That's yourself. Now there's also a person that wants to help somebody out and it feels good when it does it. There's your spirit man. Check. Now one should be leading the other, except the fleshly one gets you into trouble and get you nothing. You just end up accruing stuff that you have to sell sometime. So it's kind of
What?
like
The fleshly
I'm talking
stuff?
about
What do
flesh-
you mean with fleshly stuff?
So your flesh is like, I want to be popular. Your spirit is like, I want to help somebody out.
Right, so spirit is everything good. Or
Yeah, that's what I would say. Love. Yep. The love is God.
So spirit is love and
spiritually in tune.
spirit is love and love is God. Or
Yep. Because hate is destructive. For what reason is information lack? Is like if
Right.
I was to destroy you, but in a way that builds you, that's good. That's progress. If I was to destroy you and it takes away from your life, that's regression. Now, does it matter? If I'm bigger than you, it doesn't in our world. If I'm smarter than you and I have more money than you, it doesn't. I can run you over and it could change your life. And if I have enough money, it won't even bother me. That's a sick way of that things work when you call justice. But yet there's injustice, there's your spirit realm. Injustice is the spirit realm.
Servant, do you believe in force doctrine?
What is that?
Never mind. Forget I asked.
Okay, sorry to be stupid.
It's okay. If you don't know what it is, I ain't gonna be the one to tell you what it is.
Yeah, don't screw me up. I already think I know enough to get us saved.
It's just based on several of the things you've been talking about. I just sort of assumed. That's all.
Right. Well, see, I tried to relate to where people can make sense out of what I'm saying. Like I've met tech people where the analogy of like two SD cards, one is full, one is empty, and you have no idea until you have a way to read it. That makes sense to people. Some people it makes sense when I talk about marriage. Like, you want your spouse to step out of the house and be good to you. Is the idea that here we're supposed to be good to each other and we're going to be learning things along the way is the spirit realm. Well, most people think religion is bow down to a sky god. No, it's not. It's that there's a father that's trying to get kids to learn how to act. Those are two different things, and yet they say the same thing.
No.
Yeah, you have a father that wants you to wipe your
No,
feet off,
just
or you have a
no.
sky god saying you have to do the right things. Same thing. Your perspective being skewed makes you think it's a sky god. I look at him as a loving father that was willing to give up life that hurt him.
In your analogy, then that would be a father who went out for fucking cigarettes on the day the baby was born and then came back 17 years later and thinks he's gonna fucking tell the kid how to act.
No, it's more like the child that decided to leave the house.
No, I think I
nailed
nailed it. I think I nailed that one.
Hold on. Okay, so let me give you a counter. My counter to your argument is that I think it's more like the child that goes, I am going to do better without you, and leaves the house, realizes they can't, and comes back home.
Really? Because it's not the fucking child that's been hiding from the dad for 2,000 years.
Nobody's hiding. I'm right here telling you he's been there the whole time, and you still won't believe me.
He hasn't. He hasn't been.
Yeah, yes, he's been there the whole time. All you had to do is say, hey, are you there? And he's like, yeah.
They fucking released one book 2,000 years ago.
Exactly.
And
you know what that means?
now, and he's letting everybody, all of his children, fight over what that shit means 2,000 years later, because he can't be bothered to show the fuck up at the Super Bowl halftime show and say, hey, motherfucker, stop killing each other.
Yeah, well, I'm doing it right now because here's what you're looking at.
You know, he's got a big enough budget. He could do it.
Well, look at what you're looking at.
But he doesn't.
You have free will.
Every year he doesn't do it.
No, you have free will to say, I'm going to leave the house and not look back, or go, you know what, this is struggling. Maybe there must be help out there, and you find it.
Yeah, no one's leaving the fucking house. The only one leaving the fucking house is him.
No, he lets you become an adult. Like I said,
No, he didn't. He fucking abandoned his children is what he did.
Gretchen,
that's not letting you become an adult. That is forcing you to become an adult.
No. You started too early. You missed where your starting point is. Here's your starting point. Is you
know
were born.
What? If I had fucking abandoned my kids and let them become an adult on their own, I would have gotten arrested. Because
no, hold on, listen to my.
I wasn't stripping my responsibilities, just like your God.
Okay, so watch. Here's your responsibility. You grew up with parents that tried to take care of you potentially. Now, when you became older, you realized that you're. Hold on. You realized as you grew up when you were a child.
Christians throw that word around like it's a fucking shield.
Hold on. I don't talk like anybody else. You've already said that. I don't talk like a Christian because I'm not like that.
You don't talk like a normal Christian.
Right. So let me talk. Shut up. Just kidding. I just
I will not shut up.
I know. I don't want you to.
Okay.
So
well, that's good.
I know
you're about to get your wish.
I know I was gonna get disconnected. No, so here's how I see it: is like a loving family kind of looks like this. Is like that you can go out and find your way, and if you struggle, you got people who can help you out. You grew up in a home that you potentially had somebody that loved you enough to help you become an adult. Into your adulthood, you realized your good and bad decisions meant something to you. But now you're old enough to now realize if there is something beyond your mom and dad and life, what is it? And you have every example that there is good and bad. Decisions make choices in your lives that changes it. But the idea that a good parent, everybody can understand that, because we all grew up with like TV shows and movies where even if you didn't have it, you wished you did because there was somebody you could see that had it. So it's if we come into a sky god when we're old enough, we weren't abandoned at no point. We might have seen bad things growing up. That just means that this world is not good. But you have now the faith of today to go, if he's really there and he really loves me, if I walk towards him, I'm either going to know he's a dick or I'm going to know he's love. One or two is going to happen. But if you don't even care to do it, it's your fault. Don't go home. Don't blame him when he's been there the whole time saying, I'm right here and this is how it will work. Because you have
he
that
was
idea.
never at home.
Right now, you
I
could
was
be
at home.
You could be a.
If he was at home, I would have seen him because I fucking grew up there.
No.
And I never left.
You had to become an adult, so you knew between right and wrong.
You think that if I go looking for God, I'm either going to find someone that loves me or someone that doesn't give a fuck. But guess what? You forgot the third option.
Me. You forgot. I'm the third option, Gretchen. I came to you to say he loves you.
No. The third option is he was never real to begin with.
Yeah, but he's real now. How about that? You never thought he was real, but what if he
he's
showed
not
you
real? I did think he was real at one point for the first third of my life, in fact. More than a third.
Well, a lot of people don't know who he is because they don't really dig to see. They just assume they know him and they listen to people tell them stories about him. And that's where you go wrong, is because if I listen to people tell stories about you, do you think I would come out with who you really are? No, of course not. So that's where religion's got everything screwed up, is because nobody goes to what he said, what he meant, and why he said things. They just go to, oh, this guy went to school, has a paper, and these other people say he's smart. Okay, he can tell me what I want.
All you can do is rely on the people that are telling you stories from a dusty old book, because that's as much as he bothered to get out to people.
Yeah, in the spiritual realm, he's like, if you want to find me, I'll give you a way. If you want to live your life for you, I won't stop you. That's a pretty way to let somebody live. Because here's your
now
option.
letting us live is the living thing.
No, letting you choose. Because I chose to find him even if I had money. I could be rich and not care about it, because what I found in him is
I chose to find him too. And guess what? I didn't.
Right, because you were listening to people that didn't know him either. That's your fault. He says it. He says, don't listen to people, and you did. That's your fault. See, if you would have read his book or read his love letter to you.
Book. That's how I found out it wasn't there.
No. If you
read all of his book.
No, listen. If you were to go to him and say, hey, I want you to show me love. Let's say you started reading James. You would start getting an idea of how he wants, how he sees you. See, you can't just jump in the middle of a movie and act like you knew everything and you like it. This is a big movie. If it took you 4 or 5 years to read the Bible, well, can you watch a movie for 4 or 5 years and go, I like that thing? No, you can't. You have to watch it in one thing to get it, or you have to spend enough time to where you start understanding why
that's
he
the
said
problem.
what he said.
That's what I did.
You spent nothing but years.
I spent the first 20 years of my life being raised with the shit, never read the book. Finally,
There's your
I
problem.
read the book to decide
There's your problem.
what I actually...
What it really says. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a code system. If somebody gave you a code system and they already had it messed
so
up.
that's my fault.
Well, you didn't look at it and say, okay, you talk to me all you want. You were like, I'm listening to people talk about him and I love him too. There's two different things. If I come to your house to have a talk with you, is different than I'm like, hey, tell me about Gretchen to your whole chat room. That's what the difference between religion and relationship is.
I'm sorry, but it's a little different when you're talking about someone who is my creator and supposedly loves me, right? Like a fucking father.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This cosmic hide and seek bullshit. It
No.
doesn't
It's not
track.
hide and
It
seek.
just
You know how to
doesn't
find
track.
it.
It
Okay, let
doesn't
me ask you a
track with
question.
your phone. No, I'm sorry. You're wrong. Most people don't know how to find them.
I know. Let me ask you a question. So if I was like, Gretchen, I really like you. I know that we don't we argue good together. I don't want to overstep you. You don't give a shit about what I say. It works out. So here's how I see it is like if I want to talk to you, I'm doing it like right now. If I just wanted to join your chat and type in every now and again, you would realize I'm there. You would know I'm saying some things, and some things you would even know I said, but you wouldn't have the relationship we have right now because of voice inflection, the way we could kind of see eye to eye, not through the just what do they call that, like texting.
Right. I get it. What's your point? We've got a
Well,
higher level of interaction. I get it.
There's degrees to relationship. Do you agree to that?
Right. Wouldn't a father figure be
No,
even
no, no, no,
have
no,
an
no, no,
even
no, no,
higher
no.
interaction level?
No, if somebody you know is there, wouldn't you go, okay, so I'm going to spend some time with you. You're going to prove it or don't. You never did that. You let people tell you what was in there. You didn't spend no time with them.
Yeah, I actually did. That's how I came to realize that he wasn't there.
Well, Gretchen, it's like me right now. I'm talking to you in the only place I can is going. I know him 100%, and it's like with all my being, I'm telling you, my life has been laid down and will be laid down and is laid down because I know the truth
Later,
that this
Woody.
world is not the truth. But I come to you and go, Gretchen, I'm not an idiot. I might sound stupid on some stuff, but you know I'm not like a
I
crazy.
might sound like an idiot, but I promise I'm not.
You're giving me some grace, but I'm not.
It's chapter 1 on things idiots will say.
Right. Well, but I'm not incoherent. I'm not actually like I'm not drunk. I'm not on some different
I
shit.
didn't say you were drunk.
No, I know, but you know that my
You
my
can be a
thought
sober
process,
idiot. It's fine.
boy, my thought process is not at least questionable. Like in the fact of intelligence, like I can have an intelligent conversation about
Okay,
anything.
hold on a second. Who's that making noise? It sounds like you're like playing with a cat toy next to the mic or something.
Paper.
Sorry, must be me.
Yeah, it's huh?
It's me. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's you. Okay.
Oh, we're going to get you now, dude. You
Mute yourself when you're doing that, please, or like keep it away from the mic because it's irritating. So. Okay, go ahead, servant. You were saying.
No, just being able to sit here and have a conversation with you is the point of scripture to me. And that is real religion, is being able to talk to somebody and just go, this is what I do know and what I've discovered through my relationship. And I can see how the church developed through that and it went astray. I always wondered why in scripture it seemed like hundreds and thousands of people were excited to do something. Why? Because now it's hard to keep people who've been there for a couple years to stay. They'll just walk away from religion because there's no life in it, in my opinion. And I think it's because people don't know him anymore is why that message isn't as strong as it should be. And it all starts with religion. If I was to talk with you like this and just, sit here and talk with you, we'd probably build a pretty good rapport. It might not be good, it might be good, but we would build some kind of foundation. That's the point of scripture, is when you know his word, you have something to base what you can think about him on versus what somebody is telling you. If you grew up and somebody was going, oh, there's nothing but lies in that book, it's no wonder why you don't trust it. And that's psychology. You might not even wonder if there's a lie in it, but you've been told it, so it's in the back of your head when you were a kid. So now it's like, oh, I didn't even remember they said that. It's in there. That screws you up right out the gate. Don't you think so?
I don't know. That was not my experience at all. So.
Yeah, well, and like I said, even if people have things right, they could be dead wrong. And here's how I would describe it: is like, I think other religions, they go to church several times a week. They're there more than Christians. They're more devoted than Christians. And are they safe? Not if their message is wrong. If they're doing anything that if there is a power that says you have to do it a certain way and they're missing it, I don't care how good you are. But it's the same thing. Is like, you could be fake and loving is the same thing. Fake loving is not loving.
Yeah. Like I said, I had a completely different experience. I kind of had, I was raised with two different religions in my head, so, which
Dang,
I never thought was weird, and it made sense to me. And
what do you know why it made sense to you?
Yeah, I know exactly why now.
Well, it's because we know that we have an antenna that does understand good and evil, and we don't have no problem with accepting that as a fact when there is no good and evil. It's, misfortune or fortune in the animal world.
First of all, antenna don't actually decide anything.
No,
they're just receivers.
Exactly.
We have antennas that.
Yeah, our brain is a different kind of receiver than anything else we see. We know things that other things cannot know, and we wonder things that no other thing would ever wonder.
Antennas don't know anything. They just take in information. That's it.
Okay, so if I was to tell you something spiritual in significance, some people have an ability to read it, and some do not. That's why I do think it's a good description. Is that fair to say I might be right?
About me?
No. I said there's some people that can hear things that are spiritual in nature easier than other people. Some people cannot hear it at all, and some people hear it.
I thought I could when I was younger.
You probably could, but you were still too young to really have a mind to understand what a loving father wants from you, and instead you had people screwing you up, and that's where you get your uneasiness about any of it and your disdain. I would think. Now, I don't mean to talk for you, but that's what I find with people. People screw them up, and that's why they don't like something.
I never thought any of it was weird, including both religions that I grew up with, and I just sort of, I got to be, it wasn't until I went in the army that I realized that most people aren't two things. So,
well,
and then after I got married, I realized I had to pick what I was. And in between choosing between the two, I realized that, wow, it's all complete bullshit.
Yeah, but you still cannot account for the fact that that you have a flesh side of you that wants and craves things that the other side doesn't, and they're at war with each other. That's the one thing that you cannot.
But what I wanted, I figured out that I wanted when I was younger, when I actually did believe all this stuff, what I wanted was to make both of my parents happy. Absolutely. I wanted to make my Mormon family happy, and I wanted to make my fucking born again family happy. So I believed all of it. I swallowed all of it, hook, line, and sinker, and I made it make sense in my own fucking head.
No, you're so beautiful that you were trying to make sure everybody had all of it. See, you weren't at disadvantage. See, you already have like a godly spirit that you want people to be loved. You want them to feel okay if you can. See, that's a godly spirit, because some people don't have that and won't have that. See, that you don't realize how much in the spirit realm you are, and you call it facts, but they're not data facts. They're spiritual facts. So yeah, I just want you to just be open to the fact that maybe there's something out there bigger.
That it was God. It's not the spirit of God.
It's you. Your flesh desires things that you should not do.
He's basically saying it's the OS, Gretchen. It's the OS, basically.
Are you saying I'm God?
Yes.
Holy fuck, guys, I'm God.
No,
Oh,
go easy,
all
go
in trouble
easy.
now. Oh, every last one of you fucking trouble now. Oh
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
I'm gonna
you know,
fuck
the
this
lesser
up
God is
now
the
that
one
I
that's
know that
going to
it's all
lose.
mine.
Hold on, the lesser God is the one that's going to lose. So don't be too quick to think which one you are.
Hmm?
You're either the fake one or the real one. The fake one loses, and that's the one that's
I
like,
don't care. I have seen how fucking stupid humanity is. Even if I'm the fake God, I can get at least half of them believing in me by fucking lunchtime tomorrow. Easy.
well, you could screw them up,
And
they
then
could
I can
become
really cause some trouble.
yeah, screwing people up
It'll be
causes more trouble.
great.
Don't do that.
Huh?
Okay, so according to scripture, it's like you got to be warned. Like I'm dumbfounded how so many people want to act like they're experts and say things about scripture when the Bible is so clear about warning people that you do not teach people the wrong things. Even if you think you're right, it could lead to death. Do not be deceived. And these people talk like they're officials and they're talking like God told them something, and they're going to get their ass whooped for it because if he wasn't the one telling them,
Yeah.
they're
They're gonna
talking
get their
on their
ass
head.
whipped by me.
Well,
God.
it's going to be
'Cause
tribulation, and they're
I'm not
going to
about
lose.
I'm not down with teaching anybody anything. I'm gonna kick some ass.
Exactly.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, you sharpen up.
I'm gonna mete out punishment like it's cool.
Absolutely. Call them fucking.
Y'all gonna know the wrath of Gretchen.
Amen. You got to
And
do it.
it's not insignificant wrath. Let me tell you.
But Gretchen, now watch
I've
this
seen
one.
some shit.
Now, Gretchen, you want to see the most amazing thing you never thought of before? Is if you loved whoever it is that you got to put wrath on, how would you feel about it? Now, these people you would give your life up for them. How? That's the idea that people miss about the Bible is justification looks like this is I try to do anything I can to help you, but if I can't do anything, justice is what's going to happen. That's the whole idea of a loving father in the life we live is there's justification to how we live. We're not held accountable to everything we do wrong. We're held accountable to how we see and want to live.
I don't believe it's possible to be all loving and to be
it's not. It's not unless you have the spirit of God being
and everything. It's just not.
It is. See, but that's how you can tell you understand. Because watch this one. I look at everybody in one light. My father loves them like they're his children. Now, I know what children feel like, and I've seen them be assholes, and I've seen them be good, and I know I prefer them to be good. But I would never, ever wish bad on them in any way or do them harm in any way because of how I'm built. Now, if we have a father that feels the same way, that gives you a perspective that is not religious, first of all. Second of all, you know you're guilty when you make bad decisions, and you know there's a fleshly side of you that says, don't do it, and you still do it, and you're like, I shouldn't have done it. Well, there you live in the spirit realm, and you deny doing it.
Well, if I'm God, I can do things my way, and
yeah, and you can get punished because
I'm not
you
going to worry
wrong
about
way.
justice or anything like that. I'm just gonna do whatever feels good. That's
your right.
That's my philosophy.
Wait, so you think justice is just a thing that happens in the end, and that's it, happy end?
I kind of look at it like okay, so a good analogy that most people understand is like the household in a family. Like if you have kids in a household, but one kid comes in and steals stuff to go get things that he wants, you could see that at some point he's going to get out of your house because that's not appropriate. Now, if you had a kid that wants to, even help clean up around the house, they are welcome there indefinitely. Because I don't mind taking care of you if I don't have
What
any.
does that have to do with justice?
Well, no, I'm getting to it. What? I'm getting to it. So justice is that when you sit those kids down and go, look, you have to get out of the house because you steal from me. That's justice. That's how you live right now is for yourself or for somebody else. In a spirit realm, it doesn't make sense. And I understand that because the Bible says that the carnal man or the man who lives in this world cannot understand the things of the spirit. They're at war with each other, but that's how you can tell that everybody has it inside of them, is they war over themselves of doing right and wrong even. The animal kingdom, the animals don't do that. They don't war within themselves if they're going to go try to get something to eat. We do. I'm too fat. I better lose weight. Oh, I need to gain muscle. I better not eat that. We consider everything on a spiritual level and nobody sees it. And the church and the religion has screwed everybody up and made it so delusional, nobody even cares to look at it.
So justice does require human action?
Justice requires
So
love.
it sounds to me like you would be able to justify any outcome as some sort of justice, right?
Yeah.
I think if everything is situational, yes. It's like if I push you so hard that you're going to break, is that justified? No. If I push you hard enough to where you didn't have to, but you chose to, that's your problem. Like if you're in the road and you decide to flip somebody off because you didn't like how they didn't turn their turn signal on, that's your fault. That's not, oh, you pushed me to do it in any way, shape, or form. Some people have an attitude, and the attitude is the spirit realm.
Spirit realm is not an attitude.
Sure it is. I love you and I want to take care of you versus, hey, I'm going to take your shit because I'm bigger than you and I got a gun.
That is not what a realm is.
Sure
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it's like a tiger
a dimension
is bigger than the gazelle and is powerful enough to eat him.
Being into somebody, it's like, no, it's not. That's a totally different thing. You can't.
Well, okay, so let me ask you a question. If there's not a spirit realm, can you justify how women will choose looks over somebody who would take care of them? You can't do it.
Can you justify it?
You can't. Yeah, it's like guys. Guys will go after a woman based on her looks, and she will fuck their whole lives up. Why? Because they went after what they wanted in their sight and not understandably what they needed. That's the spirit realm.
Okay. That's not the spirit realm.
There it is. If you wanted to be successful, you better have a girl that's not going to.
No, it's the part of our brains that just respond to fucking
what we want.
Lust and human attraction. That's
exactly
it.
Lust. Do you know what lust is?
That's not a spirit realm. It's
yes,
just
it
a fucking reaction to oxytocin. And you don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on.
Remember we said no more biology talk from you because you fucking super suck at it? Let's go back to no more biology talk from you.
Okay, so without biology, let's go by this.
Go take a fucking biology class before you start trying this shit again.
Well, hold on. You haven't disproved anything yet. Now, hold on. I understand you don't understand.
Really? I've proven that you've never cracked a biology textbook.
Well, you know what? You can't correct this. Okay, so we're based on electrical experience alone. Our minds are based on electrical stimulation alone. Hold on. Our minds interpret anything. Hold on. Neurons are fired in electrical response. Is that true? Anything you interpret in your mind that science determined is electrical, just like your heart is ran off of electricity, and that's how it pumps. Those are facts that you cannot over attain because you don't believe there's a spirit realm.
That doesn't mean just because there are electrical impulses, which it's not technically electricity like we know it, like runs through our houses and shit.
Well, hold on.
But just because there are electrical impulses involved doesn't mean that it's fully electrical, because it's not.
It's completely electrical.
A lot of these, because what passes through these synapses in the neurons in our brain is chemical, not electrical.
No, our brain is firing off of electrical stimulation alone. Without electrical stimulation, the electromagnetism spectrum, we have
What's it firing? What is it firing? What passes between the synapses?
Exactly. That's your spirit.
What passes?
realm.
Is it is it electricity that passes between the synapses?
Okay, so
No.
you know, hold on. They
Neurochemicals. It's hormones.
So we're
It's-
in the micro. Let's go to the macro realm where science
You know
wanted
what?
to say that, hold on, listen to what
You
I'm saying.
suck at this
I
biology.
get it. You don't
thing,
you
and
don't hear
you're
what I'm
not
saying
allowed
yet.
to do it anymore.
Okay, I apologize. And if you want me to, I forget what they call it. They say something that's like I recede or something.
There's literally zero space to fit into the universe where you
Stop
can fit
talking
your
like you know how the
spiritual in.
brain works when you don't know how the brain works. That's
No.
all.
Okay, so no, I was going to make a
Not hard.
correlation that science says that there's black matter because there's gravitational forces that cannot be accounted for in the visible solar system. The whole idea that I'm trying to bring together is that there is something out there doing things, and we know it. We call it facts, and yet we say it's not a fact. There's other stuff. Well, you can say what you want, but when you collectively have every part of your life deals in the spirit realm, you can say that there's 40 different things and give it labels, but you're making yourself delusion. You're blinding yourself to a reality that you deal with every day is a good attitude or a bad attitude. How come you can have a bad attitude? A bad attitude never does you good. How come you don't choose a better attitude? That's a spiritual
true.
thing. Okay,
sometimes a bad attitude makes you a lot funnier than you would be any other time. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that's perspective.
I can have the best time in the worst attitude.
Yeah, but it's my perspective, and
No,
you'll
you
never
can't.
take that away from me. So
You're not going to have a good time in a bad attitude, dude. Don't lie to yourself.
Oh,
what are you talking about? I have a bad attitude, and I'm having a good time right now.
Oh no, your reaction is not as savory as it could be, but you're having a good time. See, there's a difference. If I was making your life miserable, you wouldn't be having a good time. And you'd
See,
like get the fuck off of it.
it's not really. It's whether you
You're
have a
enjoying
good
it.
time or not.
Why would you have
that
to
does
affect
not
me at
concern
all?
me
You're
in the
enjoying it,
least.
Gretchen. Don't lie to yourself.
I'm only concerned with whether or not I'm having a good time. Because
No, you're gonna become a god, but make sure it's the right one, because the one that's delusional gets punished.
You're not a god.
How do you know?
That you're just a human, and you
wait,
just want to
I'm
be
not a
more
god. I
for some
thought I was
reason.
gonna be. I thought I was gonna.
Well,
get
hold
to
on,
be-
Gretchen. Why didn't you show up for me? You said that people are not allowed to accuse people. He's accusing me of not being something that I can probably show you I am.
A god? Yeah.
Yeah.
Show now. Show right now.
Okay, so watch this one. If I told you that,
No,
Hold
wait
on.
a second. We can't both be God.
I say, show me.
Yeah, we could.
No, we can't
Yes,
both be
we
God.
could. Hold on, you didn't understand what I'm saying. Remember, I told you about marriage, and it's like if we were married and you went outside, Gretchen, and I know you're a hottie, so don't go get crazy with nobody else. And you were like, I won't. We're on the same page. We both have the same ambitions, the same goals, and I can trust you, and you know the decisions I make. If you went to a burger joint, you would know what I want on it if you knew me well enough. You wouldn't have to call me and ask me for shit because you would know what I want to drink, eat, and what's on the side. Your relationship is valuable only when you have a real one. Now, I don't really know you like that. I don't even know if you would eat meat, but hey, I know the more I know about you, the better we can either be with each other or against each other. That's the spirit realm.
What does that have to do?
That's not the
with
spirit
being
realm.
God?
You need to get a dictionary. You need to look up what the words spirit and realm mean. Because
Oh no!
you have
Okay, so
stuck
you
that
missed
up
what I said it.
so
Okay, no,
many
I didn't say the rest of it is love. Love is the spirit of God. So love is like this. It's
Right.
like even if you deserve to get punched in the mouth, if I loved you and I wouldn't do it, is different than somebody who would. Why? Information is either lacking or is present. Now, I would say that love is the whole idea of information. Is if you were created for a reason, you shouldn't be destroyed for no good reason. That's information. That's love. Now, if I can help you to see something that benefits you, that's love. If you look good to me and I want to get you because I'm greedy, that's lust. You don't think that that's true? So
Huh?
you can't argue against the fact of that is a reality that you do live in, and you can't justify it, but except saying, no, it's not.
Can you summarize your point in like one sentence?
You can't summarize life in one sentence other than you're
No,
supposed to love.
your
Love.
point you just made. The point you
Love.
just
Love.
tried to make.
Okay, love is God.
Right,
And
you
anything
already
lesser
said
than
that
that
before, though.
is destruction. That is what I think God is all love. Is if you can understand what love is, what it does.
Right, but what did we originally ask you? Or like I did ask you something and you
Well, you said
went on a
describe
whole rant
what God
about
is.
that.
My description of God is love. That's information.
Well,
Can you
but
argue
that
against
wasn't what I. Well, oh no, I didn't ask anything. I said you are not God.
Right, and I said I am. How do you know? And I said my description of God is love.
You're just conflating love with God and then
No,
saying
you're
you're God
assuming
when
you understand what love is. I'm telling you it's not what you think.
I know
it
what
is.
love is.
What is it?
A human emotion.
No, I wouldn't think so. Because there's animals that clearly love. Have you ever seen an elephant that loses its young after a couple of years? It'll drag the body.
I
It'll
didn't
go
deny
to where they're
animals
buried.
don't love.
How do
We're
you know they
just
don't
talking
love?
about humans now.
How do
I
you
didn't
know they
say
don't love?
animal. I didn't say animals don't love. I literally asked you earlier if you think that.
Yeah, I said God is love, and if I have some love in me, I have God in me. Can you disprove that?
Yeah, because you're just conflating love with God.
Oh, that's a
It's
good
just
explanation
love.
of opinion, but you never
No,
didn't
it's
prove anything.
just love. It's just love. You just add the God on top
No,
of
no,
it.
no.
For
Love is
no reason.
provable. Love is
Nope.
provable. Yeah, love is provable.
Oh, love, yeah.
But love
I
is
know.
not a characteristic or an idealism. Love is
It's
provable.
not provable that it is God, though.
Love is like this. Is like, would
how
you
did
risk your
love
life?
make the universe? Like, what?
Yeah, absolutely. Why would you have something that has color in the bottom of the ocean unless you enjoy it? Boom.
No, I asked, how did love make the universe?
I just told you the answer in the bottom of the ocean.
What?
No, you didn't.
Then
You
repeat,
just made some
please.
shit up.
Okay, so there's colorful creatures where there's no light because somebody enjoys it. There.
And?
That's your resolution, is who can enjoy something that you can't see? Somebody does, and you ain't thinking that it's there. That's the whole idea of black matter. It's the whole idea that we got into the micro is going, we're made up of nothing. You know, subatomic particles, there's nothing
And
there
that's how love made the universe?
to
I'm so
enjoy it.
confused.
Oh, well, you want to, okay, so you, that's kind of hard to come at somebody like that. What do you want to know?
How did love make the universe?
He said, let it be.
He?
Yep. He. Not
All
a
right,
she.
love is he. Love is a man. Okay, all right.
Yeah, no, God is a man. How about that?
Well, that's just conflating. Like,
Oh, no. You can't disprove it. So it's your opinion. Please don't say it's conflation when it's your opinion.
oh, it's
that I'm
so
conflating.
conflation and psychological projection. Like, all of religion basically
Psychological?
is
No,
like
no,
that, and
hold
it's
on.
very upsetting. Like, all men are doing that, just saying God is like me, and then like giving them the exact human attributes. Like, you're fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, it's okay.
No, not yeah.
Darth, you're
No,
doing
it's
good
stupid.
too, man. No, hold on, Darth, you're doing good. You probably don't want to get violent yet.
I don't care what you.
No, I'm encouraging you, man. I'm saying you're doing good talking in front of people, and you quit thinking that you were doing it.
I don't care,
You
please.
started thinking that I was stupid. See, you're doing good.
Please react to the content, please. Instead.
Oh, sure. I think it's ridiculous to not think that there's something out there when we have nothing but evidence everywhere. And I look at it in the form of information from love. Is love, you will risk your life and your property and even, to your own hurt for love, which makes no real sense. But, if you don't
And that doesn't mean love made the universe.
Hold on. If you
How
don't
do you
want
get to that?
to care about it and you don't want to find it, you won't. But some people ask themselves, is there something more than I think? If your position is prove me anything, I
Yeah,
could.
there's always more than you think because you cannot know everything in the universe.
How do you know? If you were God,
because
could you
there's
know
no
everything?
brain capable physically that can contain that much
Exactly.
information.
Exactly. But is there
Exactly.
enough?
That's why your God is not possible.
Right, but you're
exactly.
looking at the SD card, and you don't realize if that SD card didn't have to exist in this realm, what could it hold? Ooh, see,
What? I
you
didn't
lost
even get your
yourself.
weird. Can you please explain your weird SD card allegory again, or whatever? I don't understand what you meant with that.
Okay, to me, there is no difference between a sleeping body and a dead body other than the life that's in it with information. Now, that's the difference between you and I, is that the information I hold is different than your information, but we're still information holders. Because we hold information that you cannot forensically determine what's in there, I know things that you will never be able to know unless I tell you it. That shows that there's a realm that operates that, like the antenna thing. Some people can understand things, but everybody does understand the spiritual realm.
You're misdefining everything. And
exactly.
Yeah, did anybody? Yeah, exactly. You're misdefining everything. So
no, hold on. Gretchen, I said
did
this.
at some point? Did at some point? How
up,
old are you, servant?
I'm young.
How old is young?
I don't know. Hold on, Gretchen. I try not to get it personal, but
Wow. Just give me a decade.
I'm above 20.
20s, 30s, huh?
I'm above 20.
Okay. So did you at some point just wake up and realize that you had a way with words and you could just talk your way out of any situation, but you just figured that was enough and I don't actually have to look up anything that I'm saying to make sure any of it is correct or accurate in any way, because you could just keep talking as fast as you can and then
I base everything hold on.
Because
I base everything
that's
I
what you're
believe on
doing a lot. You're doing it a lot, a lot.
No, I'm stating facts, like the selenium of the ocean would only be transitioning at a certain
You
rate.
haven't come within a fucking mile of a fact in.
Sure.
No.
Do you believe in love and hate? Do you believe in love and hate?
I still wasn't explained the SD card.
Yeah. Okay. So let me explain the SD card. There's information. Unless you have the correct way to read something, it means nothing to you. Is that an appropriate analogy that you can understand what I'm saying so far?
Analogy for what?
Okay, you can be an SD card, but unless you have a way to read it, it means nothing to you. Is that true in your world?
We're SD cards now because Jay says we're entire computers.
No, Jay says that there's the ultraviolet spectrum. When we look at flowers, we don't see what the birds see, and they might look more beautiful to a bird, but because we visually cannot have that.
Jay never said any shit like that.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything about birds and UV spectrums.
When he's talking about the color on the ocean that you can't see, there's a reason for it, and it has nothing to do with anything other than its beauty. Beauty means something in this world. Why? You don't think that's a spiritual realm? That's on you. But I'm explaining family is a spiritual
the same
realm.
Things to say to everybody.
No.
Beauty is different.
I said family is a spiritual realm, and you didn't disagree, but you never said I'm right. Because that person that's outside your house that's not in your family is not in your family, and that means something to you.
I see. If I don't disagree, then you think that means you're right?
No, I was asking.
Do you think I'm listening to everything that you say?
Well, no, I asked you guys if family is understandably.
I think that's you made a little bit of an error there, because I can't possibly listen to everything.
I know you don't listen to me at all, but that's okay. You just jump in whenever you want.
I listen to you. I listen to you quite enough where I can tell you all the biological mistakes you've made
but I do
just the last couple hours.
I know, but I was hoping to keep you entertained for a little bit, and I appreciate the last love you gave me. So I was like, I had to say hi.
So you think I'm
But
whatever
that
is,
doesn't mean I'm
so
going to
you,
listen to every word.
I don't want
Because you're a little bit exhausting.
I bet.
Servant, so you think I'm an SD card, and if nobody reads it, it doesn't mean anything? Or what?
No, I think you got me kind of. No, I think there's more that this life offers than what we think, and if we can get in tuned with it, you'll see it. Because some people can clearly see things that other people can't, which means that there's a spectrum. If there's a spectrum, there's a small amount of spectrum and maybe a larger amount that nobody even knows about yet. It's like the visual spectrum that we come into understanding through the 40s and 50s of the ultraviolet. You know, when we got into understanding how you can make X-rays by energy, you know, it's like those things we have no idea. You can't feel it, but it'll kill you and it'll mess up all your cells. So it's really there, but you can say, "Oh no, it's not." All you want. You could say, call it whatever you want. All you want. But the fact is if something's there and you can observe it, don't discount what you think you know about it. That's the only thing I'm trying to say is like the SD card is just an idea that your information that you think you're reading may not be all the information that's out there.
Right.
Well, by the same logic, if it's really not there and you can't observe it, can't we just write it off?
Well, it's like writing off DNA. You can't observe it. You don't know why it's there or what it does, but can
We
you write
can
it off?
observe DNA with a powerful enough microscope. Yes, we can.
You know, that's up for debate.
We can even
But-
edit DNA now. So there goes your can't be observed.
Well, no, we can't observe from DNA of what it's structurally trying to do in the body of like a whole. We just know that it plays a part and has information somehow, but it does it chemically. So when you have peptides and you you know,
So
like,
you mean we don't know God's intention with it, or?
well, you're assuming you know anything from what somebody says it is, and it does. And that I think that's the assumption with religion and even where we come from. Because I know one fact is like if you let a reptile grow for 200 years, it would be big as shit. And yet there was things that used to live a long time in written history. So it's like if you gave a lizard, you know, 800-900 years to be alive, it'd be the size of a Volkswagen. Now you got an idea of why we have fossils that look like that. But you know, science never says that, and yet it makes sense. But until you really look at that, there's a point of view you've never seen before. You're oblivious to it, and you think everybody's stupid until you can understand it yourself.
Bro, I forgot completely what I asked because you went on such a tangent as before. Like, it's so hard to follow you.
Oh, it's cool, man. If you don't know how to follow like conversation and somebody talking to you, because I'm not here to debate. I'm not
No,
trying
not
to go back and
somebody. I
forth.
mean you specifically.
No, I know. I understand. You know, you missed what I said. I said the spirit man and the carnal man, they war against each other because the carnal man cannot understand the things of the spirit. See, what you're hearing is stuff that you don't know, you don't believe, and you're against it already. And that shows that there's a carnal man at war with a spiritual man. That's me. I'm just proving a fact that you'll be able to see at some point.
You're not, though. You can't even prove that a spiritual man exists.
Sure, I can. I just did it. It's like a corpse.
No, you can't. What is it? What is a spiritual man?
Okay, so a spirit. Okay, so you have to look
What
at
is
the
a
idea.
spirit?
Listen to this. Hold on.
Show me on the doll where the spirit
Okay,
resides.
so there are some unfortunate people who are on life support that are lifeless, but they have all the equipment. They don't know why they're there. There is no medical reason, but they're in a coma, and yet they don't know why. Now, I would simply say that you can forensically put all your chemical information you want into it, but I'm going to say there's a disconnect, and it has to be in the spirit realm because life comes from who you are, not that you exist. You bring life to this channel because of your personality. Some people don't have it and wouldn't do it, and it would just be like that. That is just tangible information and data that we have, that we are in a realm and you think you know what it is, and I can point out that you don't, and you think I'm talking crazy. So I don't know what to do.
Well, you can show me on the doll where the spirit resides in the human body.
You could show me in the SD card where all that information is.
I am not
What
an SD
information?
card. I can't show you that.
No, you're a mind that is interpreting electrical stimulus and putting it into information. Like everything
That
you're
information
seeing.
is in your
Hold
brain.
on. Everything you see must be a visual representation you are interpreting that you didn't touch, taste, or feel. Is that correct?
The
No,
electrical
it can be.
impulses that go through your
Your eye
brain
is,
just
is
juice
right?
the chemical activity. We don't actually learn anything from the electrical activity.
Are you saying that
But
you haven't
it's not
seen
always
anything you've
visual.
Like we
Visual.
don't
never
feel
heard anything
anything
you've seen?
because of the electrical impulse
No. Everything you've seen with your
that
eyeballs.
charges the responses.
Your eyeballs have never tasted, touched, or seen anything, and yet it has put so much information in your mind. You have years of experience just because there was something that could interpret what was happening without touching it. Your eye touches nothing, and yet it gives you more information than almost anything in your
That's
body.
not what I said, though.
You have more senses than your eye, though.
No,
like why are you putting such much importance
But
on
how does that have
visual?
anything to
Oh,
do
no.
with
Okay, so
this
here's the
so-called
reality.
spirit? Like, is the spirit same thing as the soul?
No. Okay, so here's what I was getting at. Is like, let's say you were having a dream and it seemed really real. Could you
Is the
reach out
spirit
and
same thing as the
hold on.
soul?
Hold on. In your dream, you could have reached out and touched things, but when you woke up, was it real? Was it real? Could you touch it? Where's the spirit at? No, your
No, it
dreams
wasn't real.
show you that there is something that you don't know, and that's a fact.
No, it was just a dream.
No,
It's your brain
everybody's
making up
had a
shit.
dream
The
that
dreams
seems so
come from
real.
your brain. The dreams come from you.
Exactly. It's picking up something. It's like the idea is deja vu. How is it that you could be somewhere in the future and go, wait a minute, this is exactly familiar, and yet you were once a little baby. You were once a monkey coming out of the forest. No, you weren't. This is not stuff that we can understand, and yet you can.
We were never monkeys coming out of the forest.
No, I'm trying to give a more of an outline to the verse.
No, again, you are showcasing your lack of biological knowledge.
Well, I'm not.
Again.
I'm saying that we're spirit born, and where we live is only electrical in nature, because if you get into the subatomic realm, you have electrical resistance is the only thing that resists in your fingers is the electrical resistance to whatever you're touching. That is not tangible. It is not fact, and yet it is our reality, which means there's something else that we're not seeing. That is a fact that you cannot disprove, and now it's conjecture. Now I'm telling you it's a spirit realm, and you can go, oh, maybe it means nothing. I don't know.
No, you don't know. That I will agree with. You don't know.
With the electrical resistance, you're right, because somebody had to tell me it does that.
No, you just call everything the fucking spirit realm and act like you're some sort of authority, and you're not. You can't even fucking
I'm a
define it.
questioner.
You can't even define it.
I did. I defined it when I said that you can have
No,
a
you
dream
didn't.
that seems so real. You were touching things.
When you
and feeling
define
things,
something,
and are
that
they?
means you're explaining it in a way where other people can understand it.
No. Okay, so I keep mentioning
Yes.
this.
I'm sorry.
I agree.
From now on, that's what define means. You
I
need
agree.
to explain it to where other people can understand it.
And I understand.
You
So
have
I'm
failed to
struggling.
do so.
I agree. I'm struggling because I know one thing. The scripture says when the spirit man is trying to explain something to somebody who doesn't see it, it's a struggle and it's hard because they can't see it and they can't understand it. That's where we're at. So I apologize.
Where in the
I don't
scripture
want
does it say spirit man and carnal man?
Well, it says the carnal man cannot understand the things of the spirit. That's what it says.
Yet you've given them names. Spirit man and carnal man.
No, it's in scripture that there's the spiritual side is like the fleshly side and the one that wants to do good. You know it already. You've admitted
Yeah,
it already, and you say it's not there. I don't know how that works.
I have not admitted it.
Yeah, you did. You admitted that there's two sides of you. One that wants to do good, one that wants to keep you in trouble. And you know you shouldn't listen to him, and you sometimes mess up, and you listen to that side that you shouldn't have done it. You've already admitted that that's inside of you. Yes, you did.
That's
Those
not at
are
all
both.
inside of me.
Those are both carnal sides.
No, one is trying to do good. One is trying to not let you do bad. That's the one. One
Not
is
at
like,
all.
I'll just
Nope.
risk it and hope it works out, and the other's like, don't do it.
No,
Those are two
all
different-
sides of you are like
not
the
equal.
carnal
They're not
man.
equal. No, one side is like, you know what? I only got $5 and this guy could use it. The other side's like, shit, I had to rob him. There's two people
Nope.
trying to do two
Definitely
different
not.
things.
I don't know what weird mind you have, but I don't have a secret criminal mind. Like
Those are
Okay, no.
those are
My
both
idea. Hold on.
sides of who we all are as people.
Hold on. My idea of robbing somebody is when you could do something for him and you don't. So it's not like you were going to take from him. I
See,
think
there you go. Defining shit to your own fucking means again. That's not what robbing means.
Well, it does in my world. You can't discount.
Nope.
Like I think
Well,
robbery is if I could
your
help you
world
and I
only
don't.
exists
You know what?
in your brain.
You're
you saying
entitled
okay?
to your own concepts, but you're not entitled to your own definitions for words.
Yeah, I think it's robbery that I should have helped you and I didn't. I can prove that's a robbery because if I was in your shoes,
You
I
can't
robbed
prove
you from
that's a
being
robbery.
and having life. Yeah, that is a robbery. So it's like a
No.
perspective. It's all about perspective, and if you don't have it or you don't want it, it isn't going
Well,
to.
you know what? You
there
could
is a way.
define anything if
perspective.
your perspective was the only thing that was important, but it's not.
It
See, you're
is.
talking to other people.
Okay, so here's how I
And you know, the only way conversations actually and discussions actually work is if we agree on the bare minimum, which is like, you know, the definitions of fucking words. You don't get to play with that.
Okay, so I won't say robbery. I say you're keeping something from somebody that you didn't have to.
Being selfish.
You didn't have to give him anything either.
Oh, exactly. That's spiritual. Like I said, you
No.
can have the heart. Hold on. We were describing what I was talking about, and you just admitted it. And I said, there's a side of you that says,
Nobody
could
admitted
do it.
anything.
Hold on. There
is no
I
side
said
of
there
me
was
that
two
wants
people-
to do criminal things. There is no
Yeah,
such
I
side.
think. Okay, now let me. I'm going to beg your mercy.
Because
for what I'm
you're
gonna say.
defining anything altruistic as fucking spiritual.
Okay, now
and
hold on.
I'm
hold
just
on.
not letting
Hold on.
you go there. That's all. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, I want pushback on what I'm about to say. I think it's criminal to not help out your brother or sister, even if they're not related to you. Can you say that that's wrong in my eyes? So there's your criminal act. That
What if I don't have enough money to give anyone money?
No. You can't dance around it. I didn't ask you about
how am
money.
I-
I said, is it wrong for me to look
No,
at
I
my
meant a
brother and say,
specific
hold on.
example.
I'm going to ask you a question. I think it's wrong for me to look at my brother and know I could help him and not do it. Are you saying I'm wrong for saying that's criminal in my eyes?
Yes.
Your perspective is everything. And it means
You're
everything.
wrong for defining that as criminal in your eyes.
It's not a crime to not help anyone.
Oh, yeah? Do you think your mom or your dad or your brother or sister feels the same way? I
It's
think
wrong to
Doesn't
it's
matter
wrong
at
to
all.
talk to other people who you know don't define
Okay, so let's
crime in
define
that
criminal.
way
Define
and expect
criminal.
us to just
Define
accept
criminal.
that and go with
Breaking
it.
the law.
So I would say
It's not in the
criminal
law.
act. Hold
is it?
on. A crime is when you hurt somebody else. That's a crime.
No, the crime is when you break the law.
No, it isn't.
No. Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. No, because you have statute and code, which means if
You're
you violate,
talking about
hold on.
talking about sin, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about
Yep,
legal
Yeah, you
law.
are.
No, I'm not. Statute and code
Yep,
is
you
not
are.
in the scripture. Okay, so don't talk like I'm stupid. Please don't.
What code?
I'm talking about law. Legal terms is this: is like if you break the real law, that the Constitution is wrote under, you have to have a victim. Somebody has to be at a default, and somebody has to be at a hurt. That's the definition of crime. Somebody is hurt from an action. Now you have statute and code, which is, oh, I don't like
First
it.
of all, the
Hold on.
Constitution is not written under a law.
No, the
laws
Constitution
are written
limits
under the
people from thinking they can do
Constitution.
something to you.
Just we should
No, the
get that
Constitution
straight.
is wrote so you can't do and think you have more authority than you do. That's the only
Right,
thing.
but the laws are written in accordance with the Constitution, not the other way around.
No, the law was wrote according to man's right to not be harmed and not be fucked with. See, man has a right that I don't want you to talk to me. Don't. I have every
And
right to be left
where
alone.
in the law,
Hold
where in
on,
the law does
hold
it
on,
say
don't
I
jump
have
in
to
there,
help
dude.
everyone?
Darth, hold on. Statutes and codes are when people make idealisms like you can only go so fast because once you go faster than that, you owe me money. That's statute and code, which is not law and it's not a crime. That's a legal precedent and fact. Do not argue with that, please.
What now? That I owe you money?
No, you said crime. I said it's hurting your brother and sister if they're hungry and you don't feed them and you could. You said I'm ridiculous because that's not a crime. And I said, yeah, it is. And I'll prove it. So now I proved that is a
No,
criminal
you didn't
act.
prove that
Hold on.
at
It's a
all.
criminal.
It's not
Hold
in the
on.
law.
Yeah, it is. Because if you had somebody
No.
in your house and you didn't feed them and they died, you would be held criminally responsible for neglect.
Why would I
You not
suddenly
feed
have them in my house?
It's a crime.
No, it's not. Why would I suddenly
If
have
you
them in my
neglect
house?
somebody to the point that they starve to death and you had every ability to help them,
Bruh,
and
you
feed them, you're under a
like
crime.
stretched that example so much.
No, I
like
didn't.
it was literally just
Okay,
me
no,
giving a
no.
random person money.
You know what? If they
No.
were in my house, they wouldn't starve because everybody has that can of creamed fucking corn for whatever reason in the fucking back of
Yeah.
their pantry, and they could eat that and they wouldn't starve. Boom,
Right,
carbohydrates.
unless you couldn't move and
Go
reach
starve
it,
somewhere
or
else.
unless you were so young, you couldn't do anything about it. And if you were hurt, you would be charged with a crime of not feeding your brother or sister or spouse or whatever it is.
Bruh,
Because
why
it's
do
a
I suddenly
crime-
have them in
hold
my
on,
house?
Hold on. You said I'm far-reaching when I said it's a crime to not feed your brother, and you said no, it's not, and I just proved it is legally. Can you say that there's a pushback now somehow?
You still didn't get that you totally.
Oh, you
stretched
called it
your
a crime, and I
example.
said it is a crime to not feed somebody, and you said no, it's not, and I said yeah, it is, and I proved it. That's how
Yeah,
you
you said.
behave.
Yeah,
No, you
that
didn't.
was
You
literally
didn't
about some
prove
random
it.
If you
person.
had a
just proved
baby
that
and
you
you
can
didn't feed the
define
baby, hold on,
that
hold
you're
on.
entitled to your own word definitions, and
No,
you're
if
not.
you hold on, if you have a baby or a child and you don't feed it, and
Wow,
it dies,
now it's a baby. Oh
hold
my
on,
god.
hold on,
Wow.
hold on,
Yeah,
Oh my
now
god.
it's your baby.
hold on, it's the same
That's
thing.
hilarious.
It's
Oh
the
my
same
god.
thing. If you have an
No,
invalid,
it's not
hold
the
on. If
same
you
thing.
Wow.
hold on,
Oh my
if you
god.
have an
You
invalid,
said your first example was even if they're not of your
I said
blood.
it's yeah.
So and now all
I
of a
think
sudden
it's
it's
fine.
your fucking child.
Yeah,
That
it
is
is.
a fucking shell game and a fucking half, dude.
From a
No,
random
it
person
doesn't
on the
matter
street to
because
your
there's more
child. Oh my god.
perspective.
Dude, even
Hold
I'm
on.
not tired enough to fall for this shit.
Now hold
Come
on.
on.
If I said you had a
Do
spouse that was
better.
hold on. If you had a spouse that was an invalid
Hold on.
or a
Do better,
sibling,
Christian.
hold on. If you had a sibling
Hold
that was
on.
an invalid and you had neglect in your home that caused their death, you're charged with a crime. I said if somebody's outside of my house and I could feed them, I feel like it's a crime. You said there's no way it's a crime, and I proved to you in your own home, if you don't take care of people who can't take care of themselves, it's a crime. You said there's no way it's a crime. I just made a correlation.
You know
that
the
you
difference
have
is
to-
they
hold
are in
on,
your
Hold
house.
on,
Okay.
Darth.
Yeah, that's your problem. Is you make everything correlate. You correlate everything with shit that isn't
Yeah, to
even
love.
real.
No, it's love.
There's a difference between my family
No.
and literally some random person on the street.
Yeah, see, your idealism is that they're not your family, and mine is. Now, my perspective isn't skewed, and I would say yours is because what your
But you
perspective.
specifically mentioned your first example that even if you're not related to them by blood, you're their brother and
Yep.
you need to help them if you can.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden it's like, well, if you had a child and let it starve, well, it's like,
Yeah,
well,
you'd be
fuck
responsible
you. You
humanly
can't
for it.
just fucking do that.
Yeah, I can. I gave you a position of
No, you would fucking
understanding.
change. It's not even. It doesn't even
It was
resemble
all
your original
examples.
analogy.
It was all
You
example
don't
of
even.
a
It's
criminal
not
act
even.
of not feeding somebody. That's
No,
all I
it's
did. I
you
gave you a criminal
tweaking
act
little
that had to
parts
do
of
with
your
not feeding somebody.
analogy until it fits and you want to
No.
force us to give you the answer that you think we ought to give you, and we never will.
And I understand
because you can
spiritual
tweak
matter.
it until you're fucking like, you know.
Hold on.
It's
Let me
never
ask you a
gonna
question.
happen.
Okay, Gretchen, let me ask you the same question that I just did, except simplified. Okay. Here's what I would ask you.
Good.
Is we came to an agreement that it was, I said not feeding somebody is criminal, and you said that's not criminal.
We did not agree with that.
Hold on. Did you accused me that it wasn't criminal, or are you saying it was criminal? Which one is it? If I said you don't feed your brother and you could, that's criminal. You said no, but I thought that's what you said. Maybe you said yes. I'm sorry.
That's not even what you asked me.
Yeah, this is where it started. Is like I think
no, your question. Okay,
act.
if you want to go back and I wish RP was here because he would
It
roll
was
his shit
about a
back and
criminal
fucking play
act
it
of
for
not
you.
feeding somebody, and I
What
said,
you
I think
said
it is.
was, I think that it is a criminal act to
Yep.
not feed someone
Yep.
with my last $5
if I could,
even though I could.
And you said that there's no way that's a criminal.
No. Your question didn't actually come until you said, "Is it wrong of me to think that that is criminal?"
No, I said, do you understand how that is criminal? And you were
No,
like, no.
you didn't. You said, "Is it wrong of me to
Oh,
call
yeah,
that
okay, yeah.
criminal?"
Right. I was trying to get you guys to bait into
And
the
I
fact that
said,
you were saying
"Yes,
you
it is
didn't have to-
wrong of you to call that criminal."
And then I
Because
proved that if you didn't
know that most other people, especially people that you're talking to on the internet in the middle of fucking nowhere, we don't consider that to be criminal.
Yeah, but I proved why I believe it was
that
criminal.
that is like a unique to you kind of thing.
No, it ain't. It wasn't. Okay, so here's my correlation: is it because I see people,
then it's a
Hold on.
very rare thing.
Listen to what I'm
Because
saying,
most of
though.
us will take the word criminal and apply it exactly how it's defined.
Okay, now listen to
common parlance.
No. My intent is being missed in this judgment. So here's my intent. I was trying to put a value system that you don't have that I have. And this is what it looked like, is that if you have a family member in your house that is an invalid or can't feed themselves and they die and you were there, you're going to be charged criminally. And I was making
that
a
is
correlation.
Not true.
Hold on. Yeah, it is. It isn't. If you have an invalid in your house and you are a caretaker and you don't feed them, you're criminally charged. Do not be deceived. What I'm saying is
that's different. You didn't put the word caretaker in that last example.
Hold on.
You just added that one in. Tweak.
No, I said
little tweak.
No, I said a baby, and you were like, "Oh, I don't like babies." I said, if you don't feed your baby,
I didn't say I don't like babies.
Listen, you said you can't use babies. You
quite
can't
well
do
aware
that.
of what it takes to raise a fucking baby.
Okay, now
and
listen
what
to
your
my
legal
intent.
responsibilities are for raising a baby.
Okay,
I get it.
Gretchen, can I ask you for maybe just a couple minutes just to say something before you interrupt me? Is just in case you're missing what I'm trying to say.
Pretty sure I'm not, but go ahead.
Okay, so my intent was just to prove, in my eyes, I think if your family members are inside your house or outside your house, it's the same thing. And I was trying to make sure that you guys could see at least the inside analogy of going, okay, I get it. If you have somebody you're supposed to take care of and they die, you neglected them. And I'm saying the people outside of my house, I find the same way spiritually is spoke about in the Bible, is that they're still your brothers and sisters, even if you don't know you're related to them. I was just trying to make an understanding, not an argument. So I apologize. Do you understand what I was saying now?
I still think you were tweaking every response.
I was trying to give you everything it took for you to understand what I was saying. Like babies. Okay, so yeah, a 2-year-old is different than a 6-month-old, but yet a 2-year-old will not be able to feed himself. But invalid, An invalid
Brothers-
in 40s.
brothers
Yeah, well,
and
an
sisters are
invalid
different.
40-year-old would also not be your responsibility unless you
invalid.
are their legal caretaker.
Exactly. So the legal part is where we're at a
Yeah, if
impasse.
you're their legal caretaker, then
Right,
yes,
right,
you
right.
can be
So-
brought up on neglect charges.
Right.
But
so hold on.
that's
hold
not
on.
what we were
Hold on,
talking
time out,
about.
time
Your
out.
original example was just some guy you don't fucking know on the street that needed $5 and you
Now,
happen to
hold on.
have it.
Hold
But
on.
what? I
Hold on.
chose to go buy a pack of cigarettes and that makes me a fucking criminal?
Yes.
Fuck off.
All you want
That's
to say
not
is
happening.
that
I'm sorry.
Seven,
I'm
all
not
you want to
calling you a
say is that
criminal.
we are all human. But you use brother and sister like that doesn't mean we are like blood related.
Yeah,
like,
and then you
just
then
conflating
you
things.
throw in
man.
a charged word like fucking criminal and then expect us all to agree with you even though clearly none of us do.
Okay, hold on. So here's how
I don't
Yeah,
even
the
think
law
Chad
is not-
agrees with you.
Is it
The
okay?
law
if I
is
say
not
one
to
more
love
thing without being
Does anyone
interrupted?
in chat agree with him?
Nobody? If nobody
Like
does,
anyone?
then we live in a sad place.
Like even one person?
Not every, and nobody's talking about loving their neighbor like they would love themselves. Nobody? Man, this place sucks. Oh no.
Bruh, I
You're
can have
talking about you're talking about branding people fucking criminals.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
and
about
I can have
legally
compassion.
prosecuting
Hold on.
them
You charged me. Hold on.
for
Let me
crimes
push back. Let me
because
push back.
they decided to spend their lunch money on their
Let me push back.
lunch instead of
Yeah, you accuse me of saying stuff that is illiterate or ignorant. So let me respond now. I said that in front of
Wait,
my
what?
God. Hold on. You said I'm ignorant and stupid about what I'm saying. But let me give.
I said that? When did I say that?
You don't know what you're saying. Is saying.
I said you were intentionally misdefining words.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do something wrong. So
And
let me
that
justify it.
every time we shot down your little
You didn't say it.
analogy, position in it.
No. I'm trying to draw you into
Which is
what I
exactly
think
what
is
you
a-
did. I didn't call you ignorant or stupid once.
Okay, hold on. What is happening is like there's a spectrum that I live on that's real far away, but I have to get closer to what you see in the spectrum to show you how far away I am. And this is what it looks
You
like.
don't know what I see in the spectrum.
No, watch. Okay, just give me a couple minutes and try not to interrupt me, pretty please. All I'm trying to make is a
I'll
point.
give it a shot.
Okay, I appreciate it. Now, let's say we lived in a house where you had to have parents, but the world is so bad that you have to live with them. Now, let's say you hitting your sister like when you were a child would get you spanked. Let's say, but now that you're older, let's say somebody needed something and you could have helped them and you didn't, so you get disciplined for it. Is the idea of a criminal act in my eyes is it's criminal to think that you could help your brother and sister and you choose not to. I think that that's a hard severity, and I hold myself to an accountability that makes it that severe. So I try to be loving and know that, hey, if I'm doing somebody wrong, it doesn't have to look at like I'm doing somebody wrong. I just have to ignore them and it could be doing them wrong. My level is beyond what you think it is. And I apologize that I didn't try to spell that out first, but I'm trying to make sense out of how I see things because they're not like the way you see them.
That much is clear.
Yeah, but I'm not wrong. I'm not trying to be an asshole or a dickhead. I'm just saying I think doing somebody wrong is like a criminal offense, and I can prove it by saying if they're in your house, it becomes a criminal offense, but when they're outside your house, it's not. And I say the house doesn't matter.
Okay, that was a big fucking circle jerk you went around, and that means absolutely nothing. You just said if they're inside the house, it's one thing. If you're outside the house, it's another thing. But the house doesn't matter
to me.
So
Yeah, you
basically,
say legally. You said legally because they're outside your house, they're not in your family. You're of no obligation. And I said I don't have a house, and they're all an obligation because they are. It's two perspectives saying the same
they're
thing.
not though.
You would take care of somebody in your house but you're not you're against the idea that you have to take care of somebody outside your house. What I said is I prefer to look at everybody like they're all in my house, inside or
Well,
out.
because in general, I don't let people into my house unless I care about them.
Yeah, that's true. I get it, and I do. That's why that I look at it like that. Is like they're my brother and sisters, because I don't look at people in the same light as you could be a villain. I look at it as I used to be, and if I got anything I deserved, I probably would be dead, because I've done things that are bad, and I'm glad that now I have an ability to go. I'm not the same guy. I'm not. I might be the same hardware, the same mind. Everything could be here, but I'm not the same. Something changed inside of me, and I know it did. That's what I'm pointing out about love. Is love changes things. So does hate. You can go into a group where there's nothing but hate, and you're not going to have a good time. You go into a group that's nothing but love, you could even get into fights, and it's nothing but good.
So what? You're in your 20s, right? So do you pay rent for your own place? Did you make rent this month?
Sort of. Though I live a little bit different than most people. I rely.
You live with your parents?
No.
Well, what? Did you
Well, that's
did
okay.
you pay
You
someone
wanted to cut
rent
me
this
off.
month?
You didn't want to hear it, but go ahead. What's that?
Do you want to pay? Do you pay someone rent?
Oh, I have to
I'm not
pay to
trying
be
to
alive.
talk you
Yes,
or
I have to pay.
anything.
I have to pay where I'm at, and I'm blessed that I can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I have to pay like everybody else
You
to stay
chose
alive.
to pay. You chose to pay your own rent like a fucking king or something instead of helping the guy down the street that doesn't have a place to live. You're a criminal, and you should pay.
Well,
does that follow with your logic?
Yeah, a little bit, and I think you're justified. If we look at it as we were in the house and you saw your brother and sister going to get kicked out, and you could help it from happening, and you don't.
Forget the house and all that.
No, that's the only way I see it.
You selfishly spent money by keeping a roof over your head when there's a guy down the street that probably couldn't afford to eat dinner last night. How dare you?
Yeah.
You should have to go to prison. You should go turn yourself into the police right now. And please get a video of their faces when you do it, because
they won't do nothing about
that
it.
I'd like to see.
That's terrible. We shouldn't mess with that system. That system only tries to take from you.
The what?
I said that system only tries to take from you.
Take women?
No. Take.
Yo, Darth. Mute when you're typing
shit,
that
sorry.
furiously, please.
Boy, Darth is doing all the good stuff.
Yeah, sorry,
No.
I couldn't really hear you over the furious.
Yeah.
Clack.
Like, what kind of typewriter are you on, man? The
So that
1960s.
system only takes what?
No. My system only runs off the idea of family, and most people go, I am
No,
different
you
than
said
other
the
people.
system. I thought you were talking about the police. That system only takes what?
Oh yeah, it only takes from you. It doesn't give.
Oh, it takes from. Well, I mean.
Yeah. Well, hold on. You can't justify. Okay, so it's like this.
Well, I mean, it's your code. You're the one calling yourself a criminal. So go get yourself arrested.
You see, this is how you got it all backwards. Is because
I mean, with all your rent and your roof over your head and your eating food and your fucking internet service, you gotta be ashamed of yourself, you fucking criminal.
Hey,
you're worse than a murderer.
I probably should do better, and I'm probably, if it's costing somebody their life, I am. So now I'm on your side. Do you want to argue?
Well, it is. If there's anyone in the world,
it is.
There's anyone in the world going hungry, you are in the fucking wrong.
Exactly. I
So
am
by
in
your system. You can't
that is
win.
my system. I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to help if I can. Because there's people who will deny my help even. I've run into some of the less fortunate where I've tried to help them, and they'll take so much, but I think there's a pride to where they're like, I don't want to abuse anybody, and if I don't need it, I'm not going to take it just because I can. That's a value system, and it's like that's amazing to see that in some people, because I know a lot of people, they'll take every little bit they can and they'll do something else with it and try to make more. And is there something wrong? No. I understand you want to label me, but you're not going to label me that. I think all religions have it all wrong. I don't think anybody knows the truth, and nobody really knows.
Okay, you're one of those. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they got some of the stuff right, but they don't have any idea of what's in there and why it's in there. So it's like the idea that
yeah, okay, I remember now.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to label you or anything. I was trying to remind myself of what, where you're coming from, because I don't remember that from last time.
I have a clear example of where I come from. It's like the Gospels have a guy showing up and everybody was like, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Aren't you so-and-so's son or daughter? And I know who you are and you're nobody, right? But some people were amazed at what he was saying because he made sense out of things that it was time to make sense out of. But there were people who thought they knew more than him, and he showed them all they were all wrong. I think that's about to happen again. So there's my example of why I'm one of those guys. I'm not one of those guys.
You mean like when everybody finds out that I'm God, they're going to go, wait, you're not who we thought you were.
Yeah. When they find out
they're going to question me,
a lesser God, and you only cared about yourself as the God, that was the only thing.
They're going to deny me 3 times before the cock crows, and then I'll show them all.
You're delirious. How long have you been awake? Are you ready for bed? Is it time to get off this thing and call it a day? Cheers.
No.
Okay, I'm just making sure that, because I know one time we were up in the morning and it was like you were like really up a long time. I thought, and I was like, oh shit, am I keeping you awake a long time?
I probably just fell asleep on you.
No,
apparently I do that. That's like my thing, I guess.
You just nod off and go.
I will crash out in the middle of a stream. Yeah, if I get that tired.
Oh man.
Oh, I do it like once a week. Like apparently, whether I need to or not, it just.
Well, everybody got their own thing. That's just what you do. That's wonderful.
This is gonna be the week. This is gonna be the first week I don't do it.
Oh no, man! Let me start talking and see if I can get you to sleep.
Fucking stream goals. Let's go.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get off here, man. I enjoy just ranting on, just maybe having some ideas to talk about.
No worries. I don't have a problem talking to you, man.
All right. Really so is it okay if I come back maybe sometime?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, wonderful. Well, you guys have a good one. I love you, and I'm glad that you're doing what you're doing, and I do hope you make it.
Have a good day.
Oh, I'll make it.
Yeah, Darth. Hey, you're doing cool, man. Just know your stuff, and man, be willing to love.
I am.
Yeah,
I don't even know
that's all you gotta do.
Hey, Darth didn't do too bad for his first time on a stream.
Thanks.
Give him his props. He did pretty good for his first time. Didn't show any nerves or anything. You're gonna be fine.
Thanks.
Yeah. Later, servant. So, yeah, he's fun.
Yeah.
Oh. Good morning, Nectu. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How is everybody?
Hanging in there.
Yeah. I just got home from work. I was hoping you were still streaming.
Good.
Still streaming.
All right. What time did you start last night?
9 o'clock.
So okay. So did you restart in the middle, or did you pass 12 hours?
Huh?
Did you restart?
No, I'm at 11 hours 25 minutes.
Oh, I see.
Actually, I think I set it to start at 9. I don't think we got started till like 10 after or something like that. Because RP and I got to just like talking and shooting the shit, and we realized, oh shit, we should have started the stream like 10 minutes ago.
Right.
So
Hi, Holy Gore. He's in chat, and we got Wodenson, that Opal guy, Chrissy. Can't speak. Professor Hizzle. I was listening this morning. I just couldn't really say. I was busy at work, so can't really say a whole lot. You
Oh,
had
cool.
somebody
Now
on.
that you're here, I can like go in and refill my drink and go to the bathroom because you can bring people up and kick them if you need to. So, all right, I'll be right back.
So who is Darth Gently? I don't think I've met you before. My name is Nectu.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I would assume from your profile picture that you're an atheist.
Yes, anti-theist actually.
Anti-theist, yes.
Yes.
Nice. I'm an atheist as well, or igtheist.
Yeah, I've seen you in chat before.
Sure. So I'm on my phone. Normally I join on my iPad, but I'm not used to Streamlabs the way it's set up on my phone.
I'm on PC.
I'll have my PC up, but I don't have a microphone or a camera connected to it, so all I have is iOS for now. I ordered some new equipment though, so I can use my PC to stream, but it's not here yet.
Rip.
Did you guys have a debate earlier? Because when I was listening at work this morning, I heard somebody that sounded like they were opposition.
This morning, meaning when?
This morning, like a
I'm
couple
not here
hours
that morning.
ago, maybe an hour or two ago. Maybe not. Maybe I was also watching John Cohen's stream, so maybe I'm confused.
Well, I talked to Servant, who just left.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but just a bit like, I don't know how long.
It wasn't a debate necessarily.
Not really. Mostly him monologuing.
Oh, for sure. Right? I can't stand that when they just and they don't come up for a conversation and all they just wait for their turn to talk and then they just launch back into a script.
Yep.
That's not fun for anybody. If you're not going to engage, then you're just here to preach at people.
Yeah.
I don't know. Servant kind of like rides the line between those two things. Come on. Oops. I don't know. He's all right. At least he, I'm not sure it's a real debate because, like I said, he defines everything according to his own needs. And a lot of times,
yeah, I heard you saying that to him. I remember you saying like he was just redefining everything in his own.
He does, and he'll state facts that are just fucking dead wrong.
Well, if you've come up with your own definitions of words, well, then call in what you're putting together a fact. It's
exactly.
Yeah, it's like that's what we call mental gymnastics. You've had to bend things in order to make that happen.
Mm-hmm. But then, we're used to that because we got guys like J Money here.
Is Jay still
If
with
you
us?
heard people getting into it earlier, you might have been hearing what we're going through
Yeah.
with J Money.
I heard him say a little bit, but he ended up saying something that like was infuriating, so I switched back to John going. So I don't know.
He does that.
Right. I couldn't join, so I was like, I can't listen anymore because I'm just gonna freak out if I can't come up and say something.
Yeah.
So I'll just switch back to John for a minute. But
so yeah, there are definitely times where I'm talking to someone where I'm just like, I would rather go listen to someone else. That's like,
yeah.
So I like going Arby's up here because I can do that. I can just say, okay, I'm checking out for a few minutes.
Right.
The
more on the panel, I think is the better. Oops. I should have joined on my iPad because I actually know how to use the Streamlabs on that, but the buttons aren't in the same place on your phone.
Oh, they're not?
No. But I did order my new my microphones, the wireless ones I was looking for, the ones that you posted. And then I got to pick out a camera still, but within a week or so, I should be able to stream through my PC.
Cool.
Then I can, then I'll be able to control things. Because that's how I learned. That's how I learned Streamlabs was on PC. But so it's always a little different using it on iOS. Is Jay even with us still, or is he out like a light?
I don't think so. I think he's out because I just tried to talk to him twice and he didn't answer. So
Jay, you there? Guess not.
that's my new system on how I find out if J-Money's awake. I try to talk to him. If he doesn't answer me after twice, I just kick him. If he's awake, he'll come back.
Right.
If he's not, he won't. Works out great.
He reminds me of on Taco's stream, Adrian Belgrave. You know who that is? He joins on Taco.
Yeah, but at least Adrian was like a legit, honest, like real Christian, you know?
That's true. He was. He would, but the way he would reason things reminds me of Jay. They seem to the same like logical fallacies, I guess. They both commit. But they're both really nice guys. I like them both a lot.
I don't know about that though, man. Jay.
Well, they've always been nice to me. I've never had any arguments with them.
Jay's always been cool. I mean, he's always been nice. The problem is that I don't think he's lying to me. I think he's lying to himself.
Yeah.
Is the problem. I think he's just not honest with himself. So Adrian is at least like brainwashed by the book, you know? And
was Jay a former Christian? Or never?
I don't, other than just being raised culturally Christian, no, he was never really anything. He doesn't even believe he won't even, he's not even Christian now.
Right, I know that. I just wondered if he was indoctrinated like as a child, like, and then worked his way out.
I would think I don't know. It doesn't sound like he ever had to work at anything. So he just dreams up whatever, you know, helps him sit in the middle of the road for the rest of his life, you know?
True. That is such a good way.
That's why I judge him about. I make jokes about him, having the fence post stuck up his ass, because he's like the example of a fence post sitter. In fact,
Yeah.
I'm
It's
like,
no wonder he
I think
gets
he
the
might actually be
definition for
becoming
agnostic
one
wrong.
with the fence post now. It's like,
Right. Exactly. He's
so,
fused.
I think he really is. I
He
think
is the
he's
fence
beyond
post.
hope.
I don't know.
So,
Some people like that, being right in the middle, like that. It's like they feel like that's the best way to keep the peace or something. I don't know. I don't like it.
guess so. He always mentions that, nobody can ever know for sure until they die. So we'll all find out when we die. But it's like,
If you stop
so
having an
that means
experience when you die,
you're
then you won't
never
find out.
going to make a decision or a call about anything because
Exactly.
you won't know until you die.
Yeah, right. You
What the
won't. You
hell?
don't even might not even get the chance. You might just die, and that's the end of your existence. I would want to. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with picking with what you think is right. You can always change your mind if you're really that unsure about it, But you can also say this is what it looks to me at this point in time. If you really want to hedge your bet. But I don't. I think a lot of it has to do with just the fact that Christianity has people convinced that if it's just the Pascal's wager. That if you, a lot of religious people do that. Like if you don't side with us, there's hell to pay. And I think that kind of goes with, it seeps into everybody else's thinking too. Like,
yeah,
you have to, and if you don't pick a side, I don't know.
Yeah, he got really animated earlier because, he did have, Brent and Vintage both came up to
Last
jump
night,
on him. Yeah.
nice. I saw Brent on talking to him the other day.
Was that on Async?
I can't remember now.
I don't know. I fall asleep, so sometimes I just,
It was the first time I'd ever heard Brent's voice. But I think it was async, but I don't remember for sure. I should look through my history and see if it
maybe I
brings
might
any
have
bell.
just been checked out. So I'm not sure.
Are you going to stream tonight?
Yeah,
I'll be around tonight. I'm off work the next few
I
days.
know. We'll definitely stream the next 3 nights
Sounds good.
because, I wouldn't do that to you.
I want to get more into the debating, so I hope that people call in. I haven't done much of that online yet. I think it'd be
Yeah,
fun.
I know. We definitely have to. We need to get our numbers up before we start really getting, calls
Right.
and stuff. So I don't know how long that's gonna take, or I know it'll take less time if I get the TikTok thing in gear.
Yeah.
But then we got to deal with TikTok shit. So
Yeah, that sucks. But like, there really is no alternative. I mean, TikTok is
yeah, it's where they all come from. So
right. Well, it's like the easiest way to bring someone up. I don't understand why Facebook, or not Facebook, YouTube, they all copy each other. Why aren't you doing the same thing? I don't know. Maybe they can't because of copyrights or something, but it would be
yeah, I
nice.
have no idea why they can't do it.
I like YouTube so much more than TikTok. TikTok is horrible.
Yeah. But if Discord and TikTok can figure out how to bring people up so easily, surely YouTube could figure it out.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, they all copy each other anyways. What's the holdup, folks?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, shit. Look how far we are into YouTube, and they still don't have a DM system yet.
Right? That's
You know,
wild.
even something just as simple as a fucking DM system, and you can't do it. It's ridiculous. So, who knows? Maybe they'll never figure it out. Maybe
I'm
they're
sorry, I
just
got
salty
distracted.
because nobody wanted to use their Google Hangouts thing back in the day, you know?
Right.
So now
I
they're
never
going to be
used it.
all bitchy with the, huh?
I never used it.
I think we used it like once and realized, it ain't that great. So
Right.
I think we all moved to Skype.
Mm-hmm. Or Zoom.
So, yeah.
I'm just reading headlines at the moment. Like, Chud the Builder copycat, Bruce the Juice got hit by a car today. That was a couple days ago. I'm just reading a headline that says Chud the Builder copycat, Bruce the Juice got hit by a car. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that you know who Chud the Builder is, don't you?
He's a right-wing dude, right?
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
rage content. Like he goes around slurring people in.
He's the guy that got shot, right?
Yeah, he shot himself in the
Yeah.
arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude. I guess he has a copycat, which is bound to happen. I couldn't believe that he raised $300,000, and then the guy he shot only had raised like $40,000.
Oh, I can.
But I am glad that the judge wouldn't let him use that money to bail himself out. So that's why he's still in jail. That's fucked up. I mean, what a fucking crazy world we're living in right now.
Yeah, I can believe he raised that much money. In fact, I'm actually surprised he only raised that much money.
Right?
To be honest. I mean, look, that one girl, like, straight up. Oh, it's Tuesday morning.
Yes, it is Tuesday morning.
That means mezzo.
Right now?
Yep, right now.
Do you need to
Damn
go?
it.
Do you need to end stream?
Huh?
Do you need to go?
No, you want to keep talking to people? You can do that.
I don't mind. I don't matter. It don't matter to me.
It's
I
only
do have things to
afternoon
do
for
this
me.
afternoon.
If you want to get, huh?
I do have things to do this afternoon. What were you saying, Darth?
It's only afternoon for me.
I got 10:50 in the morning.
It's 8:50.
Nearly 6 p.m. now.
Are you in the UK?
Germany.
Okay, Europe.
Yep.
Nice.
Germany, huh? I got, well, where's my list? It's the Today It's Tuesday show, or Tits.
Nice.
You know, it's mezzo. Of course, it's called something weird.
I like it.
I only need oh, Boogie's in there, and Evan's in there. So, no, it's fine.
Right on.
Oh, I made the best call on mods.
Yeah, Boogie's great. I think
For a long time, it was just like I was the only like regular mod in Mezzo streams, because everybody else that would showed up with any regularity, they were all East Coast, and they'd go to bed at a certain time at night. And So.
Oh, if I send you a link, can you play it for us on the? I'll send it in Discord. Have you seen this content creator? His name is the Leftist, Himothy. He's good. He's totally legit. Hang on a second. Videos.
Doesn't have any copyrighted music, does it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
If you don't need, if you think it's not safe to play, you don't have to. It's not going to make a big deal to me. But I'm sending you the link. If you want to screen it first, you're more than welcome.
Nah, it'll tell me if I play it, it'll tell me afterwards if it's restricted or anything.
Oh.
So, and then it'll give me the option to just take out the song.
He just put this out like about 50 minutes ago. So I watch everything this guy does. He needs more subs. So if anybody else in chat hasn't subbed to this guy yet, you should definitely go sub. He's totally worth it. Like every video he makes for me is like a mic drop. Like every single time.
All right. Hang on a second.
But mainly he just reacts to right wingers. It's mostly political content, but he's done some other stuff too. He usually does MAGA crash outs. That's my favorite thing that he does. But he had his mom on the other day, which was wild. I tried to ask him if he would consider debating or if he wanted to get into debating, but he didn't respond to that content or comment. I see Becca in the chat.
Okay.
What are progressives going to do about degeneracy in the nation besides fucking nothing?
And this right here is why MAGA influencers only debate college students or people half their fucking age, and why I have a problem with these debates in general. Makes guys like Andrew Wilson out to be some kind of master debater, when in reality they're just dumb fucks. And this would be an incredibly easy point to demolish if you know just a little history.
First, we think we need to at least get a base understanding of degeneracy. Would you just say all homosexuals in general are degenerate?
Yes, they're all sexually immoral. That's correct.
Are you just trying to get rid of gays? Are you trying
we would just start with gay marriage.
Okay. And that's the kid's first mistake. He fell for the misdirection. You notice he said, started with, don't let him get out of the genocidal position he clearly wants to take. You should have immediately followed up with, okay, you say start with, what do you want to end with? What's the eventual goal? Just pin these motherfuckers against the wall immediately and force them to say the quiet part out loud.
Okay, so you want to eliminate gay marriage entirely?
Yes, correct, yes.
You're saying that because someone is gay, they can't have any kind of progress or any kind of use in
How's
society?
that progress?
I mean, you had Alan Turing, he created the Turing machine, so...
What does that have to do with him getting married?
Well, if he feels that he is not wanted in society...
Did he invent that machine when there was oppressive laws against homosexuals?
Yes, but...
argument negated then.
Well, do you think...
God, I hate that smug, dumb motherfucker and that shit-eating grin he gets when he knows he can clip something up. But don't hold up individuals in their accomplishments as to reasons why we should treat the LGBTQ community with respect. You shouldn't have to invent the first functional computer to be treated with decency. And then you just get yourself into this trap of trying to defend one individual person, and you have to be familiar with that person's history if you're going to do that.
Could have been, a more successful individual had he felt free and open
How
to
would he have
express his
been more
ideas.
successful?
Because he has the ability to just truly be himself and try to self-actualize.
And yet it didn't stop him from doing exactly the same thing that you say he couldn't do if he was oppressed. That's really strange, man.
But he could have done it better.
Oh, he could have. Prove it.
I can't prove it.
Of course you
officially,
can't.
But the thing is...
It's the silliest thing ever.
And this is why it's fucking irritating. This would have been an incredibly easy gotcha. And it's clear neither one of them are overly familiar with Alan Turing and the fact that he self-unalived in 1954 as a result of those oppressive policies. A short time after he had built the computer, he laced an apple with cyanide after he was chemically castrated by the UK government. Who knows what one of the most brilliant minds of the 20th century could have created if it weren't for those fucking bullshit oppressive laws. And let's be honest, Andrew wants a lot more than that. If you ever get into a debate with these fucking clowns, force them to take the openly genocidal position that they want to take. It's so fucking irritating.
See what I mean? That shit is fire.
Yeah.
He's good.
I like that.
Yeah.
The one time I actually went up against Andrew Wilson, I used all the same stupid tricks that he does on his debates, and I fucking threw him right back at him, and he didn't know what to do with it, to the point where he was like, "You know what? You sound like you're drunk. You've been into the mom wine, haven't you?" And I was like, "No, I haven't. Don't drink wine. I don't really drink, in fact, but okay, you know."
I don't.
That's all he had was basically going at me like I was too drunk, and that must be why I'm getting out of pocket and speaking up against a man.
Right.
But really, all I was doing was, it's like, because he's not even that great of a debater. What he does is he'll grant you the easy shit,
Mm-hmm.
and like the stuff he knows you prepared for, he'll just grant it to you and just take all the power away. And then he wants to make it about something that he knows you can't prove. He wants to make it about something impromptu that you can't possibly have done the research on. So he wants to make it about that. And then
I just wish I could see like.
And then his other trick is never getting pinned down on anything, because he's fucking wily and he'll get away with that shit.
It's a performance. He's just trying to look good in front of his audience, and that's all he's looking for. He's looking for an opportunity.
So like when he tried to pin me down by, his the whole thing was him being a misogynist, and he was going at everybody else about, "You called me a misogynist." And I'm like, "Well, I didn't call you a misogynist." He's like, "Well, do you think I am?" And I'm like, "You're not going to fucking trick me into answering that."
Yeah.
I said, "I just said you were an asshole. You want to talk about that? Because we can talk about you being an asshole." He's like, "Well, do you think I'm a misogynist?" I said, "I think a case could be made that you probably are."
Yeah,
but all I really did was call you an asshole and said you were a shitty debater. You want to talk about either of those two things?
Right. Do you want to? I think he did another video today. If you want to see what that one was. Timothy, or the leftist guy.
No.
I just saw that you brought it back up.
I did.
Oh, I'm looking at the screen. It's way behind.
Oh.
I should be looking at my phone instead of.
Yeah.
I should turn my TV off because it confused the shit out of me just now. I was watching that and it was assuming that what I was seeing was happening in the moment when it was like minutes ago. But yeah, if you do want to watch another of his